Chapter 1. James looked at the time in the corner of his monitor and yawned. 2:30 a.m. Again. He often stayed up late into the night, watching YouTube videos or playing his favorite game, Pirates of the Dark Seas, or PODs, as everyone called it. Tonight was no different. And just like any other night, he knew that if he was going to wake up for his shift at work, he had to go to bed. ASAP. Of course, tonight was also the end of the 1-year anniversary celebration of the launch of PODS, so the game was having a double experience boost weekend, allowing him to grind out some serious XP, so it just felt like a waste to call it when he was one level away from achieving a world first. The world first. The first level 100 pirate lord on any server. He decided to say screw it and just call off to work if it took him much longer. He looked at the experience bar at the bottom of his screen. Level 99, 96% to level 100. So far, no one had made it to level 100. This was due to the extreme amount of XP required and the staggering XP penalty for dying after level 90. If you died at any point between 90 and 99, you were reset to level 90, with 0% XP towards level 91. So many players just gave up after hundreds or thousands of failures. James had a plan, though, and he knew if he was careful, it might work. He activated his stealth skill and crept down the gangplank of his ship, leaving his non-player crew behind. He crossed the beach and crept slowly through the jungle. Even though his stealth skill was maxed, it would only provide him the barest moment to avoid detection. This island was inhabited entirely by grotesque abominations called deformed entities that were all level 100 and meant for a raid group. Here he was, solo, slinking across an island in the dark with one goal in mind: to complete his last quest. Deliver the holy symbol of Sharktooth to its original shrine, and the quest would be completed. Many had attempted to clear the island by fighting every monster on the way to the altar, but almost all would attract too much attention and draw so many additional monsters they couldn't make it to the end, meaning all 20 players would die and be reset to level 90. It really was, in one word, a bitch. Okay, technically 2 words, but still. But James had an idea that just might be crazy enough to work. He intended to sneak his way past all the deformed entities and walk right up to the shrine and place the Sharktooth symbol on its pedestal, completing the quest and reaching level 100. His character on screen moved methodically, avoiding the cones of vision and the detection of sound and scent. He spent the next hour and a half of his late night creeping ever closer to the shrine and its altar. Eventually, he cleared the trash packs and was approaching the temple proper. He knew this was one of the most critical portions of his plan. He pulled up his actions menu and triggered his skill, Mad Screaming Decoy. He triggered the skill 3 times, targeting 3 different points in the jungle around the temple, and sure enough, the 2 pacing monstrosities guarding the entrance floated off at high speeds to destroy his decoys. He counted to 3 and activated his skill Windrunner, giving him 200% movement speed for 15 seconds. As soon as he deactivated stealth and began running, the combat music began to play. He pushed harder on the keys of his keyboard as if it would make him run faster, but it was just the adrenaline pumping in his veins. Sure, this was just a game, but to James, this was an accomplishment, unlike anything in his normal life. He would be immortalized forever in the halls of gaming history. A prompt flashed on his screen. Decoy destroyed, followed quickly by a second prompt. Decoy destroyed. Shit, shit, shit! James shouted into the darkness of his bedroom. He couldn't turn back now, so he kept running. He passed through the doors of the shrine and descended a ramp. The hallway narrowed, and he entered a large, round room that was poorly lit. He didn't know where to go from here, as his raid group had never made it this far. He spun his camera around and saw the two monstrosities were unable to make it down the hallway and had begun swinging wildly with their thick tentacles and screeching in high-pitched wails in their desperation to reach him. Always nice to take advantage of object geometry and pathing in these games. After 2 minutes of not taking damage, the encounter reset, and he was alone in the shrine. He took a moment to look around and saw that there was a healing font, a single-use item meant to restore max health, mana, and stamina for an entire raid group. This room was more than likely meant as a resting spot for a raid group to recover and plan for the boss battle in the next room. Since he was undamaged, he really didn't need to use the font, but he was a little low on stamina after using his Windrunner skill. His character drank from the font, and his stamina returned to 100%. And he gained a curious buff, one he had not seen before. Blessed Water of Sharktooth. You have passed the trials of the island and have reached the inner sanctum of the Sharktooth Shrine. Plus 50 to all stats for 10 minutes. Increased regeneration to all resources and health for 10 minutes. Holy shit, he exclaimed as he read the word on his character page. This was the strongest buff he had ever seen. Then it hit him. If this buff was meant for an entire raid, then what the hell was up ahead? There was no way he could face it alone and survive. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, he said with self-reassuring enthusiasm. He pressed on, his virtual character moving forward and approaching the only door in the room. This really didn't look like a normal door, not even for a raid. It was massive. It took up his entire screen and had a depiction of Sharktooth in high detail. The 20-foot-tall god of the sea. An impossibly jacked body of a man with the horrifying visage of a great white shark. It was ridiculous to think of a man with a shark head as a real thing, but in the game, anything was possible. He clicked on the door, and it began to slide open. A blinding white light poured out from the door, and a prompt appeared. You stand before the Great Destroyer's chamber. Recommended party size, 20 players. Current party size, 1 player. Do you wish to proceed? James stared at the screen, and a low growl of profanity left his mouth. Fuck. Well, I've made it this far. I'm pretty much screwed no matter which way I go from here, he thought, and clicked yes. The screen flared a brilliant white, and then it faded. As the setting faded in, he spun his camera around, looking for the raid boss that was about to devour him in a few hits, but there was nothing but a raised dais in the center of a rough-hewn cave. The walls glittered as if they had shiny gems embedded in the stone, but other than that, the room was empty. He took a step forward towards the shrine and looked around again. Nothing. Huh, James muttered. Well, on to the shrine, I suppose. He urged his character forward toward the shrine, and still the room was silent. No music played, no warning sounded, nothing. He ascended the first set of stairs, fully expecting a horrible monster or something to rise from the darkness or fall from the ceiling by this point, but still, just silence. He moved his character all the way to the top of the shrine and carefully inspected the shrine. There were 3 hollows, all identical in shape. Beneath each one was a few words in a script that obviously wasn't meant to be read, so he clicked on the shrine and a prompt appeared. You have made it to the center of the Sharktooth Shrine. The benevolent god Sharktooth has decided to take mercy on you for your bravery, or stupidity, depending on how you look at it. You have braved the warped isle and circumvented all combat encounters. You have shown great wisdom in avoiding the battle with the gibbering horde. James read the words carefully, confused. This was not generally a scripted event. Normally, when you entered a raid boss room, combat started immediately, and you were thrown against the most powerful monster PODS had to offer, Not to mention the fact this prompt appeared to be insulting him for his clever idea, or was at least doing so sarcastically. Sarcasm never translates well in text. He continued reading. Though the trials were meant to be cleared by only the most skilled players and the dedicated grinders in the game, you have thrown caution to the wind and done the unthinkable. You thought outside of the box, something Sharktooth really appreciates in mortals. Before you are 3 possible slots for the holy symbol of Sharktooth, but know this: your choice will have a tremendous impact on the beginning of your next quest. Choose carefully. James leaned back from the screen, somewhat confused. According to the wikis and forums he had visited frequently, everyone knew that the quest Release the Sharktooth was the final quest in the game. Of course, no one had ever completed it, so he thought it might make sense that there could be an epilogue quest or something. The 3 options appeared before him on the screen. All 3 options were hexagonal depressions, and each one had an image in the center. They were highly detailed, but offered absolutely no context. Option A was a small village surrounded by lovely forests that looked very peaceful. Option B was a beautiful island scene that looked as if it had never been inhabited by civilization. Option C was a scene of a major metropolis that reminded him of one of the game's capital cities. God, is this some kind of BuzzFeed quiz? Will this tell me which Kardashian I am? He asked to the silence of his empty room. He looked over the images again, this time looking for anything that stood out, but again, they were just pictures of places. No more context to be gained here. He just said screw it and picked option B, just like he did on multiple choice questions in grade school. He clicked the jungle-covered island, and an animation of the holy symbol clicking into place played across the screen. It settled into place, and then nothing happened. Growling in frustration, he spun his camera around, looking to see if anything had changed, but, as he expected, it was just a dark cave, and he was just a solo character standing at an altar. He mashed the spacebar a few times, his character on screen jumping up and down repeatedly. He waited for a few more minutes and decided that the quest must be bugged or something. He brought up his inventory and pulled out his captain's sigil, an item that would return him to his quarters on his ship, the SS Bitcoin. He always got a chuckle when he looked at that. Everyone else had names like the Pridewind or the Derringer, but he was a big fan of digital cryptocurrencies and held a tidy sum of bitcoins that his friends had said would never be worth anything. Since it reached $6,500, they had always been pissed to see his ship, an obvious taunt that was akin to waving his digital junk in their face. As he was channeling the 10-second cast time, the altar erupted in a beam of light, and the screen began to shake. He quickly canceled the recall spell and looked at the radiant white light now illuminating the cave. Water began pouring from the ceiling, and a massive figure plummeted to the ground with a thunderous boom. He approached the slumped form that was oddly man-shaped and realized with a start it was Sharktooth, reborn. Holy shit, it worked! James banged his knee on the desk leg in front of him. He grabbed his knee and hissed, slowly rocking back and forth, as the massive Sharktooth NPC began to stand up. Thank you, James, for setting me free. I'm Sharktooth, god of the dark seas. You have freed me from this prison of stone and released my powers back into the world. For this, I offer you an opportunity. James had to do a double take. The prompt said, "Thank you, James," which didn't make any sense. His character was named the Skree, and all quests always just used your character name. Your IRL name should not appear in the game. Ever. It's like a violation of privacy or something. The text continued to scroll despite his confusion. As the first player to free me from my bondage, you have been offered the chance to be the very first alpha tester for Pirates of Darksea 2, Danger Zone. Working title. Would you like to be the very first person to be granted access to the alpha and receive the first-come, first-served character bonus? Yes or no? James, still rubbing his banged-up knee, read the prompt several more times. What the hell was PODS 2 Danger Zone? He had never heard of a sequel. Hell, they hadn't even released the first expansion for this game yet. Never one to miss an opportunity to be one of the first people to play a hot new game, he clicked yes. The prompt closed, and a sound rang out as his character was surrounded by a swirl of colored lights. James clapped his hands together in excitement. He had done it. The screen read, "Achievement unlocked, the penultimate pirate. Congratulations, you have reached level 100. For centuries, your name will ring out in taverns across the Isles of Men. You will be celebrated and feared for decades to come. You are player number 1 out of 18.1 million to achieve this milestone." He smiled to himself. "Yeah, baby!" James began to chant. "I'm number 1! I'm number 1!" The shark-headed god turned to look at him. Not at his character. Sharktooth was looking directly at him, like he was looking through the monitor at him for real. "Good luck, James," Sharktooth said, and he vanished in a wink of light, leaving James staring, astounded at the screen. What the... Chapter 2. James groaned and threw his arm over his face. Why was the sun shining in through his windows? With a start, he sat up in a panic. "Son of a..." he muttered in confusion. "Did I miss my alarm?" He reached for his phone and realized, as he felt around, that he wasn't feeling the plush 800 thread count Egyptian cotton sheets. He looked down at his hand and found it wrist deep in pale yellow sand. James screamed and scurried backward, kicking sand in his panic to stand up. He stopped freaking out for just long enough to look around in sheer befuddlement. Stretching before him was a brilliant blue ocean, the sun just above the horizon. To his left and right, the beach continued for a way before curving out of view. With a twist of his neck, he whipped around and saw a massive jungle with a high mountain peak ascending into the clouds in the distance. Okay, don't panic. Taking a deep breath, he looked around again, his eyes going wide and his heart beating so hard it felt like he was going to die. Nope, panicking. I'm definitely pants-shittingly panicking. "Hey there," said a friendly voice from behind him. Of course, the sudden sound of another person's voice startled him, and in his already panicked state, he, honest to God, nearly crapped his pants. He scrambled away from the sound and turned himself around, getting sand in all of his bits. All of his bits. With a new, even more ridiculous realization, he saw he was stark naked. Looking up from his naked body, he took in the owner of the voice that had spoken to him. Standing there in a pair of flowing silk pants and no shirt was Sharktooth, the freaky god with a shark's head and man's body. James felt a sudden rush of dizziness and muttered, "Sharktooth?" just before he passed out from shock. A splash of water to his face brought James roaring back to consciousness. He sat up again, much like before, but this time, the very first thing he saw was Sharktooth, still standing there shirtless, arms crossed, looking amused. "Ah, you're awake. Good. Welcome to Pirates of Dark Seas 2. You are the very first alpha player to set foot in this world. Thanks to your efforts, you have released me from my 1,000-year imprisonment, so as a reward, I've brought you into this exciting new plane of existence," Sharktooth explained. "Plane of... what?" James asked, more confused than ever. But... he couldn't think of what to say or ask. He just slumped back on the sand, head spinning, staring up at the sky as his mind struggled to catch up.
Okay, so it looks like the shift in planar locations has possibly had a worse effect on your fragile human form than I expected. Are you seeing in black and white? Do you have an unreasonable urge to eat pickles?
Sharktooth asked with honest concern in his voice. James rubbed his face with both hands, pressing on his eyes with his palms. No, to both of those questions. Where am I? And how are you standing in front of me? You are a character from the game, and I... He trailed off. James sat up, looking at Sharktooth. Wait. Last night, I reached level 100, finished the quest, and got my world first achievement. Then you looked at me through the screen, and then I woke up here. Did you do this to me? Sharktooth smiled, which was terribly unsettling, as James had never seen a shark smile except in a Pixar movie, and that did not do these horrifying rows of teeth justice. The strange being answered each question in turn.
Of course I did. This is your reward for freeing me from my imprisonment, as I've already explained. I asked you if you wanted to be an alpha tester, and you accepted. Of course, you didn't click the link to read the terms of service. You accepted my offer, and now you are here, at your selected starting point.
Sharktooth shrugged.
Why is this so hard to understand?
I accepted what? James shouted, dragging out the words. He scrambled to his feet and stepped up to look Sharktooth directly in his beady shark eyes. I obviously didn't realize that you were going to be a real god or something and then teleport me naked to a freaking island in the middle of nowhere.
To be honest, this is an alpha, so there were bound to be some bugs, Sharktooth responded.
He snapped his fingers, and a pair of silken trousers appeared on James's body. A prompt appeared in the corner of James's vision. He unfocused his eyes, and the prompt enlarged. You have found silken pants, light armor, item level 1, 2 armor, durability 5 out of 5, weight 0.2 kilograms. James looked down and saw he was now wearing a pair of pants identical to what Sharktooth was wearing. Thanks. So, back to what I was saying before, I did not know I was agreeing to be teleported to... Sharktooth cleared his throat, cutting James off mid-sentence. What? James asked angrily, his fists clenched, standing defiantly before a shark-headed god.
I didn't teleport you. It's a bit more complicated than that. It isn't just some magic trick that some 60th level wizard can cast. I tore a hole in the universe and bent space-time just to bring you here, to this very spot. It was an extremely complicated process that took me centuries to perfect before I was imprisoned. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I would get it right with the whole being out of practice for 1,000 years.
James just stared, mouth agape. After a brief pause, he snapped his jaw shut, his anger overtaking his ongoing confusion. What the hell would have happened if you had gotten it wrong?
To be honest, I don't actually know. I guess you would have spent an eternity in the space between reality, floating through the raw energies of chaos until your mind no longer existed as you understand it. But I didn't, and you're fine.
James just slumped his shoulders. Then he threw a punch, which landed firmly on Sharktooth's nose. James screamed in pain, his hand shattering against what felt like a solid steel anvil. Sharktooth only smiled.
Feel better?
The shark god asked the puny mortal before him. Clutching his shattered hand, James hissed through clenched teeth. You broke my freaking hand, man! James noticed a red bar in the corner of his vision, and a small broken bone icon blinked under what he assumed was his health bar. He focused on it in his mind. You punched the immortal god Sharktooth. You have taken 35 points of damage in feedback. You have broken bones, 3 fingers, Maximum dexterity reduced by 80% for any action requiring the use of your hands. You have gained 1 reputation point with the immortal god Sharktooth.
Technically, you broke your own hand. I had nothing to do with it. Honestly, what did you think was going to happen?
Sharktooth said with a toothy grin. Still in agony, James growled. I was hoping to demonstrate how pissed off I was that you kidnapped me from my world and brought me to wherever this is against my will.
You mortals just don't listen. I offered you the opportunity to be brought to this new world. You, of course, agreed. Therefore, I did not kidnap you. I completed my end of the bargain. Now, you have to do what I brought you here for, test my new game.
The smiling Sharktooth answered plainly, his words overwhelming James's will and forcing him to understand the permanence of his situation.
Listen, you are the first person from your world to inhabit this game world, but you are not alone. This world is populated by fully realistic characters who will become your friends and enemies. You will fight and probably die. It will be a painful journey, as this really isn't a game in the traditional sense. You are really here, and you can really die. Though not to worry, your reward for completing the quest from last night granted you a unique bonus.
Sharktooth gestured, and a screen filled James' vision again. This time he was looking at a character sheet of himself, his stats listed clearly. Next to his stat block was a list of passive perks. Alpha Tester. Your status as an alpha tester gives you full access to all skills, even racially restricted skills. This will allow you to fully test the systems of PODS 2. Rosetta Stone. You can speak any language you hear with perfect diction as long as your intelligence remains above 8. This only applies to languages spoken by sentient beings. First come, first served. As the very first player to be an alpha tester, you gain a starting class kit containing gear specific to your selected starting class. James carefully reviewed the listed perks, and even through the blistering pain of his shattered hand, he couldn't help but be impressed. These were some extremely powerful bonuses that would definitely come in handy. So, I am in a game that you created, but this isn't just some virtual representation. From my broken hand and this agonizing pain, I can see that this is legit. I have a character sheet, I have health points and mana points. The first thing that comes to mind, why aren't my health points regenerating since I'm not in combat?
Sharktooth grinned mischievously. I told you, this isn't a game you know. Only rest or magic can restore lost health at your level. At later levels, there might be interesting perks that grant regeneration or some other forms of personal healing.
Sharktooth waved his hand in the air, suffused with glowing green light. The pain in James's hand disappeared, and he looked down to see his mangled fingers shifting back into place. He closed and opened his fist, surprised his hand was restored to normal. Thanks for that, he said, flexing his fingers. I assume there is an endgame? A way to win and restore me back to my world?
Absolutely. Every game has a win condition. This one is pretty simple. Reach level 100 and complete the final quest, explained Sharktooth.
Okay, but what is the final quest? James asked, still admiring the condition of his magically healed digits.
No spoilers. So, are you ready to begin your journey to level 100 and to build your legend throughout Earth 2?
Sharktooth asked earnestly. Earth 2? James asked with a snicker.
What? I told you it was an alpha, you ungrateful dick. Sharktooth shook his head. How about Raiya? Does that work better for you, master?
The shark-headed god spat the last word thick with sarcasm. It's much better than Earth 2. Looking around, James was struck by a sudden realization. By the way, is this an island? In the middle of the ocean? Sharktooth nodded. And are there any settlements on this island? James continued. Sharktooth shook his head in the negative. So, is there a boat or something somewhere? James asked, growing a bit concerned. Again, Sharktooth shook his head. No. James sighed. Why did you bring me to a deserted island like Tom Hanks in Survivor?
You picked this as your starting point over the village of Sanford and over the capital of Falcon's Reach,
Sharktooth replied like it was common knowledge. James closed his eyes, frustration boiling behind his eyes. How the F am I supposed to get off this island? He yelled at Sharktooth. When there was no response, James opened his eyes and realized he was alone, on an island in the middle of an ocean, on a brand new planet. And he had nothing but a pair of silken pants. Chapter 3. With a sigh, James sat down and took a few minutes to come to terms with his new situation. He was in a game, but one that had real consequences. Pain was not an approximation, nor was it a joke. When he had broken his hand, he'd nearly fainted from the sheer agony. He had been naked, but at least Sharktooth was generous enough to give him a silly pair of pants. Nothing would be worse than getting some poison ivy on his dingle, and he was honestly glad to have them. They provided almost no protection, so he would need to figure out how to make or get better armor ASAP. With a sudden jolt, he remembered something from his character sheet. His unique perk, First Come, First Served, said he would receive a set of gear to match his starting class. Okay, so I can get some free starter gear, but I need to pick a class, he said to himself. With a thought, he brought up his character sheet. He looked over the basics and saw character name, not selected. Starting class, not selected. Attributes: strength, 5. Dexterity, 5. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Wisdom, 5. Charisma, 5. Oh man, these stats suck. With that intelligence, I can't even benefit from my unique alpha tester perk. Well, I guess I better do something about that. Below his stats, he saw a button that said Create Character. He focused on it and thought, yes, please. The button lit up, and his vision faded to black. He was now staring at what looked like a standard video game character creation page. His first option was Select Gender. Just to see, he clicked Female, and his character model grew a busty chest and shapely hips. His hairstyle changed, and his face softened. He looked inquisitively at this super feminine version of himself and thought, damn, that's an ugly woman. He quickly switched back to male. Having seen himself as a member of the opposite gender just didn't sit well with him. He confirmed his selection. The next screen was a race selection dialog. He looked through the available races. Humans. Short-lived but gain more skill points than any other race. Elves. Long lives with an affinity for strong magics. Dwarves. Stout and strong, dwarves have a natural affinity for melee combat and metalworking. Gnomes. Clever and mischievous, gnomes have a natural affinity for tinkering and traps. Werebeasts. Werebeasts are a combination of human and animal, strong natural armor and weapons. Merfolk. This species thrives underwater, but can live on the surface, at a penalty. Sprites. Smaller than gnomes, but bigger than fairies, sprites generally prefer living in natural formations, like trees or caves. Well, that's interesting. I can change my race, he thought. He cycled through elf, dwarf, and gnome, the standard humanoid races. Each time he picked a new race, he saw his body change to match the standard features common to each race. When he selected elf, he grew taller and thinner, but felt his mind grow sharper and his muscles felt more dexterous. His face elongated slightly, and his eyes changed from blue to a deep gold, the color of leaves in fall. When he chose dwarf, his whole body shrank to about 5 feet. His chest was corded with muscle, and his arms were like tree trunks. Also, the thick beard he suddenly had was braided to his waist and adorned with beads of various metal. When he chose gnome, he actually laughed out loud. He shrank further, standing only 4 feet tall, but his ears became rather large to match his absurd nose. He looked almost exactly like Nigel Thornberry from the old children's cartoon on Nickelodeon. He shuddered and clicked back to human. He looked over Werebeast and knew he really wasn't into becoming a furry dog person, and that being a merfolk might be great for him since he was trapped on an island, but decided he really liked breathing air and not having penalties while not underwater. Hard pass. He checked Sprite. Once again, his character shrank, and he stood at probably 3 feet tall. His features were almost identical to humans, just very small and somewhat childlike. He really didn't want to live the rest of his life looking like Mini-Me, so he clicked back to human. Yep, that's the one for me. I know this is a fantasy world, but I don't think becoming an entirely new species will help me in the short term. I don't know what effect it would have on my diet or health either. James selected the prompt for next. You have selected human. Humans are short-lived in comparison to the other races on Raiya, but make up for that by gaining skills and proficiencies faster than any other race. Humans gain 5 skill points per level to put into any skill they are proficient with, instead of the normal 3. Additional bonus. Due to their shorter lifespan, humans gain 5% bonus experience for all activities. Do you wish to select human as your race? Yes or no? James selected yes, and the next series of prompts appeared. Select a starting class. By selecting a starting class, you gain a default stat distribution that is focused on the primary statistics for that class. As you progress, you can distribute stat points as you want, regardless of your class focus. Selecting warrior now will not stop you from becoming a mage later in life. Options. Warrior. Powerful fighter with a focus on strength and constitution. Mage. Arcane caster with a focus on intelligence and wisdom. Cleric. Divine caster with a focus on wisdom and charisma. Rogue. Trickster with a focus on intelligence and charisma. Ranger. Ranged damage dealer with a focus on dexterity and wisdom. So, it looks like pretty standard stuff here, James muttered to himself. Just like most role-playing games, the base classes were generic and probably had some unique starting abilities and some skills unlocked. Since he was completely lacking the knowledge of what would be best for starting the game, he just decided that he would go with what he always did. Pick the class that would give him the most utility, the Ranger. You have selected the starting class Ranger. Rangers are dedicated to archery, woodland tracking, and hunting. You will gain the following skills at level 1. Tracking. Track your prey through any terrain. None shall escape you. Survival. You have an understanding of basic survival skills. You can harvest animals for food and crafting materials. Ranged proficiency. You can use any basic ranged weapon, including bows, crossbows, and slings. Stealth. A hunter must be silent, lest they scare away their prey before they can take the perfect shot. Light armor proficiency. You can wear any type of light armor without penalty to your skills. Attributes. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 8. Abilities. Careful aim. You draw your bow and focus, taking careful aim on your target. Plus 20% chance to inflict a critical hit. Cast time 2 seconds. Cost 25 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Stealth. You can move silently at a reduced speed. Reduces chance of detection by 35%. Cost: 5 mana. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Any attack made from stealth gives bonus damage. Cannot be used in combat. Starting equipment. Light shirt. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Armor: 0. Durability: 10 out of 10. Light leather chest armor. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Armor: 8. Durability: 50 out of 50. Light leather pants. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Armor: 8. Durability: 50 out of 50. Leather boots. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Armor: 4. Durability: 65 out of 65. Ranger's short bow. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Damage: 5 to 8. Durability: 30 out of 30. Ranger's quiver. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Durability: 30 out of 30. Basic arrows times 30. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Damage: 1 to 2. Durability: 5 out of 5. Brass dagger. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Damage: 2 to 4. Durability: 15 out of 15. Wire trap. Rarity: common. Quality: basic. Damage: 15 to 18. Durability: 3 out of 3. Do you wish to select Ranger as your starting class? Yes or no? James selected yes, and a final prompt appeared. Please select a character name. Using your real name is dangerous and could lead to people taking advantage of you through dangerous soul magic. You must select a character name for your journey in Raiya. With a grin, he thought of the name he has used in every game since he was a kid. I am the Skree, fearsome pirate, deadly warrior, and master of magic. Are you satisfied with your character? Yes or no? Skree selected yes, and the character screen disappeared. He was looking out at the ocean, feeling stronger and lighter than before. His muscles seemed to be more defined, and he felt fit as a fiddle. Looks like stats are going to have a tangible effect on my body, he thought, stretching his back. Now, where is that package of starting equipment? Looking around, he spotted a chest away up the beach toward the jungle. He stood, tramping through the sand and feeling better already. He approached the chest and bent down to open it. Inside were the items from his class starting equipment list. He donned the armor, strung his bow, pushed his dagger into his waistband, and tossed the quiver over his shoulder, the basic arrows rattling around as he did so. He rechecked his character sheet. Name: Skree. Level 1. HP: 200. 100 base plus 100 from Constitution. MP: 180. 100 base plus 80 from Intelligence. Stamina: 170. 100 base plus 30 from Strength plus 40 from Constitution. Armor: 20. 8% reduced physical damage. Magic resist. 0% magic mitigation. Attributes: Strength 6, Dexterity 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 8, Wisdom 10, Charisma 8. Unspent attribute points 5. Skills: Rank. Stealth 2, Tracking 1, Archery 3, Light Armor 2, Daggers 1, Survival 1. Unspent skill points 5. Active abilities: Careful aim, plus 15% critical chance. Stealth, 35% reduced detection. Perks: Alpha Tester, can learn any skill, even racially restricted skills. Rosetta Stone, understand all languages. First come, first served, free starting gear. Skree was surprised he still had points to distribute. He had just assumed that the added boosts to his character when picking a starting class would have consumed all points, but he wasn't about to complain. He didn't like having a small health bar, so he dumped 3 points into Constitution and put the other 2 points into Dexterity. +3 Constitution, HP increased by 30, new HP total 230. +2 dexterity. Critical strike chance increased by 0.4%. Total critical strike chance, 12%. Looking at his skills, he noticed there were no additional skills listed besides what had come with his starting class. He would need to figure out how to unlock them right away, but in the meantime, he decided that he should level archery by 3 points and level stealth and light armor proficiency by 1 point each. Congratulations! You have reached archery level 3. You have unlocked the ability Power Shot. You pour your strength into your draw and release, firing an arrow with more speed and power than normally possible. +10 damage. Cast time 1 second. Mana cost 50. Cooldown 10 seconds. Stealth rank 2. You are 37% harder to detect while stealth is active. Light armor proficiency rank 2. You know how to move in your armor and make the most of it. +2% to armor. Armor increased to 20.4. Do you want to confirm all changes? Yes or no? With a grin, he selected yes and immediately felt the change in his body. Nice. He looked toward the jungle, shaking his head. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 4. Skree looked left and right, seeing only beach and ocean. Before him was the jungle, imposing and dark. Listening carefully, the only sounds he heard were the crashing waves behind and the countless bird calls coming from within the jungle. I should probably start by walking the circumference of this island, get a feel for its size. Also, I can look for other landmarks and any freshwater streams that might be coming from deeper in the jungle, he thought. If he had learned anything from his countless hours watching Bear Grylls, it was that he should get a good idea of where he was and how to get back here safely. Turning to his right, he began walking, looking around for possible threats. Though the beach seemed relatively safe, he figured it was better to be cautious than trust anything in this new world. He walked for several hours, paying careful attention to the shape of the mountain at the center of the island, hoping he would be able to use that to tell when he had circled the entire island. As he walked, he kept getting the feeling he was being watched, but despite his constant scanning of the tree line and beach, he hadn't caught even a glimpse of anything out of the ordinary. Pfft, ordinary. I don't think that word really applies in this situation, he muttered to himself. After another hour or so of walking, he came to a small stream that came from the jungle. He bent down and scooped up a handful of the clear water and tasted it. Crisp and clean. He drank deeply and sighed with contentment. He drank his fill, then splashed water on his face and neck, savoring the refreshing cold. Skree reached for his bow when he felt a sudden presence. Seconds before something heavy plowed into him, digging sharp claws into his back. He screamed in pain as his face was crushed into the sand, the fine material filling his mouth. He tried to roll over, but whatever was on him had him pinned. The thing attacking him continued to rake its claws into his back, growling angrily as it did so. Skree felt his life force starting to fade, and he remembered his health bar. In the corner of his vision, he saw the red bar nearly half gone, a red teardrop icon indicating a bleeding status. This was apparently far from over, and he felt a renewed determination. With everything he could muster, he pushed himself up onto all fours, then got a foot flat on the ground and pushed up hard, throwing his arms up into the air, tossing the animal to the sand. Whirling, Skree pulled the dagger from his belt and saw his foe for the first time. A night-black panther, the size of a Great Dane, stood in a defensive posture, shoulders lowered, teeth bared. Its claws and teeth glistened with red blood, and its yellow eyes burned with animal hatred. "Let's do this, you overgrown house cat!" Skree yelled and then rushed forward, knife at the ready. He watched carefully, his increased reaction speed and wisdom warning him the creature was ready to pounce. He ducked under the flying cat and stabbed his dagger upward, hot red blood spurting over his face as he rolled. He came quickly to his feet and readied himself for the next attack. Again, he waited, and again the panther pounced, leaving Skree an opportunity to carve another large gash in the belly of the beast. This time, his dagger tip dug in deep, completely bisecting the beast's stomach muscles. It landed with a yowl, a large portion of its intestines coming loose and dangling in the sand. The panther took 2 steps, limping toward Skree. He was overcome with a moment of sadness as he looked at the damage he had caused. This majestic hunter had attacked him and would have killed him, but he still felt no better about ending this creature's life. He moved forward, being careful not to be surprised again. The panther had collapsed and was breathing heavily, whimpering gently. Skree circled around the beast and knelt behind it. It tried to stand up, but Skree patted the creature gently. "Your fight is over, deadly hunter." He leaned in and drove his dagger through the back of the panther's neck, severing the spinal cord and brain, killing his foe. The panther slumped lifelessly to the ground, followed shortly by an exhausted Skree. He just lay there for a few minutes, breathing heavily, feeling the agony in his back and neck. In the corner of his eye, he saw a blinking prompt. He focused on it for a second, and a series of notifications flashed in his vision. First, he reviewed the combat log. Hit by Jungle Panther, 28 damage plus 25 sneak attack damage. Hit by Jungle Panther, 21 damage. Jungle Panther has caused you to bleed for 5 HP per second for 10 seconds. You attack Jungle Panther, weak point for 8 damage. You attacked Jungle Panther, critical strike on weak point, 81 damage. You performed a coup de grace on Jungle Panther, 62 damage. Skree looked over at the Jungle Panther. "Wow, you were one tough bastard. You could have easily killed me if I hadn't been so lucky." He then saw the next prompt. "Congratulations. You have reached levels 2 and 3. You have 10 unspent attribute points and 10 unspent skill points. You have 7 days to spend these points. Congratulations. You have reached level 2 in daggers, 2% additional damage. Congratulations. You have reached level 3 in light armor, 3% additional protection. Congratulations. You have learned the passive ability Coup de Grace. Deal fatal damage on an incapacitated foe under 30% health." Skree reviewed his prompts with a grin. He may have nearly died, but as they say, what doesn't kill you? He decided then that he clearly needed more health and more strength, as he barely managed to get that damn panther off his back before it mauled him to death. He dumped 5 points in Constitution and 5 points in Strength and confirmed his choices. His health bar was immediately restored to full health, and his muscles felt denser. He breathed easier now that his wounds had been healed. "Awesome!" Skree exclaimed, looking at his health bar. "Just like other games, when you level up, you get all your health and mana back." He filed that tidbit away in the back of his mind. He was sure he would be able to use that to his advantage someday soon. He checked his character page again. HP, 280, 100 base plus 180 from Constitution. MP, 180, 100 base plus 80 from Intelligence. Stamina, 245, base 100 plus 55 from Strength plus 90 from Constitution. Attributes: Strength, 11, Dexterity, 10, Constitution, 18, Intelligence, 8, Wisdom, 10, Charisma, 8. Looking good, he thought. That should get me through the next fight a little easier. As he lay there, the warm blood of the panther still streaking his face, he saw the sun was setting soon. His stomach rumbled, and he realized he hadn't eaten since coming to Raiya. He rolled over and looked at the panther he had slain. I've never eaten panther before. I wonder if it tastes like chicken. He picked up his dagger, and somehow he just knew how to skin and prepare this large predator. He got to work. After about 30 minutes, he had skinned the deep black pelt and carved off several large pieces of meat. He realized that his innate knowledge of survival also filled his mind with the instructions he needed to create a fire. By the time he had his fire going, the sun was sinking under the horizon. He settled in next to his fire, a large piece of panther meat roasting on a spit. He saw the familiar prompts blinking in the corner of his vision, so while he waited for his meal to be complete, he reviewed them. Congratulations! You have harvested jungle panther pelt. Rarity, rare. Quality, average. Durability, 10 out of 10. Congratulations! You have harvested panther meat times 10. Rarity, rare. Quality, average. Durability, 2 out of 2. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Cooking Level 1. All effects of meals created by you last 1% longer. Congratulations! You have learned the recipe Roasted Meat. Ingredients: any meat. Well, that's cool. Looks like I can pick up mundane skills pretty easily. I wonder what else I can unlock doing everyday things, Skree said as he cleared the prompts and stared into the fire. 15 minutes later, the meat was sizzling. Grease was dripping into the fire with a satisfying hiss, and the smell of roasted meat was making his mouth water. He removed the meat from the flames and set it on a nearby rock to cool. He stretched with a yawn. I suppose I better smash this steak and hit the hay. Or is it hit the sand, since I will be sleeping on a beach? I always wanted to take a nice beach vacation, but I was hoping for more bikini models and fewer murderous jungle cats. He sighed. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers. He tore into the meat, nearly purring with contentment at the delicious meal. It didn't taste like chicken, more like steak, with just a hint of deadly predator. He couldn't really describe it, but he liked it. He wandered over to the stream, washed himself the best he could, cleaning the blood from his armor, and moved down toward the ocean. He lay down and stared up at the stars, marveling at a truly alien sky above him. He closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. Chapter 5. Skree awoke to the god-awful screeches of tropical birds and the blindingly bright sun. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, looking around to make sure there were no immediate threats, searching for a good spot to take a morning piss without getting killed. He walked to the ocean and let loose, shivering in pleasure as he emptied his bladder. He twisted and turned, stretching his whole body from head to toes. Feeling good, he went to don his gear, gathering up his pelt and meat. That was when he realized he didn't have a bag or backpack to hold his loot in. Skree really didn't want to leave the meat behind, so he considered sticking the slabs in his pockets, but he decided against that. He had an idea and started working. Using his dagger to cut a thin strip of the panther hide, he poked some holes around the edges of the hide and ran the strip he had cut through those holes, creating a makeshift bag. He was presented with a prompt. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Leatherworking, Level 1. You have learned the recipe Crude Leather Pouch. Can hold up to 12 kilograms of items. Congratulations! You have crafted Crude Leather Pouch. Rarity, Common. Quality, Basic. Durability, 10 out of 10. He placed the slabs of meat into the bag and threw it over his shoulder. He moved towards the freshwater stream and decided to move inland and look for better shelter than the wide-open beach. As he moved deeper into the jungle, the sunlight became dimmer until it was just brighter than dusk. As he walked, he saw something familiar. Is that a banana? He asked to himself. He walked to the bush and inspected it closely. Sure enough, it was basically a banana, so he reached down and snatched one. A prompt appeared in his vision. Congratulations, you have found wild banana. Rarity, common. Quality, basic. Durability, 2 out of 2. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Congratulations, you have learned the skill foraging, level 1. You have learned to live off the land and find it easier to locate food and fresh water. Any edible plant will have a green glow in your vision. Skree was not expecting that, but he knew it would be a critical skill in the coming days or weeks. He looked at the bananas and saw they all had a subtle green glow, making them stand out in the dim light conditions. He went ahead and snagged another dozen pieces of the fruit and placed them in his bag. As he was securing the food, he heard what sounded like a squealing pig crashing through the underbrush. He whirled to see bushes shaking wildly in the distance. He struggled to activate his stealth ability and ducked into some thick undergrowth. He watched as the rustling bushes moved towards him and the squealing grew louder. A fat, brown hog burst from the underbrush, not slowing down as it carried right on past without noticing him in its haste. I wonder what he is on about, Skree asked himself. He started to extract himself from the underbrush when he heard a thunderous sound. He froze and listened. Thump, thump, thump. What is that? Skree wondered as he listened. Then he heard a sound that made his blood run cold. A roar of ferocity, unlike anything he had ever heard, like a cross between a lion and an elephant. The thumping sounds grew louder, and Skree began to feel vibrations through his feet. Whatever that sound was, it was big, probably scary, and it was definitely heading his way. Snapping wood echoed through the jungle, the pebbles around him vibrating with each and every thump. Skree was paralyzed with fear as he waited to see what was crashing through the woods. He was deep in stealth, the closed eye symbol in the corner of his vision indicating 100% concealment as this unknown terror approached. The thumping footsteps were nearly upon him, and he held his breath. The brush, less than 40 feet away, flew apart, revealing a massive lizard, probably 60 feet long and 20 feet tall at the head. Its forked tongue shooting in and out of its mouth, the massive head turned to look directly at the shrub where Skree was hiding. The stealth icon in the corner of his vision showed a partially open eye, indicating he was about to be detected. Fuck me, he thought as he took off running into the jungle. As soon as he left the relative protection of the bushes, the lizard monster roared in triumph since it had found new prey, and it looked substantially larger than that small hog it had been chasing. Skree tore through the underbrush with reckless abandon, his enhanced dexterity allowing him to duck low under hanging branches and leap over fallen logs. The large jungle leaves battered his face, but he had no time to slow down. He could not look back, but he really didn't need to, thanks to the sound of shattering trees constantly crashing from just behind him. His stamina was holding well, and he didn't feel winded just yet. This new body and increased constitution was giving him plenty of get up and go. Also, it's remarkably easy to keep running when there is a freaking Godzilla right behind you. Just keep running, just keep running, just keep running, came the sing-song monologue he learned from Disney's Finding Nemo when he was a kid. Adapting that fish's advice for land, he kept running. Pushing himself harder and harder, Skree started to put some distance between him and the giant lizard. Of course, as soon as he thought he just might survive, he saw his stamina was nearly depleted. He was gasping for breath, and his pace slowed. Unfortunately for him, the monstrous lizard seemed to have bottomless stamina. Coming to a stop and turning, Skree could see the trees in the distance still being felled as the never-tiring lizard bashed its way through. Skree drew his bow, and nocked an arrow. He activated his power shot ability and drew back the bowstring, the wood creaking and straining under his strength. With the cast time completed, all he could do was wait for his moment. As he had hoped, the giant monster crashed into the clearing and hissed. It swayed back and forth, sizing up its defiant prey. Leaning forward, the lizard roared at him, the booming sound shaking Skree's very bones. Skree saw his opportunity and released his arrow, carefully aiming for the deep red flesh of the lizard's throat. With a twang, the arrow flew forward, punching into the soft flesh in the deepest part of the lizard's neck. The creature's jaw snapped shut, and it reeled back on its hind legs. It loosed a squeal of agony, the piercing sound nearly rupturing Skree's eardrums. Through the pain, he nocked another arrow, activating careful aim. Time slowed as he channeled his power, drawing back on the bowstring. The lizard was flailing around, clawing at its throat, trying to remove the arrow, but it was too dumb to know it couldn't be reached. As it stood to its full height, Skree took aim and fired at the hopefully softer underbelly. The arrow struck its target, buried to the fletching, and Skree was rewarded with the lizard flopping backward as the attack startled it, causing it to jump awkwardly and land on its back. Knowing there was no way he would be able to put this thing down for good, Skree shouldered his bow, turning to run into the brush, when the lizard's tail came careening towards him, shattering a few smaller trees. He tried to dodge, but was unable to do so in time. The thick tail crashed into him, nearly dropping his health to 20% and throwing him bouncing through the trees. Several icons appeared in the corner of his vision. Broken bones, ribs ×5. Dazed, 30 seconds. Crushing blow. You sustained more than 50% of your total health in a single attack. Maximum health reduced by 40. Coughing up blood and wheezing through the pain of that powerful blow, Skree attempted to stand, but wobbled and fell to his hands and knees. His vision was spinning, and he was not recovering that quickly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the lizard starting to pace slowly toward him, its yellow eyes burning with rage. Each footfall of the massive beast still shook the earth as Skree painstakingly watched the timer on his dazed status tick toward 0. The lizard closed the distance, and Skree could feel its hot breath as it sniffed him, the forked tongue shooting out of its mouth and slapping Skree in the face. It was gross, but thankfully it didn't cause any damage. The dazed sensation faded away, and his vision cleared. He got some air back into his lungs just in time to dodge the fanged jaws attempting to swallow him whole. He rolled several times, the agony of his broken ribs far eclipsing the broken hand from his first day in Raiya. He scrambled to his feet, running for all he was worth. His stamina bar was still dangerously low. He kept moving, and even when his stamina bar hit 2%, he wasn't ready to give up. He spotted something, a dark opening in a stone outcropping, and changed direction. Perhaps there was a cave, or at least crevice he could hide in until this monstrous iguana decided to leave him alone. He felt the rumble of the lizard's steps closing in as he neared the entrance. He knew it would be way too close for comfort. He dove for the entrance, not caring what might be inside the cave, knowing it really didn't matter at all. It was either the cave or be torn to shreds by rows of razor-sharp fangs. He bounced along the stony ground, skidding to a halt about 8 feet from the entrance. The lizard slammed into the rocky entryway, sending a shower of rocks and dust falling from overhead. The behemoth continued to slam its body into the gap, and he could hear the cave entrance begin to crack under the repeated blows. "No freaking way! This thing is about to tear down a mountain to get to me," he said with exasperation. He searched wildly, spotting a hole in the ground, going straight down into darkness. If it breaks through, at least I have one more way to avoid certain death, he thought as he peered into the hole. By jumping into an impossibly dark hole to what is most likely also certain death. He watched as the lizard began using its claws to rend the stone, tearing out massive chunks of earth, enlarging the entrance with sheer determination. Every few moments, it attempted to stick its head into the hole, and when it still couldn't fit, it redoubled its efforts. Chunks of stone were flying away, and the stone above his head began to crack and shudder. Yup, this thing is definitely coming down, and it's going to crush me, Skree thought. Well, fuck that, he said aloud. He raised both his hands, gave the giant lizard 2 middle fingers, and leapt into the mysterious hole in the earth. Chapter 6. Gravity is a funny thing. Everywhere you might go, it works the same. Skree's stomach shot into his throat, and the wind ripped at his clothing. Fortunately for him, the hole wasn't terribly deep. When he hit the ground with a wet thud, Skree came to the stunning conclusion. He was alive. Shocked and confused, not to mention more than a little stunned from the impact, Skree took a deep breath and immediately vomited from the intensity of the foul smell of rotting filth. During his violent fits of retching, he realized he was able to see. Not very well, mind you, but he could see. Taking a few moments to adjust to overpowering stench, he looked around and realized what had saved his life. I guess I am just like dear old Dad after all, he said as he slid down the mountain of feces. I also didn't know they stacked shit this high. He chuckled, looking around. The walls of the cavern were covered in a glowing blue lichen, gently illuminating the cavern. There were several tunnels leading away from this chasm, all glowing with the same fungus. Feeling relieved, he thought happily, at least I'm not trapped at the bottom of a well. Wasting no time, he walked to the nearest wall and began rubbing his back against the stone to remove the sticky feces from his armor. He understood his mistake immediately. Oh, motherfuck! That hurts, he growled through clenched teeth. Ribs are definitely still broken. Again, this time as gently as possible, he began dragging his leather armor against the rough surface of the nearest wall, doing an acceptable job of removing some of the filth from his backside, then went to work using a smaller rock to clean his arms and legs. He was deep in concentration when he heard something from one of the many tunnel branches that sounded strangely like someone muttering. Moving quickly, he limped to a small boulder along one of the walls and activated stealth. He was comforted by the closed eye icon, indicating he was currently hidden. He reached for his bow, bringing it to the ready. He reached for an arrow, and when his hand grasped only empty air, he rolled his eyes. Of course, I lost all my arrows, probably buried in that pile of shit now, he thought. With a sigh, he drew his dagger and held it in a low position, keeping the blade hidden to avoid reflecting any of the ambient light. A small reptilian creature, about 3 foot tall, that looked like an iguana that walked on its hind legs, swished into the cavern, muttering to itself.
Fine. Sawbones will carry the poop. Always, Sawbones carries the poop. Not weak, not stupid, just small,
the creature complained to itself.
Always Sawbones get worse duty. Sawbones carry corpses to the pit. Sawbones scrub the kitchen. Sawbones boil water and scrub chieftains back during bath.
Skree couldn't help himself. A small snicker escaped from his lips at the mention of scrubbing the chieftain. Sawbones whirled, holding the bucket of dung in front of him like a club.
What that? Hold there! Sawbones will kill you,
it said, looking left and right, having trouble locating the sound. It paced around, stopping in front of each tunnel, looking for whatever had made that sound. Sawbones walked right past Skree and stopped less than a foot away. Springing into action, Skree lunged forward and wrapped an arm around Sawbones' neck, locking him into a chokehold. Sawbones flailed mightily, but its tiny arms were no match for the 11 strength that Skree was rocking. Sinking onto his behind, Skree pulled the creature from its feet, and as it started to weaken, its arms falling limp, Skree loosened his grasp. Sawbones sucked in air, its vision returning to normal. It breathed in ragged gasps, slumping in exhaustion and relief. "I don't want to hurt you, little guy, so if you promise not to scream, I will relax my grasp. I could have killed you, but I promise I will not hurt you. Do we have a deal?" Skree asked, spitting and gnashing words in this creature's language to both of their surprise. "Rosetta Stone perk for the win, baby," he cheered internally. Sawbones seemed to think hard about his situation. He had to know Skree could have killed him without trouble, but now Skree had offered him mercy. Skree could almost see the gears in the creature's head ticking through the likelihood that this was a trick, and then Sawbones hissed his agreement.
"Deal."
Skree kept his word and relaxed his grasp on the creature. As soon as he did, Sawbones scurried away from him, backing up against a wall.
"Why you know, kill Sawbones?"
the creature asked with a raspy voice, rubbing at his throat gingerly. "I don't see any reason to kill you. In fact, I could use your help," Skree answered honestly. The creature stared at Skree, suspicion clear on its face.
"Humans hate kobolds. Humans kill kobolds always. Sawbones not understanding."
Skree sighed. "Look, I jumped into a hole after running from a giant lizard, landed in that giant pile of shit, heard you coming and hid. I don't know where I am, and I just want to get out of this goddamn cavern." He winced as the pain of his broken ribs sent jolts of pain through his body. Sawbones tilted his head, reminding Skree of a dog from Earth. Skree could almost see the thoughts tumbling slowly through Sawbones' mind as it considered his story. Sawbones was muttering under his breath.
"Sawbones is smartest kobold. Sawbones has deal for human. Interested?"
Sawbones asked with excitement. Skree smiled, and Sawbones recoiled.
"Why your fangs? Not trick, swear."
Sawbones exclaimed, throwing his arms in front of his face defensively. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, little dude." Skree instinctively stopped smiling and put his hands up in the universal gesture of peace. "I am human. We don't have fangs. I'm sorry I scared you." He slowly lowered his hands and sat back a little further. "I want to make a deal with you, Sawbones, so please tell me what you have in mind," Skree said in his best reassuring tone. Sawbones relaxed a little, rubbing his hands together like a greedy merchant.
"Sawbones is part of clan. Sawbones love clan. Clan loves Sawbones."
He pounded his chest.
"Evil chieftain kill old leader. Evil chieftain hurt clan. Sawbones wants to kill chieftain, steal her treasure. Free clan forever."
At the word treasure, Skree perked up, and a prompt appeared in his vision. "You have been offered a quest. Friend in Low Places, Part 1. Sawbones the Kobold has offered to assist you in escaping the underground warrens if you will help him kill the Kobold chieftain. Reward, experience, unknown treasure. Do you accept? Yes or no?" Skree considered it for a moment. His options were pretty slim, and he didn't have the faintest idea how to escape this Kobold warren. He mentally accepted the quest, and the prompt disappeared. "Sawbones, my little friend, I think we can make a deal. I help you kill the chieftain, and we split the treasure. Then you show me a way to the surface, and we part ways as friends. Deal?" Skree asked and extended his hand. Sawbones flinched but did not immediately cower.
We have deal.
The kobold stuck his hand out in front of him, mimicking Skree's gesture. Skree chuckled at the little kobold, standing with his arm outstretched. He really was an idiot, thinking kobolds would know what a handshake was, so instead he gave him a gentle high five. Sawbones looked at his hand after Skree patted his open palm.
Humans are weird,
he said, putting his hand down. Sawbones stood, hopping from one foot to the other.
Human, ready to go?
Skree shook his head. Glancing at his health bar, he was still in bad shape, and his ribs were still broken. Despite having an indicator like a health bar, he really didn't need it to know he was beat up. The hot pain he felt with every breath reminded him ruthlessly. Sawbones, I hurt myself pretty bad, and it's going to be a problem if we get into a serious fight. Do you have any medicine? Skree asked, not expecting much from the little kobold.
No medicine.
Sawbones walked over to Skree and placed his hand on Skree's head. Golden light illuminated the area as Sawbones' hand began to glow. Warm energy began to fill Skree's body, the pain in his ribs eased, and he sighed in relief. A quick glance at his status showed his broken rib status was gone, and his health had been restored to nearly half. Skree stared at Sawbones with his jaw hanging open. Sawbones, did you just use healing magic? The creature nodded excitedly.
Kobold clan think healing magic is for weaklings. Never use. Sawbones mocked for only having healing magic.
Skree grabbed the kobold by the shoulders, looking into his eyes. Thank you, Sawbones. My name is Skree, and now I owe you a debt. I promise I will do everything I can to help you kill this chieftain. The creature nodded, his tail wagging happily.
Sawbones not useless. Sawbones is smart kobold. Now, kill Chieftain Gertrude and steal her treasure?
He asked, without breaking eye contact. Skree stood and nodded, walking over to the waste pile to search for his arrows. Help me find my arrows, then we leave. He collected a few arrows from around the pile, as Sawbones clambered up atop the pile, retrieving several more. After a few minutes of searching, they had recovered all 28 arrows. Skree placed them back in his quiver and readied his bow. He looked to the kobold. How many kobolds are there in your clan? Sawbones's eyes darted back and forth as he attempted to count.
More than few. Not quite many.
The kobold nodded in the affirmative. Skree squinted at the kobold. Not quite many? How many is many? He asked, hoping to get a more detailed answer. Sawbones put his hands about 6 inches apart, as if measuring a length of wood.
More than a few.
He widened his arms as far as they would go.
Not quite many.
He brought his hands closer together, about 18 inches, nodding again.
This many.
Skree sighed dejectedly. Sawbones was a smart kobold, able to cast healing magic, but apparently his culture did not have a counting system. Skree nodded to Sawbones. Lead the way, Shortstack. The kobold pointed at himself, a questioning expression on his face.
Sawbones,
he said, patting himself repeatedly.
Not Shortstack.
Skree laughed gently. Okay then, Sawbones. Let's go kill your chieftain. Chapter 7. Skree really hated being in the tunnels. Despite the fact that the walls and ceiling were coated in glowing blue lichen, it was still slow going. The lichen provided about as much light as a full moon, but he constantly tripped over rocks and cracks in the stone floor. Sawbones came to a sudden stop, and his tail twitched, went rigid.
Patrol,
Sawbones hissed.
I distract. You attack from darkness, yes?
Skree whispered his agreement, nocking an arrow and activating stealth. Sawbones did a double-take as Skree faded into the darkness. Skree watched as the tiny kobold moved his head back and forth, trying to see him. Apparently satisfied, Sawbones rushed forward to meet two kobolds who had entered the tunnel from a random connecting tunnel. His posture was submissive as he approached them. The first kobold held a spear and was clothed in the same ragged clothing that Sawbones was wearing. The second kobold wore a thick fur wrap that covered most of his torso and held a wooden spear that wasn't quite straight. The first kobold laughed as Sawbones neared them.
"Look, puny Sawbones is here."
He swung the haft of his spear at Sawbones' head, nearly hitting the smaller kobold.
"What you here for? Where's your poop bucket?"
The second kobold laughed as well, a grating sound that was mostly hissing and coughing. The first guard continued mocking Sawbones.
"But puny Sawbones ate all poop. Breath smells like poop. Eat all poop, did you, Sawbones?"
The second kobold kicked out, this time connecting with Sawbones' leg. Sawbones yelped in pain, then said,
"I find creature in depth. Big meat. Not strong enough to carry. Come find help and bring home. Sawbones be welcome at hearth."
The two kobolds looked at each other.
"Big meat?"
the first kobold asked, snatching Sawbones by the front of his rags.
"Show us. We take and be welcome at hearth. You never welcome at hearth."
Sawbones looked nervously between the two kobolds.
"My meat, my find, my welcome. Sawbones not give, but shell is fine."
The second kobold slapped Sawbones, the loud clap echoing down the tunnel.
"You give big meat or we give pointy end,"
he said, brandishing his spear aggressively. Skree decided that he had enough of watching Sawbones be abused. He leaned out from the wall, activating careful aim. He drew back on the bowstring and sighted in on the fur-covered kobold's neck. With a snap, his bow released the power stored in the wood, arrow streaking forward through the darkness and scoring a direct hit in the center of his target's throat, fletching on one side and the arrowhead sticking out of the other. The creature gurgled, collapsing beside his partner. The remaining kobold looked at his fallen ally, but before he was able to comprehend his situation, Skree activated Power Shot, his bow creaking under the strain of his draw. As soon as he had finished channeling the required mana, he released the arrow. It impacted with a wet thwack, going cleanly through the chest of the kobold holding Sawbones, the arrow clattering noisily to the ground. The second kobold gasped, clearly in shock from the sudden rupture in his chest. He lifted his spear lazily, his eyes glossy. Sawbones drew a stone knife from his rags and stabbed the creature repeatedly. As the enemy fell flat, Sawbones clambered on top and continuing to stab, growling angry words at the fallen kobold.
"Sawbones not small now, is he?"
Stab.
"Sawbones not eat poop."
Stab.
"Sawbones kill you. You eat poop now."
Stab. Walking up behind Sawbones and placing a gentle hand on its shoulder, Skree said, "I'm pretty sure he's dead, buddy." When Sawbones did not stop stabbing, Skree grabbed Sawbones' wrist, speaking softly. "You are strong, Sawbones. You won." The creature looked up at Skree, his eyes burning with hate.
"This one,"
he said, spitting on the corpse.
"He breaks Sawbones' fingers for fun."
Sawbones stood and walked over to the other corpse. He plopped down onto the kobold's chest and stabbed the corpse in the face, twisting his blade around in the creature's eye socket.
"This one breaks Sawbones' nest. Eggs still inside."
Skree grimaced at the brutal sight, but did not look away. Despite his initial thoughts, Sawbones appeared to have real reasons for killing his fellow kobolds. He wasn't just looking for an opportunity to seize power, or whatever it was these creatures wanted. With a renewed effort, Skree pulled the small kobold off his freshly mutilated enemy. "Listen to me, Sawbones. Before this, I was just helping you so I could escape this underground shithole. Now I understand there's more to you than I thought." He patted Sawbones on the head. "We have more work to do, and—" he paused dramatically. "We have to do this together." The creature relaxed, putting the knife back into his waistband. Sawbones wiped the tears of rage from his eyes and nodded.
"Follow. We go armory next."
While they walked down the tunnel, Skree took a moment to review several prompts that he had not read since jumping down that damn hole. "Congratulations. You have reached stealth levels 3 and 4. You are now 39% harder to detect when hiding, and can move slowly without breaking stealth. Attacks made from stealth now deal 104% bonus damage. Congratulations. You have reached level 4 in archery. Your attacks with ranged weapons now deal 4% more damage. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 relationship points with Sawbones. Relationship has improved from wary, -500, to neutral, 500. Skree was very happy to see his archery skill improving. It had proven invaluable, and so had stealth. His improved relationship with Sawbones was interesting, though. He had thought this was just a run-of-the-mill monster, but now, perhaps there was more to his run-in with the kobold than just plain chance. He closed his prompts and focused on the task at hand. Sawbones was walking with determination. His first taste of blood had gotten him fired up. Perhaps they could recreate their flawless victory a second time. Sawbones looked up at Skree.
"We good team. Sawbones thinks of next plan."
Skree nodded for him to continue.
"Armory is small area, but has guards. Find a hiding spot for you and lure guards and quartermaster that way,"
Sawbones explained.
"Agree?"
His tail wagged happily. Skree considered the plan for a moment, then remembered something in his pouch. "Sawbones, I have a trap in my bag. Perhaps I can set it up, and when you lead them back, you lead them into the trap. That might kill one of them. Will that work?" Sawbones rubbed his hands together, giving off that creepy merchant vibe again. Or perhaps it was the evil mastermind. Maybe calling him Mini-Me would be thematically appropriate. Either way, he liked this little guy.
"Yes!"
The kobold hissed with excitement.
"Traps will kill stupid kobolds. We kill rust."
Sawbones nearly bounced up and down as they walked. "Okay then, let's find a good spot to ambush these bastards," Skree said, sharing in the excitement. He had forgotten about his trap and was excited to see how well it would work. Perhaps he could get an actual skill in trapping. They walked for another 15 minutes before Sawbones stopped and looked around.
"There,"
he said, pointing at a recess in the wall with a bit of an outcropping.
"Hide there. Trap here."
Sawbones pointed to the rock outcropping and then to the opposite wall. Skree stepped over to the recess and slid into the space backwards, looking out. He activated stealth and saw the closed eye icon again, even though Sawbones was looking right at him.
"Skree?"
Sawbones asked, a tinge of worry in his voice. He deactivated stealth, and the kobold flinched.
"Hide good. Skree scary,"
Sawbones said, his voice flat. Skree moved out from the alcove and dug through his pouch. He pulled out the wire trap and studied it again. Wire trap. Rarity, common. Quality, average. Damage, 15 to 18. Durability, 3 out of 3. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Description. Place this trap across an entryway, hallway, or other movement-constricting area. The tripwire will cause the trap to lash out with thin metal wires, tearing flesh to the bone and entangling the target. Skree was again grateful for his free gear. He shuddered thinking about what would have happened to him without the meager starting equipment he had received from Sharktooth. The trap appeared to be single-use and was most likely meant for catching game animals. Thankfully, kobolds were smaller than deer, so it should do a fine job as a deadly distraction. Placing the spring-loaded canisters at either side of the hallway, he tightened the tripwire until it was taut. A small amount of pressure would cause the trap to trigger, releasing the deadly payload to decimate the kobold Sawbones would be leading this way. As Skree worked, Sawbones ran ahead, working up a sweat and gasping for air. He rounded the corner and saw the 2 guards stationed in front of the armory, leaning against the wall lazily. He shouted,
"Help! Clan Raktur in Warren! Strongbite and Bark dead! Need weapon! Sawbones, help stop Rakturs!"
The first guard growled.
Dead mates and you survive. Puny Sawbones was good runner.
The guard spat.
No weapon for coward.
He shoved Sawbones to the ground hard, knocking what little wind he had left out of his lungs. The guard looked to his partner.
Get weapons. Get Metal Keeper. We stop Rakturs.
The second guard hurried into the armory and began shouting.
"Metal Keeper, need get strong weapon! Kill many Rakturs! Strongbite and Bark dead!"
He pounded a fist into his chest.
"Blood for blood!"
From a curtained alcove, a sturdy-looking kobold emerged, wearing polished metal chainmail and carrying a wicked-looking sword.
"Metal Keeper, come, make many corpses today. Blood for blood!"
It shouted in response. Metal Keeper threw open the curtain, revealing several makeshift shelves of weapons and armor. The guard kobold moved inside and grabbed a razor-sharp knife made of glinting steel and snagged a sword, not much longer than the knife, and a spiked club. Without grabbing any armor, the kobold turned and re-entered the tunnel, handing the sword and club to the first guard. Metal Keeper emerged, growling as it noticed Sawbones.
"Puny coward, why you here?"
Sawbones scrambled to his feet, prostrating himself before Metal Keeper.
"Sawbones returned from chores. 3 Strongbite and Bark fighting. Sawbones tried to help. Strongbite tells Sawbones, run and bring more."
Metal Keeper growled deep in his chest. With a sudden anger, he yelled at Sawbones.
"Coward, run like always."
Then delivered a solid kick to the small kobold's midsection.
"How many Rakturs, coward?"
Wheezing and spitting, Sawbones looked up from the dirt and coughed.
"More than a few, but less than many."
With a glance at the guards, Metal Keeper bared his fangs.
"We handle more than few. Blood for blood!"
He roared, raising his sword into the air.
"Blood for blood!"
The guards roared in response.
"Sawbones, coward, show us where Rakturs,"
Metal Keeper demanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Sawbones got to his feet as quickly as he could while wincing at the pain in his stomach. The kick had reduced his health by nearly 10%.
"Stupid Metal Keeper. Sawbones make you corpse soon,"
he thought viciously while picturing Metal Keeper's dead body.
"This way, brave Metal Keeper."
Sawbones turned, jogging back to Skree, his deadly friend who waited to spring their trap, hiding in the darkness. Chapter 8. Skree sat motionless, his stealth icon showing no changes in the last 15 minutes. The tunnel was silent, the kind of silence you can only experience when deep underground. It was oppressive, even palpable. Licking his lips, he realized how thirsty he was and wished he had made a canteen or water skin of some kind when he was at the river. Too late now, idiot, he thought. Then he heard the telltale sound of claws clacking on stone. He readied his bow, slowed his breathing, and waited for the sounds to draw closer. He heard Sawbones say,
"This way,"
as the clatter of claws grew louder. Skree heard them clearly now as they drew near.
There, up ahead.
Sawbones shouted. The guard hissed.
I see nothing.
He moved ahead of Sawbones, peering into the darkness.
Stone Throw, you see rock cheese?
Stone Throw stepped up beside the first guard and growled.
Smell blood. Smell death.
The first guard nodded, walking slowly forward, moving in front of the group. Stone Throw growled, moving to catch up. As they had planned, Skree threw a small rock deeper into the tunnel, the sound of the rock clattering causing the two kobold guards to howl in challenge, sprinting forward into the tunnel. Two forms ran past the alcove where Skree crouched silently. 10 paces past the end, the metallic whine of snapping metal was followed by yowls of agony. Both kobolds fell in a heap, screaming as they struggled against metal wires wrapped tightly around their legs, cutting deep rents into their flesh. Damn, that was effective, Skree thought, as he activated careful aim. Time slowed, and his vision became brighter. He aimed for the center of a kobold's chest and loosed his arrow. The twang of a bowstring was the only sound, going unheard thanks to the constant howls of the entangled kobolds. The arrow hit its target with precision, triggering a critical strike and his stealth attack bonus. Blood erupted from the kobold's chest as he slumped onto Stone Throw. Again, Skree followed up immediately with Power Shot and fired a clean shot that hit its target in the shoulder, a meaty thwack as the shaft buried deep into the muscle and bone. Stone Throw screamed again, louder than before, clutching at the arrow in his shoulder. He struggled hard against the wires which began to snap one by one. Skree hurriedly knocked another arrow and fired, hitting one of Stone Throw's flailing legs. Again, a howl, but this time it was a howl of rage. Fuck, man, this guy's a pincushion and he still isn't dead, Skree muttered to himself, knocking another arrow. As he fumbled to get a good draw on the bow, a strong, clawed hand grabbed him by the back of his neck, sharp claws tearing his flesh as their owner dragged Skree up and over the rock outcropping. Pain shot through him as he was slammed on the ground, staring up at a monster of a kobold. Through his pain, he pieced the facts together. This must be the quartermaster that Sawbones had mentioned. Skree's eyes widened. The creature raised a curved and serrated blade over its head, preparing for a downward strike. Skree tried to scramble backwards, but struggled to find purchase on the damp stone floor. He stared in horror at the dangerous blade as the creature roared angrily at him. The kobold drove the blade downward. Skree reflexively closed his eyes, but the blow never landed. Opening his eyes, Skree saw Sawbones standing behind the monster kobold, his stone knife hilt deep in the Metal Keeper's butt cheek. The massive creature roared and backhanded Sawbones so hard he flew off his feet, several teeth flying free from Sawbones' mouth.
Coward Sawbones is also traitor?
Metal Keeper asked in a mocking tone.
Dare attack Metal Keeper from the back?
The creature whirled on Sawbones, stalking forward with violent purpose. Skree didn't hesitate. Scrambling to his bow, he snatched an arrow from the floor and activated Power Shot again, releasing an arrow into the back of Metal Keeper. It penetrated the chainmail, sticking deep into the meat of his back. Metal Keeper flinched and stopped walking, a dangerous growl rumbling from his throat.
Both cowards attack from the back.
Metal Keeper snarled through gritted fangs. He glanced at Sawbones, then to Skree, who was already trying to get another arrow knocked. The large kobold turned to focus on Skree, dashing forward in an attempt to beat his opponent to the draw. Skree pulled frantically on the string and loosed, but in his haste the arrow sailed wide, missing Metal Keeper's head by several feet. Metal Keeper did not break stride as he swung in a heavy overhead arc. Skree tried rolling out of the way, but the blade caught him on the side of his leg, serrated edge tearing through his skin and muscle. Pain washed through his whole body, but Skree managed to stand, his injured leg nearly giving out as he did. Even though Metal Keeper was large for a kobold, At nearly 6 feet, Skree towered over his opponent. Metal Keeper was no coward, though, and he lunged forward, aiming his blade for the soft midsection of his opponent. Skree twisted, barely escaping being impaled, the blade scoring a minor slash as it whooshed past him. Skree felt warm blood trickle down his side, his shirt sticking to his skin. This guy is fast, Skree thought as he dodged 2 more attacks, this time managing to avoid them completely. He drew his small dagger and held it in front of him defensively. Behind Metal Keeper, he saw that the remaining guard was pushing Sawbones back, who also had a severe disadvantage, wielding only a knife against a larger opponent. Their situation was desperate, and Skree knew they had to finish this quickly, or they would both die here and now. He ducked under an attack meant to decapitate him, and rolled away from Metal Keeper. He came to one knee, looking his foe in the eye. Channeling his best Bruce Campbell, he said, "Come get some," making the come closer gesture with his hand. Infuriated, Metal Keeper dashed forward, again his speed nearly catching Skree off guard. Nearly. Skree whipped his hand forward, throwing a handful of dirt, sand, and pebbles into the face of his opponent. Metal Keeper stumbled, recoiling from the attack, his eyes closed tightly against the burning sensation. Metal Keeper clawed at his eyes for a moment, then seemed to force himself to open them. When he did, Skree was already gone, having rushed to a dim corner to activate stealth. Metal Keeper whirled, looking back and forth, confused. Skree moved slowly around his opponent, who was still struggling to wipe the sand from his eyes. When Metal Keeper couldn't find his human foe, he raised his arms in victory. Skree moved in closer, waiting for the right moment to strike.
"Run, coward! Run!"
Metal Keeper gave an evil laugh that any supervillain would have been proud to call his own. Skree watched as the creature yelled a taunt to the empty tunnel before him. Metal Keeper raised its arms in the air and laughed, basking in the joy of victory. It's fucking laughing, Skree thought with a little bit of rage. Let's see who gets the last laugh, you smelly bastard. He'd read a book on World War II that was written by an ex-SAS soldier who explained how the movies never get slitting someone's throat correct. They always drag the blade across the windpipe, generally giving an opponent time to return the favor or call for help. The soldier had explained that this was the worst way to do it, and for some messed-up reason, it had always stuck with him. He had never been more thankful in his entire life that his mind retained useless facts like that. Now that he was locked in a deadly struggle, it didn't seem so useless. Using the method described in the book, he stabbed the blade through the side of the creature's neck, exposed thanks to Metal Keeper's manic laughter. The laughter ceased immediately, and Skree followed through with the all-too-specific instructions. He punched forward, completely tearing through muscles, veins, and trachea as blood erupted from the nearly decapitated neck. The body collapsed unceremoniously, the life snuffed out in an instant. The hot blood and gore that covered his hand caused Skree to nearly vomit again. He gathered his composure quickly, snatching his bow off the ground. A moment later he had knocked an arrow, drawn, and turned to lend aid to Sawbones. His fear for his companion was unnecessary. Sawbones was on his opponent's back, smashing the kobold's face into the ground repeatedly, leaving nothing but a mangled mess of blood and bone. Skree rushed to his companion, pulling the diminutive kobold off his dead enemy. "Bones, buddy, you need to learn some self-control. They are all dead," he said, slumping to the ground. Skree flopped onto his back, breathing heavily as the adrenaline of the fight slowly began to leave his bloodstream. The pain in his leg came rushing back, the gash in his side aching. He inspected his health bar and saw that, despite his injuries, he was still at 48%, much better than what he had thought. His bleeding had ceased, and he was stable for the moment. He looked over at his companion. "You okay, buddy?" Sawbones collapsed in a heap, mimicking Skree. Taking a deep breath, Sawbones started to laugh. A deep belly laugh that echoed through the tunnel. Skree didn't know what was so funny, but he started to laugh too. Maybe from the stress, maybe from the joy of victory. He didn't know. He just laughed, like an insane person with Sawbones, until they both were out of breath. Once their fit of uncontrollable laughter had ceased, they both stared silently up at the glowing blue lichen carpeting the ceiling. Skree decided to take a moment to check his character sheet to see what progress he had made. This time, a new prompt appeared at the front of his vision. You have defeated an elite Cobalt warrior, Metal Keeper. 5,500 experience awarded. You are awarded 2,000 bonus experience for killing your first elite enemy. Tougher enemies lie in wait everywhere. Will you have what it takes to hunt them down? He did a double take. He had slain an elite mob and earned a large chunk of bonus experience? Awesome! He saw a familiar prompt appear next. Congratulations! You have reached levels 4, 5, 6, and 7. Through force of will and trials by fire, you have attained new attribute points. 20 attribute points unspent. You have earned 20 skill points, 20 unspent. At level 5, you have unlocked the ability Analyze. Analyze, rank 1. Using your natural gifts, you can now analyze enemies and friends to learn more about them. At rank 1, you will learn the target's name, level, disposition, and health and mana levels. At higher levels, you will be able to see more detailed attributes. That is what I'm talking about, Skree said loudly, receiving a hiss from Sawbones. He moved on to the next set of prompts. Congratulations, you have reached level 5 in archery. Congratulations, you have reached level 5 in stealth. Congratulations, you have reached level 2 in survival. Congratulations, you have reached level 3 in daggers. Congratulations, you have reached level 4 in light armor. Skree was stunned. He had 20 stat points and 20 skill points to spend? At this rate, he would be so freakishly powerful that soon he would be able to wrestle a dragon. He read his current stats. Attributes. Strength, 11. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 8. He had a lot of points to spend, but he wanted to make sure he got it right. He had done well so far with his constitution, but that fight with Metal Keeper nearly took a turn for the worse. He decided that dying was not high on his list of things to do, so he dumped 10 points into constitution, raising his score to 28 and raising his maximum health points to 380, with a nice round 100 hit points added to his total. Reviewing his mana, he did some quick math. He had used Power Shot twice and Careful Aim once, using 125 of his 180 mana points. These abilities were carrying him through fights one after another, and he didn't want to risk not having the mana to use them more often. He increased his intelligence by 4 points, bringing his total score to 12 and his mana pool to 220 points. The remaining points he split between strength and dexterity, bringing them to 14 and 13 respectively. He saw his stamina increase from 245 to 310, and his ranged attack damage and critical strike chance both increased. He confirmed his choices, and, per usual, his health bar instantly refilled, and he felt restored. Again, his mind felt sharper, and his body seemed to grow a bit more muscular. Man, I love this game. He gave one more look at his new stats. Hit points, 380, 100 base plus 280 from Constitution. Mana points, 220, 100 base plus 120 from Intelligence. Stamina, 310, 100 base plus 70 from Strength plus 140 from Constitution. Attributes. Strength, 14, Dexterity, 13, Constitution, 28, Intelligence, 12, Wisdom, 10, Charisma, 8. Next, he pulled up his skills menu and reviewed his current build. Skill, rank, description. Stealth, 3, detection decreased 38%. Tracking, 1, track in easy conditions. Archery, 5, 4% increased damage. Light armor, 3, 3% additional armor. Daggers, 3, 2% increased damage. Survival, 2, basic survival skills. Foraging, 1, find sustenance. He looked over his skills with hesitation. They were all so low-ranked, and he had 20 skill points to spend here as well. With that many points, he could really boost some of his key abilities. He mentally reviewed his last 2 battles. Ranged attacks had won both encounters, but his dagger had been crucial to saving his life when the bow was no longer an option. Not to mention, stealth had been probably the most deciding factor in each confrontation to this point. He would definitely need survival if he intended to continue eating on this godforsaken island, and tracking would become essential if he intended to hunt for his food. He put 5 points into archery, 2 points into daggers, 3 points into stealth, 3 points into light armor, 2 points into tracking, survival, and foraging each, leaving him with 1 point unspent. Not too bad, he thought, accepting his new totals and leaving himself with 1 point unspent. If he got a new skill, he could level it up immediately, which would be useful. He took a moment to review his new skill levels. Skill, rank, description. Stealth, 6. Detection decreased 41%. Tracking, 3. Track in easy conditions. Archery, 10. 10% increased base damage. Light armor, 6. 6% additional armor. Daggers, 5. 5% increased damage. Survival, 4. Basic survival skills. Foraging, 3. Find sustenance. He liked how his attributes and skills were shaping up. He wanted to keep a good distribution of attributes and skills that were balanced, even though he understood that 5 skill points wouldn't go nearly as far once he started gaining more skills. He hadn't even unlocked magic yet, and didn't have any real crafting skills besides what he got from survival. He saw yet another blinking notification in his vision. Congratulations, you have reached level 10 in archery. Through careful application of this deadly weapon, you have attained basic competence. Because you selected Ranger as your starting class kit, you can now select a new archery perk from the following options. Point-blank archery. You can fire your bow with deadly accuracy even when an enemy is within 5 feet. Less difficulty when using a ranged weapon in close quarters. Quick Draw 1. You can knock and draw an arrow 10% faster. Long Shot 1. You can fire your bow effectively longer distances, increasing max range from 120 feet to 160 feet. Nice, Skree said aloud, startling Sawbones from his rest. Sorry, he whispered, and the kobold settled back down. He was really stepping up his game with archery. He liked all the options and was disappointed he couldn't choose them all right now. Wouldn't want me to be too overpowered now, would we? He considered each one in turn, but in the end knew that quick draw was the most logical choice. Point-blank archery had its uses, but he wanted to do as much damage as possible before he needed to rely on that perk. He selected Quick Draw 1 and confirmed his choice. With his character sheet settled, he rose to his feet. He looked at the body of the kobold Sawbones had killed. Your kill, your loot, buddy, he said, gesturing at the face-down corpse. Sawtooth scrambled to his fallen enemy and started digging in pockets.
You give loot to Sawbones? You not take all?
The kobold asked suspiciously. Skree just nodded, careful not to smile. Of course not. I wouldn't be much of a friend if I did, now would I? The kobold yipped excitedly and began stripping the body of armor. So Skree walked over to his first kill, the dead kobold still wrapped in fine metal wires from his trap. A knife lay next to the body, so he snatched it from the ground and inspected it. You have found Steel Dagger, rarity common, quality average, damage 11, durability 22 out of 25. Well, it's definitely better than what I have now. Skree put his old dagger into his pouch and slipped the new blade onto his waist. He checked the pockets and found round pebbles, a few shiny quartz-type crystals, and what appeared to be animal teeth. You have found pebbles, 14. Rarity abundant, quality junk, damage 1, durability 1 out of 1. You have found small quartz crystal, rarity unusual, quality poor, durability 3 out of 3. You have found cave rat teeth, rarity abundant, quality junk, durability 1 out of 1. Well, the crystals might be worth something, but the pebbles and teeth seemed pretty useless. He tossed them on the ground, satisfied that he had found at least something useful. Now he needed to check on his elite friend, the Metal Keeper. As he walked back to the fallen kobold, he saw that Sawbones had slipped on some of the leather armor from the dead guard. It looked 2 sizes too big for him, and he was swinging a spiked club around wildly. Sawbones also had a knife on his hip that looked like a short sword for a creature of his size. Skree just shook his head and continued on to his prize. Searching the body of Metal Keeper, he found several items of note. You have found glitter steel short sword, rarity rare, quality above average, damage 22, durability 44 out of 50. This glittering steel short sword is of excellent make, and the ores used during its construction contained glitterstone fragments, giving this blade a sparkling appearance. Glitterstone can be used to store magical energy, which the wielder can draw upon to restore missing mana points. Mana is absorbed from the ambient mana that permeates the world of Raiya. Current stored mana, 12 out of 25. You have found steel chainmail shirt, rarity common, quality above average, armor 12, durability 34 out of 60. You have found amulet of health, rarity rare, quality superb, durability 39 out of 50. This rare amulet grants the wearer slow health regeneration, 0.2 hit points per second when not in combat. Skree literally jumped for joy. "Jackpot, baby!" he shouted, his voice echoing down the tunnel a little louder than he expected. Sawbones hissed,
Quiet, stupid.
Skree scoffed at the little kobold as he pulled the chainmail shirt over his shoddy leather shirt. A prompt appeared in his vision. You have equipped 2 pieces of armor in the same slot. The weaker armor will be ignored, but can be worn for comfort or style. Current active armor, steel chainmail shirt. He had figured he wouldn't be able to stack on 5 sets of armor and have it count, but he was glad that he could wear the leather shirt to keep the cold chainmail off his chest, and away from his nipples. Just imagine the chafing if you had chainmail rubbing against them all day. He tossed the amulet over his head, the delicate metal chain hanging around his neck. Skree felt warmth spread through his chest. He was also greeted by a small heart below his health bar with a tiny green arrow pointing up. It works, he thought with a smile. It wouldn't be instant recovery like leveling up, but it would definitely speed his recovery after a tough fight. Last, but definitely not least, he picked up the sword and swung it a few times, getting a feel for its weight. When he had finished his practice swings, a prompt appeared. Congratulations! You have reached level 1 in long blades, plus 1% base damage to all swords. Yeah, boy, he thought, opening his character sheet. He quickly allocated his unused skill point into long blades. Congratulations, you have reached level 2 in long blades, plus 2% base damage to all swords. Turning, Skree noticed Sawbones was standing nearby, staring up at him with his arms crossed.
We win. Now we go. I still have Chieftain Gertrude to kill.
Where should we head first? Skree asked without concern. Sawbones bared his fangs, tail wagging excitedly.
Metal Keeper Armory. No Metal Keeper now. More weapons before we go.
Skree patted the kobold on the back. I like where your head's at, buddy. Sawbones reached up and felt his own cheeks, ears, and the tiny horns growing out of his skull.
What do you mean? Where head at? Same place always be.
Skree just laughed and motioned for Sawbones to lead the way. As they walked, Skree used his new ability, Analyze, on Sawbones. Name, Sawbones. Cobalt, level 4. Health, 140. Mana, 30. Stamina, 60. Disposition, friendly. Kobolds are a primarily subterranean race. Most are of low intelligence, but are crafty and resourceful. They are not inherently evil, but are antagonistic to most races on Raiya. Kobolds receive 2 stat points and 2 skill points per level. Only level 4? I just gained 4 levels from that fight. I guess he only received XP for the kills he actually made. Skree was struck with an idea. Opening his menus, he searched for his Social tab and found the option he was looking for, Create Party. He selected the prompt and a list appeared. Nearby characters able to form a party. Sawbones, level 4. He selected Sawbones and added him to his party. The little kobold nearly fell over when the party invite appeared in his vision. Sawbones spun on his heel and looked at Skree with a crazed excitement in his eyes.
You want to form a party with Sawbones? Sawbones never been in a party.
His tail wagged back and forth like a puppy with a brand new chew toy. Skree knelt and locked eyes with the little kobold. I would be honored for you to join my party. Will you accept? Sawbones came closer until they were nose to snout, then licked Skree in the face with his disgusting sandpaper tongue.
Sawbones accepts.
He tried for another tongue lashing, but Skree quickly pulled away and stood, wiping his face with his hand. Notifications appeared in Skree's vision. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 relationship points with Sawbones. Relationship has improved from neutral, 500, to neutral, 1,500. You have formed a party. All members of the party will split experience from combat and will receive bonus experience when a member completes a quest. Dismissing the prompts, Skree smiled down at the kobold. Now we can really kick some ass, little buddy. The party turned and continued onward, feeling more confident about the journey ahead. Chapter 9. Skree and Sawbones moved quickly through the complex network of tunnels, thanks to the kobold's familiarity with the underground area. Skree reflected on the fact that if he had not met Sawbones, he would be wandering down here for days until he finally died of starvation and respawned in whatever location he was bound to. He thought about it for a moment and pulled up his character screen. He searched up and down until he saw a small gravestone icon with the words Starting Beach next to it. He groaned when he saw that he would be teleported or plane shifted to that same patch of beach where he had met Sharktooth. He blinked his screen away and focused on the task at hand. Sawbones slowed, edging up to the next tunnel carefully. He poked his tiny head around the corner and sniffed aggressively.
Empty ahead, near armory.
He looked back at Skree.
Treasure.
Sawbones hissed excitedly. Skree waved him forward, and they moved into the tunnel at a jog. Sawbones cut a hard turn under a small archway that Skree had to duck through to enter without bashing his skull. He looked around the cramped space, not quite able to stand fully. He watched in anticipation as Sawbones threw open a curtain and revealed several makeshift racks of weapons, armor, and other junk. He shuffled into the small space behind Sawbones and started picking up items one by one. While most items were garbage, he definitely found a few things of interest. You have found unidentified magic boots. Rarity, rare. Quality, superb. Armor, 9. Durability, 80 out of 80. You have found Unidentified magic book. Rarity, rare. Quality, superb. Durability, 1 out of 1. You have found golden idol. Rarity, precious. Quality, masterwork. Durability, 104 out of 200. This golden idol is the likeness of some long-dead kobold with noble features. The eyes of this idol are enhanced with small gemstones that seem to stare into you. You have found ebon-tipped spear. Rarity, uncommon. Quality, above average. Damage, 12. Durability, 20 out of 35. Special effects. 10% chance to cause a bleeding wound. Ebon-tipped weapons are common in regions with volcanic activity and are sharp enough to sever tendons and flesh with ease. You have found ebon-tipped arrows, 10. Rarity, uncommon. Quality, above average. Damage, 4. Durability, 4 out of 4. Special effect. 10% chance to cause a bleeding wound. Ebon-tipped weapons are common in regions with volcanic activity and are sharp enough to sever tendons and flesh with ease. Skree took the items that interested him and placed them in his bag. He was confused by the unidentified items, since he'd found an amulet and sword with magical properties that were already identified, but these were not. He scratched his head and shrugged, realizing it would be a question he would have to research later. Sawbones removed the armor that was far too big for him and replaced it with a better-fitting chain shirt and dark leather pants that had a hole in the backside to allow for his tail. He grabbed a smaller version of Skree's ebon-tipped spear, only twice the length of an arrow. Skree couldn't help but laugh as Sawbones danced a little jig and chanted,
"Warrior, warrior,"
repeatedly. He placed a hand on Sawbones' shoulder, and the kobold stopped dancing, his black eyes filled with happiness. "You ready to finish this, my friend?" Skree asked excitedly. Sawbones nodded and bared his teeth in a feral grin.
"Gertrude die today."
Together they walked out of the armory with newfound confidence. Skree felt proud that he was helping his new friend gain levels and better gear. He had been in Raiya less than 2 days, and thankfully he was already doing some good. Except for maybe the whole murdering sentient kobolds thing. On his way, he saw a small notification. He focused on it, and it expanded. "Congratulations! You have received 1,000 relationship points with Sawbones. Relationship has improved from neutral, 1,500, to friendly, 2,500. Well, that was unexpected, Skree thought while considering his relationship with Sawbones. He had assumed they were already on friendly terms after their battles, but it looks like now it was Facebook official. He had made his first real friend in Raiya. Walking beside his new friend, Skree asked, "Sawbones, how far to the chieftain?" The kobold scratched at his ear for a second, looking thoughtful.
"Not far now."
Skree signaled for him to slow down. "How many guards are there in the chieftain's area?"
"Guards?"
asked the kobold.
"Gertrude most strong among all clans. Gertrude not need guards."
"Okay, but when we fight Gertrude," Skree asked with a snicker, "how many warriors will join the fight?"
"None. Chieftain must accept challenge. Gertrude must fight alone."
The kobold answered with surety. Skree got a suspicious feeling in his gut. "And we can both fight her at the same time?"
"No. You, my champion. You fight Gertrude. Sawbones kill any who interfere."
He responded matter-of-factly, as if this were something written in stone. Skree stopped, looking at the little bastard with wide eyes. "I have to fight her by myself? In one-on-one combat? I thought we were a team." Sawbones nodded, then answered with a grin.
"You agreed help kill chieftain. Challenge only way. Otherwise, fight entire clan. You champion. Sawbones beat chieftain."
Is this little shit mocking me? Skree clenched his fists. "And Gertrude is the strongest kobold in all the clans?"
"Definitely. She kills cave troll barehanded. Eat heart and swallow soul.
Sawbones shuddered.
Gertrude's scary.
Then he turned and continued down the tunnel, as if nothing had changed. Oh, great. Now Skree had apparently agreed to engage in single combat with the most deadly kobold on the island, one who had killed a cave troll with no help and no weapons. Skree was starting to have second thoughts, but he didn't have many choices. He had already come this far. Better to just do his best to finish this. There is no try, only do, as a certain Jedi Master had once said to his apprentice. They continued moving at a good pace. When they rounded a corner and a larger tunnel opened before them, dim light illuminated the far end. Sawbones turned back, looking at his new friend.
We go to Warren. Skree, say nothing. Only listen. Sawbones challenge for chieftain.
The kobold said while pantomiming each word like Skree was the dumb one. Skree only nodded, leaning against his spear and running his fingers along the hilt of his sword. With a nod in return, Sawbones turned and marched toward the flickering light at the end of the tunnel, tail swishing back and forth nervously. What have I gotten myself into? Skree asked himself as he followed Sawbones toward the glowing lights. The tunnel grew brighter, and Skree could hear the chittering of kobold speech. At first, it sounded like a dull murmur, but as they closed the distance, it became much louder, with Skree able to make out occasional words. As they walked into the radius of the light, and his eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness, Skree's jaw fell slack as he took in the sight of hundreds of kobolds. The cavernous space was probably 100 feet high and even wider across, the walls covered in oval-shaped alcoves, each filled with one or more kobolds sleeping, eating, or playing. Some of the groups were clearly family units, with 2 adult kobolds and numerous smaller creatures. There were handholds carved in the stone between each alcove, and kobolds could be seen climbing fearlessly with ease to even the highest points near the ceiling. Sawbones drew his knife and squawked. Or maybe it was a roar. His diminutive size made it hard to tell, but it was definitely a sound of challenge. The whole cavern fell silent as thousands of beady eyes focused on Sawbones, who was making his way to the center of the cavern, where a crude stone building sat. The kobold continued to march forward, coming to a stop 10 feet before the stone building.
Priestess, Sawbones issues challenge.
The room exploded with murmuring voices, the kobolds chittering about this strange new development. A few of the kobolds started laughing, and soon enough, the entire cavern was filled with the roaring sound of grating laughter. To his credit, Sawbones did not flinch or lower his weapon. He stood motionless, staring at the stone building. The laughter slowly died, and the silence settled across the crowd. Skree saw the motion from inside the stone building, shadows dancing inside. The shadows moved about, and a figure appeared in the doorway. A small kobold, wearing a decorative headdress, hopped forward, small staff in hand. She continued bouncing to Sawbones until she stood just before him. To Skree's surprise, the chieftain appeared to be about the same size as Sawbones. He smiled to himself. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all.
Sawbones challenge for clan chief. Gertrude must accept,
Sawbones said, still holding the weapon aloft. The small female looked at Sawbones with narrowed eyes, her gaze sizing him up and down. With a surprised hiss, she finally noticed the monstrous human behind Sawbones, stumbling back a few steps.
Filthy human,
she hissed, pointing at Skree.
Explain.
Sawbones glanced over his shoulder at Skree, then back at the small female.
This is my slave. I capture and make champion.
Skree nearly choked when he heard the word slave. This little guy was really pushing his luck. The headdress-wearing kobold hopped over and poked at Skree with her staff. She hissed at Skree, then moved back in front of Sawbones.
Dirty tricks from Sawbones.
She patted her chest.
The priestess does not like.
She clucked her tongue.
Does not matter. Our chieftain accepts challenge to fight filthy human slave like any other slave.
She stepped in, nearly snout to snout with Sawbones, and whispered,
When slave die, Chieftain Gertrude tortures Sawbones forever. Priestess hope you know what you are doing, Sawbones.
He nodded to the priestess, looking determined. She spat at his feet and laughed, raising her hands into the air.
Challenge for chieftain accepted. Gather and witness,
she proclaimed as the room exploded into motion. Kobolds leapt from their alcoves or scurried down the walls. As Skree watched, he saw there were a lot more kobolds than he had originally envisioned. Sawbones was right. Attacking the warren would have been horrifying and deadly. Fighting this tiny female chieftain was a much better option. The kobolds gathered around them, forming a tight circle for them to fight inside. Skree backed up a few steps and drew his bow, staring at the small kobold. Sawbones moved off to join the crowd as the headdress-wearing female made her way to the center of the circle.
Challenge your slave.
She pointed at Skree, and the assembled crowd hissed and spit angrily. Skree smiled and looked around, channeling his best crazy eyes. Some of the kobolds shied away, while other, more aggressive kobolds threw small pebbles at him.
Chieftain Gertrude!
The female kobold in the circle shouted, dramatically waving her staff until it slowed to a halt, pointing at the door of the stone building. Skree felt his stomach drop as the crowd went silent, and a monstrous shape appeared in the doorway. The shadowed figure raised its hands in the air, and the crowd of kobolds screeched in rapturous joy as an enormous kobold exited the building. Once the dim firelight revealed the creature, Skree's smile vanished. Gertrude was truly and utterly gigantic, standing taller than even Skree, who was 6 feet tall himself. She wore tribal leather armor lined with black fur. She wore a belt that looked like something from a WWE championship match and carried a deadly-looking hatchet in each hand. Her head was adorned with silver and gold chains, draping over her rugged lizard features. Skree used Analyze, and was truly worried at what he saw. Name, Gertrude, Elite Kobold Chieftain Boss. Level 11, Health 380, Mana 220, Stamina 400, Disposition, Hatred. Kobold chieftains rise to power through blood and combat, and only the strongest will survive as a chieftain for long. The priestess dropped her hands, silence falling across the crowd. She looked to Gertrude, who nodded. She looked to Skree, who swallowed nervously, then nodded.
Challenge begins!
The small female shouted, then scurried away and stood beside Sawbones. Not wasting a second, Skree activated careful aim, this time targeting the chieftain's leg. Time slowed as usual, and he felt the mana drain away as he drew back on the bowstring. Before he even finished drawing, the chieftain had covered nearly half the distance between them and was closing fast. He released the string, and the ebon-tipped arrow whistled through the air, thudding into the thick muscle of her thigh. To his surprise, the kobold chieftain barely even flinched, never breaking stride as she closed the remaining distance. Skree had desperately hoped that shooting her in the leg would give him a speed advantage, allowing him to fire a second shot, but no such luck, it seemed. He tossed the bow to the side, rolling away as her twin hatchets smashed into the stone where he had just been standing, chips of granite showering his face and armor. Skree drew his glitter-steel short sword, raising it in a defensive posture. He had never had the opportunity to fight to the death with a sword before, so he just posed like he had seen in countless movies. Gertrude roared in anger at having missed a powerful strike and lunged forward, chopping overhead with her left arm. Skree lifted the blade, trying to deflect the blow, only to be taken by surprise as her right hand shot forward, slamming the haft of the weapon into his solar plexus. He let out a forced oof as the wind burst from his lungs. He stumbled backward from the blow and saw that he had already lost 10% of his hit points from the basic attack. She hadn't even used the pointy end. Dread washed over him, and Skree knew he was in real trouble. Gasping for air, he swung wildly toward her neck, hoping to surprise her, but she was ready for the strike. She drove a knee into his guts, further punishing his midsection and removing even more hit points. He stumbled to his hands and knees, gasping for air. Instead of finishing the fight, Gertrude raised both her hatchets in the air and turned to face the crowd, inciting squeals of delight and excitement. Skree recovered quickly, pulling the dagger from his waist and throwing it as hard as he could. The shining blade tumbled through the air, end over end, and, with a bit of luck, driving tip first in Gertrude's lower back. She let out a yelp of pain and dropped one of her hatchets as she reached back and yanked the dagger from her flesh. She whirled and returned the dagger with a wild throw, which he narrowly avoided by dropping flat to the ground.
I see you learned how to fight from Sawbones the Coward,
she taunted, pointing a hatchet at the tiny kobold.
I learned to fight from years of battle. Let me show you how a real warrior fights.
She roared, snatching her hatchet from the ground, sprinting forward and leaping into the air. Both blades held overhead, she used the momentum to deliver a powerful dual attack. Skree managed to halt the falling blades with his own, the force of the blow sending painful vibrations traveling up his arms and into his shoulders. He grunted with effort as she brought her full strength to bear, pushing her blades down, the razor-sharp metal inching ever closer to his face. Beads of sweat started to pour down his face from the exertion, and he watched his stamina drain away at an alarming rate. He had to do something quickly, or he would be left crippled without stamina. A sudden flash of brilliance, or what he hoped was brilliance and not sheer stupidity, gave him an idea. He slowly lessened the resistance against her, letting the hatchets come within inches of his chest. Gertrude leaned in and locked eyes with Skree. A grin split her face and she started to speak.
I am Chieftain. You are just a filthy hue,
she managed to say, before Skree slammed his forehead directly into her soft snout. She yowled in pain and brought her hands up to hold her throbbing face, stumbling away from Skree. He leapt into action, slicing horizontally at the back of her legs. The sharp blade tore through her leather pants and cut deeply into her hamstrings. She buckled immediately, unable to support her own weight. He saw in his combat messages he had scored a critical hit when he needed it the most. Blood poured onto the stone floor of the circle as Gertrude struggled to move away from him. Her legs pushed weakly, and blood flowed freely from her nose. Skree moved to finish the fight, holding his blade in both hands, sword tipped toward the ground. He raised the glittering weapon, driving downward, hoping to penetrate her ribcage and end the fight in a single blow. Unfortunately, he had underestimated his opponent. Fast as a snake, she deflected the blow, and his glitter-steel sword drove instead into the stone with a noisy clang. Her free arm shot up, and Gertrude buried the head of her axe in Skree's upper arm. Blood sprayed as he screamed in agony, his arm falling limply to his side. He dropped the short sword and fell away, purposely putting any distance he could between them, holding his arm and desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. Through gritted teeth, he looked to his health bar and saw it was nearing 25%. In addition to massive damage from the attack, he was also bleeding at 5 hit points per second. If he had any chance of winning, he would have to take a big risk. He watched in fear as Gertrude clawed her way toward him, using the pointed end of her hatchets to gain purchase on the stone. He frantically looked around for something he could use. Like a beacon of light in the dark, he spotted his spear, laying just a few feet away. He scrambled over to it, hoisting it from the ground with a groan. He raised the spear over his good shoulder, bringing the dark-tipped weapon to bear on Gertrude. He threw the spear with all the strength he could muster, watching it streak through the air. Gertrude did not have time to react, as the spear tore through her chest, the finely sharpened weapon punching out of her back. Blood welled from the wound, spilling around her as she shuddered in agony. But much to his chagrin, she did not fall dead. Instead, she began to laugh, using her hatchet to force herself to her knees. Blood poured freely from the wound, coating the front and back of her armor.
Cowards! Victory is meaningless,
she growled through clenched teeth. She drew back her hatchet and made to throw, but a brass dagger flew through the air, striking her in the face. Her arm shot forward, but the throw went wide. The hatchet flew into the crowd, where it struck a random kobold. The unlucky victims screamed, the crowd scattering away from the blood spraying from their gaping chest wound. "All's fair in love and war," Skree muttered, watching as his health reached 10%, the bar turning a brilliant red. Fortunately, the bleeding had slowed, and his amulet was keeping him alive. For now, at least. Gertrude slumped to the ground, her body in a kneeling position, supported only by the ebon-tipped spear protruding from her chest. The remaining hatchet slipped from her hand, clattering on the stone floor. The crowd settled into an eerie silence, as they all realized the fight was over. Skree had won, shocking everyone, including himself. Chapter 10. Sawbones broke away from the crowd, running to Skree. He knelt beside his friend, concern etched clearly on his lizard features.
Skree done it! Skree killed Gertrude!
The little kobold was shaking Skree excitedly, sending fresh waves of agony through him from his ruined arm. Skree hissed in pain and pushed the tiny kobold away from him. "That freaking hurts, dude! Can't you see I am super injured here?" he snapped at Sawbones. Sawbones hit himself in the head with his hand.
Stupid Sawbones! Stupid, stupid, stupid!
He reached out slowly, placing his clawed hands on Skree's chest. A green aura surrounded his hands, and a feeling of delightfully numbing chill filled Skree with blessed relief from the pain. Skree watched as his arm slowly started to heal, bit by bit. The mangled flesh knitted itself together from the deepest part of his wound, the healing magic slowly working its way to the surface. Before the wound finished closing, the magic stopped suddenly, the cooling sensation fading away and the pain returning to his arm. It was not nearly as bad as it was before, but it was still damn painful. Sawbones muttered to himself before speaking to Skree.
Healing spell not strong enough. Healing spell only once a day. Sawbones sorry.
Skree opened and closed the fingers on his injured arm, wincing in pain, but glad to see his hand was working again. "That was amazing, buddy. I can move my arm again." Skree pulled the tiny kobold in for a hug with his good arm. Sawbones froze, not understanding what was happening, but he didn't resist. Together they sat in silence, surrounded by a sea of kobolds. The kobold priestess walked forward into the circle, raising her hands to gain the attention of the crowd.
Challenger victorious! Gertrude is dead! Sawbones is new chieftain.
She pointed at Skree.
Human is now champion of chieftain. Welcome in Warren until Sawbones is dead or no longer chieftain.
A murmur washed over the crowd, and unexpectedly, a cheer arose from the assembled kobolds. The crowd broke like a wave and washed over the two conquering heroes. The kobolds hoisted Sawbones into the air, tossing him up and down, celebrating the new chieftain with surprising exuberance. They chanted Sawbones' name over and over again for several minutes. Several of the critters came close to Skree, but none laid hands upon him. They did bow and wave excitedly before moving away, however, which surprised him greatly. He had just killed their chieftain, and they seemed far too happy about it. He really had no idea how kobold society functioned, and wondered if he should be concerned. Regardless, he saw that he had some prompts awaiting his attention. Congratulations, you have earned 5,100 experience for killing Gertrude, legendary kobold chieftain boss, level 13. Congratulations, you have completed the quest Friends in Low Places, Part 1. You have successfully removed Gertrude from power and installed Sawbones as the new chieftain of the Kobold Warrens. Reward 15,000 experience. Congratulations, you have received 25,000 relationship points with Sawbones. Relationship has improved from friendly, 2,500, to ally, 27,500. Unfortunately, you have received negative 100,000 relationship points with the faction Gertrude's Clan. Relationship has decreased from neutral, 0, to burning hatred, negative 100,000. Skree quickly looked through his prompts, but was eventually pulled from his task by the grasping hands of the kobolds. He snapped back to reality, finally noticing two female kobolds were shaking him, trying to get his attention. Yes? He asked slowly in their language. A small purple-colored kobold with her hand on his arm jumped back a few inches.
Chieftain Sawbones wishes to see you in the big hut.
The even smaller golden-brown kobold chimed in,
Quickly, quickly.
With a grunt, he stood. Pain lanced through his arm, making him hiss, which startled the kobolds. He put up his hands in a gesture of peace, and they settled down, hopping toward the large tent that Gertrude had emerged from. He ducked under the flap, which was not quite tall enough for his 6-foot frame. Luckily, the inside was spacious, and he could stand to his full height with some room left to stretch. He glanced around, seeing piles of fruits and of vegetables, along with a pile of charred rodent skewers on a nearby table. His stomach growled angrily, reminding him that he had not eaten for hours. He snagged 2 of the rodent skewers and a fresh, apple-like fruit. He sniffed the rodent skewer gingerly. Thankfully, it just smelled like delicious meat. He couldn't help himself. He bit off a large chunk of the roasted flesh. He moaned as the rich, meaty flavor hit his lips. So good. As he continued to follow the small kobold females, he stripped the flesh from the first skewer and set it on a nearby table. He ravenously tore into the next skewer, and in seconds it was little more than bones on a stick. He looked around for another table or place to set it, but eventually tossed it into a corner. When in Rome, he muttered to himself. His guides led him into another large room, this one more lavishly decorated with sleeping piles, mounds of pillows and furs, along with actual lantern-style lighting. They were pretty crude, but it beat having torches in an enclosed space, he figured. When Sawbones saw his friend, he leapt to his feet and exclaimed,
Champion Skree!
Before running over to his new ally. Sawbones was a small kobold, so when he started hopping up and down, Skree couldn't help thinking of him as a talking dog, his big, pointed cobalt ears only adding to the image. Sawbones, Skree replied jovially, patting the little guy on the head. Looks like we did it, eh, friend? Sawbones separated himself from Skree's leg and regained his composure.
Indeed we have, my friend. Please, come and sit with me at the table of the chieftain."
Skree was taken aback by his friend's new eloquence. "Sawbones, why do you talk like a diplomat now?" he asked with a puzzled expression. Sawbones motioned toward a chair, and Skree took a seat. Sawbones leaned back and sighed contentedly. He held up his hand, which was now adorned with an ornate blue stone ring.
"This, my friend, is the Daravesh, a ring that has been in our clan for generations. It bestows the knowledge of all prior chieftains who have worn the ring. It is an interesting piece of magic, and its effects on me have been fairly significant."
He twisted the ring around his knuckle, the light blue gemstone twinkling in the lantern light.
"I wish I could have explained a bit more clearly when we met, but as you know, we kobolds are generally not that smart."
Skree focused on not laughing at his friend's explanation. Best to not offend the new chieftain so soon.
"You see, about 40 years ago, the Rat-Teeth clan invaded our warren and killed our chieftain and his council. These were the elders of the Bluestone clan, and after doing so, they forced our clan into slavery, and worse."
He looked away, stroking his chin, pondering.
"Strangely enough, I don't think I even remembered this before I put on this ring. Perhaps I never really understood it myself. Regardless, I know it now."
He tapped the gemstone to his lips.
"According to these new memories, this ring was created for the chieftain's bloodline only, so, while Gertrude wore the ring, she only gained a small benefit from it, as she did not have the blood necessary to unlock its true potential."
He smiled wolfishly as he put his clawed feet up on the table. Skree leaned back and whistled appreciatively. "So you gained some new memories, but that wouldn't explain your suddenly perfect diction." Sawbones nodded, happy his friend was this observant.
"You have learned the skill Analyze, have you not? Please, analyze me again."
Skree didn't know how Sawbones knew that, but he nodded in acquiescence and focused on Sawbones. Name: Sawbones, Kobold level 14, Health 310, Mana 580, Stamina 250, Disposition Ally. Kobolds are a primarily subterranean race. Most are of low intelligence but are crafty and resourceful. They are not inherently evil, but are antagonistic to most races on Raiya. Kobolds receive 2 stat points and 2 skill points per level. As an ally, you can view Sawbones' full statistics. Attributes: Strength, 8. Dexterity, 22. Constitution, 21. Intelligence, 48. Wisdom, 31. Charisma, 13. Skree felt his jaw hanging open, so he snapped it shut and reviewed the information one more time. Sawbones had more than double his own intelligence, and he had leveled tremendously. "Sawbones, you're a genius now. How did you reach level 14? Skree asked, bewildered.
"I doubt that I am a genius, but I am definitely a lot brighter than I was just a few hours ago. To answer your question, I was born with a secret quest: reclaim the warren of the Bluestone clan. When you killed Gertrude, I completed part 1 of the quest,"
Sawbones explained.
"After I closed the prompt, it revealed the second part of the quest, which led me to this ring, and to a small compartment in the floor over there."
He pointed in the direction of a small stone pillar before continuing.
"Inside was a small scroll, which I read, and the ring exploded with light."
Sawbones looked again at the blue gemstone, fondly remembering the experience.
"I cannot really explain how it felt, but when the light faded, I just knew so much. I had no idea I was such an idiot before.
Skree and Sawbones looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Hearty, gut-wrenching laughs that forced tears from their eyes. Slowly, they regained themselves, and Skree leaned forward, placing his hand on Sawbones' shoulder. I am happy for you, my friend. I could not have made it out of here alive without your help. I hope that we are even now. Sawbones' smile left his face in an instant.
Skree, you may think that what you have done for me makes us even, but you are wrong.
Skree visibly tensed, thinking he was about to be betrayed.
What you fail to understand is that for 40 years my people have been slaves to another clan. We had lost our ancestral blood connection, and our memories had faded. We were little more than dirty animals. But this ring...
He held it up, the gemstone seeming to glow brightly with an internal light.
...is so much more than just a trinket that increased my attributes. It will restore some of the attributes, memories, and skills to every member of the Bluestone clan.
He pumped his fist into the air, releasing a bubble of blue light that pulsed outward from the ring, expanding in all directions quickly and passing directly through the walls of the stone building. Outside, they could hear the screams of fear as light raced outward, followed by gasps and cries of triumph. The doorway to the secluded area burst open as a multitude of kobolds rushed in, crowding into every available bit of space in the room. They wielded weapons and had crazed expressions on their faces. Skree stood quickly and drew his sword, preparing for the fight of his life. Sawbones nearly fell out of his chair at the sight of the steel in Skree's hand.
Skree, what are you doing?
The human looked around quickly, seeing the exit blocked by a half-dozen armed kobolds.
Peace be upon you, friend. Put the sword away, the kobold said softly.
Sawbones stood slowly, walking to stand in front of his human friend.
We are not even, my friend. Not by a long shot. This victory, this freedom that you have given the clan, is something that can never be repaid. We have our blood memories back, and these are the elders of the Bluestone clan.
He gestured toward the 6 kobolds blocking the exit, who drove their sticks and swords into the earth, kneeling before their hero. Skree was still confused, but he lowered his sword anyway. When he looked to Sawbones for a better explanation, Skree saw the kobold chieftain was kneeling as well.
Champion Skree, hero of the Bluestone clan, will you accept our offer of allegiance to your cause? Welcome our blood to your family and tie our future to yours?
Sawbones asked with solemnity. A prompt appeared in his vision, one he had not seen before. It was beautifully gilded and was accompanied by a deep melody that spoke of ancient reverence. You have been named champion and hero of the Bluestone clan. An honor such as this cannot be granted to another so long as you live and maintain a positive relationship with the Bluestone clan. As such, Bluestone clan extends an offer of blood allegiance to you and your cause, whatever it may be, for as long as your goals remain aligned. Benefits. Bluestone clan members will follow your orders as long as they do not harm the clan. Bluestone clan members will provide resources regularly at a steeply discounted rate. Bluestone clan will defend you against any enemy and ally itself with you in any war. Penalties. You will be unable to form another alliance with any other kobold clan. You will be required to defend the Bluestone clan against any enemy or be named traitor of the clan. Will you accept the title and responsibilities of the Bluestone champion? Yes or no? Skree read the information with a smile. He had been on this island for less than a week, and he was already a champion with a powerful new ally? Damn, I'm good, he thought. He mentally selected yes, closing the prompt. As soon as it vanished, a stream of words came to him unbidden. Ancient oaths long forgotten poured forth from his lips. A vow has been given of free mind and body. My heart resides within the halls of the Bluestone clan, and my allegiance remains true. I accept your blood allegiance as you do mine. Skree pulled the dagger from his belt and nicked his palm. A bead of blood welled up and then fell to the ground. Sawbones stood and repeated the action, his black blood falling to the floor and mingling with the red drops. A light flashed from the chieftain's ring, and the blood vanished, leaving a second small ring with a blue gemstone where the blood had been. Sawbones picked it up and handed it to Skree. You have found Bluestone Champion Ring, rarity unique, quality masterwork, durability 3,900 out of 3,900. This ring signifies you as the Bluestone Clan champion and blood ally of the clan. Grants the following benefits. +5 to all stats. Inspiring Aura. Grant bonus +50 melee damage and +50 spell damage to any kobold of Bluestone Clan within 500 yards. Rage of the Bluestone Champion. Any time a kobold of the Bluestone Clan is killed in battle within 500 yards of you, you instantly regain 50 health and your strength increases by +10 for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 times. Skree damn near wet himself. A unique item with some of the craziest stats he had ever seen. +5 to all stats was amazing, but if he ever did end up in a battle alongside his new allies, he now understood the importance and gravity of his role as champion. Skree slid the ring onto his finger, feeling stronger, faster, and smarter than ever before. He looked down at his ally and grinned. This is a gift I shall always cherish, Sawbones. Now, I know you leveled up and should have regained all your spells. Think I could ask you for another one of those wonderful healing spells? Sawbones nodded his head and extended his hand. A feeling of warmth flooded through his damaged body, and the pain receded as the last of his health points came rushing back. Once the light had faded, Skree rolled his shoulder and flexed his fingers. The pain was completely gone. Now that's what friends are for, he said with absolute joy. He was really starting to like magic. Chapter 11. Sawbones signaled the new elders, and they each came forth and laid a selection of items at their champion's feet. Skree looked at Sawbones with a look of shock. Sawbones, you have already given me more than I could have expected. I cannot accept more gifts, Skree said with his most grateful tone of voice. Sawbones chuckled, shaking his head.
I haven't given you any gifts, and these are just the spoils from Gertrude's chamber. You have slain our blood enemy, and as such you have every right to her possessions.
He gestured to the assorted items.
Like you said, your kill, your loot.
Ooh, baby, Skree thought, looking at the piles of gear in front of him. He dove in like a fat kid at an all-you-can-eat pancake buffet. You have found Savage Steel Hatchet, rarity uncommon, quality above average, damage 16, durability 40 out of 40. Savage weapons can inflict bleeding wounds on any critical strike. Bleed damage 10 damage per second for 8 seconds. Congratulations, you have found Savage Steel Greatsword, rarity uncommon, quality superb, durability 80 out of 80, weight 8.8 kilograms, damage 38 to 58. Savage weapons can inflict bleeding wounds on any critical strike. Bleed damage 10 damage per second for 8 seconds. Congratulations, you have found Hardened Steel Breastplate, type heavy armor, rarity uncommon, quality above average, durability 40 out of 40, armor 30, weight 8.4 kilograms. Congratulations, you have found Hardened Steel Greaves, type heavy armor, rarity uncommon, quality above average, durability 40 out of 40, armor 16, weight 3.4 kilograms. Congratulations! You have found Heavy Hide Cloak. Type, medium armor. Rarity, uncommon. Quality, above average. Durability, 20 out of 20. Armor, 6. Weight, 2.2 kilograms. You have found Magic Ring ×2. This item is unidentified. Seek out someone with the skill Identify to learn its magical properties. You have found Magic Belt. This item is unidentified. Seek out someone with the skill Identify to learn its magical properties. You have found Soul Gem ×5. Level, common. Soul gems can be used to enchant items with the appropriate skill or can refill the charges on a magical item. You have found 212 silver pieces. You have found a set of bone dice. You have found a small collection of assorted teeth ×8. After reviewing all the loot, Skree was flabbergasted. He should have been demolished by Gertrude and her arsenal of powerful weapons and armor. He considered his fight with Gertrude, puzzled by the fact she was wearing none of these armor pieces, and the greatsword had been nowhere to be seen. She must have thought that her skill alone would be enough to carry her to an easy victory. Well, as my granddad used to say, the best fighter is the one still standing at the end, and I'm the one still standing. Not that it mattered now, though her death would still serve as an important lesson for Skree. Do not let overconfidence lead you to your doom. Despite this, Skree frowned. How the hell am I supposed to carry all of this? He asked Sawbones, a hint of confusion in his voice.
My recommendation,
Sawbones said with a hint of mirth.
Very carefully.
Skree stared at him for a second before breaking into a fit of laughter. Looked like Bones was pretty damn funny with that big new brain of his.
If you will stay for a few days, I can have our leather workers create some harnesses for you to wear that will allow you to carry more of these weapons,
Sawbones said in a friendly tone.
And I assume you will be staying. We need to have a feast in your honor, of course.
Stay here? Skree asked, looking around at the strangely furnished hut. I suppose I could use a day or two to rest and prepare for my glorious return to the island. He was struck by a thought. Speaking of returning to the surface, you wouldn't happen to have a map of the island, would you? Skree asked hopefully. Sawbones took a moment to think, digging through his newfound memories.
I am pretty sure we have an old map, but it is a pretty empty island, so I doubt that much has changed since it was created.
Sawbones scratched idly at his ear.
I will have it brought to your sleeping area tonight for you to review. Obviously, you are free to keep it.
Skree clapped giddily, excited at how much progress he was making in such a short time. He had fought hard, and his efforts were starting to pay dividends at a fantastic rate. Well, Sawbones, show me to my room, Skree said with a smirk. Sawbones motioned for him to follow and led him further into the tent. They came to a stone archway. Apparently, the tent was attached to the back of the cavern. As they moved further down the path, the hallway began to expand until they reached a large space that was sparsely furnished. But there was a bed. An actual bed. Skree hustled over to the rather large bed and flopped backward into it, the furs and stuffing holding him gently, like a lover's embrace. He nearly purred as he rolled around, feeling comfortable for the first time in days. Sawbones watched him quizzically.
My people hate this area. It is far too uniform. Everything is ordered, and this thing, he motioned at the bed, does not allow kobolds to shift the material into a nice nesting place.
Skree sat up and looked around the room again, realizing for the first time that the cavern really didn't seem to be kobold-oriented. There were a few wooden chairs that seemed to be in nearly new condition, surrounding a table carved from a dark wood. What is this place? Skree asked as he walked over to inspect the furniture. Sawbones looked around.
Honestly, it has always been here, as far as I can remember. Even standing here now, it just feels like I am not supposed to be here. Hard to describe.
He shuddered, thinking about it.
Based on how strange humans are, I assumed this might be a perfect place for you to stay.
Skree did a double take, realizing that Sawbones was dropping snarky jokes all the time now. He chuckled, moving to sit down in a nearby chair. The wood creaked gently, and he sighed contentedly. Man, he didn't realize how much he could miss the most basic of furnishings. Buddy, this place is incredible. I think you might have trouble kicking me out of here, he said to Sawbones.
Why would I kick you at all? Let alone kick you out of here?
Sawbones asked with a puzzled expression. Skree shook his head, realizing that some idioms might not translate well. I mean that I like it a lot, so getting me to leave voluntarily might take significant effort. Sawbones rolled his eyes.
Humans are weird.
Without saying anything else, the kobold marched out of the room, his tail swishing gently on the well-worn stone. Skree leaned back in his chair, inhaling deeply. It dawned on him then that the air was fresh and smelled earthy, much different from the nearly overpowering musk of the kobold's warren. He didn't care. There were prompts to address. Congratulations! You have reached level 3, 4, and 5 in short blades. 5% increased damage with short blades. Congratulations! You have reached level 6 in daggers. 6% increased damage with daggers. Congratulations! You have reached levels 1 and 2 in thrown weapons. 2% increased damage with all thrown weapons. Congratulations! You have reached level 7 in light armor proficiency. 7% more armor for all light armor pieces. Congratulations! You have reached levels 8, 9, and 10. Through force of will and trials by fire, you have attained a new milestone. By reaching level 10, you are no longer a novice. You have reached the next tier of power, Initiate. At level 10, you may select your first base class. A base class will define your strengths and weaknesses in the world of Raiya. You may choose from the following class options. Oh, yes, he exclaimed after reading the prompts. Apparently, this world rewarded people for reaching the next set of levels like a lot of other games. Let's see what we got. Martial classes. Warrior. Those who select this class are the battle-hardened fighters in the world of Raiya. Specialization in all armor types, martial weapons, and fighting styles. This class gains bonus damage with two-handed weapons and bonuses to heavy armor. Scout. Those who select this class are the archers and trackers with a focus on combat. Specialization in medium and light armor, ranged weapons, and small blades. This class gains bonuses to ranged damage and tracking skills. Rogue. Those who select this class are those more comfortable working in the shadows, employing deadly attacks from unseen vantages. Specialization in light armor, small blades, and can create and use deadly toxins. This class gains bonuses to stealth and sneak attack damage. Arcane classes. Wizard. Those who select this class are powerful masters of magic. Specialization in all schools of magic and light armor. This class gains bonus spell effectiveness in all schools of magic other than restoration. Druid. Those who select this class become deeply attuned with nature. Specialization in life, air, water, earth, fire magic, and medium armor. This class gains bonuses to survival, tracking, and nature knowledge. Dark Sorcerer. Those who select this class seek out dark and dangerous powers. Specialization in dark, death, earth, fire, and soul magic. This class gains bonuses to summoned undead and demons. Skree read the information several times and felt frustrated. There was just so much he didn't know about this world. He hadn't played many arcane classes in video games, and Raiya was proving a challenging place to survive. The single healing spell that Sawbones had used had saved him more than once, and that kind of power could be incredibly useful. Luckily, he knew that he had the unique bonus trait, Alpha Tester, which would allow him to use any skill, even race-restricted abilities. but he didn't know how to properly use that yet. So far, he had been regularly utilizing stealth and ranged attacks, but it had come down to melee combat every time. The scout class stood out, as it seemed to align with his current skill set and would give him a great set of bonuses to his melee combat skills. The rogue class provided incredible utility, adding enhancements to his stealth bonuses and even more damage from sneak attacks. Skree growled. This is a significant choice, and it's not like I can just create a new character. Worse, I don't know how this will affect my skills in the future. He muttered to himself. Why was there so little information readily available in this damn game? He reread every choice again. He thought about facing Gertrude and her heavy weapons. She was large and in charge, and he really liked the idea of being a heavily armored wrecking ball. He knew immediately that he would ignore the dark sorcerer choice, as necromancy just felt wrong, and summoning demons? He had seen enough horror movies to know that never went well. He looked at wizard and druid, noting that the wizard appeared to be the offensive spellcaster, and the druid a healer/utility class. He could really use some serious firepower, and a healing spell would be like the best thing ever. Who knew how long he would be traveling alone on this island? Being able to heal himself was something of a priority. He spent a few more minutes carefully considering his options, and then made his selection. He moved the prompt to Druid and accepted his choice. Congratulations, you have chosen Druid as your base class. The powers of nature can heal wounds and harm foes with equal measure. Protect what is natural, channel nature's fury, and become Raiya's protector. A swirl of deep green energy cascaded around him, and Skree felt his body absorb the potent energy, his mind filling with wonderful new information. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Minor Restoration. This is a spell of life magic. Minor Restoration restores 60 health points instantly, and an additional 60 over 10 seconds. Cast time 1 second, cooldown 1 minute. Mana cost 55. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Nature's Bounty. This is a spell of earth magic. Nature's Bounty creates one large piece of fruit that will restore 100 health points and provides total sustenance for 24 hours. Cast time 30 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Mana cost 350. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Entangle. This is a spell of earth magic. Entangle creates a 10-foot circle of thorny vines in an area that will reduce the movement speed of anyone in the area of effect by 80%, including yourself. Duration 10 minutes. Cast time 5 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. Mana cost 120. Congratulations, you have gained bonuses to the following skills. Survival, plus 10 skill points. Tracking, plus 10 skill points. Foraging, plus 10 skill points. You have been granted the following trait, Natural Predator. You gain a 100% bonus to your stealth and tracking skill when moving through woods, jungles, or grasslands in pursuit of a specific enemy. You receive 25% bonus strength to all life spells. You receive 15% resistance to death magic. You receive 5% resistance to life, earth, fire, and air magic. Woohoo! Skree exclaimed. He knew that picking a class would have good bonuses, but this was great. New spells, new traits, and resistances to magic? He looked through his spells again, reveling in the fact he could now heal himself whenever he needed. The most surprising was the Natural Predator trait. Those bonuses were staggering, and he could think of one creature he really wanted to find when he had the chance. I'm coming for you, Godzilla, he said with a grin. Despite all the prompts he had taken care of already, there were more he needed to sort out. After all, he had leveled multiple times, and he should be able to power up a few more skills. 15 new attribute points. 15 attribute points unspent. You have earned 15 skill points. 15 skill points unspent. Skree considered his new points carefully. If magic worked in this world like other games, then intelligence would increase his mana pool, and wisdom would increase his mana regeneration rate. Since he had just picked up new spells, and some were pretty expensive, he knew he would need more mana right away. He dumped 10 points into intelligence, bringing his total to 27 points, which increased his mana pool to 370. That was just enough to cast Nature's Bounty in case he was desperate for food, but the cost was extremely prohibitive. It was also a potent healing spell, and Skree knew that it could be a lifesaver one day. He allotted the remaining attribute points to wisdom and checked his mana regeneration rate. It was a whopping 0.4 mana per second, and after some quick math, he realized it would take around 16 minutes to completely refill his mana pool. Dang, he thought. Spells are expensive, and regenerating mana takes a long time. Looks like I will need to use them effectively or find myself in trouble when I need them most. He sighed. Where are all the freaking mana and healing potions? Pushing that question to the back of his mind, he moved on. Next up, skill points. His skill points were growing at a similar rate to his attribute points, but there were far more skills than attributes. He knew this would happen as he unlocked more skills, but still, looking at his new spell proficiencies, he knew he would need to be critical when making decisions. He needed his spells to be more powerful, but the only one that seemed like it would benefit immediately was Minor Restoration. He didn't know how the skill ranks would apply to his spells, so he dumped 5 points into life magic and reviewed Minor Restoration. Congratulations, you have reached level 6 in life magic. Your life spells are now 6% stronger, bonus 25% strength from Druid class, total bonus 31%. Minor Restoration restores 89, 60 base, health points instantly and an additional 89, 60 base, health points over 10 seconds. Skree looked over the spell description and saw it now restored 29 more health than the base level, so his base spell would restore a total of 180 hit points, and with the additional points in life magic and his druid bonus, it was a straight calculation. Awesome! With his other points, he thought about the new gear he had just earned by killing Gertrude. Right now, he didn't have any plans to move to heavy armor and big-ass swords, even if it would give him a lot of boosts to his damage. He just didn't know if he would like to use them, or how heavy armor might affect stealth skills. For now, he decided 5 more points in light armor proficiency, and 5 more in stealth would provide the best benefit. Light armor didn't provide a ton of protection, but every little bit would help in the coming battles. These points brought his stealth skill to 13 and his light armor to 12. Not bad at all, he thought. With that done, his body fully healed but exhausted, and this comfy new bed, Skree closed his eyes, falling asleep almost instantly. Chapter 12. Skree stretched deeply as he awoke, feeling fully refreshed after a great night's sleep. He opened his eyes and, for a second, just a second, he forgot he was sleeping in a decades-old bed in a lair of reptile creatures. Then he remembered with a deep sigh. Despite his situation, he never was one to think too hard about the past, always looking toward the future. He rolled out of bed, standing and stretching as he looked around his private little chamber. The table in the center of the room drew his attention. There was a pile of fresh fruits, vegetables, and bacon? His stomach nearly roared in hunger as he rushed over. He didn't much care what it was. It smelled like heaven, and he was approaching the top of the stairway. He grabbed a handful of the crispy strips, stuffing them into his mouth and savoring the delicious fried meat. It may have not been bacon, but it was as close as he could imagine. He ate a few berries and what looked like a small type of potato before drinking some water from a skin. He inspected the water skin, taking in the fine craftsmanship. Whoever made this was an expert leatherworker. While he was busy stuffing his face, a large rolled-up parchment caught his attention. He wiped the grease from his fingers, then unrolled an aged map showing a detailed depiction of a large island. He looked at the scale indicator and was shocked. This wasn't a large island. It was an absurdly huge island. He stared with amazement. He guessed the island would have been a few miles in circumference since it was deserted, like Lost or Gilligan's Island. But these scales indicated it would be nearly 20 miles in circumference, and even though his trigonometry skills were lacking, he calculated that the island would be well over 300 square miles. He whistled at the number of miles. That was a lot of ground to cover. I guess I will have plenty of time. After all, according to Sharktooth, he was the only player on the island. He started to scan the map more carefully, taking in the many features illustrated on it. His eyes settled on an interesting point with some cryptic script he had never seen before. As he attempted to read it, a prompt appeared. You have been offered a quest. Mysterious Island with a Missing Past, Part 1. You have discovered an antique map. The Bluestone Kobolds once ruled this island with incredible intellect and spirituality. Over the centuries, their empire fell to ruin, though no one, not even the kobolds, remember why. Will you investigate the unknown markings on this map and discover the lost history of the island? Yes or no? Reward unknown. Skree grinned as he read the prompt. His last quest had given him a mountain of experience, led to gaining an official ally in Sawbones, and thus far it was paying dividends out the ass. He selected yes, and the prompt faded away. He continued to pore over the map for several minutes before he heard a small chirping sound from the entrance to his private chamber. He laughed to himself. Private chamber. What a nerd. He glanced up from the map, smiling as Sawbones entered without waiting for an invitation. He stared at the kobold, who walked with confidence and had a small contingent of others behind him. Taking to his new role well, I see, Skree thought.
I must say, Skree, if it wasn't for your outrageous snoring, I would have thought you had died. When we came to summon you for the feast, we were unable to wake you, Sawbones said with a humorous tone. Unfortunately, I could not postpone, as the Bluestone clan does not reschedule a feast. I hope you don't mind. I did ensure that you received fresh cave bear belly strips.
That was cave bear? Skree asked excitedly. I thought it was bacon. It was good. Thank you very much. Sawbones shook his head.
I don't know what bacon is, but if it is as good as cave bear belly, then I would like to try it someday.
He motioned to his retinue.
These are the new Warren elders, and we have been discussing much while you slept. Many of us have started to remember a lot from our small days, what you would call youth. Across the Warren, we kobolds have been rapidly increasing in intelligence and regaining memories and abilities long forgotten. While I know that this is purely thanks to the power of the Darvish ring I recovered from Gertrude after your victory, I cannot recall much past the last generation. The ring is supposed to hold the memories for dozens or hundreds of generations, and instead, I cannot remember more than the last 100 years.
The assembled kobolds began muttering amongst themselves. Sawbones hissed at them in reproach.
Calm.
The silence settled over the group again, and Sawbones continued.
We have much to do here to rebuild, and enemies still crawl the tunnels, seeking retribution for Gertrude's death.
He stroked his chin in thought, while Skree sat in silence, paying careful attention to his words.
I have a task for you, and if you would consider it, I would be most grateful. Somewhere on this island rests the secret to our past. Possibly other Darvish rings of leadership, or maybe something else.
His lips pulled back, unintentionally baring his teeth, as he remembered the suffering of his people.
I know you intend to explore the island and seek your next great adventure, but I beg of you, as the Bluestone champion, if you find any more of our people or our heirlooms, recover them and bring them to us.
A prompt appeared in Skree's vision. You have been offered a quest. Friends in Low Places, Part 2. A Desperate Plea. Sawbones has requested you continue your pledge to defend his people and assist them, if possible, in recovering their people, heirlooms, or history. Reward: increased reputation with Sawbones and the Bluestone clan. Additional rewards: unknown. Do you accept? Yes or no? Without hesitation, he selected yes and dismissed the prompt. He placed his hand on the kobold's shoulder, looking him directly in the eyes. Sawbones, you are my friend, my ally, and the first and only person I know on this island. I swore to be the champion of the Bluestone clan. I did not take my vow lightly. You did not need to ask. Skree gently squeezed Sawbones' shoulder. Even if I was not the champion, I would not allow innocents to suffer at the hands of evil. I will do everything I can to restore our people to their former glory. Sawbones looked to the elders and nodded. They chirped excitedly before bowing and then leaving the cavern. Skree smiled down at his friend. Now that that is settled, I need to prepare to leave. The kobold leader looked at him, a hint of sadness in his eyes.
Already? I know you desire to explore the island further, but another few days couldn't hurt.
Skree shook his head. No, I should get going as soon as possible. If more Bluestone kobolds are out there, I need to find them. The map also showed me some points to check out, though the details are lacking. And lastly, there is an enormous lizard out there that has a hot date with some cold steel. Sawbones started to ask a question, but Skree cut him off. It's a human saying.
Speaking of steel, Sawbones said excitedly, I think you will really like what Carver has come up with for your new weapons. Follow me.
Sawbones walked out of the cavern, through the stone hut, and walked straight through the village toward another low stone building, one that was built into a recessed cavern wall. Upon entering, Skree was amazed at the hustle and bustle of the workshop. When he had first seen the kobold warren, it looked like most of the kobolds were just lying around, waiting for someone to tell them what to do. This was a drastic change of pace from what he was expecting. Sawbones barked a few orders, and a large wooden chest was pulled away from the wall and dragged to the center of the work area. The two kobolds who dragged it over pulled open the heavy lid, revealing a tangle of leather straps and assorted bits of metal. The older of the two kobolds barked an order.
Human tall, must kneel so we can dress you.
His words were less refined than Sawbones, but not as bad as when he had first met the small chieftain. Skree didn't see any point in arguing, so he dropped to his knees, watching the old kobold work. He used Analyze, since he didn't know his name. Name, Carver, Kobold, level 28. Profession, leatherworker. Health, 540, mana, 340, stamina, 660. Disposition, admiration. Kobolds are a primarily subterranean race. Most are of low intelligence, but are crafty and resourceful. They are not inherently evil, but are antagonistic to most races on Raiya. Kobolds receive 2 stat points and 2 skill points per level. His eyes went wide with surprise when he saw a profession listed. What in the world was that? Skree blurted out his question. Your profession is leatherworker? Carver nodded as he sized up his human mannequin. Skree continued. How did you get a profession? Carver pulled a tangled set of straps that were adorned with metal rivets and began strapping it around his chest in an X shape. The kobold made quick work of the fitting, and Skree looked down. The straps fit nearly perfectly, contouring between his pecs and down around his ribcage. Carver took a step back, tilting his head from side to side, contemplatively. He dug a thicker strap out of the box and pulled it around his waist, Using some clips, he fastened the leather straps to the belt, creating a perfect harness. Carver again took a step back, looking Skree over with an appraising eye and nodding. He sighed contentedly.
Champion, I am leatherworker long time. Make many cloaks, straps, harnesses. When you reach level 10 and have basic skills, you can start training for profession.
Skree took in the information and nodded. That was good to know. Carver pulled a few metal hooks from the chest and used a pair of crude pliers to affix them to the belt. Without breaking his concentration, Carver snapped his fingers and a nearby kobold rushed over, carrying 2 large hatchets that Skree immediately recognized. The younger kobold handed them over to Carver, who placed them on the new metal hooks, allowing them to hang from the belt. Skree looked down and smiled. This was terrific work. He wiggled, and the hatchets flopped side to side, but overall the movement was very minimal. The old leatherworker tutted with irritation and grabbed Skree by his hips, stopping him from wiggling.
Be still,
Carver snapped at him. Skree immediately stopped moving, properly chastised. Carver pulled a few more leather bits from his box, using them to create some tie strips, firmly securing the hatchets in place.
Now, wiggle,
Carver said with a tone that brooked no argument. Skree shook back and forth and was very happy to see the hatchets remained firmly in place. He could barely even feel their weight. Carver nodded again, moving to stand behind Skree. He fiddled with straps here and there, making small adjustments using his rusted pliers. Skree felt the harness tighten, then it settled around him like a second skin. Any loose spots were gone, and the weight of the hatchets seemed to nearly disappear. Surprised, Skree looked down at the harness and was presented with a prompt. You have found Cobalt Warrior Harness, Modified. Rarity, Common. Quality, Superb. Durability, 120 out of 120. Cobalt Warrior harnesses are made for warriors of the Cobalt tribes. This particular harness has been modified to fit a human. This harness reduces the weight of 3 equipped weapons. Skree read the prompt, confused by the description. He saw where he could attach 2 weapons, but could not for the life of him find a spot for a third. He checked the belt, feeling around his back, but the smooth leather was featureless. Carver, noticing his confusion, spoke slowly.
Watch. Pay attention.
He leaned in close, moving a blade behind Skree's back. Skree tensed at having a strange creature holding a blade this close, but he trusted Sawbones, and he had to trust Carver. He heard a subtle plink as the sword magnetically locked into place on the back of the harness. Skree shook his body aggressively. The blade remained firmly where it belonged. He reached over his shoulder and tried to pull the sword free, but the magnetic pull was too strong, even for him. Carver sighed, reaching up and removing the blade with ease.
Only the owner of the blade can remove. Use your own blade, he explained.
Skree pulled his own glitter steel short sword, sheathing it behind him like a samurai. He felt the pull of the magnetism snap the blade into place. He gave a firm tug, and the blade came free, rolling over his shoulder in a fluid motion. Wow, Carver, this is amazing, Skree exclaimed with genuine excitement. The hatchets now hanging perfectly at his waist were well made and would serve him very well. And most of all, the magnetic blade attachment was mind-blowing. I cannot thank you enough. If you ever need anything, all you have to do is ask. Carver grunted in response.
Carver always looking for rare materials. Bring me special leather and we even.
Skree was considering what Carver might consider special leather when a prompt appeared. You have been offered a quest. Pay your debts. You have promised Carver of the Bluestone clan that you would do anything to repay his favor. In return, Carver has requested special leather. Will you bring Carver something special? Yes or no? Rewards: relationship points with Carver and the Bluestone clan. The prompt was closed before he finished reading. He owed Carver, and he was definitely a man who paid his debts. Carver, you have my word. Any special leather I find, I will bring to you. Carver rubbed his hands together greedily.
We'll be here. Better be good.
With that, he snapped his fingers again, and the two younger kobolds rushed to put away the crate, the wood grating loudly on the stone floor. Carver moved to the back of the workshop and started telling a few of his younger apprentices to get back to work. Skree looked to Sawbones. Your people are very generous. This was not something I expected, just so you know. He smiled warmly at the chieftain. But this gift is definitely appreciated, my friend. Sawbones clasped his hands behind his back, a wolfish grin parting his lizard lips.
But Skree, I haven't given you my personal gift. You followed me into danger, freed my people, and restored us to a semblance of what we once were. I am the one who cannot be grateful enough.
He started walking, nodding for Skree to follow.
You remember that giant sword Gertrude was carrying? It appears you like the hatchets, but what about the great sword?
Skree nodded, then shrugged. I had not really given it much thought. It's pretty big, and I don't know if it really suits my fighting style. I might just leave it with you, if that's all right. The kobold nodded.
I had assumed you might say that, but I have a different idea.
Chapter 13. After a short walk through the warrens, they came to an archway that was festooned with glyphs and other assorted rune script. Sawbones bowed deeply before entering, then carried on into the holy area. As Skree passed under the arch, he felt something wash over him. What is this place? He asked the kobold. Sawbones clucked, then sighed.
It's a special place that my people have revered for a long time. Even when we had lost our way, we still felt a connection to this place.
They continued down the path until they reached a type of subterranean grove. He could see a small waterfall coming from one of the rocky outcroppings. It pooled in the center and must have been draining away naturally since it hadn't flooded the cavern. Small, spindly trees lined the water's edge. In the center of the pool was a statue. A fearsome-looking human? Sawbones, is that a human statue? Sawbones chuckled.
I see you are very observant.
Skree feigned offense, returning his gaze to the statue. It was magnificent craftsmanship. The statue radiated pride and authority. Who is it? Skree asked. Sawbones just shook his head.
It is a question we have asked ourselves for a long time. We have never determined where it came from or why it is alone in the depths of the island.
Sawbones knelt by the water, staring up at the imposing figure. Skree followed his lead, kneeling beside his friend. He, too, looked at the figure with awe. It was the most realistic statue he had ever seen. The man was holding a massive greatsword and wearing extremely fine, heavy armor. He drank in every detail. The cloak the statue wore almost seemed to be moving in a non-existent breeze. The hair, somewhat moist from the mist, seemed to reflect sunlight, like it was bright day. It was magical, simply enthralling. Time passed, but he couldn't fathom how long as he basked euphorically in the statue's aura. His mind began to wander, visions of grandeur playing across his thoughts. He saw himself as a great warrior, a leader of men. The vision changed, and he saw himself as a king, entire countries bent to his will. Time passed, the visions moving ever faster through his mind. He was a master of magic, decimating armies with immense arcane power. He was an assassin, feared by royalty and peasants alike. He was a necromancer, watching his horde of demons and undead tear helpless people apart. He was everything. Good, evil, and everything in between. A prompt appeared, snapping him out of his visions. This one was gilded, bordered in a gold frame. The text was flowing, glowing with a subtle light. He read with something approaching reverence. Behold your destiny, for it is limitless. You are truly free, and myriad fates sprawl before you. You have seen a glimpse of what you can become. The choices you make, always able to change your path through Raiya. Very few individuals can withstand the visions of the Archons, and for surviving you have been granted a boon. Congratulations! You have knelt at the foot of an Archon of Destiny, revealing your infinite potential. You have unlocked a new trait, Archon's Chosen. The trait Archon's Chosen provides unknown benefits that can manifest in different ways. A Chosen of the Archons has limitless potential and can shake the very foundations of the world. Will you use this power for good, or succumb to the lure of evil? Only your choices will decide. Go forth, Archon's Chosen, and shape the world in your own image. A shouting, raspy voice drew him out of his reverie.
Skree! Skree, are you okay?
His kobold friend was shouting, shaking him vigorously. Skree shook off the fog in his mind, the world coming back into focus. His friend wore a look of sheer terror on his face, surprising him. Bones, buddy, I'm fine. What's wrong? Skree asked with concern. The kobold chieftain looked at him, concern creasing his features.
You were kneeling at the base of the statue when your body started to glow. Then you started convulsing, and blood was leaking from your nose, ears, and eyes.
Skree reached up and gingerly felt around his nostrils. He felt warm, sticky fluid, and when he pulled his hand away, sure enough, it was blood. Bright red blood. He nodded to Sawbones and stood. He didn't feel any different, but he recalled the words in the prompt. Few can withstand the visions of the Archons. Had he almost died? Shrugging, he moved over to the pool, splashing water on his face and scrubbing the blood from his face and hands. Once he had finished, he stretched deeply, his joints cracking as he worked out the kinks in his neck. Why did you bring me here, Sawbones?
I thought
trailed off.
I thought I would show you the statue with the large sword and heavy armor. Show you that you could be just like this mysterious human. What happened to you?
Skree shook his head, not sure how to explain what had happened to him. Have you ever heard of an Archon of Destiny? The kobold looked puzzled, but eventually shook his head.
I have never heard of that. Is it related to the statue?
Skree nodded and explained what had happened to him. How he saw hundreds of versions of himself before being told he was a chosen of the Archons. Sawbones listened intently, his eyes going wide at certain points.
A chosen?
Sawbones asked confusedly.
That sounds familiar, but I can't tell you why. Regardless, I hope you won't hold this against me.
Skree laughed, patting the kobold on the shoulder. Against you? He asked with exuberance. I could kiss you. Sawbones took a step back, worried that Skree was seriously prepared to kiss him. This is wonderful. I have to find out more and see what it's all about. Sawbones shrugged, then signaled for Skree to follow him. They left the strange statue standing alone in the dark and headed back into the warren. Skree marveled at the sight of hundreds of kobolds scurrying about, much more animated than the first time he had seen their home. Whatever this bluestone ring was, it was critically linked to these kobolds and their well-being. He wondered about things like genetics, but he was just a computer nerd, so he didn't put too much faith in his ability to understand magical creature physiology. After a brief walk, they reached a tunnel entrance, surrounded by kobolds. They appeared to be waiting for Skree and Sawbones. Upon reaching the exit to the warren, Skree noticed a pile of gear that looked familiar, along with his satchel, now much improved. He shook his head and sighed. Probably another masterpiece from Carver. He really hoped he could find something special to repay the curmudgeonly leatherworker.
This tunnel will take you to the surface, and we have prepared a few basics for you. Just some roasted meats and vegetables.
Sawbones dragged the satchel away from the wall, handing to Skree.
It's all yours, my friend. Please be careful out there, and know that you are always welcome in the warren.
Sawbones extended his hand like Skree had done when they first met. Skree grasped his hand and shook it, grinning happily that his friend had picked something up during their time together. He released the kobold's hand, gathering up the gear and his bow. He threw the satchel over his shoulder, grabbed the massive sword from the ground, and snapped the blade onto the back of his harness. It clicked into place, and he felt the weight of the blade lessen, the magic effect of the harness making it much lighter. He threw the quiver and bow over his shoulder as well, finding that he was quickly gaining too much gear. He removed his spear, glitter steel sword, and all the armor he had received from Gertrude. He dropped it in a pile, gesturing toward the assorted gear. "Watch this for me?" he asked Sawbones.
Of course, my friend. It will be here in your room,
Sawbones replied. Skree nodded, turning to leave. He walked a few feet into the tunnel, looking back with a devilish grin, and in his best Terminator impression he said, "I'll be back." Sawbones exchanged glances with a few of the elders, all looking confused, watching the human leave the warren.
Humans are weird.
Chapter 14. After a short walk, Skree saw a bright light at the end of the tunnel. He increased his pace slightly and winced as his eyes struggled to adjust to the light. After days in the darkened tunnels, bright sunlight was very painful. The exit was slightly overgrown, and with some effort he pushed through the brush and emerged into the fresh island air. He fell to his knees and let the sun warm his skin. He breathed deeply, the rich, flowery scents caressing his senses. He reveled in his return to the surface. Though his adventures below ground had been very rewarding, nothing beat some warm island weather. Looking around to get his bearings, he saw that he must have traveled far underground, as the mountain at the center of the island looked completely different from this part of the island. Skree pulled out his map and looked at the strange symbols indicating the place he wanted to check out. He did his best to orient himself, then stored his map, walking into the jungle, ready to overcome whatever waited for him out there. His thoughts raced with excitement. He was more prepared than ever to face the challenges of the island. His foraging ability illuminated small plants and fruits all around him, while his tracking skill highlighted animal tracks with glittering lights, just begging him to follow. He carried on, walking for hours, and taking the time to gather small fruits, placing them in his satchel. He sampled each of them, relying on his talent to determine if they were poisonous or not. Some were intoxicatingly sweet, while others were tough or filled with inedible seeds. Nearly everything on this island was new to him, and his senses were on fire as he absorbed all these new experiences. Birds sang, and frog-like critters croaked throughout the trees. He was truly, utterly alone, and he loved every second of it. He knew that he could survive here for a long time if he had to, but he really wanted to get to the next step in this great adventure sooner rather than later. After all, he hadn't been transported here to be trapped on an island forever. Add in what he had learned about his potential destinies, and he knew there was no way that shark-headed bastard expected him to live and die here. He shook his head when he thought about Sharktooth, the strange creature who was apparently some sort of godlike being. He also remembered how much it hurt when he broke his friggin' hand punching that mutant bastard in the face. Or was it the snout? He really didn't know much about shark anatomy. Skree made his way through the underbrush, his skill increases letting him move effortlessly through the thick foliage. He spotted a boar-like creature digging at the ground with its tusks, and Skree decided he should see if these things could be made into bacon. And he really wanted some bacon. Activating stealth, he drew his bow, nocking an arrow and activating careful aim. As always, the world slowed, and he settled in on his target. As he watched the boar shuffle in slow motion, he noticed a small icon in his vision. With a glance, he read the status, seeing that it was the natural predator trait activating. He was currently receiving 100% increased stealth and tracking while hunting this boar. He used Analyze, taking in the information quickly. Name, Jungle Boar, level 3. Health, 140. Mana, 10. Stamina, 260. Disposition, wary. Jungle boars are omnivores, just as willing to eat carcasses as vegetables and fruits. They often explode in population in the late spring and can become extremely violent during the rut. James let his arrow fly, the ebon-tipped projectile burying deep into the target's chest, penetrating the heart, and killing it near instantly. The poor critter barely made a sound as it fell to the ground dead. Skree shouldered his bow, moving to claim his kill. As he approached, he was startled out of his stealth by an ear-shattering shriek. He looked around wildly, trying to find the source of the deafening sound, when a shadow passed over him. He looked up and saw what had to be the largest bird he had ever seen. It was an eagle-like creature, though it was the size of a small automobile, probably 10 feet from beak to tail feather. It swooped in fast, landing talons first on the jungle boar he had just killed. It gave another shriek in exultation, extending its wings in triumph. Almost on instinct, Skree used Analyze. Name, Giant Eagle, male, level 9. Health, 340. Mana, 60. Stamina, 360. Disposition, animosity. Giant eagles are an apex predator of the skies, often killing creatures equal in size, though occasionally much larger. These majestic birds will carry small boulders and drop them from great heights on larger prey animals before attacking with razor-sharp talons. Now that's a big-ass chicken right there, Skree muttered to himself, watching the bird tear the boar to pieces with relative ease. Blood sprayed. The eagle ripped limbs from the torso and tore the entrails out. The majestic bird swallowed large mouthfuls of meat, throwing its head back to let the meat slide down its throat. Well, I really wanted some bacon, but I suppose white meat will have to do. Moving as fast as he could, Skree drew his bow, activating stealth and power shot. He hoped to do a significant amount of damage in a single shot. Holding the bow until it creaked under the strain of his pull, his natural predator talent activated again. Just before he released his shot, he remembered that he now had spells. He let the string go slack, holding the bow and arrow with one hand, and with the other he began casting Entangle for the first time. He had never used magic, but somehow he knew how to use it effortlessly. He moved his hand in small circles, his fingers moving through complex forms. He felt the power building up, and with a whispered word of power, the mana left his body. The ground around the eagle erupted with a tangle of vines rapidly ensnaring the creature's wings, head, and legs. Thorns sprouted from the vines, embedding in the flesh of the raptor. Skree grinned fiercely as the creature struggled against the magical vines. Knowing that it wouldn't hold forever, he drew hard on his bowstring, activating Power Shot. He sighted and loosed quickly, the bow shuddering as the power was released. The arrow struck the target just below the beak, tearing into the throat of the eagle. It trumpeted a sound of anger as blood soaked its golden feathers. Skree activated careful aim, letting the time-slowing effect wash over him. He waited for his opportunity and released the arrow. It tore through the air, the bladed arrowhead burying itself into the eagle's neck, nearly impacting the same spot as his first shot. The poor bird struggled weakly against the vines, blood pouring from the holes in its neck. Skree moved in, dropping the bow and pulling the huge sword from his back. The eagle looked up at him, nothing but pain and grief in its eyes. He shuddered with sadness at the sight, knowing he had killed this majestic predator for almost no reason. Despite the admonishment he felt, he raised the blade and swung in one fluid motion, decapitating the eagle and ending its suffering. He collapsed to his knees, remorse washing over him. Had he really become so comfortable with killing after only a few days in Raiya? He didn't know why this death was hitting him so heavily, but he forced himself to calm. This creature was a dangerous predator, and he was alone in a deadly world. He took a few deep breaths and relaxed, reviewing a few prompts. You have gained 160 experience from killing Jungle Boar, level 4. You have gained 950 experience from killing Giant Eagle, level 9. Well, at least he would get more than just food from this carcass. He pulled out his dagger and got to work, carving meat from the eagle's legs, chest, and wings. Each gave him a prompt, but he dismissed them without much consideration, as food was pretty lacking in information and necessity. He removed the talons from each foot, awestruck by the size of the things. They were nearly the size of his short sword, and they were made of a material as hard as stone. He checked the prompt. Congratulations, you have found Giant Eagle Talons times 8. Rarity, scarce. Quality, superb. Durability, 80 out of 80. Giant Eagle Talons are a sought-after commodity as giant eagles are rare creatures. The talons can be made into extremely durable knives or tools. You have found Giant Golden Feathers times 50. Rarity, scarce. Quality, superb. Durability, 4 out of 4. Golden feathers are a rare crafting ingredient useful for creating enchanted arrows. He looked at the eagle's remains, shaking his head. I promise I will put these to good use. I hope you find peace in the next world. Skree cleaned his weapons, recovered his arrows, and stored the trophies in his satchel. With one last glance at the majestic bird, Skree carried on into the jungle with a bit more experience, both in the game and in his new life. Chapter 15. The next few days passed in a bit of a funk. The rain came that night, and it rained hard. Rain like that only happened on islands or in deep jungles. It came in great, punishing sheets, battering Skree until he had to give up on traveling, forcing him to find cover. He took shelter under trees or stony outcroppings. Getting a fire going was impossible, so the roasted meats and vegetables that Sawbones had given him were a lifesaver. He ate most of his stores out of sheer boredom, the dark clouds and impassable mud keeping him stationary hour after excruciating hour. He was wet, cold, and bored, but at least he was good and full. Eventually, the rain let up, and Skree was able to resume his trek to the base of the mountain where the strange markings were on the map. By his estimations, he would reach the area in the next day or so. Along the path, he gathered what supplies he could, finding a few handfuls of berries, some carrot-like vegetables, and even a weird fruit that resembled a watermelon, only it was shaped like a dodecahedron. He didn't care what Analyze called them. From now on, he would call them 20-sided fruit. After a tough day of rugged, muddy travel, Skree found a nice cavernous rock formation, closed on 3 sides, with a nice opening at the top, where a flat slab was propped up a foot or so from the walls. He was happy, knowing it would be an excellent place to camp for the night. He got a roaring fire going, glad to remove his armor and clothes and let them dry a bit by the fire. He roasted all the giant eagle meat, the succulent flesh crackling and spitting over the flames. He checked his gear for damage, cleaned any caked-on mud from his boots, and sat down with a large cut of meat. He ate it greedily, smiling happily after each mouthful. Who knew that walking for hours through ankle-deep mud while carrying 30 pounds of gear would be so exhausting? As he ate the deliciously roasted meat, a sense of danger washed over him. A rustling sound beyond the firelight set him on edge. He grabbed the hatchets from his harness and waited, listening for any sounds. He saw it then, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. A pair of glowing eyes watched him from the jungle. Skree made no moves and watched intently as a form slipped into view from the darkness, pacing cautiously into the firelight. A dark-furred wolf, young and scrawny, limped closer, growling deeply as it approached the campsite. Skree used Analyze to see what he was up against. Name, Jungle Wolf, Level 2. Health, 40 out of 180. Mana, 120, Stamina, 160. Disposition, wary. Jungle wolves generally hunt in packs, but some alpha males will break away from the group to hunt alone. Most jungle wolves will avoid firelight and other signs of danger unless driven to extremes by hunger or other conditions, such as disease. Skree looked closely at the wolf, Analyze showing him that it was missing a good bit of health. It was a scrawny thing, its muscles far too lean for size. This thing must be starving, he thought. Slowly, ever so slowly, he reached for the meat he had been eating. As he did, the creature bared its fangs, the hackles on its back standing straight up in the firelight. He made some soothing sounds and tore a piece of meat from the haunch and threw it toward the wolf. The movement caused the wolf to jump back a few steps, but it did not flee. Instead, it sniffed at the air and moved toward the cooked flesh just a few feet away. Once it was close enough, it snapped up the meat and scurried over to the wall, tearing at the juicy seared flesh. Skree remained motionless, watching as the wolf devoured the meal. When it had finished the last bits, it turned to look at him again. It whimpered and huffed, looking at the remaining meat in his hands. With a sigh, he tossed the rest of his piece of meat to the wolf, who snatched it out of the air and didn't bother moving away before eating with reckless abandon. The creature sat, staring at Skree, licking the greasy remnants from its lips. It had devoured the meat, the grease matting the fur around its mouth. Still doing his best not to scare the wolf, Skree saw that it looked happy. The wolf slowly limped closer to Skree, the fear and tension evident. When it was no more than 3 feet away, it whimpered and lay down, the motion communicating just how exhausted the poor creature was. Skree scanned the wolf carefully, seeing the lupine creature had a bleeding wound on its back leg. It looked infected, and would probably lead to a slow and painful death. The wolf's breathing was labored, its eyes shut tight against the pain. Skree grimaced in solidarity, his heart filling with determination. He began drawing on his mana, his fingers coursing with life-giving power. Finishing the casting, golden light surrounded the wolf. Skree watched in wonder as his power closed the wound on its leg, sealing the gash shut, sickly yellow fluid flowing out of the rapidly healing flesh. Skree used Analyze on the wolf again and saw that his spell had restored a large portion of the missing health, and the heal over time effect of his spell was still working. Within a few moments, the creature's health points were fully restored. The wolf visibly relaxed, crawling slowly closer to Skree. The wolf nuzzled its head against his leg, then licked his hand lightly. Extending his hand very slowly, he gave the wolf a few scratches on the ear. The wolf rolled onto its side, showing its soft stomach to him. From what he knew from books and his own dogs, it was a gesture of trust. He sat there for nearly an hour, running his hands over the coarse fur, stroking the wolf while it snored gently under his gentle touch. Leaning back on his satchel, sleeping wolf beside him, he closed his eyes, and a few minutes later, he drifted off to sleep. Sunlight streamed in through the openings in the roof, illuminating the space with warm light. Skree stretched, his joints cracking angrily from the long night on the stone floor. With a sudden start, he looked around for his friend, the wolf. When he couldn't find it, he experienced a moment of sadness. He knew it wasn't a pet, but it was nice to have a small reminder of his beloved dog from back home. He missed his big old Sir Smashley. When the moment had passed, he gathered up his weapons, donned his armor, and took his first steps of the day. The sun was warm and the breeze refreshing. He had a good feeling about today. Skree hurried along, moving toward his intended destination with single-minded focus. Today he would find the place marked on the map and put this mystery to bed. Per usual, he gathered every piece of food he could gather without deviating too far from his path. It was surprising just how much food he could find when he had magic powers that illuminated every scrap worth grabbing. He had been snacking on berries and tubers for days and found that they did a great job keeping him energized. Very different from the fast food he ate several times a week in the old world. The travel was uneventful, eventually taking him up a long, steep hill where the trees thinned substantially toward the top. He crested the hill and took a moment to look down upon the valley below. To his surprise, it was not a small dip in the land, but a substantial valley with steep inclines and craggy slopes. It was at least half a mile across, with a large waterfall at one end, coming from a smaller peak of the central mountain and spilling into a wide river that stretched all the way to the ocean. Skree searched up and down the rim of the valley, finally locating a trail that led down the slope. He made his way down carefully, always moving toward the waterfall, since, according to the map, the strange marker was around the base of the mountain, near the cascading falls. The roar of the waterfall continued increasing in volume until it was impossible to hear anything else. The air was damp, and a fine mist hung thick. As Skree approached the base proper, he had a chuckle to himself. If there is a secret cave behind that waterfall, I'm going to make fun of you so hard, Shark Face, he said aloud, looking to the sky and mocking Sharktooth. Approaching carefully, he peered around the edge of the waterfall, looking for a dark gap or other indicator that there was a secret chamber. When he couldn't see anything, he considered trying to walk through the torrent of water, but tossed that idea away, figuring the water would crush him. No, he knew he would have to look for something less obvious. He activated his tracking skill, searching for tracks of any kind. When nothing appeared in his vision, he sighed gloomily. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy. He paced up and down the river, searching for anything that might draw his attention. He was about to give up and move further downstream when he saw a glint under the water in a deep eddy. It has been a bit warm today. How about a swim? He asked himself sarcastically. He started removing his gear, leaving it in a niche between a few of the larger river rocks. When he was down to just his silken pants, he waded into the river, grateful that it was actually warm and refreshing. Plunging into the water, he swam toward the glinting light, discovering a large golden statue broken into multiple pieces. He swiped at the dirt and grime that had grown over the statue, revealing the head of a kobold wearing a crown with a large blue stone as the focal point. Looking around, he quickly spotted several other pieces scattered near and far, all made of a similar golden metal. He tried to lift one of the smaller pieces, but it was far too heavy. He nearly pulled a muscle in his back, and despite his efforts, it barely even stirred up mud. He was running short on breath, so he pushed off the statue, the force of his jump enhanced by his new strength, allowing him to rapidly reach the surface. He broke through, gasping for air. He floated there for a minute, thinking about the statue and the many pieces littering the riverbed. He doubted that even the huge waterfall would have had the power to push the massive statue this far down the river. Then it struck him. The statue would have had to fall from a great height to shatter like that. He swam to the shore, flopping onto his back, and taking a few moments to enjoy the breeze and to catch his breath. He stared up at the waterfall and saw a ledge about halfway up the cliff. He jumped up, nearly running over to his gear. He dressed quickly, securing his weapons and armor over his dripping clothing. He jogged over to the cliff face, the wet cloth squelching as he ran. He began searching for a place to climb, craning his neck toward the sky. Obviously, he wasn't an expert rock climber, but he thought that he could make out a path he could ascend. No matter how easy it appeared, he knew this was going to be one hell of a climb. He grabbed a handhold, secured his boot in a nice little gap in the stone, and pushed up away from the earth. Just 140 more feet or so, and this climb would be done. Chapter 16. Skree climbed, one hand after another, one tenuous foothold at a time. Mist from the waterfall made the rocks slick, and moss or algae grew everywhere, making it tougher still. Each time he made it a few feet higher, his all-too-natural fear increased. Steeling himself against his fear, he climbed higher and higher. His hands ached. His muscles shook, and he pushed harder, knowing his stamina was well over halfway consumed. He climbed with purpose, driven by fear as his hands bled from the sharp edges of the rocks. When he first saw the height of the climb, he thought that the distance had been fairly short, but he could not have been more wrong. He peered up, relief washing over him. It was nearly over. The ledge was only a few feet further. Grunting with effort, he pulled himself up to the next handhold, scrabbling desperately for a firm grip. His foot slipped, and his shin smashed into the rocky cliff face. Pain shot up his leg, and he nearly fell, losing his grip and dangling from one hand. Skree squeezed his eyes shut against the pain and the fear, forcing himself to focus. The stinging ache slowly ebbed away, becoming a dull throb in his shin. With a concentrated effort, he righted himself, securing his footing once again. He searched the cliff above him, spotting a slim crack in the stone. He stretched out and drove his fingers firmly into the recess. He rechecked his footing again, and with a bit of bravery and a bit of desperation, he jumped upward as his stamina bar started flashing red. His fingers hooked onto the ledge, and he pulled himself up, his muscles screaming in protest with every inch he moved. With one final roar of triumph, he pulled himself onto the ledge. Skree immediately rolled away from the edge and stared up at the sky. The roar of the waterfall nearly vanished from his mind as he listened to his pounding heart and heaving breaths. He wiped the water from his eyes, taking a few moments to rest. He stared at his stamina bar, watching it slowly refill as his burning lungs began to relax. His health bar was missing a few points, but his regen ring was dealing with that. He held his stinging and bleeding hands above his head where he lay, watching with fascination as the tiny nicks and cuts from the sharp rocks slowly healed until no trace of the wounds remained. What an incredible place this was! And he was the first person from the real world who was experiencing this game. He frowned at the thought, thinking back to everything he had experienced thus far. This world was so real, in every conceivable way. He'd felt true pain, mind-rending agony, when he had nearly lost his arm. The simple joy he felt for fresh air when he left the underground warrens had nearly brought a tear to his eye. Even now, as he lay 100 feet in the air on a cliff, soaking wet, he reveled in the warmth of the sun and the stone he rested upon. Game or not, this was true reality, his new life. Thoughts of his family came to him then. His little sister, who was studying computer science at the university. His parents, now retired from laborious jobs that had left them poor but happy. He thought back to his younger days, remembering that his father told him often that money couldn't buy happiness, that only living a good life and surrounding yourself with love could make you truly happy. Skree might have missed that lesson in his endless pursuit of the next promotion and his next raise, believing that to be real success, and by proxy, true happiness. The truth was, though, he had been miserable in the old world. He just existed, never deviating from routine, never trying to become more than a money man with the hottest new tech toys. His parents, though generally strapped for cash, were two of the most genuinely happy people he could imagine. They loved each other desperately and wholly. Skree wept softly on that sunny rock, his tears mixing with the cool mist from the raging falls as he lamented the loss of his family. He didn't know if he could ever return to his world, to tell his parents one more time that he loved them, to look at his sister as she coded her next great project, probably something for a charity or some other world-changing app. He swore to himself and to his family that he would make them proud, that he would live like they would expect of him. He would follow his father's advice and live a good life, no matter the cost. He would find his own things to live for in Raiya, and he would protect them to his dying breath. He would be a good man, and it would start right now. With newly restored purpose, Skree picked himself up, shook off as much water as he could, and took in his surroundings. The ledge was not large by any means. It was maybe 8 feet across, one side a precipitous drop, the other a sheer cliff face that rose another 100 feet or more above him. He looked out over the river valley, toward the structure he thought he had seen before. He squinted and covered his eyes from the sun, but all he could see was a strange shape deep in the trees. Still too far to see from where he was, so he decided that would be his next destination, after figuring out this mystery first. Skree moved toward the towering falls, spotting a dark hole in the cliff that had to be a cave. As he passed under the waterfall and stared into the darkness, he realized he wasn't exactly wrong, but oh boy, was he wrong! He walked forward, his breath leaving him as he took it all in. Deep into the cliff was an enormous cavern, but it wasn't just a natural formation. The walls were carved with patterns and reliefs depicting kobolds in regal suits of armor and sprawling underground cities with hundreds of kobolds. These creatures were industrious, the masters of their environment, and they had apparently thrived like any civilized race. He spent several minutes viewing them one after another. Scenes of Cobalt lords bestowing blessings upon crowds, Cobalt warriors locked in epic struggles with the deadly beasts of the island and its underground labyrinths. The scenes were so lifelike that he struggled to understand that these weren't photographs. This was a pinnacle achievement of artistry, something that would give Michelangelo chills. Tearing his gaze from the carvings, he took a careful look around, observing the central columns for the first time. They were carved directly from the stone, extending from the floor to the ceiling dozens of feet above. He whistled as he understood that this entire chamber must have been carved out of the cliff through sheer force of will. The effort required must have been staggering and taken uncountable years. It stunned him to consider the kobolds he had met thus far. Before Sawbones had recovered the blue stone ring from Gertrude, he was a blubbering idiot. In a million lifetimes, Sawbones could not have imagined, let alone created, something of this magnitude. What catastrophe could have befallen them to destroy everything they had built, everything they had achieved? What could do this to an entire civilization? He was not looking forward to finding out. There was a raised platform that held a throne deeper in the Cobalt Temple. He moved carefully, observing the ground for any signs of danger. The stone was smooth, and there wasn't a speck of dust covering the floor. He moved onto the platform, taking the stairs one at a time with reverence. Moving around the throne, he drank it in. The throne itself had also been carved directly from the stone. The base was solid granite and melded seamlessly with the floor. The ornate seat was shaped to accommodate a tail, signifying that this was clearly a Cobalt creation. There were letters carved into the base, and with a few blinks his Rosetta Stone talent triggered, and he could easily read the finely carved lettering. Behold the majesty of the Cobalt clans. When unified, unequaled in skill and talent, the lizard folk bless the stone as the stone has blessed us. Take refuge in the temple of the blue stone, the eternal sanctuary of our salvation. Take heed and know the power of destiny. Skree considered the words carefully. This was the culmination of an entire people's effort to create something truly awe-inspiring. The reference to the blue stone stood out. Whatever this blue stone was, it must have been something of immense power, and might have been what the kobolds had needed to pull themselves from the muck and filth of where they were before, and where they had returned somehow. Skree had felt the power of destiny, seen his great potential, and perhaps this stone had been something similar for the kobolds. As he stood there considering, light began to fill the room from the direction of the waterfall. The sun sank toward the horizon, aligning with the opening in the cliff face. The shape of the cavernous entrance molded the light into a focused beam. Skree watched as the light traveled across the floor until the sun reached a certain point when the light was aligned directly with the throne. He held his hands up, blocking the blinding glare as he stumbled back and fell onto the throne. The light was uncomfortably warm, and he squinted involuntarily against the brilliant beam. Sitting on the throne, warmth spreading through him, he heard something. A whisper at the edge of his mind. No, not exactly heard, but more a feeling in his mind. A shudder ran down his spine as he whipped his head back and forth, looking for the source. It came again, more forcefully, filling his thoughts with a rasping, ancient voice.
This seed is not for you, filthy human.
It grated at him.
You are not of the lizard folk.
Skree hesitantly spoke aloud into the blinding light and the all-consuming darkness just beyond his vision. I am not a kobold, but I am Skree, the champion of the Blue Stone clan, and... Before he could continue, the voice hissed angrily at him.
A champion of the folk? A human champion? Do not insult me, filthy human.
The room seemed to vibrate with the palpable rage in the statement. He could feel the contempt and mockery of the voice. Skree gritted his teeth. He was many things, but he was not a liar. "You dare call me a liar?" he shouted in challenge. "A faceless voice in the dark? Who are you?" The sound of laughter, sinister and dark, reverberated through the room. Skree tensed as the sound washed over him, all too audible this time. The light began to fade as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness washed over the temple. His sight was temporarily blinded by the change in light. He rubbed his eyes in an effort to restore his meager night vision.
"Dare insult you?"
The voice came from right behind him this time, and he dove instinctually from the throne, drawing his hatchets effortlessly as he came to his feet.
"I do not dare anything,"
the voice roared back in challenge. The chamber filled with an ominous red glow, and a pair of glowing eyes slowly came into being. A shadowy figure coalesced from the darkness, a towering creature made of shadows and smoke that seemed to absorb the light. It was darker than the natural shadows, and it moved unnaturally smooth as it glided forward. It drifted around the large throne like an ominous thundercloud as bursts of red light coursed through it. It moved before Skree, its presence a weighty thing as it closed the distance. It lunged forward, its head coming even with his. Its mouth opened, and the smell of rotten meat wafted over him. Vapors lazily drifted away from the creature, though its size was not diminished with each puff of the foul miasma.
"I am the darkness that comes for all. I am the black heart of Raiya, the destroyer of destiny."
The creature nearly sang with joy at the pronouncement. It crooned with delight.
"I am the harvester of fate, the power that drains life away from this world. I am Abranacht, and you do not belong here."
It screamed as red light flared deep within the creature. Skree had heard enough. He used Analyze as he prepared to engage with this thing. Name, Splinter of Abranacht. Spirit of Enmity. Level unknown. Health unknown. Mana unknown. Stamina unknown. Disposition hatred. This is a being of pure chaos, bent on destroying all life on Raiya. Nothing further can be learned about this being. "Oh, shit," Skree muttered, rolling away. He wove the arcane gestures for his opening spell. Coming to one knee, he released the energy of the spell. Vines erupted from the stone, quickly wrapping themselves around the vaporous being. It struggled against the binding effect of the magic, and vines snapped easily under its strength. Skree moved quickly, drawing his bow. He activated Power Shot and released the arrow, which tore through the insubstantial being. Though the arrow passed through without much resistance, the creature still howled in pain. It reared back, and more of the vines tore away, one of its legs coming free. Skree activated Careful Aim and released another arrow, aiming for the creature's face. The arrow shot forward, again tearing through the smoky form and impacting a far wall. Red light shone from each of the punctures, glowing like a fiery portal to hell. With a staggering, shuddering cry, the creature tore itself free of the vines, charging forward with reckless speed. It swung its arm in a powerful blow that impacted Skree with incredible force. He flew away, bouncing across the stone floor, his bow clattering away from him. He groaned through the pain, noticing that his health bar was over half depleted from that single hit. With an effort of will, he forced himself up and started casting his healing spell, Minor Restoration. The energy flooded into his core, and just before he completed the casting, Abranacht closed the distance blindingly fast. Skree opened his mouth to finish the spell, but another mighty blow sent him crashing into the stone wall. He felt his ribs break as hot pain flooded every inch of his being. His health bar was blinking red, his life nearly extinguished. He started to crawl, moving away from the wall. Clawing at the stone to get away, the creature loomed above, its rotten breath washing over him.
"I must say that I am surprised,"
it whispered, its form nearly caressing his ear.
"Few creatures would stand to face me, let alone be able to harm me."
Skree continued crawling, his health minimally regenerating from the ring he wore. Skree spat and rolled onto his back, looking up at the whispering darkness that was Abranacht.
"I have never been one to disappoint."
Abranacht sneered down at its prey.
"Stupidity is often confused for bravery, wretched human. Any last words before I devour your soul?"
Skree spoke his words inaudibly through gritted teeth.
"What was that, mortal? I couldn't hear you."
It lowered its head, its glowing red eyes mere inches from Skree's face. Skree grinned.
"I am the champion of the Bluestone clan."
He spat as he drove his ebon dagger into Abranacht's eye. The creature leapt back, clawing at its eye, trying to remove the razor-sharp blade. It flailed and thrashed about, red light shining in a bright beam. Skree cast his minor regeneration spell. The healing energy washed over him. His bones snapped into place, and the internal injuries began to heal. He wasn't in great shape, but he would just have to make do. He rose to his feet, pulling the too heavy-handed blade from his back. Abranacht clutched at the dagger, completely consumed by the knife in its eye socket. The creature was completely unaware when the massive blade tore through its midsection. Huge gouts of smoke sloughed away, revealing a startling red gem at the core of the monster. It pulsed with that sinister red light. Without thinking, Skree jammed his entire arm inside the creature and grabbed hold of the gemstone. Power flooded through him, his arm glowing with a blinding blue light. The power coursing through him nearly broke his mind as visions of death and decay overwhelmed his thoughts. A battle between primordial forces was occurring in his hand. Somehow, he understood. This was the power of destiny, the ability that had been awoken in him by the statue in the Cobalt Warrens. Destiny was battling chaos, and he was the conduit for that power. He grasped the stone tightly, even as Abranacht flailed about trying to dislodge him. The light covered his entire body, slowly repelling the shadowy form of Abranacht away from the stone. With a final, wailing cry, the incorporeal form of its body exploded away, the red light emanating from the crystal shimmering to a deep purple, then to a brilliant blue. As the black smoke swirled wildly around the temple, a voice came to Skree's mind again. Once again, only a voice in his head.
"A chosen of the Archons. Impossible. Know this, wretched mortal. This is not the end, for Abranacht is eternal. I will come for you."
The voice faded with the smoke as it dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 17. Skree collapsed to the ground, his great sword clattering to the stone floor. His chest heaved from both the exertion of combat and the power he had channeled when grasping the stone. Whatever Abernacht was, it was something truly dangerous. He understood then that the blue stone had been corrupted by Abernacht somehow. Taking a few moments to breathe, he cast minor regeneration again, watching as his health bar reached 100%. Beside him lay the blue stone he had freed from Abernacht. It pulsed with a gentle blue light now, calm and steady. Staring at the stone, Skree was mesmerized by the swirling illumination. He reached out with trepidation, his hand hovering just above the stone. He could feel something calling to him from the powerful magic artifact. His hand closed around the stone, and his vision swirled to darkness before exploding with light in his mind. When his vision finally cleared, Skree was standing in the center of the temple, but it was filled with kobolds. They were arrayed in some sort of formation, two neat groups both facing the throne. Atop the dais was a truly regal kobold standing before the blue stone, which rested on an ornate pedestal. Beside the kobold was an imposing figure, a human man dressed in fine black armor that was lined with red accents. The metal seemed to absorb light, and the air around him shimmered with darkness. The king of kobolds banged his staff on the ground, causing the room to fall silent.
Lizard folk, today is an auspicious day, a day that will change everything for the clans. Our domain has been restricted to this island for so long that we have forgotten that the world is larger than we could possibly know. An opportunity has been presented to the clans for something greater, something that will enable us, the clans, to achieve more than we could alone. Today, we forge the next great accomplishment of our people.
The royal kobold spoke with pride and crystal-clear diction. The man in the black armor spoke next. Today we link our two destinies, my people and those of the Bluestone clan. The artistry and skills of the Bluestone and the wealth and power of the kingdom of Tamo will be joined. By opening a portal between our two kingdoms, it will enable our people to commence trade on a scale unlike any other. The folk will be able to leave this island and visit our kingdom to see its many splendors and treasures. He produced a golden bauble that reflected the glittering sunlight in the temple. The armored man continued. The people of my kingdom wish to share our resources and knowledge, and hope that you will do the same. Today we will create a link between your relic and ours. When the ritual completes, a rift will appear here in this temple, and in the temple of the Red Heart in the center of our kingdom. Today we grow together. He raised his fist in the air, and the kobolds cheered loudly. The king of kobolds banged his staff again, once again signaling for silence. The regal kobold nodded to the man in armor, who produced a glowing red stone, roughly the shape of a heart. It pulsed with the same sinister light as Abernacht's shadowy form. The king placed his hand on the blue stone, and the man extended the red heart toward the king. The royal placed his hand on the red stone, creating a conduit between the two relics. Both began to glow brighter and continued to increase in luminescence until both were like small suns, the blue and red light intermingling, creating a purple haze that filled the chamber. The gathered kobolds stared in wonder as the lights danced around the chamber, shimmering across the walls and ceiling in a kaleidoscopic pattern. They looked on in awe as the king continued to channel the powers of the two stones. A tear began to form in the very air before the king, a malevolent light splitting the very fabric of the world. Subtle changes in the body language of the gathered crowd showed Skree that something was wrong. The rift began to widen as dark smoke began to pour from the tear. The smoke began to pool under the portal like fog. A dark hand emerged from the portal, straining to widen the edges of the tear in reality. A second clawed hand grasped the other edge, easily forcing the portal wider. A terrifying roar of joy erupted from the dark portal, and a hideous creature began to emerge. Its head was like that of a dragon, its midnight black scales edged in a glowing red light like magma. With one last great effort, the portal tore open, and the creature was released into the kingdom of the kobolds. The aura of fear and power coming from the monster had frozen all the kobolds in place. The creature roared at the tiny lizards, releasing a gout of black fire that tore across the room, incinerating dozens of the kobolds instantly. Those that managed to avoid the flames scattered, running for their lives. The creature moved faster than should have been possible, catching a kobold in its jaws and crushing them into paste. It moved again, a clawed hand slicing another of the fleeing kobolds in half. The creature darted around the room like a swirling cloud of pure evil, ripping and tearing through any survivors. The man in the black armor watched impassively, like this was something he had seen dozens of times. He moved to the king and shook his head. "This is not personal. I hope you know that. When you have lived as long as I have, no bargain is too great, no sacrifice too far." The man drew a hideous knife and drove it into the chest of the king, who was struggling to break free of the 2 stones he had linked. His blood sprayed across the stones, and he hung limply, suspended by his unbreakable connection to the relics. "Your people will be destroyed, their very minds rent before the power of Abranacht." He ripped the knife free, the dark blood cascading from the poor kobold's chest. The light in the king's eyes faded, and he slumped lifelessly to the floor. From outside the chamber, Skree could hear screams of terror and the challenging roars of triumph as the black creature raged through the temple. The armored man moved to the blue stone, casually dripping blood from his knife onto the powerful relic. It hissed and smoked, the blue light shifting to purple, then a deep red. The smoke continued to pour from the blood until it was a swirling cloud that surrounded the stone. The smoke coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape and stood, the stone completely obscured from view. It looked around, its glowing red eyes twinkling with insidious joy.
"You have done well, my disciple. Destiny has suffered a mighty blow this day. The Archons have been destroyed, leaving the world for me."
Its voice rumbled like a thunderstorm.
"Your reward shall be great, Emperor Tamarand."
"Our arrangement nears its completion. I need no more rewards, only the fulfillment of your promise," the armored man replied. A deep, throaty chuckle filled the room.
"You truly are my greatest servant. Your work is nearly complete. Leave this place and return to your kingdom. I will call for you again when the time is right,"
the creature stated flatly. With a nod, Tamarin strode through the portal, vanishing from the room. The red heartstone began to spin rapidly, its hateful light blurring. It spun so fast it was impossible to see any details of the stone. It looked like a simple ball of light. A sense of static built up in the room when the stone slammed to a stop, releasing a burst of power that washed out across the island. It expanded so fast, passing through stone walls and continuing to expand, washing over the entire island in all directions. As the power blasted through him in the vision, Skree was ripped from the scene, snapping awake with a desperate gasp. Tears stained his cheeks, a sense of overwhelming sadness filling him. Abernacht was something of pure evil, a darkness that consumed beings of light. This was his true enemy, the enemy of all people and races. Skree was pretty sure he had just seen the final boss of this game, and that the version of Abernacht he had faced was just a sliver of that true evil. He had survived their battle, but it was more a fluke than a true victory. Whatever this power was that he had been given, it seemed to indicate that he would play a pivotal role in defeating this evil. When he had managed to pull himself from the memories, he saw a prompt in his vision. Congratulations! You have found a relic of destiny. These powerful objects exist to change the very world around them, the primordial power of fate condensed in physical form. The effects they have on races and kingdoms cannot be overstated. Races are elevated to new levels of power and prestige. Empires have risen from dirt when wielding these relics. You have found Azure, the heart of the island. This relic belonged to the kobolds of the Bluestone clan, and over the centuries increased their intelligence and bestowed great creativity and passion. This stone was dominated by Abernacht, and the race of the kobolds was decimated by the hideous servants of chaos. You have a difficult decision before you. You can, as one of the Archons chosen, claim this power for yourself and forge a bright destiny for yourself. Or you can return this relic to the kobolds of the Bluestone clan, restoring their true destiny. Be aware, this decision is irreversible and will bring sweeping changes to Raiya and its future. Will you take your place as a leader of this world, or keep your word to a friend and restore the power of destiny to the kobold clans? Skree whistled in contemplation. Now this was a choice that would be harder than any before it. This was something that would shape the world. He didn't know what he would gain by taking control of the relic, but he knew it would change his life forever. On the other hand, he had sworn an oath to restore the Bluestone clan to its former glory. He thought back to his father again, and the promise he had made to himself to be better than other men. He would do what was right, even if it cost him. He selected the prompt to return the relic to Sawbones, placing it in his satchel. Searching the temple, he collected his bow, slinging it over his shoulder. The two-handed blade he affixed to his back, and checked his hatchets, making sure they were secured. He remembered the vision from the past, and moved deeper into the temple, following the path of the fleeing kobolds. Chapter 18. As Skree moved through the beautifully decorated hallways, he addressed the prompts that had piled up. Congratulations! You have unlocked the mountain climbing skill, and you have reached levels 1 through 4 in rock climbing. 4% less stamina required when climbing difficult terrain. Congratulations! You have reached level 11 in archery. 11% increased damage with all ranged weapons. Congratulations! You have reached levels 2 through 4 in great weapon combat. Damage increased by 4% with all two-handed weapons. Congratulations! By reaching level 4 in great weapon combat, you have learned the ability Sundering Strike. Sundering Strike deals 150 bonus damage and has a small chance, 5%, to destroy any armor impacted by Sundering Strike. Cast time 1 second, cost 45 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Congratulations! You have reached level 13 in light armor proficiency. All light armor is 13% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached levels 2 through 4 in earth magic. All spells of earth magic are now 4% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached level 7 in life magic. All spells of life magic are now 7% more effective. Skree loved seeing his prompts, even though it was weird to be able to see yourself getting stronger every day in defined numerical values. He closed the prompts and carried on, The signs of battle had long since faded, but Skree found it unusual that there weren't any skeletal remains anywhere. The stone was clean, and similar to the main temple area, no real dust had accumulated. Maybe there was some kind of magic or enchantment that kept the air fresh and dust-free. The hallway continued down into the depths, and eventually opened to a less ornately decorated chamber with many small recesses in the walls. He realized this must have been the communal warren, like the deep warrens where the kobolds currently lived. There were many signs that this place had been left abandoned. Personal belongings, collections of shiny stones, and small hand-carved statues littered the area. Discarded and rotting clothing were stored in each of the nooks. He felt pain in his heart, now knowing what had transpired in this place. His resolve was set in stone at that moment. "I am coming for you, Abernacht, no matter where you hide," he voiced to ghosts of the past. He made his way around the chamber, taking in what must have been a home for hundreds of kobolds. So many trinkets, long rotted by the ravages of time. He left the chamber, moving further into the depths, until he came across a set of double iron doors that must have been used to protect something valuable. There were deep gashes clawed into the metal. Perhaps the beast from his vision had been unable to penetrate the heavy doors. He inspected them carefully and saw that they were not fully shut, and with a few strong tugs the door squealed open. Inside was a room like a vault, the walls made from iron like the doors. It wasn't rusted, but it was clearly degrading, as it lacked any luster. The dark metal didn't reflect much light. There were racks of rusted weapons and armor, all of it ruined. Continuing to search the vault, he noticed a small panel in the wall with a keyhole. It looked like a safe. He tried to pry it open, first with his hands, then with his dagger, but no such luck. It just wouldn't budge. Clenching his jaw in frustration, he made his way to the other side of the vault, looking for anything valuable. Sadly, nothing here was in any condition to be useful. He chalked it up as bad luck and made to leave when he kicked something that was resting under one of the shelves. With a small bit of disgust, he realized it was a leg bone that probably belonged to a kobold. He dropped to all fours, looking underneath the rack, nearly jumping when he came face to face with a kobold's skull. Shaking his head, he pulled the bones free, the desiccated rags crumbling away from the skeletal remains. Draped around the long-dead kobold's neck was a metal chain with a key at the end. "Sorry, buddy," he said, frowning as he gently removed the key. He moved back to the safe, inserted the key, said a short prayer, and turned it. There was some resistance, then an audible click as the safe unlocked and the door popped open. "Jackpot, baby," Skree said as he hungrily threw open the door. He was not disappointed with what he found. "You have found Earth Spellbook, rarity rare, quality above average, durability 1 out of 1. You have found Water Spellbook, rarity rare, quality above average, durability 1 out of 1. You have found Magic Bag, rarity scarce, quality superb, durability 250 out of 250. This item is unidentified. Seek out someone with the skill Identify to learn its magical properties. You have found Dark Steel Ingots ×6. Rarity common, quality superb, durability 60 out of 60. Dark steel ingots can be used to create sturdy armor and weapons with higher than normal durability. You have found 114 gold coins. Congratulations! You have found the golden crown of King Grimbalkin, unifier of the kobold clans. This is a quest item and cannot be destroyed or sold. You have unlocked the hidden quest, an old crown for a new king. Skree bounced excitedly as he read the prompts. The spellbooks were an incredible find, regardless of what spells they contained. He would need to learn how to identify items as soon as possible, so he didn't have to drag them around for too long. The thing he was most excited about was the magic bag. Maybe he would finally have access to some real inventory space. Maybe it would be a bag of holding like in Dungeons and Dragons. He stuffed everything into his satchel with a frustrated grumble. He really hoped that magic bag would help him deal with all this gear a bit easier. He looked at the quest he had received, but it contained no details at all. It seemed obvious, though. This was clearly a gift he could give to Sawbones when he returned the relic to the Cobalt leader. Perhaps it would help him with reunification to have a glorious crown. He left the vault and explored the rest of the temple, but when he reached the end of the temple proper and saw that it connected to natural tunnels, he turned back. No way was he going to dive into the endless expanse of tunnels and caves without a guide. He had more than enough time underground already. He made his way back to the temple entrance, leaving the arch and stepping close to the edge, letting the cascading water wash over him. Night had fallen, and the surrounding valley was dark. He walked along the ledge, looking at the sky, listening to the constant roar of the waterfall. Sitting, he hung his legs over the ledge and pulled some of the giant eagle meat from his satchel, biting into it with ravenous hunger. There he sat, staring into the dark abyss of the valley. The night sky was clear and filled with thousands of twinkling stars. He ate a few more bits of food from his satchel before moving back into the protection of the temple. There was no way he was going to try to make the climb down in the darkness and sleep in the jungle. He settled into a corner, lying down to rest and recover. He would figure out his next steps in the morning. Chapter 19. The night passed uneventfully, but Skree's dreams were plagued with nightmares of the horrible slaughter over and over. It was a vision he could not escape, and each nightmare ended the same way, with glowing red eyes of Abernacht staring at him from the eternal darkness. It was a long, restless night, and he was glad it was over. Maybe sleeping in the temple had been a mistake, but it was much better than the alternatives. Skree packed his things, moving out to the ledge again. Looking over the edge, he was not looking forward to climbing back down. The deep pond at the base of the waterfall drew his attention. He suddenly had a terrible idea. A very bad and super dumb idea. The fastest way down was to jump. Realistically speaking, it was also probably the safest. At least if he fell on purpose, he wouldn't splatter all over the hard earth beneath the cliffs. He could splatter against the nice soft water instead. Fortune favors the bold, he said to himself, trying to convince himself he wasn't terrified of what he was about to do. He lined up his jump, moving deeper into the temple. It was still early morning, and the sun was not in his eyes. The mist filling the entrance created a hazy rainbow. It was beautiful, and it was picturesque. Truly the perfect thing to see before a man leaps to his possible death. He had made a jump before that ended well. He hoped this would be just as easy. Skree bounced from foot to foot, shaking his hands out. His heart was racing and his ears burned. He took a few deep breaths, psyching himself up, then took off running toward the edge. The distance melted away as he ran. He pumped his legs as hard as he could, and just before the edge, he let loose a primal roar and leapt through the cascading falls. Almost instantly, he regretted it. As he passed into the raging torrent, he came to the stunning conclusion the power of the falls had other plans for him. He started to spin wildly, out of control, the water refusing to release him as it beat him senseless. He didn't know it was possible before he jumped, but he might end up the first person to drown while in freefall. He gasped for air, but he was basically underwater, his lungs sucking in great volumes of it. He choked and sputtered, then, like an alarm in middle of the night, he suddenly remembered he was about to hit the water. Of course, realizing this truth made no difference, as he slammed into the pool at the base of the falls. He landed flat on his back, the last vestiges of air blasting from his lungs as gravity and the additional pressure of the falling water drove him deep under the surface. He sucked in a heaving lungful of water as he frantically swam in whatever direction he thought was up. It's amazing how fast you can black out when you can't breathe anything but cold water. He struggled weakly as the raging currents tossed him back and forth, slamming him into rocks and other unseen obstacles, before the world finally winked out. The world came rushing back to him as he violently coughed up what felt like a gallon of water. He was confused and disoriented. Why did his face hurt so much? Why did breathing hurt so much? As he retched up more water while gasping for air, the memories came rushing back to him. He had drowned? Skree thought for sure he was supposed to be dead. He dug his fingers into the muddy bank and pushed himself onto his back. The burning fire in his lungs and the aching pains all over his body kept him paralyzed. Every movement was agony, and even breathing was nearly unbearable. He stared up at the sky for a few minutes, the pain slowly receding. Something was missing. The sound of the falls. He sat bolt upright, which was a mistake. The world spun violently, causing him to vomit again. His vision dimmed. He collapsed back into the sand, more exhausted than he had ever been. Staring up at the sky, pain racking his body with every breath, he slipped blissfully into unconsciousness. He dreamed of his family, of his sister and his parents. He dreamed of his old life, of his desk job, and his endless time spent staring at a computer screen. He felt terrified that he had been returned to his old life of spreadsheets and monotonous boredom. As the dream ended, he blearily opened his eyes, the sun drifting by high overhead in the sky. Resting lazily in the sun, his more recent memories came flooding back. He had jumped from the temple, nearly drowned, and now he was here, wherever here was. Gingerly, he tilted his head side to side, taking in his surroundings. He was on the shore of the river, the calm burbling of the water almost peaceful, except for the sudden memories of drowning that flooded his mind. What a terrible experience that had been, to be so wholly powerless in the face of nature's fury. What kind of an idiot tries to jump through a raging waterfall? The kind who has seen one too many action movies, he supposed. With careful movements, he sat up, getting his first good look around. He picked out the cliff and the falls a great distance away. So, he had floated downriver toward the sea. He must have blacked out and washed up here only a few minutes later, or he would be much deader than he was now. Further down the shore, he saw his satchel, its contents spilled on the sandy beach. Focusing, he stood, nearly swooning again, finally managing to get his bearings. He stumbled for the first few steps, but his balance returned quickly. Skree made it to his satchel, scooped the spilled contents back into the bag, and tossed it over his shoulder. He snapped his fingers excitedly. That building that I saw, it should be... He scanned the area around him and pointed downstream. That way. He nodded to himself, and following the river, he started walking. He checked his status page and was surprised to find that his health was completely refilled. Apparently, a 3-hour nap on the riverside does wonders for a drowned man. Skree walked for an hour before he spotted the strange shape again. It was a building of some kind. Excitedly, he picked up the pace. When he got close enough to make out the details, he was ecstatic to find a large stone building, mostly obscured by trees and vines. It was the size of a small 2-story house, perfect for a young, aspiring hero looking for a place to live. Approaching the building cautiously, he activated stealth, walking around the perimeter and looking through the windows. The building contained some rotting furniture, mostly crumbled to nothing more than driftwood. He moved up to the door and slowly pushed it open a few inches. It moved easily, though it hung loosely from its mountings. He listened for a minute or so, then moved into the home. Scanning the area, he was glad to see it was empty. Before he started looking for any fun treasures, he knew he needed to clear the building. Moving with great care, he crept up the stairs, trying to avoid any creaking with each step. When he reached the top, he felt relieved. It was empty. There were several large shutters covering the windows, and the ceiling had a few holes that would need to be patched. He deactivated stealth and walked around with some pep in his step. He didn't know who this place used to belong to, but this was going to be his new base of operations, his first real home in Raiya. He threw open the shutters, letting the breeze push away the stale air. He breathed deeply, enjoying the subtle sounds of the jungle. Setting his satchel on the ground, he removed his great sword and stretched, his muscles relaxing as the tension faded away. He moved about the second floor, opening every shutter and letting in the warm sunlight. He bounced downstairs, repeating the process. Sunlight illuminated the first floor, and he went to work, picking up bits of wood and leaves that had blown in over the years. As he stomped around, he heard a hollow thump from under his foot. He stopped dead in his tracks, then gave a few more test stomps. "What do we have here?" he said. Dropping to a knee, he brushed aside the thick dust and dirt. A rusted iron ring was mounted to the floorboards. He gave it a few strong tugs, and the trapdoor coming open with a cloud of dust. Rough-hewn stone steps led into the darkness. The stairwell was covered in thick cobwebs. Good. Looks like no one has been down there in a long time. He stepped down into the darkness, pushing through the thick webbing. The only light came from the trap door above. He shouted into the darkness, the sound of his voice echoing in the small space. It looked like there were some crates stacked along the walls, the shapes barely discernible in the darkness. He moved upstairs, then outside, and started looking for branches that might make a good torch. Within a few moments, he had gathered plenty of fire-making supplies. He cleared a small area and started working to get a fire going. His survival skill had gotten a big boost when he selected his druid class, so he instinctively knew how to make fire from his gathered materials. Once the pile of wood was fully blazing, his stomach took the opportunity to remind him he was very hungry. He gathered his giant eagle meat from his satchel upstairs and then started cooking the tender flesh. Sizzling grease and wood smoke filled his nostrils, triggering memories of barbecues with his friends during college. Cold beers, warm pools, and good times. Maybe he would find some semblance of good times like those again. But for now, he would settle for a late lunch. He pulled the roasted meat from the fire, clearing himself a nice little spot to sit, and leaning against a fallen tree, he took his first bite of freshly roasted meat and moaned his delight. It felt so good to just sit and eat something hot. As he happily chomped away, he nearly missed the form creeping out of the underbrush just beyond the clearing. He started to pull his dagger from his belt, but a small growl came from the hidden form. "Buddy, is that you?" Skree watched the animal as it crossed from the shaded undergrowth into the sunlight. There stood his wolf friend from a couple nights ago, looking much healthier. The creature stared at him, panting, eyes twinkling. The wolf moved toward him slowly, no signs of aggression, no hackles raised. "Did you miss me?" Skree asked the furry critter. He tossed a piece of meat toward the animal, who rushed forward and, for lack of a better term, wolfed it down. Skree chuckled out loud, laughing at his own joke. The wolf looked up, its head tilting sideways at the curious sound. The animal had never heard human laughter before. Skree took another bite, then held out a piece of meat in his extended palm. He watched as the wolf approached carefully, his breath slow and even as he waited for the wild animal to reach him. He dared not move as the wolf came closer. It sniffed at the offered treat, gently grabbing the meat with its sharp fangs, and began tearing at it happily. Skree reached out slowly, repeating, "Good boy." He gently stroked the animal's side, carefully and slowly petting it while offering it more meat. After several minutes, the meat was gone, and the wolf had relaxed next to him. It rested its head on his leg, while Skree gently scratched at its ears. He used Analyze, and seeing that the wolf was at full strength, he felt really good about his choice to heal this magnificent animal. He rested quietly, enjoying the company for as long as he could. They sat there together for an hour or more, with Skree petting the pooch until his hand ached. He eventually fell asleep, as the sun was nearing the horizon. A full belly and crackling fire often had that effect on a man. An explosively loud thunderclap shattered his peaceful slumber. He came awake, heart racing, ears ringing. A nearby tree was ablaze less than 100 feet away. When he had calmed his racing heart, he searched the clearing for the wolf. With a sigh of relief, he spotted it, sitting near the stone house. Hurriedly, he poked around in the fire, removing a long piece of wood that was flaming at one end. A brilliant flash of lightning temporarily blinded him as the rain began to fall, first a few drops, and then, as if someone had pulled a plug on the sky, thick sheets of rain began to fall. Running inside, he beckoned for the wolf to come indoors and out of the storm. It took some coaxing, but eventually it stepped under the protective cover of the roof. He gave the critter a pat on the head. "Well, boy, wait, are you a boy?" Skree took a look, and yep, definitely a boy. "Okay. Come on, boy. We have a basement to check out while we wait out this storm." Both moved to the trapdoor stairwell. "Here we go." Skree paused. "If you're going to be hanging around, I should probably give you a name." Skree scratched his head, wondering what he should name a wolf. "What about Wolfie?" he asked, to which the wolf growled somewhat angrily. Okay, you're right, it is a bit on the nose." Skree put a hand on his chin, wrinkling his nose. "What if we call you Rocket?" Strangely, the wolf growled again, this time baring his fangs. "Whoa there, buddy. We'll find something that works for you." Skree shook his head in confusion. Could this wolf really understand what he was saying? I mean, obviously you can't understand English, can you? The wolf gave no reaction to his question. Skree rolled his eyes. Obviously. He took a knee and looked into the beast's eyes, and something passed between them. A connection was forged, and he just knew. "Your name is Zuka?" The wolf gave a small bark. "Okay then, good to know," Skree said with a nod. "Nice to meet you, Zuka." The wolf held a paw out, as if he wanted to shake. Suspiciously, Skree extended his hand, gently grasping Zuka's paw. There was a rush of energy as they made contact, and a prompt appeared with a roaring sound effect. "Congratulations, you have forged a bond with a wild creature of Raiya. As a druid, you have a unique connection with the natural world. As such, you can bond with an animal, earning a loyal companion for life. Be aware, your companion is not a simple creature any longer. It will work with you to achieve your goals, and as your connection deepens, so will your ability to communicate and coordinate. This bond will last until you or your animal companion end your bond. You may now choose to bond with Zuka, level 4 Jungle Wolf. If you accept Zuka's bond, he will be raised to equal your level, gaining the additional attribute points, along with the requisite companion talent points. If you accept this bond, you cannot accept another animal companion until this bond is broken. Will you align your destinies and forge a soul bond with Zuka? Yes or no?" Skree was momentarily taken aback, as he hadn't known it was possible to have a companion. Additionally, Zuka would be raised to level 10, gaining 6 levels instantly, and gaining all the accompanying attribute points as well. Zuka would be a powerful ally, a friend in a world where he was all alone. He didn't know what companion talent points were, but he was excited, since his talents were incredibly strong, and if companion talents were even a shadow of what he earned, Zuka could be a real powerhouse. He didn't wait a second longer. He accepted the prompt, and his perception of Zuka changed. He could sense Zuka's presence like a line was tied between them. Stranger still, he could feel something like basic emotions across their bond. Zuka was radiating a sense of pride and acceptance, or at least that's what Skree thought he was feeling. A series of prompts flooded his vision. His character sheet popped up, now showing a stylized picture of Zuka's face along with health, mana, and stamina bars. Next to the wolf's head was a button that said Companion Information. He clicked it and saw the detailed information about his new companion. Animal Companion. Name, Zuka. Level, 10. Health, 410. Mana, 230. Stamina, 320. Strength, 22. Dexterity, 33. Constitution, 31. Intelligence, 13. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 13. Zuka is your faithful companion. He will follow you into danger and work to accomplish your shared goals. Treat your animal companion well and help them grow as they help you do the same. Be one with nature and embrace your bond to see it thrive. Your companion's stats have been automatically allocated as part of the bonding process. Future companion levels will allow you to allocate attribute points directly. Looks like your stat points were auto-distributed, but I don't think I would have chosen much different, Skree said to Zuka. He closed this prompt and reviewed the next prompt. Companion Talent Summary. Currently, your animal companion has no talents purchased. You have 12 companion points to spend. Skree looked over what appeared to be a skill tree, a plane of interconnected orbs, all of which were grayed out, except for the very first orb that was labeled Companion Bond. Each of the lines extending from this first orb were glowing softly, but all the subsequent links were not. It looked to be a standard affair. Skree would need to purchase each orb to unlock the next set of branching paths. The real tragedy was that only the next orbs were labeled, the others completely obscured by dark fog. This first orb had 3 branching paths. When he selected one, it expanded a tooltip offering additional information. He checked the first description. Wolf of War. Cost, 1 companion talent point. Purchasing this talent will increase the offensive capabilities of Zuka, increase bite damage by 10 points. Interesting, he said to Zuka, who was waiting patiently by his side. What else do we have? He expanded the information on the second orb. Wolf of the Jungle. Cost, 1 companion talent point. Purchasing this talent will increase Zuka's tracking and stealth skills, and will allow Zuka to perform sneak attacks for bonus damage when attacking an unaware foe. Skree considered purchasing this talent immediately. He had visions of Zuka and himself moving silently upon unsuspecting foes and delivering fatal blows from the shadows. Before he did, though, he decided to check the last of the first-tier talents. No reason to make a choice without learning more. Knowing was half the battle. He selected the third orb. Wolf Pack Alpha. Cost, 1 companion talent point. Purchasing this talent will allow Zuka to learn pack tactics. Zuka can be ordered to trip a foe that is currently fighting any target other than Zuka. Now that is a talent we gotta have, boy, he said to Zuka excitedly. He purchased the talent, and the orb began to glow with a subtle golden light. The 2 branching links started glowing, and the fog receded from the new orbs, allowing him to see 2 new talents. He inspected them one after the other. Maul. Cost, 2 companion talent points. Purchasing this talent will allow Zuka to learn the ability Maul. Zuka can pounce on any target, knocking them prone and ferociously mauling them, inflicting bleeding wounds and pinning them to the ground for 5 seconds. Fetch. Cost, 2 companion talent points. Purchasing this talent will allow Zuka to learn Fetch. Zuka will recover any object he is commanded to retrieve and return it to you. This includes weapons you have dropped or anything else he can reasonably carry. Skree noticed that the cost for each Tier 2 talent had increased, so he needed to proceed carefully. If the next tier were doubled as well, he would need to invest heavily into a single tree to maximize Zuka's abilities. He liked Maul, and it paired perfectly with his ability to trip enemies, but it might be pretty situational. He frowned at Fetch talent, as it seemed like a waste of talent points. Surely he could teach a wolf to fetch. Granted, he assumed that teaching a wolf to fetch might be harder than it seemed, but for 2 talent points? He would be passing on this talent for sure. He checked the first 2 orbs he had not purchased, Wolf of War and Wolf of the Jungle. Both were extremely powerful for a single talent point, and they seemed better than the new options for now. If only I could see what was after Maul and Fetch. That would make this a lot easier, he muttered with frustration. Who knew what might be just beyond those skills? Despite his frustration, he decided that the first 2 options were the best picks with his limited information. He purchased both Wolf of War and Wolf of the Jungle. He had now spent 3 of 12 talent points, but had increased Zuka's bite damage, stealth skills, and had gained the ability to trip foes. For just 3 points, that was a pretty good bump in power. Warwolf also had 2 links available. The first was Savage Fangs, and it further increased Zuka's bite damage by 20 points. The second was called Thick Hide, and it gave Zuka 40 more hit points. Each of them cost 2 talent points. He liked them both, but he needed to know what was behind door number 2. Wolf of the Jungle had 3 links. They were straightforward: Stealth 2, Tracking 2, and Sneak Attack 2. It looked like the jungle tree focused exclusively on sneaking and hunting. Despite how useful stealth was, he just couldn't justify spending 2 of his limited talent points on basic skills increases. Weighing his options carefully, Skree purchased Savage Fangs, increasing Zuka's bite damage again for a total of 30 more damage, and Thick Hide for the extra HP. Based on his personal experience, even a few extra hit points would be crucial when they inevitably got into a scrap. That was 4 additional points spent, bringing the total to 7, leaving him with 5 more points to spend. Now then, let's see what we can buy in this 3rd tier, Skree thought as he hungrily devoured each bit of information on the new skills. 2 talents were linked to Savage Fangs. The first was a 2nd rank in Savage Fangs that would increase the damage of Bite by another 30 points. Bite was already going to do some pretty serious damage at this level, so increasing it further might be a waste. The second link was Piercing Fangs, and this talent was also very nice. Piercing Fangs allowed Zuka to inflict full bite damage against lightly armored foes and reduced the damage reduction from medium and heavy armor. Each of these talents cost 4 points. Just like he had assumed, each new tier of talents would result in doubling the cost of the previous tier. He could only buy 1 Tier 3 talent with his 5 remaining points. This was going to be an agonizingly tough choice. He checked the talents linked to Thick Hide, and similar to Savage Fangs, there was a 2nd rank that further increased Zuka's HP by 40 points. Zuka's current HP was nearly the same as his, so he passed it over for now. The 2nd talent really stood out. It was called Feral Dodge, and it gave Zuka 100% chance to dodge any attack, including area of effect spells, but it would only trigger once per minute. It was powerful, allowing Zuka to completely ignore certain attacks, but the once per minute really limited its usefulness at this level. Additionally, he didn't know if it was an active skill or if it would just trigger at random. He just couldn't commit to the talent with his limited points. He assumed, since there was only 1 link extending from this talent, that it would be the rank 2 of Feral Dodge. It was good, but was it worth 4 talent points? The last set of links was attached to Maul, the first following the pattern established in the other trees. Rank 2 of Maul increased the pin time from 5 seconds to 10 and increased the damage by 25%. Now that was a solid 4-point option for sure, as Skree planned to make great use of the pack tactics ability. The second linked orb was a talent called Inspiring Howl. It cost 4 points like all the other talents at this level, but this one had some serious kick to it. The description read, Inspiring Howl, cost 4 talent points. Purchasing this talent will allow Zuka to learn Inspiring Howl. When Zuka howls in challenge, all allies of Zuka that are in the same party gain 20% increased damage and attack speed for 30 seconds. This ability can be used once every 3 minutes. Skree whistled, knowing immediately this was the kind of talent he was looking for. A buff for everyone in his party? Hell yeah! He spent the 4 points as fast as the prompt allowed. He gave one final glance over the talents and confirmed his selections. This left Zuka with 1 talent point to spend, but since he was out of cheap options, he would have to wait for at least another level up, or even 3. He checked the other 2 talents that had been linked to Inspiring Howl, and his mouth watered. Inspiring Howl rank 2 increased the damage and attack speed bonus to 40%. That was insanely huge damage potential, especially in group combat. The other talent was also very interesting. It was called Lick Your Wounds, and gave Zuka the ability to cast minor restoration on himself or an ally. Having a backup healer was an excellent option, but with Zuka's limited intelligence, it would probably be a fairly weak heal at best. Still, when you were bleeding out, even a light heal would make all the difference. Skree closed the prompts, gave Zuka a few pets, and moved into the basement as the rain continued drumming out its steady, pounding rhythm. Chapter 20. The makeshift torch sputtered in the dark basement. Skree and Zuka reached the base of the stairs, the torchlight giving the first good look at the area. It wasn't large by any means, and the several crates stacked against the walls made the space even more claustrophobic. Skree moved closer to the nearest stack, using his ebon dagger to pry open the top. Inside were dozens of iron ingots. The outer layer was rusting, but they were still solid iron nonetheless. He counted them one by one, 36 iron ingots in total. He didn't have any crafting skills currently, but if he ever figured a way off this island, or had a lot of free time, he was sure he could do something with them. He moved the searched crate out of the way and dug through the rest of the crates. He found several hundred iron nails, assorted tools, and other basic construction materials. Well, Zuka, I've never been one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Looks like we have everything we need to start making some repairs on this house, he explained to his new companion, whose ears perked up in comprehension. Skree gently stroked the wolf's fur. What do you think, Zuka? You want to live here with me? Zuka gave an excited bark, and a grin spread across Skree's face. He focused on Zuka, letting their connection open fully. He could sense his companion's happiness, a light tingle dancing across his thoughts. He also had a sudden desire for belly rubs. Shaking his head at the absurdity, he gave Zuka a few more pats and then moved to the next stack of crates. These, unfortunately, were empty, but he was sure he would find a use for them eventually. With that done, the pair headed back up the stairs and watched through the shutters as the rain came down in endless waves. He shuddered as memories of the waterfall fiasco replayed in his mind. The cacophonous sound of the storm was the only thing they could hear. Skree moved upstairs and sighed with frustration. The rain was pouring through holes in the roof, flooding the second floor, which in a few minutes would start draining onto the first floor. He looked to Zuka. Well, boy, it looks like we're in for a wet evening no matter what we do. Zuka whined quietly before moving toward a relatively dry corner and flopping onto the ground. Skree sat down beside him, settling in for an uncomfortable night. Thankfully, the storm broke a few hours later, just before dawn. Strangely enough, it was the sound of near silence that woke Skree, the constant rumble of the rain slowing to a gentle patter. He yawned, and Zuka followed his lead, the wolf's jaw stretching wide to expose long, razor-sharp fangs. Man, I would hate to be on the receiving end of those chompers. Zuka bared his fangs in what appeared to be a cheeky grin. Skree rolled his eyes, wondering just how much Zuka might understand whenever he spoke to the wolf. Who knew? Maybe he could understand everything now that they had bonded. He stood, preparing to step outside and relieve himself, when a scream shattered their morning silence. Zuka lurched to his paws, hackles raised. The hair on Skree's neck was standing on end as well. The scream sounded human, female, and in trouble. Snatching his weapons from the corner, he rushed outside, quickly scanning the jungle and listening intently. Another scream, this time closer. Skree couldn't make out the direction, so he asked his companion for help. "Can you find her, Zuka?" Barking his response, Zuka rocketed into the jungle at full speed, with Skree following closely behind him. Together they raced through the trees, following the screams, the shouts of fear growing louder as they rapidly closed the distance. The sound Skree heard next made his blood boil with its familiarity. The trumpeting of one big-ass lizard, screeching in exultation as it chased its prey. If anyone had been around to see the maniacal grin plastered across his face, they would have thought he was insane. But to Skree, it was finally time to get some revenge. As he ran, he secured the hatchets back in their hooks, instead pulling the bow from his shoulder. He pulled an ebon-tipped arrow, knocking it in preparation. Through a clearing in the trees, he spotted the woman standing her ground, thrusting up at the mighty beast with a long makeshift spear. He was honestly impressed with her courage, remembering that he had made a similar last stand, but he hadn't been wielding anything more than a pointy stick at the time. He clicked his tongue, signaling Zuka to stop. "We do this quietly, Zuka." Skree activated stealth, and with a small moment of surprise, he saw that Zuka had done the same. "Circle around and wait for my signal." Zuka almost seemed to nod in acknowledgement before slinking into the underbrush, quickly disappearing. Skree watched for only a moment, thinking it was going to take some getting used to. Heart racing, he drew his bowstring taut, activating Power Shot in the process. He felt the tingle of mana infuse his bow as it strained under the draw. Skree used Analyze on the enormous lizard and read the prompts. Name: Jungle Lizard, Mana Warped, Level 20. Health: 1,230. Mana 330. Stamina 1,900. This creature has been exposed to a powerful source of raw mana since its time in the egg. This creature has grown in strength and size, becoming the dominant life form on this island. Mana-warped creatures often contain powerfully affected items known as essence stones. These stones are extremely rare and can be used to create powerful enchanted items or effects. "Damn," he hissed. "This thing is going to be hard to take down." Taking a deep breath, he sighted at the creature's open mouth and loosed his empowered shot. The arrow streaked through the trees, finding its target, the soft tissue in the back of the creature's throat. It thudded wetly into the pink flesh, followed by a screeching yowl that staggered him and the woman standing near the screeching behemoth. She fell backward, landing hard on her rump. She was covering her ears as the massive creature clawed at its throat, trying to remove the offending object. Skree activated careful aim, firing again for a gap in the creature's mouth. But even with the time-slowing effect, the creature was thrashing far too much for a second easy shot. The arrow glanced off the razor-sharp teeth, but it did further distract the monster. Leaping back a dozen more feet, the lizard still desperately clawed at its neck. Skree ran forward, firing another arrow, hitting the lizard in the leg for only minor damage. He came to a stop next to the mysterious woman. "You okay?" he asked between breaths. "Do I look okay?" She pointed at a deep gash in her leg that was leaking blood. Skree was already casting minor restoration before she had even finished speaking. With a word of power, warm golden light flowed from his hand, drifting toward the wound in her leg. As the light touched her flesh, the wound started to close, slowly but steadily. While he waited for the spell to do its work, he extended a hand, pulling her to her feet, and he activated Analyze on the mysterious stranger. Name, Fenna Lise. Level 9. Race, human. Perlin Seas. Health, 360. Mana, 250. Stamina, 220. Disposition, neutral. Humans live relatively short lives, but make up for it with an aggressive rate of breeding. Humans have several large kingdoms, but are generally from the largest continent of Leland and the Central Kingdom. She looked him over, testing her freshly healed leg.
Thanks, chap. Now, can I borrow one of those weapons? I seem to have dropped mine somewhere in the jungle.
She held out her hand expectantly. Skree looked down at the hatchets hanging at his waist. Will this work? She sighed.
Not very elegant, but it beats this shoddy stick.
She hefted the makeshift spear, tossing it away. He pulled his hatchet free, handing it to her. She nodded at the other hatchet.
Would you mind?
He shrugged, pulling it free from its binding. By all means. He extended it hilt first, and she grabbed it with confidence.
Many thanks. Now, should we deal with this overlarge iguana?
She spun the hatchets around, getting a feel for the weight. Skree checked his timers, seeing that Power Shot was ready to be used again. He drew the bowstring back, activating his ability and sighting in on the mono-warped lizard. He nodded with the string against his cheek. And here I thought you were going to be a damsel in distress. How silly of me. The woman scoffed at the statement and moved forward with deadly purpose. The giant lizard had quickly recovered its senses, moving cautiously toward them. Skree let his arrow fly, the shaft whistling through the air and slamming into his target with a loud thwack. The lizard jumped to the side, thrashing against the pane. The woman nodded appreciatively at his shot.
Not bad. Name's Fenna, by the way.
Rushing forward, Fenna closed the distance in a dead sprint, leaping toward the huge creature. Using her momentum, she drove the hatchets deep into the shoulder of the staggered beast. With an acrobatic tumble, she landed gracefully, rolling away and coming effortlessly to her feet. Spinning, the lizard attempted to use its massive tail to smash both Skree and Fenna to bits. Missing Skree by several feet, the meaty trail whistled through the air and crashed into Fenna. She flew, bouncing across the ground and tumbling to a stop. The prodigious stream of invectives that flowed from her mouth nearly made Skree laugh aloud. "Focus, dummy!" Admonishing himself, he tossed the bow away, drawing the great sword from his back, the magnetic lock coming free easily. He sprinted toward the monster, massive blade at the ready. Skree chased the massive creature as it rushed forward, its long legs closing the distance to Fenna extremely quickly, preparing to deliver a deadly blow with its powerful jaws. Skree nearly tripped as a powerful feeling of desperation and the desire for blood slammed into his mind. With a wicked grin, he shouted, "Now, Zuka!" The creature reared up, lunging toward Fenna, but before the crushing blow landed, the shadowy form of Zuka shot from the woods and slammed into its side, deflecting the forceful strike. The sounds of crashing underbrush and an inspiring howl signaled the arrival of his ferocious companion. Thrown off balance, the mono-warped lizard plowed headfirst into a tree. Skree seized the moment as the magical effect washed over him, activating his Sunder ability to deliver a powerful overhead swing to the creature's tail. The blade, enhanced by his companion's ability, streaked through the air, nearly cutting entirely through the creature's tail and leaving the 12-foot-long appendage dangling from a thin piece of flesh. Skree choked as a torrent of blood sprayed in every direction, covering him from head to toe in viscera. He shut his eyes tightly, the reptilian blood stinging his eyes and nostrils. The hot, coppery blood soured in his mouth. He reeled back, momentarily blinded by the hot liquid staining his face. The ear-splitting roar of pain that followed his attack staggered him further as he struggled to clear the blood from his eyes. Skree was still furiously wiping at his face when the lizard kicked him with one of its powerful hind legs, sending Skree's body spinning violently through the air, his sword landing a dozen paces away. He slammed into a tree branch that was high in the air, arresting his momentum as he fell to the ground in a heap. Groaning in pain, he checked his health, seeing that while the blow had been painful, it had not done a terrible amount of damage. The real problem, he realized as he came to his feet, was that he only had his dagger strapped to his waist. He had left the rest of his weapons in the warrens with Sawbones, leaving him nearly defenseless. He drew the blade, the 4 inches of steel feeling comically tiny in his grasp, and analyzed the situation. Skree had dealt a devastating blow to the lizard. Its tail, or what was left of it, had finally torn off completely in the lizard's desperate attempt to kick him. Black blood poured from the ragged wound, splattering across nearly every inch of the clearing as the beast thrashed wildly. Zuko was circling patiently, waiting for an opportunity to attack, but the unpredictably flailing limbs and snapping jaws were keeping Skree's companion at a distance. Skree looked around the clearing, unable to spot Fenna. He whirled, scanning the tree line quickly, but to no avail. She was nowhere to be seen. 20 feet away, his great sword was sticking out of the ground, but there was a violent, pissed-off lizard between him and the giant blade. The mono-warped creature finally righted itself, roaring at him in rage. He could swear its eyes were glowing red with anger as it charged at him. "Ah, shit," he cursed, preparing to dive out of the way. Skree stood his ground, ready to leap out of the way at the last possible second, when a bolt of lightning shot from a nearby tree, the powerful current flowing into the charging wall of reptile. The crackling, buzzing sound of electricity was accompanied by an overwhelming static that caused his hair to stand on end. Affected by the torrent of electricity, the creature's legs locked up mid-stride, its bulk sliding to a stop a mere foot away from him, quivering as the current continued to paralyze it. "Hot damn!" Skree exclaimed, utterly surprised by his fortune. Fenna had just saved him from getting steamrolled. Never one to waste an opportunity, Skree rushed forward and drove his dagger into the creature's eye, destroying the delicate flesh in another spray of black blood. The creature probably would have screeched in anguish, but the paralyzing effect of the lightning spell kept it rigidly quivering in place. Shuddering at the gruesome work, he continued to stab the lizard in the eye socket, over and over again, the flesh rapidly becoming a shredded mess. The creature sagged as the spell released its effect, and it struggled to regain its feet. Blood pooled around its tail. The thick black liquid ran freely from its utterly ruined eye socket. Again he felt anguish in his heart. He knew this feral animal would kill him without a second thought, but it only wanted to do so for its own survival. For the lizard, they were just a meal. To them, it was a dangerous animal out to kill them. But in this world, this game, Skree still wished it could be less real. He hated inflicting needless pain, but here in Raiya it seemed it was unavoidable. Raiya was a deadly place. He had to accept that fact. The horrifically wounded animal took a few listless steps and collapsed, its chest heaving weakly. Walking over to his greatsword, he pulled it from the earth and moved to stand over the magnificently deadly predator. It stared up at him weakly, its remaining eye looking around wildly. With a deep breath, he hoisted the sword over his head and delivered the killing coup de grace. Skree drove the tip of the blade through its skull, the length of his weapon disappearing into its head. The creature spasmed a few times, then lay still, forked tongue hanging limply from its mouth. Fenna sauntered up beside him, staring down at the massive beast. "What a takedown, chap! Thanks for the assist." She held his hatchets out, and he took them, securing them to his waist once again. Zuka paced up to him, sitting calmly next to Skree's leg. An intense feeling of hunger and desire to eat meat filled his mind. He looked at the wolf, who seemed to be asking a question with its eyes. "Fine, you can have the tail," he said, pointing to the severed pile of meat. Zuka yipped happily and scampered away, tearing into the flesh with feral glee. Fenna and Skree watched the wolf for a moment. Fenna slapped Skree on the back with a grin. "He probably saved my life, you know. That's a good dog." "He's a wolf." "Tomato, tomato," she shrugged. "Good boy either way. Now, let's cut this thing open and find that essence stone." "You know about essence stones?" he asked with genuine surprise. "You can use analyze?" "Yeah, but I don't need to. Creatures usually don't get this big unless they have been mana warped," Fenna replied as if it were common knowledge. He pulled the dagger from his belt, extending it to her. "Are mana-warped creatures common?" Her expression gave him the answer. "Definitely not." She snatched the dagger from his hand, moving with purpose. She cut the softer flesh of its throat open, shoving her arm inside the incision all the way up to her elbow. Skree watched her, his mouth hanging open as she dug around inside the creature without reservation or hesitation, like she had done it 100 times before. "I take it you've done this before?" he asked tentatively, watching her straining to reach something he couldn't see. Wet, slurping sounds making him nauseated. "Essence stones are a precious commodity, and anyone who goes monster hunting better know how to collect their prize." She tugged on something a few times, wrenching her arm free, a shimmering stone clutched between her fingers. "Yatta!" she exclaimed, holding the stone in the air. She held the object close to her face, observing its luminescent structure. "Looks like your lucky day, Chip. This one's pretty ripe." Fenna tossed it to him, a prompt appearing as his fingers closed around the dripping stone. "You have found an essence stone. Rarity, epic. Quality, above average. Essence, 80 out of 80. Durability, 2,000 out of 2,000. An essence stone can be used to create powerful enchantments, or as an ingredient in powerful elixirs and potions. This stone contains 80 essence points." "Epic," he said, realizing it was literal this time, instead of just hyperbole. "Are you sure? I mean, we both took this thing down, and you're just going to give it to me?" She shrugged. "Figured it was only fair. After all, this thing," she poked it with her boot, "would have killed me, if not for your timely arrival." Zuka barked, looking at her. "You too, doggy." Zuka growled at being called a dog, but went back to eating his kill. "Besides, I just hit level 10, can finally pick a class. That was something I wasn't expecting when we landed on this island, and I suppose I have you to thank for that." He did a double take. "Wait, you know your level?" She gave him another look that said, "Are you the dumbest man alive?" Fenna answered, speaking slowly. "Yes. Everyone can see their own level. Did you take a bump on the noggin?" Skree shook his head, thinking quickly. I don't remember much since I woke up on this island, including how I got here," he lied, somewhat convincingly. She frowned. "You poor thing. How long have you been stuck here?" "Just a few days, as far as I know," he answered honestly. He didn't know the exact number of days thanks to his time in the Cobalt Warrens. "It has been rough, to say the least." She flicked her arms a few times, shucking off some of the gore. "Would you like to leave this island?" she asked him earnestly. "Yes, please." He said it so quickly and emphatically that it surprised her. With a nod, Fenna continued. "My ship's anchored offshore for a few days while we restock our stores for the journey home. You must be one lucky bastard. What are the odds that we would visit this island that you just happened to be stranded on?" Her voice had just a hint of suspicion. "You sure you ain't a spy?" Skree chuckled. "Honestly, I couldn't answer that even if I wanted to." He pointed to his head. "Amnesia, remember? Besides, who would I be spying for?" "Oh, there are plenty of people who would love to figure out where I live. I mean, not me personally," she gestured to herself. "More like where Thesseldora Cove is." He raised an eyebrow. "What's so important about Thesseldora Cove?" She gave him that look that screamed, "You really are daft, aren't you?" He was really concerned that she thought he was a complete idiot. "Well, Chep, you must have amnesia. Thesseldora is only the most famous port of scoundrels, rogues, and pirates in the known world, possibly the unknown parts as well." He shrugged. "Anywhere is better than being stranded here for the rest of my life." How long before your crew set sail? He asked, thinking of Sawbones and the things he needed to take care of before leaving the island. She considered his question. Best guess? Probably 3 days, but I might convince the captain to wait an extra day or 2. Do you think that would be enough time to wrap up any loose ends, Chip? He reviewed the quests he had left to complete. The most important thing he had to do was return to the Kobolds and deliver the heart of the island and the crown. His estimates put the journey at 2 days there and 2 days back if he didn't linger. It was extremely likely that there would be some kind of ritual and possibly a celebration with the Kobolds that might keep him tied up another day or 2. I imagine that should be enough time, but it would be cutting it close. What if I could bring you and your crew something special? Sweeten the pot, so to speak, Skree asked with a sly grin. You really do know the way to a girl's heart. I will speak with the captain. Maybe I can buy you a few days. She returned his grin. That said, I have a sword to find somewhere in that jungle, so I best be off. Thena turned to walk toward the dark recesses of the jungle. Skree coughed. One more question, he said. She looked back, placing her hands on her hips impatiently. How do I find your ship? Thena scoffed imperiously. You really are helpless, aren't you? She tilted her head in the direction of the ocean. Follow the river to the shore, then head east. Can't miss it. Mine will be the one with the blue sails. She turned and started walking, then shouted over her shoulder. Be sure to hurry. The captain isn't known for his patience. It's Skree, by the way, he called. What is? She asked. That's my name, Skree. Good to know, Chip. See you soon, she said, before disappearing into the dark jungle. Chapter 21. Skree spent nearly an hour gathering any parts he figured might be useful from the giant lizard, carved some meat from the corpse, and headed back toward his house. Zuka followed him, never leaving his side. The wolf's maw was still covered in blood from his feast, which admittedly gave Skree a bit of the chills. He couldn't be happier that Zuka was by his side. He reviewed the spoils as they walked. You have found mono-warped leather ×8. Rarity, rare. Quality, superb. Durability, 30 out of 30. You have found mono-warped fangs ×4. Rarity, rare. Quality, superb. Durability, 60 out of 60. You have found mono-warped head spikes ×10. Rarity, rare. Quality, superb. Durability, 100 out of 100. The mono-warped leather he was certain would fulfill his promise to Carver, a rare material he could use to pay back the crotchety old leatherworker. He wondered if Carver might have a use for the fangs and head spikes as well, perhaps as decorations or something. He considered Fena's proclamation, that he had better bring some good loot. He didn't know if the iron ingots were that valuable, but they would be a good start. He made his way quickly back to the house, gathered his precious bag with the crown and the relic, and double-checked his secret stockpile of iron ingots before leaving his all-too-temporary domicile on his way to say goodbye to some kobolds. Sticking to routine, he continued gathering plants and herbs as he traveled. He kept a brisk pace, Zuka never slowing, no matter how rough the terrain. He wondered if one day he would find a spell that would allow him to change shape, perhaps to be a wolf like his companion, or maybe if he was lucky, a flying creature of some kind. While they traveled, he addressed the prompts that had been piling up. First up, his latest escapades. Congratulations! You have earned 9,640 experience for killing mono-warped jungle lizard level 20. Congratulations! You have reached level 12 in archery. Ranged damage increased by 12%. Congratulations! You have reached levels 5 and 6 in great weapons. 6% more damage with great weapons. Congratulations! You have reached level 14 in light armor proficiency. All light armor is 14% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached level 7 in daggers. 7% more damage with daggers. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the skill increases. He was progressing nicely. He checked his experience level, frowning. Going from level 1 to 10 had been easy, but apparently the levels after that had jumped in experience required by a significant amount. He had just killed a much higher level monster, discovered an ancient temple, defeated an evil god thing, and still he was only 3/4 of the way to level 11. Looked like grinding monsters was going to be very inefficient. That meant the fastest way to level was going to be quests. Luckily, he had a few primo options ready for completion. He dismissed the prompts, deciding to check Zuka's sheet. Sadly, he was disappointed. It looked like Zuka would only level when he did, which made sense, he supposed, since Zuka had been auto-leveled to match his own when they had bonded. Regardless of the difficulty he was going to have with leveling, he felt a sense of excitement. He had finally contacted another person, and a human no less, who was offering him a way off the island as well. What an incredibly fortunate turn of fate. Maybe Fenna was right. He was just lucky. Maybe not. He didn't care much either way. He would finish his quests, return to the ship, and sail into the sunset with a decidedly beautiful woman. He had, of course, found her attractive, but during the fight with the lizard he had barely registered that fact. Now that he was alone with his thoughts, he found his mind drifting to memories of her. She was tall, at least 5 feet 10 inches. She had olive skin and a delightful accent that reminded him of an Australian girl he used to have a crush on when he was a teenager. Her black hair framed her angular features perfectly, even when she had been covered in dirt and blood. Her green eyes stood in stark contrast to her tanned skin, radiant emerald gems in a stunning statuesque face. Things were finally starting to look up for old Skree. He carried on through the jungle, whistling as he went. The day passed quickly, the endless expanse of green and brown really helping him space out, allowing the entire day to pass in a blur. He was occasionally pulled from this mindlessness by a particularly interesting herb here and there. Most of them were just basic spices and foodstuffs, but a particularly strange batch of mushrooms had a different colored aura. You have found salacious shrooms times 8, rarity scarce, quality above average, durability 3 out of 3. These mushrooms can be used to create potions with interesting effects. Common uses include mind control and love potions. Be warned, use of this mushroom can lead to a powerful emotional addiction. Use with care. Even though he was deeply concerned with the implications of a mind control potion, these mushrooms could be a very nice gift for this mysterious captain. If his gifts didn't impress, they could decide to leave Skree stranded here forever, and he really didn't want to live here forever. He placed them in his satchel and carried on, eventually entering his mental trance again as they tore through mile after mile. As night started to fall in the jungle, he located a toppled tree and began the work of erecting a simple shelter. After a bit of work, he had a decent enough shelter for the night. He built a fire, skewered a few juicy slabs of lizard meat, and set them to roasting over the flames. The calming smell of a wood smoke and cooking meat brought him a simple enjoyment. The silence and contemplation he had not taken the time to enjoy in his old life was now a highlight of his new one. He recalled memories of camping with his family, of the delicious s'mores and scary ghost stories. He remembered those trips fondly, wondering what had changed as he had grown older and why he had just given up on nature. Life moved so fast in the old world. Or perhaps he had just refused to slow down. Questions a man might ask himself when he is himself no longer. He passed the time waiting for his dinner to be ready by giving Zuka a much-deserved petting session. Skree rubbed his ears, gently massaging them like he had always done with his old dogs or Smashley. Turned out wolves and dogs had a lot in common when it came to getting scratches and pets. When the meat was perfectly roasted, he removed it from the fire, tossing one steak to Zuka and settling down to happily munch his own. They both ate in silence, Zuka finishing in record time, while Skree took the time to savor his for much longer than was necessary. Turns out, giant mono-warped lizard meat was damn delicious. Once he had eaten his fill, he tossed the leftovers to Zuka, who ate it happily. Settling down for the night, Skree fell fast asleep, joined shortly by by a gently snoring wolf. Chapter 22. The night passed calmly. The warm breeze and rustling trees made for an incredible backdrop for a good night's rest. Just as dawn broke through the trees, Skree awoke to a sensation he remembered fondly from his childhood, the wet, slobbery sandpaper tongue of a loving pooch.
Good morning to you too, Zuka.
Sitting up, he gave the savage creature a few loving strokes and made his way into the brush to relieve himself. After an excruciatingly long morning leak, he gathered his gear and continued to his destination, the Cobalt Warrens. After a few more hours of mindless traveling, gathering, and talking to Zuka about nonsense, they finally reached the entrance to the Warren. Time to pay our debts, Zuka. Well, mine, at least. Skree took a deep breath, exhaling loudly as they walked into the tunnel, prepared to deliver his treasures to his old friend Sawbones. Following the familiar path into the depths, Skree eventually made his way to the entrance of the Warren and was challenged by a pair of guards who looked vaguely familiar. Skree held his hands up in surrender, asking Zuka to be calm. The wolf relaxed slightly, but he was a wolf after all, so he still appeared rather aggressive. "Friends, I am Skree, champion of the Bluestone clan," Skree explained, his speech now in perfect cobalt. The two guards whispered to each other, then knelt before him.
"Clan champion, welcome to the Warren. We take you to see Chief Sawbones,"
said one guard. They rose to their feet and turned, gesturing for him to follow. Skree obliged, walking behind them as they moved quickly through the throngs of kobolds going about their day. Trying to get a head count was impossible. There were substantially more of the tiny lizard folk than he remembered. He had only been gone a few days, but the Warren was showing signs of repairs and improvements. Good for Bones, already doing great work for his people. Skree couldn't help but feel pride. He had helped restore order to the Bluestone clan and installed a leader who cared deeply for his people. Soon enough, he would be able to bestow the crown of their ancestors and give Sawbones the real Bluestone, the heart of the island. He positively brimmed with excitement. They quickly reached the tent-like building that was attached to the cavern wall. The building had been built over a cave entrance, ostensibly making it bigger on the inside. The two guards motioned for him to wait outside. He shrugged, pulling a piece of fruit from his satchel, along with a small bit of meat for Zuka. Nibbling on the juicy flesh of the pear-like fruit, he looked around again, stunned at the difference only a few days had made. This place was truly bustling now, with hundreds of lizard folk cooking food, making baskets, and more. He watched with fascination. He never would have associated this kind of industrious behavior with these simple creatures when they had first met. Observing them as they hopped about, passing material and trading goods amongst each other, the enormity of his situation struck him. He had so much to learn about Raiya.
"Skree!"
a high-pitched voice exclaimed. Sawbones stood just outside the tent, hopping excitedly from foot to foot, tiny claws clicking against the stone. He was dressed in much finer clothing than his original rags, a delicate blue silk tunic draped over his scaly chest, and with his lower half covered in loose-fitting trousers made of a quality material that looked like soft cotton. His tail swished happily back and forth, adorned with small, glittering chains. "Bones," Skree said, rushing over and embracing his diminutive friend. The kobolds, not understanding the concept of hugging, yelped in surprise. The nearby guards readied their spears with a hiss. "Easy, boys," Skree said, releasing the chieftain slowly. Sawbones was looking at him strangely.
"Why are you trying to crush me?"
Sawbones asked with confused interest. "Crush you?" Chuckling, Skree considered the word for a moment. He supposed technically a hug was indeed crushing someone. With love. My people refer to it as a hug, and it is a sign of affection. Sawbones put his hands up defensively and took a step back.
"I am definitely Not interested in you as a mate. We are not even the same species.
Skree laughed again, this time from deep in his soul. I have missed you, my friend. That's all. Now. He stood, striking an imperious pose. Will you invite me in? His gaze lit on Zuka, whose tail wagged happily at the kobold chieftain, and Sawbones twitched.
Humans are weird.
Sawbones marched into his tent, guards close behind. Skree and Zuka followed them into the relatively dim light of the small building. Skree again found himself impressed by the surprising number of improvements they had made to the interior. The building had been cleaned. The detritus that had once littered the space was now gone, revealing a polished stone floor, expertly arranged furniture, and several fur rugs that looked great throughout the space. I love what you've done with the place, Skree said playfully. If I didn't know better, I would say you might have a bright future as an interior decorator. When he spoke the word decorator in English, Skree was amazed at how effortlessly his talent, Rosetta Stone, translated the thoughts in his mind to the kobold language. There must not be a word for decorator in their tongue. Thankfully, Sawbones seemed to be able to piece together the meaning.
My predecessor, he hissed, was a female who reveled in disgust and filth.
Sawbones plopped into a chair, his tail tucked neatly beside him. Lifting a clawed hand, he stared with admiration at the powerful ring, the polished blue stone glittering in the flickering light.
She had this lovely artifact that would have made her and her clan more intelligent, more industrious, and improve the lives of all her subjects.
He kissed the ring reverently, then shook his head in dismay.
Instead, she chose to keep it as a trophy, discarding its power and influence. I have learned much since you have left. I have pried at the barriers in my mind to discover that this stone was a part of a greater whole. The memories of my people have had time to settle in my mind. Strangely, there is still a gap, a large period that is missing. Several 100 years by my best interpretation.
The kobold sunk deeper into the chair, depression etched clearly on his reptilian features.
So much time is just missing. I don't know how to explain this, because my mind is struggling with all of this information. While I have increased in intellect, and I have the memories, lots of memories from centuries of leaders before me, I also remember things from the time before my ascension.
He paused, considering his words. He shut his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath.
My awakening. My memories are clouded. Memories that are feral, so different from my thoughts now. It is hard to reconcile the two disparate parts of my mind.
Skree nodded, listening intently. He could see the pain that his friend was experiencing and did not want to interrupt him just yet. He leaned against a table set against the wall.
I know what my people were, and I know what they can be. What I can't figure out is how we became a mere shadow of what we were. The last memory in the ring is one of a celebration, an alliance between our most ancient tribes and a human kingdom. There was a dinner between a human man dressed in black armor and the High King of the Kobolds. They spoke at length about the arrangement and drank with merriment.
Sawbones described the memory as if recalling the plot of an old book, his words strangely detached.
It ends there, a yawning chasm of time without memories to give it form.
Sawbones sighed.
There are many disjointed memories from different kobolds who wore the ring, but did not accept its offered gifts. I think I am the first kobold in centuries to don the ring with an open heart.
Skree's brow furrowed. His interest was piqued. Absently, he pulled the stone from his satchel and placed it on the table behind him. What do you mean, offered gifts? What happened when you put the ring on? Sawbones stared blankly without saying anything for several moments. He seemed not to have noticed Skree's rummaging or movement.
I trust you, Skree, so I will share the story with you. When I donned the ring, I was presented with an offer of great power, but at great cost. A cost that no selfish kobold too busy scrabbling in the dirt would accept, apparently.
Sawbones locked his gaze on his friend, a look of pride showing through the quickly forming tears.
It showed me a great destiny for the kobold people, a return to our former greatness. All it asked in return, he paused, was my life.
Skree's eyes went wide at the statement, a look of fear and contemplation flashing across his features. He didn't say anything, just waited for his friend to continue.
The ring promised me unknowable agony and eventually death. I would suffer, and I would die. But my people would be made great again. To me, it was a small sacrifice, knowing it would be a fair trade. One life for the restoration of my people? That was a price I was more than willing to pay.
The look of joy in his eyes showed how much he loved his people, even before he could truly comprehend how much. Skree felt pride, unlike any he had ever felt. This kobold was a hero, in every sense of the word, deeply caring, loyal, and selfless. He was never gladder that fate had brought them together. He nearly rolled his eyes as it dawned on him. It was destiny, not fate, that had bound them together. He was chosen by Sharktooth to do something in this world, something the god couldn't do himself. Whatever that was, it was leading him inexorably down this path. He wondered if this were all set in stone, and if he were truly the one in control of his destiny. Shaking out of his philosophical quandary, he added them to his list of questions for another day. Sawbones carried on, not noticing that Skree had drifted away for a few moments.
When I accepted the bargain, my life for the lives of my people, there was a flash of light, and I nearly fainted with the release of magic that poured into my body. It lit my very bones on fire with the power. It spoke to me then, through the maddening agony. It whispered words of promise. I would not be destroyed by the magic. No, instead, I would be the one to restore my people to their former glory. That my willingness to sacrifice myself had proven my worth. That the heart of the island had accepted me.
Sawbones beamed at his friend, equal parts pride and relief in his expression. Skree nearly giggled with joy. He was about to blow his little friend's mind. Sawbones calmed, a somber expression replacing his smile.
I have been given a quest that has an expiration date. I must find the heart of the island before the time runs out, or everything I have done for my people will be for nothing.
He sat up in his chair.
Do you see the problem? I have less than 2 weeks to scour an island for a relic long lost to time. I will die, and my people will become feral idiots again, left scrabbling in the dust once more.
He slammed his fist on a chair in utter frustration. Skree held back, hiding his shit-eating grin with his hand, nodding his agreement.
After everything we have suffered, after everything we have lost, and here I sit paralyzed by the impossibility of this task. I have screamed into the abyss, attempting to contact the voice of the stone. I have prayed before the statue of the Archon. Nothing has helped.
Sawbones rambled on, agitated. He moved from the chair, pacing back and forth as he continued his ranting.
Day and night, night and day, I think I sift through these memories, but it's as if every trace of the stone in every memory has been removed. It's all so useless.
Sawbones growled through gritted fangs. Skree finally broke, the anger and frustration of his friend pushing him over the edge. He knew it was a dick move, waiting, but knowing he had placed the heart of the island on the table behind him, mere feet from Sawbones, was something he found utterly hilarious. He burst out laughing, throaty laughter that stole his breath. He laughed so hard, tears were streaming down his face. Sawbones whirled on him, broken from his pacing rumination, a look that combined abject rage and frustration plastered to his lizard features.
What the hell is so funny?
He roared, his tiny voice like a tea kettle at full boil. Skree even thought he could see steam coming out of his ears. Skree doubled over, laughing so hard he started seeing spots. Sawbones dove at him, tackling him to the ground. The little guy was strong for his size. He pinned Skree's arms to the ground as Skree slowly stopped laughing. The fury in the tiny kobold's eyes sobered Skree very quickly. He took a deep breath as the chieftain growled through clenched jaws.
What is wrong with you?
The grating words held all the anger of the mono-warped lizard he had faced earlier. Skree smiled at him, holding up a finger. Bones, I think you might laugh too. The kobold leaned closer, his snout mere inches from Skree's face.
About what?
He growled threateningly. Look at the table. Just over there. Skree nodded toward the table he had been leaning against. The kobold looked up, the tightly wound tension melting away, his mouth hanging slack. His grip relaxed, and he slowly, reverently stood without looking away from the stone. Skree watched as Sawbones slowly looked at him, then back at the stone, several times. Then he kicked Skree in the leg so hard that Skree yelped in pain. Ow!
You had the heart of the island this whole time, and you didn't say anything?
Sawbones screeched, the tea kettle at full boil once again.
I was wallowing in self-pity regarding the impending doom of my entire clan, and you didn't say anything?
Sawbones kicked the stupid human again. Come on, Bones! If you had been in my shoes, you would have done the same thing. You didn't even notice when I put it there, he replied, the smile never leaving his voice. The kobold kicked at him again, this time with less fury.
You idiot!
Sawbones answered, a grin slowly creeping onto his face.
Kobolds don't wear shoes.
Skree took a moment to register that Sawbones had just made a joke, and a good one at that. They both broke into a crazy fit of laughter. Then, much as Skree had done when they were reunited, the kobold gave him a hug, squeezing hard, but not quite managing to wrap his short arms around Skree. So, does this mean you want to mate with me after all? Skree asked suggestively, waggling his eyebrows.
Humans are weird,
Sawbones said, then hugged him even harder. Chapter 23. They both stood before the table, staring at the blue stone, the heart of the island. It seemed to hum with power, making no sound, but still they could feel it. Sawbones seemed unable to help himself. Tears fell from his eyes as he stared at the powerful relic. Just minutes ago, he had been sure that he would fail, that everything he knew would fade into oblivion once again, but now the object of his people's salvation was in front of him. Just like that, Skree had once again saved his people. Sawbones looked to Skree.
You are sure about this?
he asked solemnly, understanding the weight of Skree's choice. Skree returned Sawbones' gaze, a genuine, happy smile plastered to his face. Bones, we have gone through so much together. We have fought hard to free you and your people from your oppressors. You named me champion of the Bluestone clan, and I swore to do everything I could to help our people. He emphasized the words our people. I have rescued the stone from a great evil, and have seen what this stone was to the kobolds before it was corrupted. Sawbones nodded hesitantly.
I hope you know what you are sacrificing. A relic of destiny can change the world, for good or ill. Those who control the relics hold immense power through Raiya,
the kobold explained to his friend, trying to impart the gravity of the situation. Skree rested his hand on Sawbones' shoulder. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would do what is right, not what benefits me most. This relic changed your people once before, and if you had seen the temple and its unbelievable opulence, you would know as well that there is no other choice. Skree squeezed his shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring. You must claim the heart of the island for your people. The Bluestone Ring chose you, and it believed, as I do, you are destined to restore everything your people have lost. Now, if you don't accept my offer right now, I just might get offended. Skree nodded to the stone and winked. Sawbones breathed deeply, settling his nerves before reaching out and grasping the stone. As soon as he made contact with it, the cobalt froze in place. A milky fog obscured his eyes, giving him an otherworldly appearance. Tense moments passed as Skree watched, knowing what he would be seeing as he held the ancient relic. Tears began to stream from the kobolt's eyes, seemingly unbidden, though he never flinched. It was like seeing a statue weep, and Skree turned away, unable to continue watching his friend suffer. He knew how powerful the vision was, and shuddered at the thought of seeing it again. A loud gasp brought Skree's attention back to the Cobalt chieftain. The look in Sawbones' eyes nearly shattered his heart, a look of pain and anguish so intense it tore at his soul. The Cobalt collapsed to his knees, hands covering his grief-stricken face.
My people were betrayed, slaughtered by Abranacht. He infected the relic with his darkness and stole our destiny from us.
He cried, great, heaving sobs tearing free from his chest. Skree winced at the horrible sound. He knew exactly what Sawbones was going through. Yes, Abranacht and his vile servant Tamaran tricked your people. It was horrible, and explains much about why your people have fallen so far from grace. But you, Sawbones, you can change this. You can take control of your people's destiny once again. I know you are the right leader for these people. Sawbones gathered himself with an effort of will, ceasing his sobs and wiping away the tears.
You are right, my brother. I will not allow my people to remain in the dirt. Together, we will raise them to new heights. We must gather the lizard folk from all clans. I will send runners immediately.
He rose, dusting himself off, and made a sound like a whistle. Several guards rushed into the chamber. Sawbones issued orders rapidly, each kobold nodding acceptance before leaving the room in haste. When they were alone again, Sawbones moved to sit, beckoning his friend to join him. The kobold looked emotionally drained, the stress evident in his body language. Skree followed suit, sitting down and allowing himself to relax.
I cannot believe you were able to find the heart of the island. Is there anything else I should know?
Sawbones asked hesitantly. He smiled weakly.
I don't know if I can take any more of your fun surprises.
Skree nodded, considering everything he had seen and done to get here. He told the story of his battle with Abranacht, how he had wrested control of the heart from the demonic creature. He expounded on the beauty of the Cobalt Temple and the magnificent throne contained within. He told him of the armory, though he did not mention the crown he had discovered. He continued, laughing about his near-death experience with the waterfall and his idiotic leap of faith. He called for Zuka, who came to him without question, sitting close to receive loving pets from Skree. He told Sawbones of the first night they had met, and how the wolf had found him again, how he had bonded with the creature, forever linking himself with Zuka. He regaled him with the tale of the storm and the dilapidated house. Excitedly, he told him of the screaming woman and his battle with the mono-warped lizard, even showing his friend the essence stone as proof. He told his friend about Fenna and her offer to transport him off the island. Sawbones winced at this, but nodded understandingly. Skree continued, telling him of the relatively simple journey back to the Warrens. "That's everything. I have returned the heart of the island to its rightful owner. I must admit, I am a bit surprised that my quest hasn't completed, though." He checked his log, and sure enough, it still showed incomplete. Sawbones nodded again.
"I am fairly certain I can explain that one. You have returned the relic, but I have not bonded with it. I do have a memory most ancient of the very first use of the heart. When it was used, it released a powerful magic that altered the fundamental makeup of the kobolds on the island."
He waved his hand, referencing the greater whole of his people.
"That is why I have summoned the rest of the lizard folk. They should all be present when I activate the stone. Even if there is no release of power, they should be present for this momentous occasion."
Skree smiled his approval. Even when presented with unbelievable power, Sawbones thought only of his people. Skree was again glad that he had helped him recover his rightful place in Raiya. "Sawbones, everything you have done has been for your people. You are everything I hope to be. You will make an excellent king. And a king deserves a crown." Skree dug through his satchel, revealing the crown of the High Cobalt King. Sawbones gasped, rocking back into his chair.
"You found the crown of the High King?"
Sawbones asked in awe.
"This crown appears throughout my memories as a significant part of our people's history. Every king or queen since the forging of the crown has worn it as a symbol of power, something to show the glory of our chosen ruler. It was forged by a master cobalt jeweler and presented to the very first queen of the kobolds. Each generation of kobolds after that has selected a new high king or queen, and upon the death of the former would bestow the crown to signify the transition of power."
He reached out tentatively, and Skree placed the crown in his hands. Sawbones held the golden circlet like it was a newborn baby, gently tilting it back and forth in the lamplight, the hundreds of tiny gemstones glittering like the ocean at sunset. Sawbones broke from his reverie, handing the crown back to Skree. Skree shook his head. "Bones, this is my gift to you. It is a symbol of your people," he explained, not wanting to take the crown back. Sawbones just smiled, his fangs giving the expression of a somewhat aggressive look.
"I know, and I do intend to keep it. But I would like you to place the crown on my head after I bond with the heart of the island. You have done so much for our people, and I want the next 100 high kings and queens to know you, to always remember the human who changed our destiny. I want them to all know the name Skree."
He was unsure what to feel at the pronouncement. A sense of pride and accomplishment, but also hesitation. Did he really deserve such an honor? Sawbones, understanding his reaction, just chuckled.
"Every ruler chooses the person who will place the crown upon their head during the coronation, and I would be honored if you would do this for me."
A prompt appeared in Skree's vision. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, An Old Crown for a New King, Part 1. You have returned the crown to the rightful king of the kobolds. The king has requested that you bestow the crown during his coronation, to be forever memorialized in the history of his people for your contributions to the lizard folk. Will you accept this honor and become a legend of kobold history? Yes or no? He smiled and selected yes, happy to do this for his friend. I would be honored, Sawbones. Skree took the crown and placed it back into his satchel.
It will probably be a few hours before the rest of the clans arrive. Please, take this time to rest while we prepare for the ceremony. I will send some refreshments for you.
Sawbones began to leave when Zuka barked playfully at him.
Don't worry, friend. I will make sure we send something special for you.
Zuka barked, again wagging his tail happily. Sawbones shook his head and left the tent, a noticeable bounce in his step. Skree leaned back into his chair, kicking his feet up. What an awesome day this is shaping up to be, eh, boy? He asked Zuka with a stretch. The wolf padded over to him, his claws clicking softly on the polished stone. Zuka placed his head on Skree's leg, his intelligent gaze staring up at his human. Skree couldn't help but wonder about how well things were going for him. He had been in Raiya less than 2 weeks, and here he was, returning an ancient relic, restoring the destiny of an entire race, and soon he would personally crown the new High King of the Kobolds. He really was damn lucky given the circumstances. He vigorously scratched Zuka, really giving him a good once-over before closing his eyes and drifting easily to sleep. Chapter 24. Skree came awake, unsure how much time had passed. He looked around the tent and saw that a table had been veritably stacked with food. His stomach growled and he realized he was hungry. He searched for Zuka, spotting the wolf sleeping like a log, surrounded by dozens of bones, little bits of meat still clinging to the skeletal remains. Uncle Sawbones really spoiled you, didn't he? The sleeping wolf opened his eyes blearily. Skree chuckled at the sight, and Zuka went back to sleep, ignoring his master. If he keeps this up, I might have to put you on a diet. A low growl rumbled from the wolf, and Skree laughed again. I'm kidding, he said, holding his hands up. Skree snatched up a few bits of meat and cheese from the table, poured some water into a crude bowl he assumed was used for drinking, and sat down, getting to work on his dinner. Or was it lunch? He couldn't be sure of the time. He had several more helpings until he was nearly bursting at the seams. I don't know what they use for seasoning, but these little lizards sure know a thing or two about delicious food. As he was using a piece of bread to mop up some gravy-like substance, a small female kobold entered the room, moving to stand beside him.
Master Skree, Chieftain Sawbones is ready for you. The ceremony will begin very soon. Mother Priestess requests that you come with Camilla.
She waited patiently as he finished chewing. You are Camilla, I assume? Skree asked with a smile.
I am. Whenever you are ready.
She nodded toward the exit. Just a minute. Let me gather my things and my lazy friend here. Another growl came from Zuka. And we will be happy to go. She nodded curtly and moved toward the exit, standing still except for her tail, which was swishing impatiently. Was it like a cat's tail? Something the kobolds didn't have full control? Skree wondered for a second as the rapid motion betrayed Camilla's calm exterior. Skree gathered up his possessions and whistled for Zuka, who stood after a deep stretch, a loud yawn revealing sharp rows of fangs. He trotted over to Skree, and together they moved to follow the tiny kobold. She led them from the tent, moving purposefully through the now empty village. There wasn't a single kobold left in the warren, giving it an otherworldly feel. Where is everyone? Skree asked Camilla. Without looking back, she answered,
Mother Priestess has gathered the kobold clans before the statue of the Archon. No one wanted to miss this auspicious occasion.
Skree remembered the statue of the Archon, again wondering why it was here of all places. Shouldn't it be in a city square, or even in the temple of the Kobolds? A random cave just seemed so strange. They passed through the warren, moving down a familiar path toward the glittering pool of water where the statue waited. As they went deeper, the dull murmur of Kobold voices could be heard echoing up the tunnel. When they reached the chamber, his mouth fell open. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands of kobolds gathered before the statue. Many of them wore similar clothing, while others wore nothing but modest rags. Some of them even wore nothing at all. He observed the differences in size and color, astounded by the variation between them. Some were green like an iguana, while some had red and yellow scales, appearing more like dragons than lizards. There were kobolds that were nearly his equal in size, and kobolds even smaller than Camilla, who were more than likely the youths of the clans. He even saw a female kobold holding two infant-sized kobolds as they passed through the crowd. He was both amazed and excited. He was about to be part of something truly special, and could not wait to see what happened when Sawbones claimed the heart of the island in earnest. Would there be an explosion of magic, like Sawbones had recalled from his ancestors' memories? Or would it be anticlimactic, with perhaps nothing happening at all? Camilla led him to a granite platform, presenting him to the gathered elders. Sawbones was stripped to the waist, his body covered in colored mud that looked like tribal war paint. Skree was again surprised at how thin and gangly Sawbones was, looking like a nerdy child playing at being a warrior. He knew that inside that skinny chest beat the heart of a lion. They made eye contact briefly before a stout female kobold grabbed him by the wrist. He looked at her, realizing this was the kobold priestess who had announced Sawbones' challenge to the warren. Thankfully, she seemed much calmer than their first meeting. He nodded to her as she directed him to stand beside the elders.
Champion Skree, stand here and bear witness.
He took his position. She moved to Zuka and bowed, and strangely enough, Zuka returned the gesture. That wolf is too smart for his own good, Skree thought. The priestess pointed to a spot beside Skree, and the wolf moved into position, sitting attentively. Once done giving orders, the priestess moved to stand before the crowd, signaling for silence. When the assembled crowd had finally quieted, she began to address them, her voice strong and clear.
Today, the lizard folk bear witness. Today, the lizard folk regain what was lost. Today, the lizard folk unite.
In response, a single unified squawk came from all in attendance.
Chieftain Sawbones, step forward to be recognized.
At her request, Sawbones moved forward. When he had reached the spot she indicated, he lowered himself to his knees, head bowed in reverence. She placed a hand on his head.
May the lizard folk bear witness. May the lizard folk accept your leadership,
she intoned somberly. She opened a box that sat nearby, revealing the heart of the island, the relic of destiny. She pulled it from the box and placed it into Sawbones' hands.
Begin the binding,
she ordered the kneeling kobold chieftain. Sawbones nodded, focusing on the stone. As he did, it began to glow with a beautiful blue light, illuminating the crowded chamber from floor to ceiling.
I, Sawbones of the Bluestone clan, claim this destiny, to lead my people from darkness and into the light of destiny. My life is no longer my own, for it belongs only to the lizard folk, until the last breath escapes my wretched form, and I return to the earth from whence I came. I claim this destiny for my people, and accept the burden of this choice.
He lifted the stone skyward and spoke again, this time the words no longer in a language of sentient beings, but words of power that had no meaning to mortal ears. The power of the stone released in a wave of energy that washed over all those present. It expanded away from the heart like a shock wave, passing through earth and rock as if it were air. The power of the stone enveloped all those present, including Skree and Zuka, with warm blue light. It caressed their flesh, seeping through their minds like warm honey. The light encompassed everyone, slowly absorbing into their beings, suffusing every cell in their bodies. The light receded into the stone, twinkling dimly in the darkened chamber. A prompt appeared, grand and ostentatious in Skree's vision. It was far more elaborate than any prompt he had seen since coming to Raiya. Behold, an old destiny has awoken in Raiya. The kobolds of the Bluestone clan have claimed the heart of the island, restoring their connection with destiny. The lizard folk are reborn. An industrious people once brought low by treachery and dark magic can once again find their way. The rebirth of the kobold clans is upon us. Congratulations, you have borne witness to an awakening of destiny. All beings present receive 125,000 experience. In addition, because the Relic of Destiny was claimed by the leader of the Kobold clans, all kobolds on the island will be awarded 20 bonus attribute points to distribute as desired. All kobolds have had their connection to destiny restored, revealing their hidden talents and powers. All non-kobolds will receive 5 bonus attribute points. Skree dismissed the prompt, watching as every kobold in the room looked at each other in awe. They had just been awarded a mountain of experience and additional stat points, not to mention the hidden talents and powers. Depending on their current level, 125,000 experience could push them all to level 10. He smiled, recounting that he had also received a significant sum of experience. For the Kobold clans, this could change everything. The priestess turned, beckoning Skree to come forward. He moved to stand before the priestess.
King Sawbones has requested that you bestow your gift personally for all to behold. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise?
When she spoke, the words were uttered with calm and clear diction. Skree nodded to the priestess and reached into his satchel, withdrawing the crown of the High King. He held it up, showing it to all those who had gathered. Gasps and muttered whispers washed over the crowd. I am Skree, champion of the Bluestone clan. I have recovered this crown from an ancient temple. A great evil had stolen the power of the kobolds and corrupted the Bluestone with its power, forever diminishing the hearts and minds of the kobold people. He lowered the crown, holding it before him. I have slain the demon, or at the very least, banished it back to its realm. He turned away from the crowd, facing his friend. I swore an oath to champion the cause of the Bluestone clan and restore its destiny. With this crown, I consider my oath fulfilled. Skree placed the crown upon Sawbones' head. It was too large by far, but it began to shrink slowly, its size decreasing to fit the kobold's skull perfectly. The central jewel, a large blue stone, began to glow gently with an internal light. It was mesmerizing to behold. Extending his hand, he pulled the High King of the Kobolds to his feet, grabbing his hand and lifting it into the air. Skree spoke words then, words he had not planned. They came unbidden to his tongue. The folk see, the folk hear, and the folk feel the truth. Speak the words and be bound to the destiny of the lizard folk. Speak the words and be bound in the warming light of the blue stone. He understood, somehow, that he had just asked every kobold on the island to swear allegiance to the new king. There was a moment of pause as the faces of hundreds of kobolds went slack, apparently reviewing a new prompt that had appeared in their vision. The priestess beside him spoke first, uttering a simple phrase and kneeling before Sawbones.
I swear this oath.
One by one, the kobolds in the chamber spoke the words before kneeling, until every single form was prostrate before the king. Sawbones spoke loudly.
I accept your oaths and offer mine in return. Please, rise.
Every kobold stood, looking at each other with broad grins. A cheer erupted from them, and they chanted, High King! High King! Repeatedly. Eventually, the priestess signaled for there to be silence. The chanting slowly faded, replaced with deep silence that claimed the chamber. Skree started looking about, thinking someone would call an end, when a voice, full and clear, began to sing, a melody that filled the air with beautiful sound. It spoke of joy and pride, and of a time yet to come. The melody carried pure emotion as it warbled and trilled. After the first verse, more voices joined the song, until all the kobolds were singing together in unity. The chamber reverberated with the song, and Skree could feel it in his bones. Zuka, too, howled melodically, his feral sound melding perfectly with the kobold choir. It overwhelmed him, and he wept as he listened to the song of the kobolds. After a few minutes, the song faded, and silence again overtook the cavern. High King Sawbones yipped loudly, the sound of an excited puppy.
All the clans are reunited. Let us celebrate with a feast and a bacchanalia.
A raucous cheer shattered the silence, and kobolds flooded out of the chamber in a wave of a jubilant celebration. Sawbones turned to his friend, his crown glittering in the subdued blue light of the cavern.
Surely you will not leave us right away, and can remain to celebrate with the lizard folk for a night?
Sawbones asked Skree, his toothy grin giving him an unintentionally savage visage. Skree patted him on the back. And miss a chance to party with a king? No way. Together, they strode from the cavern, leaving the statue of the Archon standing watch in the dim light. Chapter 25. Congratulations, you have completed the quest Friends in Low Places, Part 2, A Desperate Plea. You have earned 76,250 experience. You have earned the undying respect and loyalty of Sawbones, newly crowned High King of the Kobolds. You have returned a relic of incredible importance that will reshape the destiny of the Kobold people, forever changing the world of Raiya. Congratulations, you have received 40,000 relationship points with Sawbones. Relationship has improved from Ally, 27,500, to Revered, 67,500. Be aware, you have chosen to restore the destiny of the Kobold race and sacrificed personal power for the improvement of others. As such, you have been granted the following trait: Noble Hero, Rank 1. You have proven that you are willing to sacrifice for others, making you a truly noble individual. You will now receive 10% increased reputation gains and will find favorable diplomacy easier with positively aligned creatures. 10% increased default reputation when meeting new factions of a positive alignment. Congratulations, you have completed the quest An Old Crown for a New King, Part 2. You have earned 33,250 experience. You have given the crown of the king to the Kobold people, returning a treasured artifact, and immortalized yourself in history as the first human to crown a Kobold king. Skree reviewed these prompts with excitement. Another day, another increase in his personal power. He wondered what he could have gained by claiming the relic for himself, but only for a moment. He wanted to be a good man in a dangerous world. He would continue to dedicate himself to improving the lives of others and gain as many allies as he could. He smiled to himself, seeing the next prompt awaiting him. Congratulations, you have reached Druid levels 11, 12, and 13. Through force of will and trials by fire, you have attained 15 attribute points, 20 attribute points unspent. You have earned 15 skill points, 15 skill points unspent. He stared angrily at the prompt for a moment. The 2 quests and the huge bonus from the ritual had netted him nearly 250,000 experience, yet he had only gained 3 levels? He growled, but since he couldn't change the world, he moved on. He grumpily wished that levels after 10 would start to award more skill points or attribute points, but it looked like it would always remain 5 points per level. He shrugged away his frustration, considering how best to spend his new points. Going over his recent confrontations, he considered how heavily he had relied on his greatsword. It was turning out to be a powerful tool in battle, though not the weapon he had planned to use. In most games, he stuck to lighter weapons for their faster attack speed and versatility. Lumbering greatswords and battle axes always felt clumsy and less exciting. In real life, they were able to decimate opponents with ease, and as it turned out, being alive was way more exciting than dying in a prolonged battle. He understood that in this world, it was much different. It was, as far as he could tell, completely real. In Raiya, survival was all that mattered, and fun was only a secondary objective. He needed to decide, and soon, on a weapon type. The hatchets were wonderful, but the sheer brutality and damage he could inflict with the greatsword really spoke to him. Fights were about ending them as fast as possible, about minimizing the risk to himself and others. With that, he decided to fully embrace the greatsword, just like Sawbones had gently suggested. That little lizard was perceptive. Skree looked at the interface and dumped 7 of his points into strength and 3 more points in intelligence. Magic had been proving its worth time and time again, so not increasing his intelligence seemed like a poor choice. Additionally, he had 2 new spellbooks to identify. He had no idea what they were, but he was keeping his fingers crossed for something awesome. In addition, he increased his constitution by another 5 points and put 5 more points into dexterity. More hit points and ranged damage couldn't be a bad idea. He reviewed his updated stats. Level 13 Druid. Hit points 430. Mana points 370. Stamina 360. Attributes: Strength 19. Dexterity 18. Constitution 33. Intelligence 27. Wisdom 20. Charisma 13. He glanced at his skills, which were also coming along nicely. He had 15 points to spend, but with 2 new spells right around the corner, he didn't want to miss an opportunity to increase their usefulness right out of the gate. He dismissed the prompt for his skill points, leaving all 15 unspent. The next prompt was also very exciting. Congratulations! Zuka has reached levels 11, 12, and 13. Zuka now earns 2 companion skill points per level starting at level 11. By reaching level 13, Zuka has earned 6 skill points. Total skill points available, 7. Zuka earns 3 attribute points per level. Total attribute points available, 9. After their initial bonding, he had been unable to spend all the points, leaving Zuka with 1 skill point in reserve. 7 points could buy him another Tier 3 talent, or 3 additional Tier 2 talents. Finally, being able to assign attribute points was also very nice, instead of the game auto-assigning Zuka's attributes like when they had first bonded. Now he could really start shaping his companion in a way that would suit them both. First, he checked Zuka's attributes. Name, Zuka. Level, 13. Health, 410. Mana, 230. Stamina, 365. Attributes: Strength, 22. Dexterity, 33. Constitution, 31. Intelligence, 13. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 13. At first glance, it looked like the obvious choice would be Strength, since Zuka was a melee fighter, and that would ramp up his damage substantially. The thing about that plan was that he needed Zuka to be more than just a meat shield. His companion was already displaying an incredible amount of intelligence, even though his primary attribute was merely 13. He wanted to see how pumping up that stat would affect Zuka, so he put 6 points into intelligence and 3 more points into constitution. He confirmed his choices, minimizing the prompt. Zuka's mana increased by 60 points to 290. Hopefully, the additional intelligence could change more than just his companion's mana pool. He decided that he would spend some real time going through the companion talents when he had a bit more time, so he just minimized the prompt. With that taken care of, he refocused on his surroundings as they made their way through the Cobalt Warren. All around him, kobolds were celebrating, their lives forever changed with the return of the heart of the island. The kobolds had received a massive amount of experience and bonus attribute points, accelerating their growth as a people. Dozens or hundreds of kobolds would be able to choose a class now and increase their attributes to crazy new levels that would have normally taken them a very long time to reach. It really was something worth celebrating. Obviously, he was celebrating too, having received the same massive boost as well. Sharing is caring, after all, just like Mama used to say. No matter what he would have gained by claiming the heart of the island for himself, this feeling of accomplishment was worth 1,000 levels. Seeing the Cobalt clans made whole and able to claim their rightful place in Raiya was a treasure he would always have, no matter what happened to him in the future. Walking through the jubilant warren, he saw a familiar face in the crowd, who was dancing hilariously for a few of the younger kobolds, tittering as they watched the old crafter with bright smiles. "Nice moves, Carver!" Skree hollered to the old leather worker, causing him to stumble in his shock. Looking abashed, he waved the kids away, who scattered into the crowd, playfully squealing as they went.
Master Skree, welcome back. You too put on quite the performance earlier. Well done.
Skree smiled at Carver's words, his speech much more clear and concise. "Thanks, just doing my best. How's the workshop?"
"Oh, not too bad. Still gotta train these idiots how to use a knife, but I am hopeful some of my apprentices will use those new attribute points on some intelligence."
"I wouldn't count on it. You know how youngsters like to do all the wrong things."
"Ain't that the truth, Master Skree? Say, you didn't happen to find anything special out there in the wilds? I have been wanting to make something truly remarkable, and with my poor quality leather, there is no way I would be able to make what I want."
Skree's eyes lit up at the question, remembering he had quite a bit to offer the old craftsman. "I have more than just some boring old leather, my friend. Let me show you." Carver moved in close, watching the human dig around in his satchel, which was now bursting at the seams with loot. Skree removed the mana-warped leather and handed it over to a wide-eyed Carver.
"Where did you get mana-warped leather? Stuff is nearly impossible to find."
"Let's just say there is one fewer giant-ass lizard walking around up top." Skree couldn't help himself. He channeled his best Billy Mays and said, "But wait, there's more." He revealed the mana-warped fangs and spikes, depositing them on top of the leather Carver was already holding.
"Oh, wow. That must have been one big lizard to have this many head spikes. You took it down all by yourself?"
Zuka helped, and so did a mysterious woman we found fleeing from the bastard. The wolf barked in agreement.
"Mighty fine work, Master Skree. Mighty fine indeed. I tell you what, give me a day or two, and I will have this whipped up into something extra special."
Skree held up a finger, still digging around in his satchel. He pulled out the essence stone and showed it to Carver, who nearly dropped the materials in an effort to inspect the stone.
"I haven't seen one that ripe in years. Must be 50 essence points in that thing."
"Actually, it has 80 essence points. Is that a lot?" Skree asked with a shrug. He was completely ignorant on the subject. Carver looked at him like Fenna had, his expression clearly communicating that he thought Skree might have brain damage.
"Yes, it is a lot. You could do some serious enchanting with that amount of essence."
Depositing the essence stone atop the pile, Skree thought he could see Carver's mouth watering. I think this should just about do it. What do you think? Carver looked at the pile of goods in his hand, then to Skree, and back to the pile.
I don't think you understand the basics of trade. This stuff is worth 100 times what I made for you.
Excellent. Consider it my payment with interest.
You have my thanks, Master Skree. I should get this stuff to my workshop. I have work to do.
Skree nodded, giving him a charming smile. See you later, Carver. He watched as the leather worker waddled away, tail swishing happily. As the creature ducked into his workshop, a prompt appeared. Congratulations! You have completed the quest, Pay Your Debts. You have earned 16,250 experience. You have fulfilled your promise to Carver, the expert leatherworker of the Cobalt clans. You have repaid your debt with interest, far exceeding what was required. Bonus reward, 7,500 experience. He dismissed the prompt with a smile. Taking some time to wander around the warren, Skree met many of the kobolds, exchanging introductions and speaking about their lives. He shook the hands of many and kissed a lot of kobold babies just like a politician. Eventually, he returned to the room where he had recovered after his fight with Gertrude. The open space was still warm and inviting, the bed still unmade from his previous stay. Zuka moved around the room, sniffing every nook and cranny. When he was satisfied that the room was free of dangers, Zuka lay down for a nap, sighing the way only a wolf could. Sawbones bounced in a few minutes later, carrying a bottle of something and 2 stone cups. He placed them on the table and beckoned Skree to join him. He poured some of the dark brown liquid into each cup, recorking the bottle. The kobold handed 1 cup to Skree and extended the other in toast. Skree took the cup and held it out, looking at his friend, now adorned with the stunning crown of the High King. The center jewel sparkled beautifully in the dim light of the cavernous space.
Skree,
the kobold began, speaking softly,
your actions. I do not know if I will ever be able to repay you for what you have done for my people.
Skree gave a cough that sounded suspiciously like our people in the kobold tongue. Sawbones nodded with a smile.
Our people indeed.
The king extended his cup and toast, clinking it with Skree's. Together they drank deeply of the stinging liquid. Skree gagged as the disgusting liquid hit his lips, spitting it back into the cup and wondering if his friend had suddenly decided to poison him. Unholy terrors, what is that? He asked incredulously. Tastes like fermented boar urine. He spat a few more times, nearly gagging again as he watched Sawbones drink the rest of his glass in a single gulp. Sawbones licked his lips, then licked the last bits from inside the cup.
This is Samolin, a holy wine of the Cobalt people.
The king poured himself another cup, chugging it greedily, brown liquid dribbling from his mouth.
You should consider yourself lucky. Very few humans will ever have the pleasure of drinking Samolin.
Skree shook his head. I don't think I would describe it as a pleasure. Or like very few humans will ever have to endure tasting it, let alone drinking it. What the hell is that made of? He asked in disgust, still trying to get the rancid taste out of his mouth. He searched the room, finding a water jug, which he used to wash his mouth out several times. Sawbones watched him in amusement, before explaining what ingredients could be found in Samolin.
Distilled black fungal spore, venom from a rare cave spider, and water from the algae pools deep in the mountain.
The king tossed his cup aside, choosing to drink from the bottle directly, the foul brown liquid splashing to the floor. Skree watched in absolute horror as the small creature drank what must have been a pint of the foul liquid. That stuff isn't dangerous if you have too much, is it? He asked the king hesitantly, concerned his friend might get something like alcohol poisoning.
Dangerous? Oh, no,
the king responded, wiping his sleeve across his dribbling snout.
In fact, it is actually a powerful healing tonic.
Skree's eyebrows shot up. Healing tonic? He asked, remembering the foul flavor again. I think I would rather die. Sawbones shrugged.
Just more for me, then. As I was saying before you wasted your samolin, we will never be able to properly thank you for reuniting the Cobalt clans and returning the heart of the island to us. I know that you could have taken this relic and claimed it as your own, but just because we will never be able to thank you does not mean I will not do everything in my power to make us even.
Skree started to protest, but Sawbones held up a hand, cutting him off.
I am the High King, a station with many responsibilities, but also a station with many perks. Since this kingdom is so young, I extend you my gift, the only gift I can give you that will show you how important you are to our people. I, Sawbones, High King of the Kobolds and King of Bluestone Island, name you Lord Skree of the Bluestone Island.
A prompt appeared in his vision. Congratulations! You will receive the title Lord of Bluestone Island, denoting you a noble in any land you visit. The weight this carries will vary by the power and prestige of the kingdom issuing your nobility, and because Bluestone Island is a small, fledgling kingdom, this will not bestow many benefits at this time. Increasing the prestige of the Bluestone clan will also increase your personal power in this regard. Will you accept High King Sawbones' offer of noble station and serve these people to the best of your ability? Yes or no? Sawbones, you know I'm leaving the island. He looked at his friend with sadness in his eyes. I feel it would be wrong to accept your offer of nobility when I'm just going to leave, basically abandoning these people. He shook his head, knowing that he would never be a good noble as he traveled the world. Sawbones, ever magnanimous, nodded in understanding.
Skree, I think you are looking at this all wrong. I want you to be the very first and possibly only human noble representing my kingdom. I want you to travel the lands of Raiya, to see the world and proclaim that the kobolds have returned. Be the messenger and tell the world that Bluestone Island will rebuild and become everything we were meant to be.
He winked at Skree, a devilish grin on his face.
You see, I am actually being pretty selfish here. You go out, save a couple more kingdoms, and they will all see you are a member of the Bluestone Island nobility. They win, you win, and by our connection, so does the Bluestone clan.
His face grew dead serious.
And if you don't accept, I will have you thrown into the dungeon.
Skree did a double-take, a silent moment passing between them, before they broke the silence with gut-wrenching laughter. After a minute of happy giggling, they fell quiet. Skree nodded to his friend and accepted the offer. He received a notification. Congratulations! You have become a member of the nobility in Raiya. Others will see your title and know the strength of a kingdom lies behind you. As an envoy for Bluestone Island, any reputation gains you make will also increase the reputation of the Bluestone Kobolds with other kingdoms. He dismissed the prompt with a smile. Sawbones clapped twice, and the priestess entered, along with 4 kobolds carrying a large chest. Sawbones nodded to the priestess, who bowed deeply.
You remember, priestess?
Sawbones asked. Skree nodded, but interjected. I know who you are, but I do not know your name, priestess. She nodded.
I do not have a name other than priestess. As my mother priestess and all others before her, we gave up our name to understand that we are no longer individuals. We live to serve the Kobold clans, and no priestess shall ever claim her own name.
She pointed to a small kobold standing beside the chest.
Camilla, come.
The small female kobold who had led him to the ceremony moved to stand beside priestess.
You have met Camilla, who is my daughter, priestess. She will soon shed her name, becoming priestess like I did. I will teach her the many ceremonies and rituals of our station. She will live to serve the Cobalt people until her name returns, spoken on the day of her death."
He considered her words with great care. "You and Camilla sacrifice your own dreams and ambitions for the good of the clan?" Priestess nodded. Camilla stepped forward, placing her hands together in a gesture not unlike a Catholic prayer, head bowed to her clawed fingertips. She spoke a few words of power, which resonated deep in his soul, but the meaning he did not understand. Just like when he cast a spell, he didn't know what the words meant in the literal sense, only in their intent. He felt her pride, her resolute dedication to her path. He felt a connection to her in a strangely emotional way. With her head still bowed, she spoke.
"Champion Skree of the Bluestone clan, we bestow upon you the gifts of the priestess, the knowledge of generations, a gift of words and of a vow of servitude, freely given."
She lifted her head, her piercing gaze blazing with an inner fire. She wiggled her fingers, extending her hands toward him. Ribbons of scintillating light streaked from her fingers, swirling around him. Power filled him, permeating his being. A prompt appeared in his vision. "Congratulations! You have been granted the gift of the priestess, a knowledge of magic and tradition. Camilla has accepted her responsibilities as a priestess and wishes to bestow her knowledge upon you so that she may shed her name and her personal desires. If you accept her gift, you will receive the following boons. You will learn the spell, Minor Blessing. This is a spell of life magic. Minor Blessing will increase all of the target's attribute points by 1 for the duration of the spell. If cast on an undead creature, they will instead have all their stats reduced by 3. Duration, 24 hours. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 20. You will learn the spell Weak Sanctify Area. This is a spell of life magic. Weak Sanctify Area will create a circular zone, 60 feet in diameter at the point of origin. This sanctified area will completely repel undead creatures of level 8 or lower, and will bestow a negative penalty to undead creatures up to level 20, -5 attribute points to any undead in the sanctified area. Duration, 8 hours. Cast time, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Mana cost, 310. You will learn the spell Minor Lizard Skin. This is a spell of earth magic. Minor Lizard Skin will cause your outer layer to harden like the scales of a stout lizard, giving you a strange appearance and granting you a damage reduction of 3. Damage reduction reduces any damage you receive by the amount of damage reduction you have. This does not stack with any other damage reduction spells, including more powerful versions of Lizard Skin. Duration, 5 minutes. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Mana cost, 145. Additionally, you can choose one of the following skills. Analyze, rank 2. The Analyze skill will display additional information about targets, including attribute points, class, and detailed professions. Rank 2 will also inform you of elemental weaknesses of creatures level 40 and lower. Pickpocket, rank 1. You can nick small objects, pouches, and other items without being caught. You can only attempt on targets unaware of your presence or not hostile to you. Know that any failed pickpocket attempt will likely result in a loss of reputation and possible aggression from your intended victim. Identify, rank 1. You can now use the arcane knowledge of the priestesses to determine a magical item's properties. Identify rank 1 will not discern if an item is cursed or otherwise sentient, regardless of item level. Scribe, rank 1. You can scribe documents that cannot be changed or altered, allowing you to create binding contracts. If anyone violates the terms of a scribed contract, they will suffer the penalties as described in the document immediately. Higher ranks will allow you to scribe single-use magical scrolls and create single copies of magical spellbooks that can be used by others to permanently learn the spell. By accepting the gift of the priestess, Camilla will renounce her name and her personal dreams and desires until the day she speaks her name again. Beware, once you have accepted the gift of a priestess, she is bound to serve you and your cause until her death. This is not something to be accepted lightly. However, if you refuse, she will be unable to shed her name until the current priestess dies. Skree read the prompt furiously, nearly rejecting it outright when he read the last few lines. He was not looking for servants or slaves, and besides, what would he be able to do with a Cobalt priestess once he left the island? He reread the last line, trying to determine any hidden meanings that he might have missed. Nope, he had not missed anything. Camilla, why would you give this gift to me? You hardly know me, and pledging your life to my cause is not something I can possibly accept, he said to the small kobold, trying not to offend her. Judging by the fact she sagged visibly at his words, he had failed in his effort. Sawbones nodded to his friend.
Wise words, Lord Skree. Something for you to consider, though. There are only 2 times a priestess can be elevated: when a noble is born or created by decree, or when the former priestess dies. Since you are the only other noble on this island, she must make her vow to you now in the hopes she can earn her profession.
The king patted his friend on the back.
You would be doing her a great service, as she will be able to become a priestess much earlier than her mother before her, officially making her the youngest priestess in our history.
Skree shook his head. Bones, I can't take her from this island. I do not want a slave or servant or whatever. I just can't do that to her. He looked at Camilla, whose big eyes were glittering with the hot tears of rejection.
What do you mean?
Sawbones asked.
You do not have to take her with you, and I would really appreciate it if you didn't. She still has so much training to do as a priestess. No, you could accept her oath and request that she remain here with the clan to finish her education.
Skree looked confused, his brows furrowing. I didn't think I could just ask her to remain here. It's so simple. He whacked his forehead with the palm of his hand. She continues her training, I get awesome new skills and spells, and everybody is happy.
Except for me,
Camilla interjected. Sawbones, Skree, and Priestess all looked to Camilla, who was now standing with her arms crossed.
No one ever asks me what I want. I do want to be a priestess for my people, but I definitely do not want to sit here in the dark, listening to the same stories 100 times,
she stated indignantly. She stared at Skree with pleading eyes.
You have to accept my oath, and you have to take me with you. I promise I will serve you well and bring honor to my people.
Priestess's hand shot forward, boxing the young kobold by the ear.
You will do no such thing, Mother Priestess squawked angrily. That is not the role of a priestess. Times are changing, Mother. I will be the first priestess in service to a human, and I will be the first priestess to leave this island and see the world, Camilla answered, wrenching her ear free. Lord Skree, please accept my vow, or I will be forced to live with my mother until she dies in like 60 years. Please, let me travel the world with you.
Skree and Sawbones both took a step back from this squabble. They exchanged glances, and Sawbones just shrugged.
This is your call. She has already bestowed the gift, and it cannot be taken back.
Mother Priestess hissed at the king.
High King, surely you wouldn't let our next priestess go running off into the wide world, with a human no less,
she said, as if expecting his agreement. Sawbones snapped his gaze toward her, subdued anger quickly replacing his mirth.
Priestess, you go too far and insult your lord and your king. A human, no less? A human? This human has saved your people, our people, and sacrificed everything he could have rightfully claimed for himself so that we would not fade into oblivion.
He stepped forward, his tiny form seeming much larger now as he channeled his anger. Sawbones let the anger creep into his words.
If one of my people, my priestesses, wants to leave this island, then I can think of no better person for them to go with than Lord Skree. Do you wish to challenge my assumption?
Mother Priestess immediately shrank back, her body language changing in an instant. She looked at Sawbones, then Skree.
Forgive me. I spoke out of hand. Your will is my will, High King.
Sawbones visibly calmed.
Thank you, Mother Priestess. Now, Lord Skree, please, make your choice.
Skree clenched his fists in irritation. Well, this is the proverbial rock in a hard place, he thought. First, he didn't want a servant. Second, he didn't want to offend the poor girl and stop her from becoming a priestess. That would just be a terrible twist of the knife. Third, he couldn't believe Sawbones was putting him in this position. He just wanted to party it up, get a good night's sleep, then sail into the sunset in a few days with a super-hot pirate chick. Was that too much to ask? He reviewed the prompt again, concluding he stood to lose way more than he would gain by refusing her offer. I hope you like ships, Camilla, he said with a smile as he selected yes on her oath. Nothing happened. The prompt remained at the front of his vision. He selected yes, a few more times, all with the same result. Oh, right, I have to pick one of the skills, he thought. He was a bit frustrated because they were all super good. Unfortunately, the one he really needed right now was Identify. It would be useful forever and not nearly as situational as Pickpocket or Scribe. Analyze Rank 2 looked extremely useful, but at the moment, he really needed to be able to identify all the treasures he found, when he found them. Not being able to commit those spellbooks to memory really didn't sit well with him. What if he lost them when he had fallen from the waterfall? What if he had died and dropped them somewhere deep in the jungle? No, he knew that he needed to be able to identify items as soon as he found them for maximum survivability. He placed a check mark next to that skill, selected yes to the gift of the priestess, and the prompt vanished. Camilla squealed happily, running over and hugging Skree, her tiny claws digging into the back of his leg. He winced a little, but feeling the happiness radiating from her dulled the pain. She eventually realized she was acting a little immature, as she had only just met this Lord Skree, and released her grip, straightening her robes and putting on a serious demeanor.
Thank you, Lord Skree. I will serve you until the end of my days.
She bowed deeply. When she stood up, she had a puzzled expression on her face. What's on your mind? Skree asked her.
What's a ship?
Chapter 26. Priestess took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. When she spoke, her tone was even, but tinged with nervousness.
Lord Skree, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I meant no offense. You, of all people, deserve my trust. I must ask that you allow Camilla to remain here, in the Warren, until she completes her training.
Skree shrugged, looking at Camilla, then at Priestess. My dad used to have a saying, if you're going to screw everything up, do it while you're young. I am aware that I don't know much, anything, really, about your culture, but I do know a thing or two about rebelling against the system. He placed a calming hand on Priestess's shoulder. I know that this is how you have done things for generations, but today marks the start of a new age for you and all of your people. Perhaps there is much more to be gained by letting Camilla find out who she is on her own. Sawbones nodded thoughtfully. Priestess embraced Camilla, her arms and tail wrapping her tightly.
Daughter, if this is what you truly desire, I will not stop you. Serve Lord Skree well, and return to us with greater knowledge and wisdom than even I possess. Embrace the world and all it can offer you, like no priestess before you.
She lovingly stroked Camilla's face, tears welling in her eyes. Camilla, too, was crying gently, but behind the tears was a steady resolve. She had made her decision and was ready to make the most of it.
Mother, I will make you proud. I will see all there is to see and learn all there is to learn. I will bring back great wisdom for our people.
She pulled her mother in for a long embrace, the scene touching a deep emotional well in Skree. He remembered when he had left for college, and how proud his parents were of him. His mother had cried and embraced him, trying to force the love she felt for him into that single embrace. He could still feel that hug, all these years later. Through the tougher times in his life, through the difficulties of his studies, he remembered that hug with clarity. He loved his mother, and a mother's love would never fade. Camilla pulled away, wiping the tears from her face. Priestess did the same.
Tomorrow we perform the ritual of shedding, where you will cast off your name and become priestess, Priestess explained. We must be off, Lord Skree. There are many things to prepare. I will be asking you to take part in the ritual, so do not celebrate too hard, lest you be unable to perform your duties.
She gave him a very serious look, just like his mother used to. Every mom knew that look, regardless of what species they were, apparently. Skree nodded vigorously, not interested in having that fight. Besides, if Cobalt booze was anything like Samelin, he would not be getting drunk any time soon. I will be there, Priestess. You have my word. She nodded, and together Priestess and Camilla strode from the chamber. Skree glanced at Sawbones, who was grinning deviously.
I hope you know what you have just gotten yourself into, the king said with genuine mirth. Young females are notoriously headstrong and prone to making trouble.
Skree nodded to the king. I have a younger sister, so trust me when I say I am well aware of the difficulties of girls her age. He shook his head, remembering how often his sister would get in trouble, then find a way to shift the blame his direction. Every time his mother would turn to yell at him instead of her, his sister would stick out her tongue in triumph, having framed him for another crime he hadn't committed. She was a devious brat, but still she was his little sister, and he loved her greatly.
Now,
Sawbones said, interrupting his reminiscing. He nearly bounced over to the chest excitedly.
On to the good stuff. This is something I found locked in a deep vault beneath our warren.
The king lovingly caressed the chest.
I have to admit, having all of these memories has been a definite boon. I know of dozens of hidden vaults all over the island, which I will be recovering as soon as possible. Now, take a look at this.
Sawbones flipped open the latches and threw open the top without ceremony, letting the heavy lid thump heavily onto the floor. Skree's jaw fell open at the sight. In the chest were hundreds and hundreds of gold coins. He stepped forward tentatively, his knees wobbling with each step. He stopped just in front of the chest, the glittering coins filling him with a primal desire. What was it about stacks of cash that got people so excited? Judging by the expression on Sawbones' face, that tendency transcended species as well. Bones, there is so much gold here. There is no way you are seriously considering giving all of this to me, Skree asked with more than a little skepticism. He wanted to have thousands of gold pieces, but this would be tantamount to robbery. The king turned to him, the sparkling coins reflecting in his large eyes.
"Of course not,"
Sawbones exclaimed with a chuckle.
"This is the treasure of our people. I do not know the exact contents of the other vaults, but I like to imagine there are several more chests just like this. It turns out that centuries ago our island had one of the largest deposits of gold and glitter steel in the entire known world. We had very little use for the gold, but it made for an extremely valuable resource as most kingdoms traded exclusively in yellow metal,"
he explained, recalling the memories of his ancestors.
"I do, however, want you to know that this island contains a vast amount of wealth. Wealth we are willing to use to restore what we have lost. It will take us generations to recover using only what is available on this island. Instead, I would ask another favor of you."
He looked up at his human friend, his eyes slightly less focused on the gold coins.
"Find us some trading partners who can provide resources, construction materials, or spellbooks, livestock, food, really anything at all. We are basically starting from nothing here, and I believe that you, with Camilla's help, can broker a good deal for us. Can you do that for us?"
A prompt appeared in Skree's vision. "Congratulations, you have been offered a quest. There's Gold in Them Hills, Part 1. High King Sawbones has requested that, in your travels, you seek out trading partners and opportunities to expand the wealth and influence of the Bluestone clan. Will you accept this quest? Yes or no?" Skree selected yes, dismissing the prompt. "Of course, I would be honored to help you with this, but honestly, I don't know the first thing about trade negotiations. Hell, I don't even know what stuff is worth." He pulled a hatchet from his belt harness, shrugging exaggeratedly. "Like, these hatchets, are they worth 1 gold coin or 100? I seriously have no idea." He replaced the hatchet, waiting for Sawbones to respond.
"Honestly, Skree, neither do I. All the trade deals in my memory are from hundreds of years ago, so I doubt the conversions hold true. That is why I need you out there, in the world, learning everything you can. I think that Camilla will also prove very useful in this endeavor, as she has better understanding of what a kobold warren might need to grow,"
Sawbones stated plainly.
"Just do what you can and help me bring prosperity to the Bluestone clan."
Rubbing his temples, Skree replied, "I will try." Sawbones smiled and nodded.
"That said, you will definitely need some funds to help you get started. I want you to take half of this."
He gestured to the nearly overflowing chest.
"Consider it your share of the loot. Use it to pay for your voyage and, perhaps, grease the wheels of commerce as needed."
He winked at Skree. Skree nearly choked on those words. "Seriously? Half? How many coins are even in this chest?" he asked, exasperation clear in his tone. Sawbones started to leave the chamber. He looked back, a toothy smile on his face.
"I have no idea, so if you could start counting, that would be very helpful."
The human's eyes went wide, stunned by the king's request.
"You should probably hurry as well. Wouldn't want you to miss the party now, would we?"
Sawbones said, equal parts sarcasm and humor. "You can be a real jerk sometimes, you know that?" Skree retorted. He spoke in overly dramatic tones, feigning offense. "Leaving me alone with a mountain of treasure. Oh, woe is me." Sawbones laughed happily, turning to leave.
"Humans are funny,"
the king muttered to himself as he left the room. Chapter 27. Skree watched his friend disappear into the shadows, leaving him all alone with the massive hoard of gold. He was honestly shocked at the amount of coins sitting in front of him. There was absolutely no way he was going to count all these coins by hand, no matter what Sawbones wanted. He suddenly realized his second problem. Wait. How am I going to carry this much coin? He asked aloud, even though he was alone. He just stared at the glittering pile for several moments, considering his options. He could fill his satchel, but there was no way it would hold close to half of these coins. With everything else he kept in there, he doubted it would hold more than a few handfuls. "Wait!" he exclaimed, pulling his satchel strap over his head, placing it on the stone table. He dumped the contents onto the smooth surface and found what he was looking for. "I had nearly forgotten about you." He clutched at the magic bag he had found in the temple vault. He focused on the pouch, willing it to reveal its secrets to him. He felt something, like a trickle of mana flow into the bag as a prompt appeared. "Do you wish to identify magic bag? Yes or no?" He selected yes and focused on the magically enchanted pouch. A few seconds passed, and a familiar description window appeared in his vision. "Congratulations! You have found Nearly Bottomless Bag. Item type, magical storage. Rarity, precious. Quality, legendary. Durability, 450 out of 450. A nearly bottomless bag is a powerfully enchanted container that is much bigger on the inside. This pouch is a dimensional gateway to a private pocket dimension that can hold many belongings. Items stored in the nearly bottomless bag are immune to damage unless the bag is destroyed. While in the pocket dimension, items are unaffected by the passage of time, so any organic materials will remain in whatever condition they were in before being placed in the dimensional portal. Living creatures cannot be stored in the pocket dimension, regardless of size or intelligence. All items stored in the bag also have their weight reduced by 72%, allowing you to carry hundreds of items with minimal effort. To retrieve any item, all that you need do is think of the item, and it will appear in your hand. This item will become soulbound when used. Any soul-bound items cannot be taken from you by force, and will remain in your possession even after you respawn in the event of your death. Do you wish to claim the nearly bottomless bag and soulbind it? Yes or no? He didn't hesitate, unable to click yes as fast as he would have liked. A small thread of power flowed from the pouch, linking to his chest. The thin stream of energy faded from his sight, but he could still feel a very tenuous connection to the bag. As a test, he stuffed a few of his gathered fruits and plants into the bag. They dropped into the pouch with no resistance. He hefted the bag, shaking it vigorously, and was amazed that he couldn't feel anything inside the container. He slowly reached into the bag, his hand passing through the opening easily. He reached further and further until he was elbow-deep in the small bag. With a bit of hesitation, he reached as far as he could into the pouch, until he was all the way to his shoulder. He felt nothing in the pouch. He thought about the contents of the pouch, and a small window appeared, a classic inventory window with rows and columns displaying the contents of his bag. Inventory: 6 bananas, 4 blood herbs, 2 deep mushrooms. "Now that's nice," he exclaimed. "No more struggling with a bulging satchel for this guy." He had grown tired of looking like one of those infomercial actors every time he needed to get something from his satchel, spilling its contents and struggling to get stuff to fit. Magic inventory space was just plain better. He happily started pushing everything from his satchel into the nearly bottomless bag. He watched with glee as each item vanished into the pouch and then appeared in the inventory list. He stuck his hand into the bag and thought, "banana," and instantly he felt the supple flesh of the peel in his palm. He pulled his hand free, and sure enough, he was grasping a banana. "Oh man, this is so cool. Let's try something a little different." Searching the room, he spotted the gear he had left with the kobolds stacked neatly in the corner. He grabbed the glitter steel short sword and slowly placed it into the bag. It slid in easily until even the hilt had vanished. He released his grip on the sword, and it fell into the pocket dimension, reappearing on the inventory screen like everything else he had added to the bag. "Hot damn, that is amazing," he said, bouncing with excitement. He scooped everything from the table into his new bag, giggling like an idiot, as everything vanished into the bag without a sound. The inventory list filled in quickly, everything stacking into neat piles on the inventory screen. He did leave the 2 still unidentified spellbooks he had found out of the bag. He picked up the first book and focused on it. "Congratulations, you have found Spellbook, Ice Dagger. This is a spell of water magic. Do you wish to learn this spell? Yes or no?" Of course he wanted to learn this spell. Why would anyone say no to more spells? He selected yes, the spellbook erupting with light as the words sped from the pages directly into his eyes. He flinched reflexively, but thankfully it was completely painless. After 10 seconds of the constant stream of text, the book slammed shut and crumbled to dust. The knowledge flooded into his mind, and he saw the full description of the spell. "Congratulations, you have learned the spell Ice Dagger. This is a spell of water magic. Ice Dagger creates an 8-inch piece of ice resembling a finely crafted dagger. Once formed, the dagger flies forward at an incredible speed, dealing 40 to 50 water damage to the target. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 45. "Yeah, boy!" He scanned the room, focusing on a point along the wall where a series of cracks converged. Arm extended, he channeled the spell. White snow whirled from his fingers and coalesced into an ornate dagger, which shot forward and shattered against the wall. Specks of glittering ice twinkled as they fluttered slowly to the floor. Excitedly, he picked up the next spellbook and focused. "Congratulations, you have found Spellbook, Pitfall Trap. This is a spell of earth magic. Do you wish to learn this spell? Yes or no?" "Hell yeah." He confirmed his choice. From the name, it seemed like the spell would be straightforward, a pit that you could fall into. The spellbook flooded him with power, then slammed shut, disintegrating into dust. A new prompt appeared. "Congratulations, you have learned the spell Pitfall Trap. This is a spell of earth magic. Pitfall Trap creates a pit 5 feet deep and 10 feet in length and width. A thin layer of dirt and grass remains whole above the pit, appearing only slightly different from the surrounding surface. At the bottom of the pit are razor-sharp rocks jutting upward that will impale a target who falls victim to the trap, dealing 100 to 120 damage and trapping the target for at least 15 seconds. Cast time 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. Duration permanent. Mana cost 30. He immediately started running scenarios in his mind, thinking of all the devious ways he could use the spell. Though it seemed to be very situational, he could easily see the usefulness of being able to create permanent traps any time he wanted. Used well, he could easily set these in advance and lure unsuspecting foes to a painful surprise. He brushed away the dust that had accumulated on the table from the 2 spellbooks, then checked his inventory. Everything was nice and tidy, organized and ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. He checked through his list of items, realizing that he had forgotten about a bunch more items that needed to be identified. Like a kid in a candy store, he started pulling them one at a time from his nearly bottomless bag. He arrayed the items before him, giddy with anticipation. First, he looked at the magic boots he had found in the Cobalt Armory, focusing on them intently for a moment. "You have found Spider Silk Boots. Rarity, rare. Quality, masterwork. Damage, 10. Durability, 30 out of 30. These boots are made from a light but durable spider silk. These boots increase the wearer's climbing speed by 10%. He growled as he read the description. Well, these would have been super effing useful when I climbed that damn cliff. He removed his current boots, little more than rough slippers, and slid these beautiful babies onto his feet. Oh yeah, Daddy really needed a new pair of shoes. Next, he found the items from his fight with the late Chief Gertrude. 2 magic rings and a magic belt. He quickly identified each in succession. You have found Cobalt Scale Belt. Rarity uncommon. quality above average, armor 4, durability 60 out of 60. The belt of cobalt scales provides minor resistance to fire magic, as kobolds are descended from dragons of old, 5% damage resistance to fire. You have found Ring of Constitution, rarity rare, quality above average, durability 20 out of 20. A Ring of Constitution is one of the more common magical items in Raiya. This ring grants +5 to your Constitution attribute. You have found Thieves' Ring, rarity uncommon, quality above average, durability 100 out of 100. A Ring of Unlocking or Thieves' Ring increases your lockpicking skill by +5. Current lockpicking skill, 0. A low whistle escaped his lips. These were going to be super useful in the coming days. He fitted the belt around his waist, and a gentle cooling sensation filled him, almost like his blood had chilled a tiny bit. He assumed that must be the fire resistance taking effect. He slid the Ring of Constitution on his hand, feeling bolstered. Next, the Thieves' Ring slid onto his hand, and a prompt appeared. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Lockpicking. Using this skill, you can use a set of lockpicks to open mundane locks up to a certain difficulty. Current lock level, Basic. Skree had always loved the lockpicking skill in games, gaining access to places he wasn't supposed to and treasures he otherwise couldn't. It was one of the most versatile skills he had so far, and he was bristling with excitement thinking about what he might find when the opportunity arose. Wiggling his fingers and admiring his new jewelry, he remembered that he had one last thing to deal with, a chest full of gold. He walked over to the chest, sizing it up appreciatively. That is a lot of hooch. He picked up a handful of the coins, letting them run through his fingers, the metal discs clinking as they landed back atop the pile. He grabbed his new bag, tossing a handful of gold coins into the opening. They disappeared without a sound, per usual, and he checked his inventory. Sure enough, it showed that his pouch contained 14 gold coins and 6 silver coins in neat little stacks. He tossed a few more handfuls into his magical bag, amazed as they vanished and reappeared on the inventory list. 83 gold coins, 26 silver coins. This new bag was incredible! He went to work shoveling handful after handful of the coins into his magic bag. His mouth nearly watered as the numbers just kept climbing. He was amazed at just how many coins there were already, and he wasn't even halfway through the pile. If Sawbones was right, and there were dozens more chests like this one, his friend had just become a very wealthy lizard. After several dozen handfuls of coins, he started hearing clinks from inside the bag. He checked the inventory window and saw that the bag was already 55% full. He shrugged. It is called a nearly bottomless bag, after all. He chuckled at the ridiculously appropriate name, then continued stuffing coins into the bag. When he finished emptying around half of the contents, he checked the total in his inventory window. 2,214 gold coins, 682 silver coins. According to the inventory screen, the pouch was 90% full, still leaving him enough room to fit his remaining belongings in the magic bag. He hefted the bag, noticing it was much heavier than before. Even with the 72% reduction in weight, 2,896 coins still weighed a whole lot. He would report his findings to Sawbones when he saw him next. He reached into the bag, thinking of a random number. He removed his hand, and sure enough, exactly 52 coins were now resting gently on his palm. He let them fall back into the bag with a smile. This was so much better than his crappy satchel. He lay down on the bed, opening some prompts he wanted to take care of now. First, he had 15 personal skill points to spend. He reviewed his skill list, happy with the progress he had made in his short time in Raiya. Skills, rank. Stealth, 13. Tracking, 13. Archery, 12. Light armor, 14. Daggers, 7. Survival, 14. Foraging, 13. Thrown weapons, 2. Short blades, 5. Life magic, 7. Fire magic, 1. Earth magic, 4. Water magic, 1. Air magic, 1. Great weapons, 6. lockpicking 5, rock climbing 4. Now, where should he put his unspent points? 15 points was a fair amount, but as he gained more and more skills, they were becoming less and less impactful. He had just gained several new spells from the Gift of the Priestess and the 2 spellbooks he had found. Life magic continued to be the best skill he had thus far, and he assumed that wasn't going to change anytime soon. He added 3 more ranks to life magic, giving him a total of 10 ranks. With his recent decision to focus on being a great weapon fighter, he added 5 more ranks to the great weapon skill, bringing the total ranks to 11. He confirmed the points, and a new prompt appeared. Congratulations! By reaching level 10 in great weapons, you have learned the ability Cleave. You can swing your weapon in a large arc in front of you, dealing bonus damage to the first target and reduced damage to any additional targets struck with your mighty blow. Damage 120 to 140. 30% reduced damage to any additional targets. Cast time 1 second, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 115. He cheered seeing his new ability, happy that he was starting to become a very dangerous man. Cleave was a bread-and-butter attack in games for great weapon fighters, allowing you to deal significant damage to multiple foes. It gave you a fast way to get the attention, or aggro, of many foes quickly. If you didn't pay attention to a 4-foot piece of steel being wielded with deadly efficiency, then you were asking for trouble. He had been getting a lot of use out of his earth magic, which seemed to be focusing on trapping or incapacitating foes. Entangle was a great opener, and this new spell, Pitfall Trap, would further enhance his ability to control the battlefield. He added 4 points to earth magic. Wanting to squeeze more damage out of his only direct damage spell, he added 2 points to water magic, increasing the damage of his ice dagger spell. Lastly, his remaining point went into lockpicking, so he would have at least 1 rank without the ring on. He thought it was weird that he would gain the skill by putting on a piece of gear, but he wasn't going to complain. Maybe it was a bug. No way to know. He reviewed the changes and confirmed, the new ranks glowing brightly, indicating they had increased. Skree had to admit to himself, he was really starting to like this game. It was dangerous, sometimes outright terrifying, but damn, was it fulfilling in a way he couldn't explain. He had a whole new life, free of the monotony of his desk job and boring old hobbies. Now he was changing the fate of entire kingdoms. It was quite the upgrade. He went back to his shopping. Only 1 prompt remained, Zuka's companion talent points. He currently had 7 points to spend, meaning he could not afford the talent he really wanted to pick up from the 4th tier. Inspiring Howl 2 or Lick Your Wounds would have been instant buys, but they were 8 points. That meant he would need to earn another level before he could earn enough points to afford those badass talents. He reviewed the available talents, still frustrated that he was just 1 point shy of the talent he really wanted. Talent name, cost, description. Inspiring Howl 2, 8. Increase attack speed and damage by 40%. Lick Your Wounds, 8. Zuka may cast minor regeneration. Savage Fangs 2, 4. Bite damage plus 30. Piercing Fangs, 4. Ignore light armor, reduce armor penalty for medium armor. Thick Hide 2, 4. Health plus 40. Feral Dodge, 4. 50% chance to avoid any attack once per minute. Maul 2, 4. Increased pin time to 10 seconds, damage plus 25%. Fetch, 2. Zuko will retrieve any item on command. Stealth 2. 2. Increase stealth by 10 ranks. Tracking 2. 2. Increase tracking by 10 ranks. Sneak attack 2. 2. Increase sneak attack damage by 25%. He really wanted to wait so he could buy Inspiring Howl 2, even though there were still some great options available. He made a snap decision and spent 4 points on Piercing Fangs. The ability for Zuka to ignore light armor was something he knew would be critical. Even his attacks couldn't ignore light armor, though it still provided little protection against his massive sword. Piercing Fangs only had one connected orb. It revealed the next rank of Piercing Fangs, allowing Zuka's bites to ignore medium armor. It had a cost of 8 talent points, a huge investment that would be a game-changer if they came up against armored foes anytime soon. He had 1 talent point remaining, so he would need to gain 4 levels to earn the required 8 points. Sadly, with the extreme experience costs, that was going to be a long time from now. Fortunately, he and Zuka had nothing but time. He dismissed all the prompts and settled into his bed, listening to the gentle snores of Zuka in the corner. That hound was also becoming a deadly weapon, and Skree was pumped to see what they could really do together. He closed his eyes, ready for a quick nap, before he would finally have a chance to celebrate. Chapter 28. Poke. Poke, poke, poke.
Lord Skree?
A timid voice asked. His lordship just rolled over, pulling the blankets over his head. This time, a less gentle poke startled him awake, his eyes furiously searching for an enemy, his dagger in hand. He saw Zuka standing nearby, hackles raised and fangs bared. Skree finally noticed Camilla, cowering near the bed. Sorry, Skree said, quickly putting the dagger away. We're okay, Zuka. Good boy. The wolf relaxed, sitting with an attentive gaze. Skree stretched, yawning loudly. What's going on? Is the party starting? He asked with a sleepy grin. Camilla nodded.
King Sawbones and Mother Priestess requested I bring you. Please come with me.
He bounced out of the bed, gathering up his gear, strapping on his weapons, and fixing the nearly bottomless bag to his brand-new belt. Skree stepped over to Zuka and delivered a hearty round of pets. He squirmed away when Zuka tried licking his face. You're a good boy, but no licking me in the face, okay, buddy? Zuka sat back down, huffing. Standing, Skree gestured toward the warren. Shall we, young priestess? He asked. Camilla froze for a second at being called priestess, then nodded and walked out of the chamber, with Skree and Zuka right behind her. They made their way through the small building, emerging into the open space of the warren. There were fire pits everywhere with roasting boar slowly turning on spits, piles of fruits and vegetables strewn haphazardly about the space. Hundreds of kobolds chittered and hopped about, preparing food and playing games. Skree couldn't help but smile as several of the mini kobold children brushed past him in a mad game of chase.
Lively bunch, aren't they?
Sawbones asked, hopping over to stand next to him. He shook his head sadly, but forced a smile.
Amazing what removing the taint from our minds has done for us, isn't it? For centuries now, we have lived like feral animals, tribal cultures that fought and warred over nothing but dirt. But I should stop thinking of what was lost and be more like my brethren, ready to celebrate what comes next, don't you think?
Skree placed a steady hand on the king's shoulder. You should. It is time to let go of the past and start planning a future for the kingdom of the kobolds. Sawbones patted his hand fondly.
Indeed. But before we get to the real work, we should enjoy this feast.
The last words were shouted for all to hear. A raucous cheer sprang up, echoing loudly inside the cavernous warren. A voice called out from the crowd,
3 cheers for Lord Skree! Lord Skree! Lord Skree! Lord Skree!
The kobolds shouted, the sound amplified by the stone walls so loudly that Skree nearly had to cover his ears. He waved to the crowd, his smile nearly ear to ear. A little selfish pride couldn't hurt, he thought, feeling an immense sense of pride.
Let's eat!
Sawbones shouted above the roar of the crowd, his proclamation met by a flurry of motion as the kobolds started pulling down the roasted pigs. Small crowds quickly gathered around each fire pit, anxious to tear into the delicate flesh that filled the air with a hearty aroma. Further into the cave, Skree saw a large iron pot with a kobold atop it, ladling out servings of soup to another group. Lines were starting all around them. Skree's stomach gurgled angrily, reminding him he was still a growing boy with a hearty appetite. Sawbones glanced at Skree.
Come, sit with us. We have a fire set aside just for you.
Zuka barked inquisitively, and Sawbones looked at the wolf.
Yes, you too,
he said as he walked back toward the tent. As they approached, Skree recognized the elders who had been around during several of their conversations, along with Priestess, Camilla, and Carver, the cobalt leather worker who had created his leather harness. "Carver," Skree said excitedly, moving to shake hands with the cobalt crafter. "I have to say, this harness has served me well."
Of course it has, human. Carver only makes quality items,
the leather worker said with disdain.
You think I would give you garbage?
Skree was taken aback by the seemingly angry cobalt. "Carver, I'm sorry if I offended you. I just wanted to say thank you," he explained. The angry cobalt took a few threatening steps forward, and Zuka moved between them, a low, throaty growl of warning. Carver walked up directly to the wolf, staring into Zuka's eyes with intensity. Carver looked to Skree, then back to Zuka, then to Skree. Then he burst out laughing. Zuka's head tilted confusedly as they both watched Carver laugh so hard he almost fell over. "What's happening?" Skree asked Sawbones, his brow furrowed. Sawbones shrugged, then did the universal sign for drinking boozes with his hand, sticking his tongue out the side of his snout. Carver slowly pulled himself together, wiping tears away from his face.
You should have seen the look on your face, my boy. Priceless. And Zuka!
He grabbed the sides of the wolf's head and rubbed their faces together.
Such a wonderful animal, ready to defend you with his life.
Carver pulled back from his embrace with the wolf, picking up a bottle from the ground, chugging deeply as the amber liquid ran down the front of his leather apron. Skree rubbed his temples as he caught a whiff of the powerful liquid. "Samelin?"
"Samelin!"
Carver exclaimed loudly, holding the bottle over his head.
"Now, let me see that harness, boy. Looks like it took a bit of a beating."
He marched over to Skree, inspecting the leather for nicks and scratches.
"You definitely haven't been gentle with it, but what could I expect from a man such as yourself?"
Carver asked rhetorically, continuing to circle Skree and finishing his inspection. He hopped back, swaying slightly. His words slurred.
"You come see me after the feast, and I will patch this up for you, good as new. I even had a few more skill points to spend on increasing my leatherworking skill, and have now reached the artisan rank. That means I can add a few more bells and whistles for you."
"This time you have to let me pay you for your services, though," Skree answered, his tone firm.
"Pay me? Boy, that essence stone is worth more than most of my tools. It's definitely worth more than all my lazy apprentices combined."
The words became nearly impossible to understand as Carver's speech rapidly deteriorated. Skree started to answer him, but the crafter collapsed, the empty Samelin bottle rolling away. Skree looked to Mother Priestess. "Is he going to be okay?" She rolled her eyes.
"Carver has never been able to handle his Samelin. Weak constitution, that one. He will be back at it in a little bit. Samelin is powerfully intoxicating, but it wears off quickly."
Mother Priestess looked at the unconscious form of Carver. She glanced at Skree with a smile, then pointed toward the massive boar that was being slowly carved a few feet away.
"Shall we eat?"
Zuka barked excitedly, his tail furiously beating at Skree's leg. "Whoa, buddy, that tail is like a battering ram," Skree said to his companion, taking a step away from the flailing appendage. "Come on, boy, let's get some grub." Zuka dashed toward the kobolds cutting into the meat, causing them to flee in terror at the sight of a salivating wolf rushing at them. Skree laughed hard as one of the cooks leapt from the ledge, falling nearly 8 feet into a pile of vegetables, inciting a small riot as a few female kobolds battered him with sticks, shooing the terrified little guy away from their food. Skree looked around, realizing there were no plates or cutlery. As he checked the other fire pits, he saw that none were anywhere to be found. Instead, the kobolds were carrying around handfuls of meat, greedily chomping away and returning once they had devoured what they carried. Not one to argue, Skree grabbed a fistful of meat and tossed it to Zuka, who wolfed it down. From there, the night continued with many trips for more meat and vegetables. Sawbones tried to get Skree to drink some more samolin, promising him it would be worth the suffering. He always did have more guts than brains, so he gulped down a few mouthfuls. He stuck out his tongue in disgust. It really was wretched stuff, but he managed to swallow the burning liquid. Within a few minutes, his head was swimming, and he was very, very drunk.
Dang, Wones, salmon is strong. How can you drink it so much?
Skree asked, surprised by the effort it took to talk. He was good and truly smashed. Sawbones swayed dangerously, words a bit messy.
Kobolds are mighty. Humans can't drink samolin. I am king of kobolds.
He pounded his chest. King of kobolds! Came an echoing cry from a nearby fire.
I am strong!
Sawbones roared, holding his hands in the air. A cheer came from the same fire again. As they watched, he tilted slowly at first, until he fell flat on his back with a heavy thud, like a tree that had been felled by a lumberjack. Skree laughed like a lunatic, clapping wildly at his friend's sudden change in elevation. He nearly had a heart attack when an unconscious carver suddenly sat bolt upright, yelling, "Samolin!" before collapsing once again into oblivion. Skree thought the suggestion was a good one, and tipped the bottle back, swallowing more of the bitter liquid. Blearily, he checked his status page. Condition: extremely drunk. Dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom reduced by 30%. Severe penalty to attack and defense. Strength and charisma increased by 5%. It was so blurry he could barely read the text, so he dismissed it with a wave of his hand. He looked around blearily, noticing that kobolds were dancing to a drumbeat he had not noticed before. With a mighty effort he stood, marching over to the dancing crowd. His head was bobbing to the rhythm of its own accord, body just moving with sound. He watched the kobolds, jumping up and down, spinning in circles, laughing and having a great time. A lady kobold, no bigger than a 10-year-old human, grabbed Skree's arm and pulled him into the circle. She steadied him as he swayed, then started a simple series of dance moves, indicating that he should do as she did. He paid careful attention, and when the next measure of music started, he mimicked her moves. At first, he felt like he was doing it wrong, but the crowd cheered him on, stoking his inner desire to dance. He jumped and pranced and did his best to follow the group, and when the beat changed from the rapid-fire tempo to a much more subdued rhythm, several kobolds who had danced with him gave him hugs and hearty pats on the back. "Okay, watch this," he said as he started to do a complex series of dance steps. To Skree, he danced like the wind, a beautiful poetry of motion that would astonish everyone who watched. He spun and twisted through more and more complex steps, clapping his hands to the beat. He was the music. He was grace. Unfortunately, to the kobolds, it looked nothing of the sort, because most of all he was really, really drunk. They watched in silence as the human flailed about like he was on fire, his hips thrusting awkwardly at different points throughout his performance. When he reached the crescendo, he snatched a bottle of samolin from a nearby spectator and drank a massive swig of the now delicious liquid. He posed dramatically, waiting for their applause. Dead silence greeted him. "What? You didn't like my move?" He started to say before he toppled to the ground, blissful darkness overtaking him. In the distance, a familiar voice yelled, "Samolin!" and the party resumed, this time without Skree. Chapter 29. An all-too-familiar sensation roused Skree from his slumber.
Zuka, stop,
he said, pushing the wolf away with a groan. He opened his eyes, and searing pain shot through his skull, the dim light of the stone bedchamber still far too bright in his hungover condition. Zuka whined softly, licking gently at his hand. Skree gave the wolf a few pets with a sigh.
Don't worry, Zuka. I'm fine,
he said, as another lance of pain tore through his brain.
Okay, not fine, but definitely not dead.
He stretched gingerly, trying to avoid causing another eruption of pain. He got his bearings and saw that on the table was a stone jug he hoped was full of water, along with a hearty serving of meat from the night before. He staggered over to the table, still woozy, and sniffed the contents of the jug. He smelled nothing at all, exhaling with relief. If it had been Samolin, he might have actually died right there on the spot. He drank deeply, the cool water restoring moisture to his aching throat.
Healing tonic my ass, he said in between gulps.
After nearly drinking the entire jug, the pain in his mind receded a bit, a dull ache sticking to the back of his eyes. Shoveling a handful of meat into his mouth, he began to feel much restored. He checked his status page and saw he had an active condition. Samolin poisoning. Dexterity reduced by 5%, health temporarily increased by 40%. You have imbibed far too much Samolin miracle tonic and have a hangover. While drinking this much Samolin has boosted your health temporarily, it has also given you a mighty hangover that will last several hours. In the future, be sure to drink responsibly. He dismissed the prompt, his eyebrows raising at the surprising status. Having 40% more health was impressive, but the reduction in dexterity was not great. Surely it could be worse, but he didn't think he would be drinking that stuff again. He ate a few more bites, finished the jug of water, and pushed the rest of the meat onto the floor for Zuka, who tore into the meal with reckless speed. Skree shook his head as he watched the wolf. You could learn to enjoy the food, you know? He asked his companion sarcastically. Zuka glanced his way, then finished the meat in a huge gulping bite. The wolf sat on his haunches, licking the grease from his lips. Zuka stared intently, then gave Skree an all-too-human grin. A wave of emotion crossed between them, Skree feeling Zuka's amusement. He rolled his eyes. Now you're a comedian, too? Zuka barked in response. Smiling, Skree delivered a firm scratch under Zuka's chin. You overgrown mutt.
Lord Skree, it is good to see you are awake. Your condition seemed questionable when you were carried here.
Camilla's now familiar voice broke him from his pets. I can only imagine. I didn't, embarrass myself too much, did I? Camilla considered his activities from the night before.
No, I would say you were the picture of cobalt propriety.
She nodded in affirmation. Skree sighed in relief. Oh, good. I was concerned I might have done something foolish. He rubbed his hands on his shirt, still a little greasy from breakfast. His heart jumped into his throat as he realized his leather harness was missing. Camilla, where is my armor? Confusion flashed across her face.
You don't remember?
Her tone implied he wouldn't like the answer. He closed his eyes, knowing that she was about to tell him something he didn't want to hear. No, I don't remember. Dejectedly, he asked, Care to enlighten me?
Of course, my lord. Shortly after you displayed your unique mating dance, you fainted. After an hour or so, Carver found you and poured some Samolin on your face to wake you up. When you came to, you assumed he had urinated on you. You stripped off your armor and challenged Carver to a fight to the death, she explained. Before the horrified Skree could interrupt, she continued the story.
Carver, never one to back down from a fight, removed his armor and agreed to fight you. As everyone gathered around, excited to watch a fight, you vomited onto your own armor, then collapsed again."
She was struggling to hold back a smile.
"Carver moved to check on you, but then fainted as well."
She couldn't help it any longer, bursting into laughter.
"When Carver fell, he fell face first into your butt."
She was laughing uncontrollably.
Everyone laughed and laughed. Even Mother Priestess could not contain her mirth. King Sawbones ordered you returned to your room to sleep it off. After we separated you, we took your armor and Carver to his craft hall. He awoke several hours ago, feeling vitalized.
Her tone returned to neutral.
He has spent the entire morning repairing your harness."
Skree groaned, covering his face in shame. "This is why I stopped drinking in college." Her head tilted questioningly.
"What is college?"
"That is a story for another day." "Do you think he is done?" Skree asked. She nodded.
"Carver has been bragging about it all morning. Something about mono-warped leather and sharp fangs. I never really understand what he is talking about."
She gestured to the door, motioning for them to leave. "Let me gather my things, then we'll see what Carver has been up to." Skree moved to the bed, finding his dimensional bag, along with his weapons, which he had left in his room the night before. Pulling his gear from his bag, he secured the hatchets awkwardly into his waistband, already missing his harness, then slung the greatsword over his shoulder. "Well, let's go see that old—" A rumble cut him off as the chamber shook, dust and pebbles raining from the ceiling. Zuka sprang toward the door, hackles raised. "What's going on, boy?" Zuka looked at him, the fierce intelligence shining through his gaze. A feeling passed through his thoughts, as if Zuka had spoken a single word directly into his mind. Enemies. Skree sprinted toward the entrance to the warren, Zuka and Camilla close behind. As they neared the exit, they began to hear the screams of kobolds and the sound of metal colliding with metal. Flashes of light illuminated the structure. They exited the building, and the scene that awaited them stopped them in their tracks. Men and women in black armor were everywhere. Maybe 100 or more were engaging in the wholesale slaughter of the kobolds in the warren. Time seemed to slow as Skree saw them cut down females and younglings ruthlessly. Several of the armored figures cast spells, fireballs exploding and decimating groups of the fleeing kobolds. A prompt appeared, and he read it quickly. Critical quest: protect the Bluestone clan. Invaders have attacked the heart of the Bluestone clan. Defend your people from these unknown invaders and save the king, no matter the cost. This quest is mandatory. Rewards: experience, unknown treasure. Failure: death of the Cobalt race. He finished reading and dismissed the prompt. He had never received a mandatory quest before, but he would not have hesitated if given a choice. Rage filled him, and a status icon appeared in his vision. Reading it, he understood why his blood was suddenly burning. He was the Bluestone champion, and he had sworn a blood oath. He read the prompt. Rage of the Bluestone champion activated. 5 stacks have been acquired, plus 50 strength. He remembered the details of the trait. Every time a kobold died near him, he would regain 50 hit points and gain strength. With 5 stacks, his strength had skyrocketed from 26 to 76, giving him an absurd damage boost. With a savage desire for blood, he prepared to enter the fray. Time to make these bastards pay. Skree turned to Camilla. "Can you fight?" She bared her fangs with a hiss. "Yes, I stand with the Bluestone champion." Her words brought another icon to his attention. He read it and dismissed it. His aura, the Bluestone champion's aura, would give any kobolds within 500 feet a whopping plus 50 to melee and magical damage. It was time for him to turn the tide of this battle. "Zuka, do what you can to slow them down," he ordered his companion, who barked and sprinted away, leaping from the elevated stone platform and knocking several of the invaders to the floor. Skree watched as Zuka dashed toward a far group of the soldiers that were chasing a few younglings. He turned back to Camilla. "We have to stay together," he said, looking her over and seeing she carried no weapons. "Do you need a weapon?" Her eyes burned with rage, but she shook her head. Instead, she held up her clawed hand, which began glowing with brilliant red fire. She growled, "I will burn them all. Let's show them what happens to the enemies of the Bluestone clan." He used Analyze on Camilla, taking in her attributes for the first time. Name, Camilla, Cobalt Fire Priestess, level 14. Health, 310. Mana, 540. Stamina, 320. Strength, 16. Dexterity, 19. Constitution, 21. Intelligence, 44. Wisdom, 52. Charisma, 18. Disposition, Ally. Skree nodded, then leapt from the platform without a second thought, his great sword flashing as he fell, slicing one of the figures nearly in two, his strike greatly empowered by the extra 50 strength. A spray of blood accompanied the savage attack, splashing across the two remaining enemies. They tried to react, but were met with a wave of bright orange flames, a torrent of raging fire pouring from Camilla's hands. The figures recoiled, trying to flee, but she had no intention of letting them escape. She followed them, the flames never wavering as she poured on the heat. The figures collapsed quickly, their smoking, charred husks clattering to the ground. Skree whistled appreciatively. "Remind me not to piss you off." "Gladly," she growled, her feral gaze scanning the warren for her next victim. Skree spotted two more of the figures, currently attacking a few lightly armored kobolds he didn't recognize. They had long swords and were on the offensive, keeping the inexperienced kobolds at bay. Skree used Analyze on his enemies, trying to ascertain who they were. His jaw clenched as he read the information. Name, Amari, human fighter, disciple of Abernacht, level 16. Health, 360, Mana, 320, Stamina, 390, Disposition, Enmity. Disciples of Abernacht are devout worshippers of the dark god Abernacht. They are the rank-and-file soldiers of Tamo, the Red Heart Kingdom. Name, Saern, elven fighter, disciple of Abernacht, level 18. Health, 410, Mana, 220, Stamina, 490, Disposition, Enmity. Disciples of Abernacht are devout worshippers of the dark god Abernacht. They are the rank-and-file soldiers of Tamo, the Red Heart Kingdom. Skree didn't waste any more time, the magical rage in his blood boiling over. He activated Cleave as he closed the distance, sweeping his blade in a wide arc and catching both soldiers completely unaware. His blade completely severed the first, the two halves of the man's body floating apart, his blade stopping halfway through the woman disciple. He wrenched his blade free with a sickening gurgle, both soldiers very dead. A bolt of lightning arced through the air, hitting Skree with enough force to send him flying, the electricity causing his body to spasm uncontrollably. Camilla whirled to face the mage standing a dozen paces away. She roared and let loose a ball of magma that streaked through the air, hitting the mage with a loud plop. The boiling stone clung to the lightly armored figure, who began to flail wildly, trying to remove the hot, liquid rock from his flesh with bare hands. The heat melted the skin from his bones, his hands bursting into flames as he struggled. With a final gasp, the mage collapsed, smoking like her previous foes. Camilla rushed over to Skree, who was picking himself up from the ground, shaking off the effects of the lightning spell. He checked his status bar, seeing that the attack had taken about 10% of his health, but thankfully it only reduced his pool of temporary hit points, meaning he still had 130% of his normal hit points. Skree scanned the room, spotting a small contingent of troops, 4 of the soldiers and 1 of the lightly armored mages. One of the soldiers impaled a male kobold who was making a desperate last stand to protect a clutch of younglings. The sight enraged him, refreshing the timer on his Rage of the Bluestone Champion buff. He roared and ran forward, yelling for Zuka. "Bring down the mage, I will take the soldiers." Zuka shot to the side and disappeared from sight. As Skree ran, he heard Camilla chanting beside him, probably casting another devastating spell. He activated his Sunder ability, hoping he could destroy the armor of at least one of the soldiers. He raised his blade, and just before he swung, flames enveloped his blade. Not even noticing in his rage, he let loose with the powerful attack, the blade severing the soldier's arm just below the shoulder. The limb clattered to the floor, and the battle was joined in earnest. The soldier with one arm fell away, holding his hideous stump and screaming in agony, the flames slowly taking hold of the man's flesh. Skree barely registered that his sword was ablaze then, but he did not slow. He attacked the nearest figure, who avoided the blow by mere inches. The female soldier jabbed forward, her blade delivering a light slash to his upper arm. He saw that the glancing blow did not deal much damage, around 4% of his health vanishing. He hefted the blade with a savage strength, born of his rage, and delivered a strong upward slash, carving a ragged gash from her hip to her shoulder, cutting through her thick leather armor. She wailed in agony as the blade cut tendons and muscle. Her sword clattered to the stone, her arm losing the ability to grasp it. Blood was pouring from her wound, and Skree knew with certainty she would not last much longer. He ducked under a swing that would have severed his head from his shoulders, the blade probably cutting several of the hairs on the back of his head. He rolled away just as Camilla's torrent of fire washed over his would-be executioner. Camilla channeled the flame from both hands, the heat washing over Skree, forcing him to shield his face. Her target cut and ran, but the flames raced forward to reach him. He dropped to the floor, rolling around in the dirt, to no avail. Skree saw it then, the mage with arms extended, about to cast a powerful spell, hands wreathed with radiant green energy. "Look out, Camilla!" he screamed, watching as the mage moved his hands in her direction. The energy started to coalesce, becoming painfully bright. It was then that Zuka struck from the shadows, tackling the mage to the ground, the spell effect shattering into a shower of glittering lights as the spell was interrupted. Zuka viciously mauled the lightly armored figure, who struggled against the ferocious predator. Skree knew that Zuka was doing maximum damage since he had recently purchased the Piercing Fangs talent. Light armor was ignored completely by Zuka's bite now. The mage continued to scream. Zuka tore into his arms and chest, blood coating the wolf's fangs as he continued savaging the prone figure. He turned to see that the last soldier was running for his life, heading toward one of the many tunnels leading to the surface. Skree cast Entangle. As soon as the spell was completed, a tangle of vines erupted from the stone floor, enveloping the legs of his fleeing target. The soldier tumbled to the ground, the vines continuing to wrap around his arms and neck, pinning him in place. Skree strode forward, deadly intent clear with every step. He drove the tip of his blade through the man's chest, killing him instantly. Camilla appeared beside him, breathing heavily. She was drenched in sweat, the heat of her own flames apparently too much even for her. She spat at the dead soldier as the vines continued to writhe around the corpse.
"Too easy for him. His death was not painful enough,"
she said coldly, her words sending a chill down his spine. He had really misjudged Camilla. He thought she was a simple priestess, someone who would spend her days praying and offering advice. It turned out she was one badass lizard wizard. "Camilla, have you seen Sawbones?" Skree asked worriedly. Camilla looked around and then pointed to a figure in the distance.
"There, I can see his crown. Looks like Mother is with him."
Skree looked in the direction she was pointing and saw his friend, his best friend in the whole world, letting loose with spell after spell into a formation of soldiers. Beside him was another familiar figure, Priestess, who was also firing bolts of flame into the crowd of soldiers. "We have to protect the king," he said, sprinting forward. Skree whistled, and Zuka rushed to catch up. As they ran, Skree saw that the timer on his buff was about to expire, which was both good and bad. Good in the sense that he hadn't witnessed any more cobalt deaths. Bad because he was really going to need that extra strength to fight that many soldiers. He ran with all his might, his great sword like a fiery beacon in the chaotic warren. "For the clan!" he yelled as he charged, hoping to rally as many kobolds as he could. From one of the tunnels on the far side of the warren, a horde of warrior kobolds charged into the area, spreading out and engaging pockets of enemy fighters. They were armed and armored, unlike most of their unfortunate fellows who had died so far.
"The champion fights with us!"
A kobold at the front of the pack shouted, and a cheer erupted. They whooped and hollered as they ran, looking to close the distance. It was then that the rage filled him again, as a small group of mages let loose with a series of fireballs that landed amongst the warriors, detonating with devastating effect. Kobolds were blown to pieces, and others were flung across the room like rag dolls. His rage buff returned, filling him with unbridled strength, but his heart shattered into a million pieces. Camilla screamed in fury, quickly returning the favor with a volley of her own. The fireballs exploded, but a shimmering blue dome flashed as the flames flowed around them, leaving them completely unharmed. One of the three mages fell to his knees, drained by the power of Camilla's attack. "They have a freaking shield?" Skree asked, confused.
"Some mages can manifest elemental shields to negate attacks of opposite elements. Protecting more than one person is extremely taxing, though. Can I borrow Zuka?" Camilla asked, patting the wolf on his shoulder and looking up at Skree. Skree looked to Zuka, who barked excitedly. "Zuka, take care of Camilla. I'm going to save the king." He watched, dumbstruck, as Camilla leapt onto Zuka's back, the small female fitting perfectly onto his shoulders. She entwined her fingers in his fur as Zuka shot forward toward the mages. Skree could only watch in amazement as she rode his companion like it was second nature, the two of them streaking across the warren. The mages fired bolts of ice in a steady stream, but Zuka and Camilla just weaved in and out of the barrage, leaping from stone to boulder to the raised area where the mages waited. They tried to scatter, but Zuka pounced on one from behind as Camilla leapt from his back, her arms outstretched like a fiery angel. She let loose a torrent of flame as she fell back to earth, the blue dome enveloped in a brilliant column of flames. Camilla marched steadily toward them, the flames never wavering. Skree just stood there like an idiot as she continued to unleash hellfire on the cowering mages. The shield began to dim, blinking a few times, then with a silent pop, it disintegrated. The flames rushed into the space where the dome had been, hungrily consuming the mages' clothing. Their screams could be easily heard from across the warren. Skree shook himself from his amazement and horror, rushing to help the king. Chapter 30. Skree pumped his legs, bounding across the distance like a gazelle thanks to his boosted strength. He dashed through the warren like a demon, his fiery sword trailing sparks through the air. He took in the chaos that surrounded his dearest friend as the soldiers moved closer and closer. Only Sawbones' and priestesses' combined might kept them at bay. Occasional flashes of arcane energy arced over the attacking formation like artillery from a catapult, splashing against a barrier that priestess would erect just before impact. Despite their apparent power, the pair were being pushed back into a large opening where he suspected the less capable kobolds were taking shelter. He could not think of another reason they would be defending that entrance, so he knew it must be important. As he closed the distance, he cast the spell Minor Blessing, boosting all his stats by 3 points. It wasn't much, but every little bit would help, as this was going to be a very dangerous fight. Skree tried to approximate the number of soldiers, counting roughly 20 men and women, plus a few mages further back from the formation. He reviewed his spell list, hoping for something he could use, but it looked like his best bet was going to be his go-to crowd control spell. Once he had closed the distance, he unleashed Entangle, centered on the large group.
Vines broke through the stone, wrapping around arms and legs, sowing discord amongst the ranks as the soldiers struggled to break free. He fired his new spell, Ice Dagger, with his free hand, the projectile piercing the arm of one of the flailing men. He activated Cleave, feeling the power well within him. He swung with everything he had, the blade severing the arm of the first soldier in the destructive path, tearing a large gash across his chest as well. The massive flaming blade continued sailing through the air, and the blade tore a hot red streak through the off-balance soldiers. The flames took hold, igniting bits of flesh and clothing under the armor as the soldiers wailed in pain. His Cleave ability continued, impacting a fourth soldier in the upper thigh, the flaming sword burying itself to the bone. He ripped it free with effort, not noticing the counterattack from a nearby soldier. A sword dug into his side, pain tearing through his entire body. Skree reflexively dove away, the blade tearing free from his side and leaving a massive gash in his abdomen. He staggered back, thankful that his attacker was still firmly entangled in his spell, giving him enough time to recover. He cast Minor Restoration, smiling with vile intent as the bleeding stopped and the flesh began knitting back together. He checked his health and saw that he was at 88%. The amount of damage shocked him. He had taken nearly 40% of his total health, the critical strike even consuming the rest of his temporary hit points. His health was regenerating now that he was under the effects of Minor Restoration. A powerful bolt of lightning tore through several of the soldiers, many convulsing due to the paralytic effect of the electricity. Skree glanced over his shoulder, seeking the source. Sawbones was channeling the powerful magic, as Priestess held the protective shield in place. Several of the wounded soldiers had died from the attack, collapsing into the vines. He used the opportunity to cast another new spell, Minor Lizard Skin. A very intense itching sensation covered his entire body from head to toe. He watched as tiny scales grew from his flesh. He ran his hand through his hair, scratching at his scalp and realizing that even his head was covered in scales. With no time to be amazed or find a mirror, he cast Ice Dagger again, this time catching one of the soldiers in the stomach, the shiny blade nearly disappearing into the flesh. He glanced at the timer, seeing that Entangle had just a few seconds remaining. Skree activated Sunder, swinging his oversized blade in a downward arc. It crashed into a large man wearing thick-plated armor. The force of striking heavy armor stinging his palms, the rebound nearly knocked the blade from his hands. Fortunately, Sunder had done its work, shattering a huge section of the armor and leaving cracks spreading through what remained. The armored soldier regained his balance as the Entangle spell ended, the vines crumbling to dust. His foe lurched forward, bringing his massive axe up in a deadly swing. Skree jumped back, barely avoiding the blow. He stumbled, falling onto his ass. He scooted backward, trying to put what distance he could between them. The man raised his axe, swinging the savage weapon with all his might. Skree held his greatsword up, blocking the attack, but losing his grip on the sword as it was knocked from his hands. He scrambled to regain his footing, but the man was faster. The axe swept his leg out from under him, carving a deep rent in his calf. Skree landed with a thump, air rushing from his lungs. He gasped, trying to catch his breath, and weakly rolling away as the massive axe shattered the stone inches from his head. Skree scurried backward until he collided with a large boulder, trapping himself, with little room to maneuver, as the axe rose again. He closed his eyes, a deep regret filling him. He would die, unable to protect his adoptive clan. They would all die, and it would be because he wasn't strong enough. He opened his eyes, not willing to die a coward. He would face his death with open eyes. The soldier smiled with pure malice as he raised the axe to deliver this finishing blow.
"Samalan!"
Came a cry from above Skree. He watched in awe as Carver sailed through the air, twin daggers in hand. He landed on the large soldier, his daggers blurring as he stabbed the man in the neck repeatedly in a shower of blood. The savage kobold rode the falling form to the ground, clinging to the hilts of his weapons as the corpse hit the ground. Carver pulled his blades from the fleshy mess with a howl.
You can't die yet, human. You still owe me a fight to the death,
Carver said, extending a hand toward the fallen lord. Skree took the offered hand and was hoisted to his feet. Skree looked at the kobold, who was now wearing a set of emerald green leather armor, adorned with several large fangs. "Is that armor from the mono-warped leather?" Skree asked, admiring the fine craftsmanship. Carver grinned, a look that suited his normally sour face.
"It is,"
the kobold replied excitedly.
"Wait till you see what I did with your share. We should probably take care of this first, eh?"
Carver turned back to the soldiers, who had regrouped into formation, shields in front forming an imposing wall. Skree felt the familiar presence of his companion re-enter his awareness just before Zuka landed next to him. Attached to his back was Camilla, who was looking a little too happy for the situation. "Having fun?" he asked Camilla. She howled, and so did Zuka, the two of them striking quite the imposing figure. A new icon appeared in his status window. Inspiring Howl activated. 20% increased damage and attack speed for the next 30 seconds. He felt his muscles tense as the magic filled him. He had lost the rage effect, so he was thankful for the new buff. He cast minor restoration on himself, his health refilling rapidly. Carver pulled a bottle of Samolin from his pants, drinking deeply of the rancid liquid. He bared his fangs, glancing to Camilla.
"Ready for some target practice?"
he asked, then threw the bottle into the air above the soldiers. As it spun through the air, Camilla flicked her wrist, and a small flaming bolt shot from her fingertip. It blazed through the air, shattering the bottle of Samolin, which exploded in brilliant blue flames. The wave of force from the explosion rocked Skree as he held his hand in front of him, shielding his face. "Holy shit!" Skree stared at the scattering soldiers, who were blown in every direction. Some of them were on fire, others crawling around in a stupor. "You let me drink that stuff?" he yelled at Carver, who was laughing like a maniac. Carver shrugged.
"It's good for you. Put scales on your face, didn't it?"
"What?" Skree replied, confused. Then he remembered he was now covered in scales. He picked up his greatsword and rolled his shoulders. "Let's finish this. Carver, take care of the few that are still attacking Sawbones and Priestess. Camilla, Zuka, and I will deal with this lot," Skree said, pointing to the quickly recovering soldiers.
"Sure, take the easy ones,"
Carver said mockingly. Skree rolled his eyes. Carver sprinted away toward the last few soldiers who were trying to penetrate Priestess's shield. Skree turned to Camilla, who had dismounted. "Do you have enough mana for a few more spells?" She checked her status page and nodded.
"Not much, but I should be able to help. It's mostly up to you and Zuka from here."
He nodded to Camilla, then looked to Zuka. "Come on, boy. Let's give them a real fight." Zuka turned and growled, dashing forward into the scattered forces of their enemies. His companion tackled one of the half-standing figures back to the ground, mauling him aggressively. The soldier screamed in agony as Zuka's fangs tore into his arms and face, ripping away huge chunks of flesh. A nearby soldier rushed forward, trying to impale the wolf, but Skree moved startlingly fast, leaping over the prone forms to deflect the thrust. Skree spun as he dodged the next attack, swinging his mighty blade in a whirling arc. It cleanly severed the man's head from his shoulders, detached head bouncing away. He ducked an incoming sword swing from another enemy who had closed the gap. They clashed blades a few times, neither finding an opening. A second soldier moved to flank him, but Zuka was there, leaping through the air and colliding with the figure and knocking him back several paces. Camilla released a dozen green darts from her fingertip, which hit the soldier in the face, sticking in the tender flesh like porcupine needles. Dark, black veins of poison coursed from the wound, and the soldier fell, clutching his throat and clawing at the darts. Zuka clamped his jaws around the man's throat and bit down hard, crushing his windpipe in a single attack. Skree took a cut to the leg and the arm during their exchange, but finally spotted an opening. He kicked the man hard in the knee, shattering bone with his bonus attack damage. The soldier fell to one knee, and Skree cast Ice Dagger and released the projectile at point-blank range, directly into the face of his opponent. The blade tore through the delicate skin, a huge gash exposing the bone of his jaw. Clutching at his face, he collapsed to the ground, squealing in pain. Skree didn't hesitate, driving his blade through the man's back. With a shudder, he died. The soldiers around them began to panic, trying to flee, but Zuka tackled one to the ground, and Camilla fired another poison dart into another. Skree dashed forward, activating Cleave, and cut down two more of the fleeing soldiers. A few quick thrusts, and all that remained were two mages, one cowering as the other erected a weak shield. Skree realized they must be out of mana, or at least very close to it. He swung his sword, the blade glancing off the shield. The mage generating the shield staggered, the protective dome blinking as he struggled to maintain the defensive ward. With reckless fury, Skree attacked the barrier over and over until it shattered into 1,000 glowing fragments, his blade carrying forward and slashing a deep gash into the shoulder of the mage. Blood poured from the wound, and he coughed up red-flecked spittle. Skree drove the blade deeper into the man's body, feeling muscle give way beneath the deadly weapon until the figure collapsed to his knees. With one final effort, he drove the blade into his opponent's heart. The cowering mage held up her hands, begging for mercy. "Please, don't kill me! Mercy! Please have mercy!" she cried in desperation. Camilla walked up beside her, staring down at the pitiful human.
Mercy?
Camilla asked with a deeply resonant anger. "Mercy?" she yelled as her hands began to glow with red-hot fire. "Mercy!" she screamed, grabbing the woman's head between her flaming hands. "You deserve none," Camilla hissed as the woman wailed and struggled, smoke rising from her smoldering flesh. The mage clawed at Camilla's hands, trying to pry the fiery digits away from her face, but to no avail. Camilla spoke a single word of power, and flames engulfed the entirety of the woman's head, her hair instantly disintegrating as the fire consumed her flesh. A few moments later, Camilla released her grasp, and the mage's corpse fell lifelessly to the ground, nothing but a charred skull remaining. Skree and Zuka both took a step back, shocked by the absolute savagery and cold hatred burning in Camilla's eyes. She slumped to the ground, tears streaking her face. She looked up at Skree.
"There can be no mercy for the merciless."
Zuka prowled over to her, rubbing his snout against hers. Skree watched as she threw her arms around the wolf and cried. Maybe she cried for what she had been forced to do, and for what she had wanted to do. Most of all, he thought, she cried for what she had reveled in doing. He felt much the same way. Chapter 31. Carver, Priestess, and Sawbones battled the remaining soldiers, making short work of them. Once they had finished their bloody business, they made their way to Skree, Camilla, and Zuka. Priestess ran to her daughter, embracing her. They held on to each other tightly, rocking gently as Priestess whispered calming words to Camilla. Sawbones was bleeding from several cuts and leaning heavily on Carver. Skree checked his mana pool, realizing he had just enough mana to cast Minor Restoration. Golden light surrounded the Cobalt King, and he straightened as some of the cuts began to close.
Thank you, Skree. I didn't have any mana left. If Carver here hadn't shown up when he did, I fear what might have happened,
Sawbones explained.
We managed to protect about 36 younglings and mothers, but we have suffered great losses, and I fear this battle is far from over."
Skree looked around, wondering what he meant. "There are no enemies left. We have won the day." Sawbones grimaced as Carver set him down.
"No, these were only the first wave. A small strike force. Haven't you noticed there were no commanders here?"
He gestured tiredly to the corpses all around them.
"No, I am afraid this battle is won, but I doubt the next one will go in our favor."
As if in response to his words, a flash of light came from one of the tunnels, and 6 charred corpses bounced into the warren. Several of the remaining warriors rushed toward the flash, disappearing into the darkness.
"He's right," Priestess said, resignation creeping into her tone. "This was just a probing force, meant to keep us distracted and reduce our numbers before the main body arrives." She released her daughter, walking over to stand before Skree. "I want you to take my daughter and flee this place. We will hold them as long as possible."
Camilla shot to her feet, screaming her disagreement.
"No, Mother, I will not abandon my home. I will fight until our enemies are destroyed."
She clenched her fists in anger, tail swishing violently through the air. "Camilla is right," Skree said, placing a hand on the young priestess's shoulder. "I cannot abandon you now. If we die here, then we die. But I plan on taking as many of them as possible with me." Sawbones smiled, but there was no happiness in it.
"Skree, you have already done so much for our people, but now you must do this for me. Take Camilla, head to your boat, and flee. Take the heart of the island, keep it safe, and use its power to create something beautiful."
His large reptilian eyes were shining with pride. Skree gritted his teeth in frustration. "Bones, I can't," he started to say, but was interrupted as more explosions rumbled through the warren. The sounds of battle and screams of death were getting louder. Hot tears welled up in his eyes. "You can't expect me to just leave you." Camilla pounded her fists into her mother's chest, crying openly.
"Mother, no! Don't make me go! Please, we can still save our people!"
She screamed, then sobbed when her mother pulled her close, pinning her in place as she struggled meekly.
"My heart, you have shown your courage this day. In the face of tremendous sorrow, you fought for your people."
She held Camilla's face gently in her hands, staring into her eyes with the love only a mother can express.
"You must live on, and you must fulfill your vow to serve our Lord Skree. Become priestess and carry our legacy with you."
She kissed her daughter on the forehead, a gentle and tender expression of love and goodbye. Camilla hugged her mother then, no longer a child, but a woman forged in the flames of battle. She took a few deep breaths, her composure returning.
"I shall serve our people in this life and the next. I am priestess, my solemn vow unbreakable."
Priestess extended a single finger, touching Camilla just above her heart. A warm light suffused her, body growing stiff. Tendrils of power enveloped her, wrapping her arms and legs with streams of glowing golden light. Camilla began to float, her clawed feet no longer touching the ground. The light grew brighter, and then it slowly faded as Camilla gently floated to the ground. Priestess spoke, her voice carrying the weight of centuries.
"Our memories were returned to us by the heart of the island, our power and minds restored. A priestess must carry the torch, the soul of our people with her. I name you Camilla. I name you matron. I name you daughter. I strip these vestiges from you, and I name you priestess."
Camilla stood tall and proud, her body strengthened. She had grown several inches, and her eyes were now rimmed with golden rings, much like her mother.
I take my names and discard them. I am Priestess.
Mother Priestess smiled lovingly at her daughter.
Go now, take the defenseless and find a new home. Protect them and serve Lord Skree. He will guide you.
Priestess Camilla nodded, then walked toward the cavern where dozens of kobolds were peeking out, crying and holding each other. A prompt appeared in Skree's vision. Critical Quest: Protect the Bluestone Clan, Part 2. You have won the battle, but the war is far from over. High King Sawbones has survived, but is prepared to face his death to ensure the survival of his people. An unknown force approaches, and you have been tasked with saving the kobolds. This quest is mandatory. Rewards: experience, unknown treasure. Failure: death of the kobold race. Skree winced as he read the prompt, listening as the fighting grew closer. He dismissed the prompt and looked to Sawbones. I will keep them safe. I want you to know that. If it costs me 100 deaths, I will exact my vengeance for this day. Sawbones winked.
You better. Now, take this.
He reached into a pouch at his side and withdrew the heart of the island.
You must protect the stone at all costs. It cannot fall into the hands of Abranacht. When the time comes for you to bind the stone, you will learn so much more. More than I could explain in a lifetime.
Sawbones handed the stone to Skree, who took it hesitantly. How will I know when the time comes? Skree asked as he placed it into his nearly bottomless bag. Sawbones shrugged.
You just will. Now go. Carver and I have a plan, and you must be as far from here as possible. Camilla knows the way out. Just show her on the map where you need to go.
Skree dropped to his knees and pulled Sawbones in for one more desperate hug. You are my best friend. You are truly my brother. And I love you, Bones. The High King of the Kobolds returned his embrace, squeezing as hard as his tiny arms would allow.
You are my brother, my best friend. I love you as well.
They held each other, trying to express how important they were to one another. The clatter of claws on stone broke them from their goodbye. Skree looked up to see Camilla, who had at least 24 small kobolds behind her, along with several pairs of adults.
Lord Skree, it is time we go.
She glanced at Carver.
Promise me you will make them pay.
The savage kobold leatherworker rolled his knives around his knuckles, a feral grin on his face.
Oh, I will do much more than that. I will make them die.
He turned to Skree.
Go to my workshop, collect your armor, and use the tunnel behind the tanning racks. It might be a tight squeeze, but I think you can fit.
Skree nodded, watching as Camilla strode in the direction of Carver's workspace, the 24 babes hopping behind her. Mother Priestess whirled toward the tunnel, extending her hands. A wall of force sprang up, sealing the tunnel, blocking off the entrance to the warren. Skree watched in horror as a vapory black form with glowing red eyes clawed and scratched at the magical barrier.
Run!
Priestess yelled as she struggled with all her strength to maintain the barrier. And he did, sprinting in the direction of Carver's workspace, following the fleeing last vestiges of the Bluestone clan. Chapter 32. Skree, Priestess, and the kobolds made their way quickly out of the warren, heading through a small tunnel that led to the entrance to the workshop. Making their way inside, Skree watched as Priestess searched behind the tanning racks, quickly locating the hidden tunnel. Seeing the size of the opening, it looked like Carver was right. It would be a tight squeeze for Skree, but he would make do. Skree tried his best to help as she gathered the children, lining them up in an orderly fashion. Clearly she knew each of them. Having been raised in the same warren, it was likely she had played with them before she began her priestess training. She spoke to them with the reassuring tone of a mother, her soft words of encouragement helping to soothe their fears. They had seen and lost so much, and their sorrow was just beginning. They would be orphans, the very last of their people, with no one other than her and the few adults left to raise them. Together they looked around the workshop for anything of value, knowing they would need something of value to provide for her new wards. She spotted a small box, tucked under a pile of leathers. She opened the lid and couldn't help but smile. Inside were dozens of sparkling gemstones, assorted rubies, emeralds, and even a few small diamonds. Carver had done well for himself, and could have lived like a king with his little fortune. He wouldn't mind her taking these. The beautiful stones were something she could use to provide for their people. She held back a sob when she considered that he wouldn't need them at all once he was dead. She closed the lid, stuffing the small box into her pocket. Skree began his search of the workshop, having done as much as he could to block the door. He quickly located his armor, or at least what used to be his armor. He picked up the new and improved gear, marveling at the craftsmanship and rugged beauty of the work. You have found mana-enhanced wild leather doublet, rarity rare, quality masterwork, armor 26, durability 240 out of 240, special 5% resistance to magical damage. You have found mana-enhanced wild leather harness, rarity rare, quality masterwork, armor 11, durability 120 out of 120, special 5% resistance to magical damage. You have found mana-enhanced wild leather gauntlets, rarity rare, quality masterwork, armor 16, durability 80 out of 80, special 5% resistance to magical damage. You have found mana-enhanced wild leather pants, rarity rare, quality masterwork, armor 22, durability 140 out of 140, special 5% resistance to magical damage. You have found mana-enhanced wild leather quiver, rarity rare, quality masterwork, durability 40 out of 40, 5% bonus to all damage inflicted by stored arrows. Arrows will lose their enhancement when removed from the quiver for more than 5 minutes. Congratulations, you have found 4 of 6 pieces of the mana-enhanced wild leather armor set. Set bonuses unlocked for wearing multiple pieces mana-enhanced wild leather armor. Bonus unlocked, 2 pieces. Additional 5% bonus reduction in damage from all magical attacks. Total resistance, 25%. Bonus unlocked, 4 pieces. Arrows now have the piercing attribute. Ignore light armor and reduce the penalty to damage from medium and heavy armor. Bonus locked, 6 pieces. When wearing 6 pieces of mana-enhanced leather armor, you gain a minor magical shield that will absorb 100 points of magical damage, calculated before damage reduction. He teared up at the sight of the armor. It was magnificent. Every piece a true work of art. The dark green leather was covered in scales that shimmered with strange light, like the moon reflecting off an ocean. It was flexible and soft, and he knew that he would have no problems moving silently in the armor. This was made with materials from an apex predator, and he knew he would have to become the same. He started donning the armor, struggling to slip into the doublet. Camilla approached him, offering her help. He handed her the armor and held out his arms. She helped him slide into the doublet, moving behind him to make sure it was situated. She helped him throw the harness over his shoulders, pulling the cords tight around him. He reseated the hatchets into their proper resting place. The deadly blades returned home. He couldn't help but smile as he remembered the gruff leather worker helping him during his first fitting. He slid the gauntlets onto his hands, then threw the quiver over his shoulder. It magnetically locked into place with a click. Skree pulled on the quiver, and it resisted his efforts. He gave it a firm yank, and it came loose, the strap allowing him to swing it around his shoulder with ease. Testing the strength of the magnet, he threw the quiver over his shoulder, and it snapped into place again, closing the 6-inch gap nearly instantly. Camilla looked him over, nodding her approval.
Carver did fine work, my lord. Use it well.
Skree nodded back, moving his arms and testing the flexibility of the armor. It felt like comfortable cloth, barely making any noise as the supple leather moved with ease. I intend to. He pulled the map from his bag, spreading out on the table. He pointed to the area of the beach where he was supposed to meet Fenna. Can you get us there? He asked. She bobbed her head back and forth, considering their options.
Yes. Carver's secret tunnel isn't so secret. I used to play in the tunnels when I was a youngling. I should be able to get us to the surface, a few miles from the area. It will be slow going with them, but we can do it.
Okay, let's get out of here. You take the lead. Zuka and I will cover the rear. We move as fast as possible, and if we are engaged, you run to the beach. Ask for Fenna and tell her that I sent you. I can't guarantee that she will take you, but I have to hope, he said, his tone brooking no arguments. He saw the concern etched clearly on her features. What's wrong?
Something I just considered. I can't speak human.
Skree gritted his teeth. That's a problem. I will teach you the words I can while we walk. Camilla nodded and moved over to the younglings.
All right, everyone. Listen carefully. I want you to grab the tail of the kobold in front of you. Do not let go, and try your best to keep up. We're going to the beach to see the ocean. Doesn't that sound fun?
She asked with as much excitement as she could. Many of the younglings nodded, but their faces betrayed their emotions.
Where is my mommy?
One of the young kobolds asked, his scaled face streaked with tears. Camilla controlled herself, a momentary flash of sadness crossing her face.
She's gathering your things and will be right behind us, okay? But I need you to follow me the best you can.
They're dead. They're all dead,
one of the adults snapped. A female kobold slapped him.
Shut up, Grillo. You don't know that.
If they aren't dead yet, they will be soon, just like all of us.
Camilla stepped in front of the male, her eyes cold and hard. She leaned in, whispering something in his ear. His tail quivered as he listened to her words. He snapped to attention, his eyes focused on the tunnel ahead. Skree slid over to her, squeezing between the few adults. What did you say to him?
That if he didn't shut his yapping snout, I would leave him in the warrens to be torn apart by those soldiers, leaving his body to be devoured by rats as we sailed away from the island.
Skree winced, the image playing through his mind. You are one scary lady, Camilla. Glancing at the younglings, huddled together and gently weeping, watching the few adults that were broken by the violence of the day staring blankly into the darkness of the tunnel, set her resolve to stone. She met his gaze.
Lord Skree, I've given up that name. You must call me priestess from this day forward. My people have to know that I am here for them.
Skree gave her a small nod. Lead on, priestess.
Okay, everyone, time to go. Remember what I said. Hold on to the kobold in front of you, and don't slow down.
The younglings stepped back into line, a look of grim determination on their faces. They more than likely understood that it was a lie, but it was enough to get them through the next few hours. Camilla ducked into the tunnel, motioning for them to follow. They each grabbed the tail in front of them and followed her into the dark, with Zuka just behind them. Skree took one more glance around the room, noticing a container of arrows, which he snatched up, placing them into his new quiver. He looked back to the entrance, took a deep breath, and entered the tunnel to the surface. Chapter 33. Sawbones stood his ground, watching the shimmering wall as the shadowy demon tore violently at the magical barrier. It released a torrent of bright blue flames from its mouth, the raging fire cracking the barrier even further. Sawbones began channeling his most powerful spell, a raw arcane blast that he had learned when he had claimed the heart of the island. He would give Skree as much time as he could to escape with the last of his people. Around the cavern stood fewer than a dozen kobolds, some trained warriors, others just the unlucky mothers and fathers separated from their families, prepared to give their lives so that their children could escape. They all carried weapons now, scavenged from the dead soldiers and their fallen brothers and sisters. They were a ragtag group, but they stood bravely as they waited for Priestess's power to fail. They waited with courage as death clawed and screamed its way to them.
I can't hold it much longer,
Priestess said through gritted teeth. She redoubled her efforts, watching her mana drain away. 8%, 6%, 2%. The barrier shattered into glittering shards as the massive shadowy figure burst into the warren. It slid to a stop amid the glittering starlight of the ruined spell, glancing slowly about. Its lips peeled back, revealing burning red light emanating from deep within. A smile so filled with hate, some of the kobolds took a step back. A dozen soldiers entered the chamber, standing lazily beside the beast, as if they were bored, not at all concerned by the enemies before them. A towering figure marched into the chamber then, its black armor reflecting no light. It stood beside the beast, deadly sword slack in its hand, dripping with blood. It moved forward, taking several steps into the chamber, directly toward Sawbones. It did not move with purpose, instead sauntering, as if it were walking through a park without a care in the world. It reached up and removed its helm, revealing a human face with flowing golden locks cascading around broad, heavily armored shoulders. His piercing blue eyes were serene as he looked around the warren. He smiled genuinely before speaking to the assembled kobolds. "Greetings. I am Emperor Tamarand, ruler of the Kingdom of Tamo. I have been ordered to recover the heart of the island and return it to my master. As you can imagine, I am none too thrilled at having been sent on this errand, to this garbage dump of an island yet again, so I will make you a deal." Tamarand gestured to his men and the terrifying beast that stood motionless at his side. "Return the stone to the temple, allow my master to claim the power of the stone, and I will allow you to live as slaves in my kingdom. It will not be a pleasant life, that much I can promise, but you will be alive, which is more than most of your people can say," he said plainly, gesturing around the cavern at the corpses strewn about. Carver growled, his tail swiping angrily behind him.
I would rather die than be a slave.
Emperor Tamarand shrugged. "Suit yourself." With a barely perceptible motion, his hand shot forward, releasing a bolt of pure darkness. Carver barely had time to understand, let alone react to his movement, before the searing bolt passed through him, blood and viscera exploding from his chest and back. The bolt continued on, hitting a wall at the back of the cave. The power erupted, showering the room in burning shards of rock. Carver collapsed to the ground, his body utterly destroyed by the blast. The room fell silent, the last of the shrapnel clattering to the ground. Sawbones knelt beside his friend, closing the dead kobold's eyes gently. He shut his eyes, grinding his teeth, as the reality settled heavy in his chest. This was a fight they could not win, so it was all up to Skree now. He would die here, but hopefully he could take this evil bastard with him. The crowned High King of Cobalt stood, nodding to the Emperor.
I accept your offer. You will guarantee the safety of my people?
Of course. I'm nothing if not a man of my word, Tamarind replied, clearly bored by the exchange. I find slaughter to be quite dreadful, and I imagine that the high houses would love an opportunity to purchase a few exotic pets. Priestess took a step forward, fists clenched. Her claws drew hot streaks of blood from her palms.
Pets! Pets!
She howled in defiance.
I will be no one's pet!
She began a casting of dangerous magic, consuming the blood in her palms and filling her veins with fire. Her eyes began to glow with a hideous red light. The Emperor watched with disinterest as the air filled with static, watching her display of power with boredom. Her scales began to curl from the power, and cracks formed across her scales as she drew far too deeply from her own blood. She spoke rumbling words of power, the debris scattered about the room vibrating as her power filled the space.
Be gone from this place, foul demon!
Priestess released the power, a frightening ray erupting from her chest, streaking across the distance. Just before the powerful spell impacted the Emperor, the smoking monster vanished and reappeared directly in front of him, intercepting the beam. The creature opened its mouth, its internal red light growing intensely bright. The powerful blood magic streamed into its shadowy orifice, and Sawbones watched in horror as the creature gulped the energy hungrily, growing as the power flooded into its body. The demonic creature began to crackle with electricity, sharing the same ominous red color as the light from its core. Priestess poured thousands of points of mana into her spell, consuming increasingly more of her blood as the kobolds watched in terror, watching the beast greedily consume the deadly magic. After a few seconds, the spell faded. Priestess collapsed to the floor, blood flowing freely from her eyes, ears, and mouth. Her skin was broken and torn, cracked like clay topsoil in the desert. Her body was withered, eyes covered in a milky white haze. Sawbones crawled to her, openly weeping at the sight of his friend. He pulled her to his chest, cradling her ruined form. She coughed, a sickening, hollow sound that tore at his heart.
I gave it everything I had, my king,
she said, coughing the words through bloody teeth. She reached up, stroking his face. He returned the caress lovingly.
I know you did. I know. I am sorry. I just couldn't listen to another word.
She coughed again, black blood flowing in great rivulets from her mouth, soaking through his clothing. She sank into his arms, her lifeless form now limp. Sawbones hugged her tightly, then set her gently on the ground.
No more!
Sawbones yelled, looking to his people. They dropped their weapons without complaint, willing to surrender to keep their lives. Swords and spears clattered loudly in the silence, and they fell to their knees. Many of them closed their eyes, others holding each other and crying softly. I am afraid my offer has expired, Your Grace, the Emperor said, with only a hint of anger. I wanted this to go smoothly, but you have made it very clear you would make terrible slaves. Far too much pride, it seems. He waved his hand. Kill them. The beast, coursing with excess power, vanished in a streaking cloud of black lightning, appearing amid the weaponless kobolds. It lashed out, grabbing two of the cowering figures and crushing them in its grasp. The sounds of shattering bones broke their spirit. The remaining lizard folk attempted to flee, but it was useless. The creature extended a smoking tendril that pierced through several kobolds, snaking through one to another to another. 5 kobolds died as the vaporous creature disappeared again, streaking from one fleeing form to another. Slashed, cut, and torn to pieces, they died in seconds. Sawbones didn't even have time to get to his feet before it was over. The beast vanished once again, reappearing beside the Emperor, standing still as death. Tamarind moved forward, shaking his head as he approached Sawbones. The High King was kneeling, his soul nearly destroyed after the ruin of his kingdom and his people. He was numb. Everything he should have been feeling vanished in the mind-shattering agony of his loss. He gasped for air, struggling to breathe. He knew his people would die. He couldn't have stopped it. But knowing he was this powerless was too much. Tamarind paced over slowly, reaching down and grabbing the small king by his chin. "Look at me. Look at me!" he yelled, his tone commanding. Sawbones' eyes shifted to his enemy, hot tears burning in his eyes. "You are a worthless king, your people utterly destroyed only a few days after your ascension," Tamarind scoffed. "You couldn't even save a single soul among these filthy animals. I have taken everything from you except the stone. Now lead me to it before I lose my temper." The kobold could do nothing but stare at this horrifying man. He seemed unstoppable, his power nearly limitless. Sawbones nodded weakly, and the Emperor released him. "Excellent. Please lead the way." The Emperor's tone reverted to his calm and genial manner. Forcing himself to his feet, Sawbones led him to a storage room with an iron chest in the center. On all sides, barrels, bottles, and strange alchemical equipment surrounded them. He marched into the room with the Emperor right behind him. He pulled a small chain from around his neck and began to unlock the chest. He popped open the lid. Glowing blue light radiated from the container. "Wonderful," Tamarind said jubilantly, clapping his hands together. He moved into the room, anxious to claim his prize. He gripped the edge of the chest and peered down at the stone with a mild grin. "What is the meaning of this?" he roared, whirling on Sawbones. Inside the chest were piles of the glowing blue lichen that illuminated the many caverns and tunnels of the island. He grabbed the kobold by the throat and slammed him into a wall. Sawbones grinned, laughing through the pain.
"I offer you something better,"
Sawbones rasped, a toothy smile crossing his features. The High King of the Kobolds released the spell he had been keeping in the back of his mind, the power nearly overwhelming him several times while he waited for this moment. His eyes twinkled with venomous hatred as he yelled a single word and released his power.
"Samhain!"
Chapter 34. Skree, Camilla, and the remaining kobolds stumbled to the floor as a massive earthquake shook the tunnel. The rumble continued for several seconds, ending just as abruptly as it had started. Several of the children whimpered in fear, some clinging desperately to Zuka, tiny clawed hands gripping his fur tightly. Camilla whispered to them, "Shh, shh, it's okay, just a little rumble." She looked nervously at Skree, who nodded sadly. She winced in understanding. Whatever Sawbones and Carver had planned, that was probably it. They were truly the last hope for her people. Just her, Skree, and a handful of kobolds. "I am sorry, Priestess. But we have to keep moving," Skree said with a sorrowful tone. She turned and started walking, her tail dragging lightly on the stone. They moved through the tunnel in silence, the near absolute darkness starting to get to him. He decided to use this time to address all of the prompts he had waiting for him. Congratulations! You have reached levels 12 through 16 in Great Weapons. Great weapon damage increased by 16%. Congratulations! You have reached levels 11 and 12 in Life Magic. All spells of Life Magic are 12% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached level 5 in Earth Magic. All spells of Earth Magic are 5% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached levels 2 and 3 in Water Magic. All spells of Water Magic are 3% more effective. Congratulations! You have learned Unarmored Defense levels 1 and 2. You have braved the perils of combat while wearing no major armor pieces. All defense while unarmored increased by 2%. Congratulations! You have reached Druid level 14. Through force of will and trials by fire, you have attained new attribute points. 5 attribute points unspent. You have earned 5 skill points, 5 unspent. Despite the joy of leveling, knowing that they had lost so much in the process soured the feeling in his guts. He quickly allocated his points, increasing his strength to 31 to boost his damage as much as possible. He cycled through to his skill page and tried to spend 5 points on great weapons, reaching level 21 in the skill. Unfortunately, the warning that appeared further agitated him. Skill notice. You may only increase your skills to rank 20, at which point you will require skilled instruction to reach the next rank. Would you like to increase your skill rating to 20? Yes or no? He accepted the suggestion, spending the 4 points. With his remaining point, he increased his light armor proficiency to 15. Another prompt appeared once he had confirmed his choices. Congratulations! By reaching level 20 in Great Weapons, you have earned the trait Shock Trooper 1. Your critical chance with Great Weapons has increased by 15%. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. 15% increased critical strike chance with his greatsword was absurdly strong. He closed the prompt, patting his sword lovingly. You have reached the skill rank of Novice. By reaching the rank of Novice, you may no longer gain additional skill ranks until you receive formal instruction in the art of great weapon fighting by a trainer of at least Adept skill level. You will continue to earn skill ranks, but they will remain locked until you complete your formal training. He went on to the next prompt, looking over Zuka's status page. Congratulations! Your companion has reached level 14. 5 attribute points earned, 5 attribute points unspent. 2 companion talent points earned, 3 unspent. He put the attribute points into intelligence, bringing the total to 24, wanting to see how far he could develop Zuka's mind. To this point, Zuka had been able to follow his commands and had an intrinsic understanding of what he wanted. The thing that interested him most was the mental connection that was growing between them. He could swear that he had heard the word enemies across their bond before they had left the chamber before the battle. He confirmed the choice and dismissed that prompt. He had 3 points to spend on Zuka's talents, but he was set on keeping them in reserve, especially after he had finally felt the power of Inspiring Howl. He would wait the required 3 more levels to continue into the Tier 4 talents, either increasing the power of Maul or Inspiring Howl. He was desperate to learn what he would find in the 5th tier. Zuka fell back, walking beside his master. He brushed against Skree's leg, and a feeling of sorrow passed between them. Sorry, came a quiet thought, rough and garbled, but a word nonetheless. A simple thought, filled with remorse that had come from his companion across their bond, a companion whose eyes held a deep sadness. Skree stroked his fur a few times. Thanks, Zuka. The wolf looked up at him, his eyes glowing in the very dim light, giving him a terrifying visage. Skree smiled at their connection, knowing he was making a good choice by improving his companion's intelligence. The more he could count on Zuka, the better. A gasp drew his attention, and he looked up, noticing a faint light in the distance. Finally, they were approaching the surface. They reached the exit and stepped into open air, the sunlight stinging their eyes as they struggled to adjust to their new surroundings. Skree moved around the kobolds, Zuka a step behind. He scanned the tree line, trying to get his bearings. They were in a thick forest, probably near the northern side of the island. "Priestess, which way do we need to go?" Skree asked. She pointed.
2 hours to the beach. The trees should provide us decent cover as we head that way. The last 2 miles or so, we will be completely exposed.
He nodded his understanding. "Okay. Zuka is going to scout ahead of us. You continue to lead, and I will make sure no one falls behind. Can you handle that, Zuka?" Skree asked his companion. The wolf yipped, silently dashing into the trees. Skree could feel his connection to Zuka stretch with the increasing distance between them. Hopefully, Zuka wouldn't get too far ahead in case he needed to circle back in a hurry. Camilla signaled for the children to group up.
"I know that you guys are probably pretty tired and maybe even a little scared, but I need you to be brave for me and for your parents. Can you do that?" she asked them as they gathered around her in a tight group. "My dad says the surface is dangerous. Is it dangerous?" a young female asked.
Camilla shook her head.
"The surface is dangerous, but if you want to see the beach, you will have to trust us." "Don't worry, Seema. Lord Skree will protect us," one of the boys said, putting a hand on Seema's shoulder. "Yes, children, Lord Skree will make sure nothing happens to you," Priestess said with a happy smile.
Skree felt the weight of her words settle heavily on his shoulders. One of the boys rushed away from the group, hugging Camilla.
"I want you to protect me,"
he said meekly. His little eyes were bloodshot from crying. Priestess squeezed him, delivering a tender, motherly kiss on the top of his head.
"I will. Now, let's get to the beach so I can show you the ocean."
She released him, moving back to the front of the group. One of the adults stepped away from the group.
"Priestess, what can we do?" "Keep the kids together and be on the lookout for threats. Skree and I will deal with anything dangerous. Just keep moving." "Or what? You're going to leave them here like you wanted to do to me in the warren?"
The kobold she had threatened earlier chimed in, looking agitated. Priestess met his gaze, her steady voice meeting his challenge.
"Yes."
She spun and started walking.
"Okay, off we go, children."
As they set off, Priestess marched into the woods, keeping a steady pace that pushed the younglings pretty hard. Skree thought about what he needed to teach her, just in case. Something in him told him that was necessary, and he swallowed the lump it brought to his throat. "Ready to learn some human speech?" he asked lightly.
"Yes,"
Priestess said. "Repeat after me. I am Priestess. I know Skree," Skree said. Mentally, he thanked his Rosetta Stone again for giving him a way for Priestess to communicate a message to Fenna.
"I am Priestess,"
said Priestess, her lizard tongue struggling to form new sounds. They walked on, with Priestess repeating back words she didn't understand, and Skree adding bits on as she mastered it. They kept walking and working. They had to stop a few times, and eventually Skree had to carry one of the smallest girls, as she was at the point of collapsing. She clung desperately to his back, arms wrapped around his neck. They continued through the woods, keeping a steady pace. Thankfully, it had been uneventful so far, but he had a bad feeling as the trees started to thin. Skree called out, "Wait a moment." He began casting Minor Blessing on every single one of the kobolds, his mana dropping rapidly. The small boost to stats would hopefully help them if they needed to run. Eventually, the jungle opened entirely, leaving them marching across on a wide clearing that extended all the way to the shore. Priestess increased their pace as Zuka sprinted back and forth in the distance. They had barely covered half the distance when Zuka howled a warning. A sensation flooded his mind, coming from his companion. A sense of numbers flooding his mind. He could feel Zuka's trepidation. The enemies were here, and they were numerous. Skree signaled for a stop. "Camilla, there is a large group heading our way. Zuka and I will buy you as much time as we can, but you must get them to the ship. Find Fenna."
"I don't know, Skree. These babes are on empty, and if there are that many, you may not slow them down enough for us to escape," she replied. "I should come with you. The others can lead them down to the beach." He ground his teeth in frustration. They were so close. Maybe 20 more minutes and they would be to the boat. "Priestess, this is it. Do or die. We make it to the boat or it's over for all of us. I promise I will buy you enough time. You just have to trust me." She frowned and started to protest, but he cut her off. "What if there are more soldiers? What if they find them? You have to go with them. You're the only one who can keep them safe." She nodded, then hugged him suddenly. He threw an arm around her, returning the gesture. "I will get them to the ship. You better be there," she said. He grabbed her by the shoulders. "I will do my best, but do not wait for me. Tell Fenna to raise anchor at the first sign of trouble." He let her go and reached into his bag, removing his bow. It was weak at his current level, but the bonus damage from the quiver and his abilities would help soften up the approaching force. He jogged away from the group, looking back to see Camilla getting them into formation for a run to the shore. As he moved away, Zuka ran up just in front of him, taking the lead. 15 minutes later, and in the distance, he saw them. At least a dozen soldiers, with a few on horseback. When they spotted him, the mounted troops broke away from the formation and charged. "You ready, boy?" Skree shouted to Zuka, who barked in response. Together, they sprinted forward, ready to meet the group head-on. Chapter 35. The distance between them shrank rapidly, the mounted soldiers riding hard. Luckily, there were only 4 of them, with the other dozen still a good distance away. Skree pulled an arrow from his quiver and activated careful aim while he ran. Time slowed, and he drew back hard on the bowstring. Aiming while running was very difficult, so he stopped quickly, dropping to one knee. He sighted in and released, the arrow flying and hitting the first rider in the shoulder. He saw the figure react, but seconds later they were back at a full gallop. He fired a dozen more arrows, missing more often than not. He waited for them to close the distance. He needed them closer. Long seconds passed, and the figures continued to close, no sign of hesitation in their stride. He knocked, activated power shot, and released, this time aiming for the center of the horse instead of the rider. The projectile shot forward, striking the horse in the neck. It collapsed in a tangle of limbs and flailing hooves, the rider flying loose and bouncing along the ground a few times, rolling to a stop in a cloud of dust. They did not stand up again. He fired another arrow, clipping the same rider he had shot earlier, and finally knocking him from the saddle. His horse carried on, following the rest of the group as they charged. When the distance was no more than 100 feet, Skree fired one more arrow, which penetrated the heavy chest plate of his target. He slid the bow into his pouch and withdrew his great sword, standing with the blade at the ready. The soldier he had shot was slowing, leaving just one massive horse and rider charging at him. He waited, heart racing at the sight of the speeding animal charging him. The rider held his sword aloft, leaning from the saddle to deliver a killing stroke. Skree whirled away, extending the blade outward as he spun.
Using the momentum of his movement and the weight of the blade, the great sword collided with the front limb of the horse, severing the thick leg in a shower of blood. The horse collapsed with a shriek, and the rider's blade passed just inches from Skree's face as he tumbled to the ground, the sickening crunch of breaking bones accompanying the impact. It was the rider's turn to shriek, as both horse and soldier struggled wildly on the ground. Skree didn't wait, activating Sunder and delivering a deadly overhead chop to the downed man. His blade crushed the armor and split the metal breastplate, leaving a jagged hole oozing thick, dark blood that seeped from the spreading cracks in the metal. The rider was dead, but the second rider had recovered and entered the fight. Skree readied his sword, hoping he could pull the same maneuver. He started his swing when he saw the lupine form of Zuka leap from the ground, throwing his weight into the mounted soldier. Rider and wolf tumbled away, leaving Skree free to avoid the charging animal without killing it. He rushed toward the soldier, who was successfully fending off Zuka's attempts to maul him, keeping the wolf at bay. While he was distracted, Skree charged in, deflecting a sword swing and delivering a strong counterblow that cut a deep gash in the soldier's bicep. His sword landed a few feet away as his hand went limp, no longer able to control his fingers. Zuka charged the back of the man's legs, tripping him. The wolf activated his maul ability and savaged the foe. Screams punctuated the air as the soldier was torn apart by the powerful jaws of Skree's companion. Skree saw a horse meandering in the area, waiting for a rider to claim it, and Skree was all too happy to oblige. He had been horseback riding a few times in his youth, but doubted his ability to fight well from a mounted position. Still, this was a trained war horse, so he hoped it would at least work as a distraction. He grabbed the reins and brought it near the fallen rider who had just been killed by Zuka. He did a quick measurement in his mind and then started casting Pitfall Trap about 5 feet to the right of the corpse. Once the spell had been completed, an area of the ground was now highlighted in yellow, showing him the placement of his trap, clear as day. "Excellent," he muttered. "Zuka, can you see the trap?" The wolf sent a mental confirmation. Not exactly a word, but Skree clearly understood the meaning. That done, Skree mounted the horse and brought it to a trot. He cast Minor Lizard Skin, feeling that itching sensation wash over his entire body. His hands were once again covered in small scales, and his exposed skin looked very scaly to his eyes. He spurred his horse to greater speed, Zuka keeping pace beside him. He galloped toward the rider he had unhorsed with arrows, and when he was in range, he cast Ice Dagger. The crystalline projectile shot forward, impaling the fleeing figure between the shoulder blades. The distance evaporated as the man stumbled. Skree's great sword sang in a wide arc as he rode past. The impact was tremendous, and even with the strength he had, he nearly lost his grip on the giant weapon, the soldier falling to the ground headless. Skree didn't slow, continuing to gallop toward the group, noticing a few of the men drawing bows. Undeterred and knowing his only chance was to close the distance, Skree began casting Entangle, leaving the last word of the spell unspoken as he rode. Arrows started hitting the ground to his left, then a few in front of him. He thanked his lucky stars that the first 2 volleys had missed, but he was not so lucky on the next. The first arrow drove itself into his shoulder, dealing a fair bit of damage. A second arrow struck him in the upper thigh, the arrow poking through his brand-new leather pants. He released his hold on Entangle, snapped off the arrow in his shoulder, and ripped the other free. He received the bleeding status for his efforts, but it was necessary. He cast Minor Restoration, seeing most of his health return instantly, the buff icon for the heal over time portion blinking steadily. He would be without healing for at least 30 seconds, so he had to hope that would be long enough. He readied Entangle and charged through the formation. Soldiers attempted to dive out of the way. Most were successful, but he felt the horse stumble as it crushed the ribs of at least one enemy. Once Skree was clear, he released the spell, and the familiar vines shot out of the ground, trapping several of the soldiers. He cast Ice Dagger, hitting one of the far targets, and swung his great blade to and fro, attempting to inflict as much damage as possible in the confusion. One of the soldiers stabbed his horse in the meaty portion of its back leg, which backfired, the horse kicking back with both powerful hooves, shattering several bones in the man's chest and back. The soldier bounced across the ground, moaning loudly when he finally came to a stop. Bright red blood stained his dented armor. Zuka let loose a howl, activating Inspiring Howl, and attacked furiously, delivering several bite attacks to the entangled soldiers and moving away as fast as he had appeared. Hit-and-run tactics would be needed if they were to survive the next few minutes. Skree saw that the timer for Sunder was gone, so he activated the ability, crushing the helmet of a nearby soldier, feeling the bone crunch under the staggering force of his weapon. Skree leaned back as a spear thrust up at him, avoiding being impaled, but a hot red line formed across his chest. His health pool dropped to 80%. He grabbed the spear haft and yanked, pulling it free from the woman's grasp. He grinned, knowing that the extra few points in strength had probably helped with that move. With his enhanced speed, he hefted the spear and threw it at a soldier who was swinging wildly at Zuka, impaling the soldier through the back. The spear had buried itself completely in the flesh. Skree had hoped that blow would end him, but the soldier continued to fight hard, hitting Zuka in the face and side a few times before the wolf could activate Maul again. Once the ability was available, Zuka activated it and drove the soldier to the ground. A hot flash of searing pain erupted in Skree's leg as he was pulled from the horse, another of the soldiers having recovered from the entangle spell. Skree hit the ground hard, seeing his health bar was now at 68%. He rolled out of the way of a falling blade, the metal carving a deep gouge in the soil beside him. He threw his body against the flat of the pinned blade, using his weight to wrench it from the soldier's grasp. He kicked up, knocking the man back a few feet, and pulled a hatchet from his harness mount, throwing it with all his might. It tumbled end over end, the blade finally hitting the man in the stomach. It sliced through his light leather armor and tore open a wide cut in the man's abdomen. It looked like it hurt, but it was far from fatal. A boot kick connected with Skree's head, knocking him flat on his back and stunning him momentarily. Another flash of pain as the soldier who had kicked him drove his longsword into his shoulder. He yelped at the pain caused by the metal-tipped boot, his health bar plummeting to 44%. The soldier fell atop him, pinning one of his arms to the ground, and drove a long knife into his shoulder. As he struggled to free himself, he heard Zuka yelp loudly in pain, the soldier having managed to deliver another dangerous slash across his companion's face, tearing through Zuka's eye in the process. The organ was ripped from its socket, barely connected by a thread of tissue and nerves. Skree roared in anger. Zuka's health points were at 31%. He cast Ice Dagger and fired it into the groin of the man who had him pinned, forcing the soldier to fall back, curling into the fetal position with a sparkling dagger sticking out of his privates. The soldier held his junk as blood poured freely from the wound, but Skree had no time to waste. He cast Minor Restoration and released the energy, the golden light racing to Zuka, whose health jumped back up to 59%. Skree watched in horror as the skin of Zuka's eye socket began to heal, leaving the exposed eyeball dangling. Apparently, it couldn't heal that injury. But most of the large gashes stopped bleeding and began to close. With gritted teeth, Skree pulled the blade from his shoulder, feeling the metal grate against bone as it slid free. It toppled to the ground with a thud. He forced himself to stand. There were only 2 enemies left. Zuka appeared to have his foe on the ropes, so he focused on the remaining woman. She sneered at him, seeing his wounds and thinking she would have an easy fight. His left arm barely worked, so he released his grip on the greatsword and pulled the second hatchet from his harness. They circled for only a second before she charged forward, swinging wildly. He deflected the first blow, and the second, but she scored a hit that left a jagged cut in his left forearm. He saw his health was at 22% now, and he was starting to feel dizzy. Skree parried a blow, turning with her momentum, and swung hard, driving the hatchet into the back of her leg, severing tendons. She stumbled, hobbling around on one good leg, but she didn't fall. He cast Ice Dagger, and the frozen projectile shot forward, scoring another direct hit, this time hitting her sword arm. She hissed in pain, tossing the sword from her right hand to her left. Despite her injuries, she came at him again, desperation seeping into her attacks. They both struggled to attack and defend, and out of the corner of his eye, it looked like Zuka was struggling again. The soldier kept moving around Zuka's right side, using the wolf's impaired vision to get a few good attacks. Skree hopped backward, narrowly avoiding a swing that would have taken his head. He leaned forward and charged her, shoving his good shoulder into her stomach, driving her to the ground. She made an oof sound and gasped for air. He had gotten lucky, knocking the wind out of her. Her helmet had come free, rolling away, and Skree did the only thing he could think of in the haze. He grabbed a handful of her hair and smashed her head into the rocky ground. She continued to struggle, so he slammed her head again and again until she stopped moving. He lifted his hand and cast Ice Dagger, catching the last soldier off guard and distracting him long enough for Zuka to activate Maul and drive his opponent to the ground. The wolf made short work of the soldier, scoring a critical hit as he tore into the jugular veins in the neck. Blood exploded from the torn flesh, the soldier twitching a few times as he died. Skree took a moment to check his status. 14% health remaining for him, 29% for Zuka. That was far too close. He cast Minor Restoration, seeing his mana was just about spent. His health shot up to 42%, and slowly started regenerating at about 3% per second. The wound in his shoulder stopped bleeding, and he bit his lip as the tender flesh started knitting back together. Zuka hobbled over to him, collapsing from exhaustion. "We make a pretty good team," Skree said, his voice hoarse from all the yelling and screaming. Zuka gently licked his hand, setting his head on Skree's leg. They sat there, breathing heavily for a few moments, amid the wreckage and devastation they had caused, surrounded by corpses. He waited until Minor Restoration was available, and used the last of his mana to cast the spell on Zuka. The gashes and cuts began to close, and Skree was happy to see his companion's health return to 63%. When the regeneration effect ended, his health would end up around 80%. "They really got you good, buddy," Skree said sadly, looking at the mangled eye hanging from a healed eye socket. He reached into his bag and pulled out a dagger. Zuka whimpered gently, closing his eye at the sight of the dagger. Feelings passed across their bond. Fear, and then, after a moment, understanding. Tears came to Skree's eyes as he placed the blade near the destroyed eye socket. "Please forgive me," he said softly, then cut through the flesh and nerves that were dangling from the scarred flesh. The screeching howl drove pain as sharp as any dagger into his heart as the ruined eyeball came away with a small spray of blood. The last bit of Minor Restoration sealed the wound, and Zuka ceased his agonizing yelping. He settled into whimpering, as the wound was still very painful. Skree's senses came alive as he heard something. The sound of hooves tearing across the earth in the distance. Looking over his shoulder, he saw two more riders barreling toward them. "Fuck," he said through gnashing teeth. "Come on, Zuka, we have to run for it." He stood, grabbing his great sword and hatchets, securing them quickly. He hefted the blade onto his back and ran with everything he had, back toward the corpses in the distance. Zuka and Skree sprinted, their muscles burning and chests heaving. They would not be able to outrun these foes, but they just needed to make it to the trap he had laid earlier. They were covering the distance quickly, but it was going to be close. Too close. As they neared the trap, the subtle glow revealed its presence on the ground. The sound of hooves was right behind them. He dared not look back, and instead leaned into his run, trying desperately to gain the last few feet. He swore he could almost feel the breath of the horses on his neck. He dove through the air, sailing over the trap, his body twisting in midair to land in a way that would allow him to roll. The mounted soldiers spurred their horses forward, taunting gleefully as they closed the last few inches, when the ground gave way beneath their mounts, and they plummeted the few feet into the spiked trap. The sharp rocks tore through horse and rider alike, killing the equine beasts near instantly, and leaving the soldiers impaled through the legs and feet. Skree rolled painfully to his feet and looked down into the hole, listening to the screams of the men who had nearly killed him. Again. He cast Ice Dagger, the blade tearing through the chest of the first man who slumped over dead. The last man looked up at him, nothing but rage and hatred in his eyes.
"We will find you, chosen of the Archon, and we will kill you," the man said as blood dripped from his lips.
Skree shrugged. "Not if I kill you all first." He turned and started walking back to his friends. Chapter 36. Fenna sat on a crate stuffed with fruits and vegetables, staring out over the ocean. Just offshore was her ship, bobbing gently in the waves. She was peeling the flesh from a particularly juicy piece of fruit, cutting small slices with her knife. Around her, the beach was buzzing with movement as her crewmates worked to organize their haul. It had only been 4 days since she had met the mysterious Skree deep in the jungle, but the crew was growing tired of waiting for his return. She had explained their battle with the monowarped lizard, how he had come to her rescue, saving her life. The crew had filled the hold with enough food for them to finish their return journey in good time, but sailors were an impatient lot when it came to standing still. She finished the last piece of her fruit, wiping her dagger on her pants. She hopped down from the box and walked over to the first officer.
"Gorgeous day, eh, Chip?" she asked with a smile.
He grunted in response.
"Oh, come on, Hawkins, you got to learn to enjoy the downtime."
She chuckled at the gruff man.
"This was supposed to be a 2-day stop for provisions, maybe 3 if weather had posed a problem. The crew is desperate to get back to Thesseldora, to see their families after our extended journey."
He turned to face her.
"I know you think you owe this Skree something, but you don't."
She rolled her eyes.
"I made him a promise to wait a few days. Besides, he said that he would bring something worth the wait. A little extra treasure might do a lot to raise the crew's morale, don't you think?"
she asked happily, her tone light and playful. Hawkins nodded in response.
"Better be good, otherwise you are going to have a grumpy crew."
She patted him on the shoulder.
"I think he might just surprise us both. Now."
Her words were suddenly cut off as the island rumbled. In the distance, a massive gout of smoke and fire rose into the sky.
"Volcano?" she asked Hawkins.
He shook his head.
"This island isn't volcanic.
That was something else," he said, his hand coming to rest on his cutlass.
"Signal the ship, and let's get this stuff loaded up. If he isn't here by sundown, we will leave him behind."
Fenna turned on her heel and marched over to the rest of the crew, who were looking around, concerned.
get your heads out of the sand and prepare to load the ship. You two, put out that fire. We don't need to give away our position. Fenna snapped out orders as she strode across the beach. 2 men rushed over to the fire pit and started shoveling sand over the burning timbers. Hawkins signaled the ship, waving flags held in each hand, telegraphing his request to the spotter in the crow's nest. Orders received, the man atop the ship signaled acknowledgement, and the small forms on the deck bursting into motion. Hawkins wrapped the flags, running across the beach to assist the rest of the crew with their preparations. Just offshore, small transport boats began to splash into the water with 2 rowers piling into each. Oars slid into motion, splashing through the gently rolling sea. Within minutes, 6 boats were bound for the shore, rowers pulling with everything they had as they floated toward the island. Fenna watched the small boats heading their way, the men and women of the landing party carrying the crates down to the waterline in a flurry of motion. Hawkins strode up to her, his dark brown hair blowing in the wind. She had to admit to herself, he cut quite the striking figure. "Lady Fenna, it is time for you to get back to the ship. I want you on the first return boat," he said, crossing his arms and glowering. "You have played at adventurer long enough." She frowned, her bottom lip jutting out with exaggerated sadness. "Aw, are you worried for me, Hawkins?" She patted him on the cheek, much to his chagrin. Pulling away, he grabbed her wrist softly. "I am not worried about you, but you have a responsibility to this crew. You will be getting back on that ship." Her playful expression melted away, replaced by smoldering anger. "Hawkins, I appreciate the fun back and forth we have, but do not confuse our relationship. You do not get to give me orders." She stepped closer, standing face to face with the muscular man. "Do I make myself clear?" Undeterred, he continued, "Fenna, I have an obligation to this crew, as much as you do. I expect you back on that ship immediately." He did not waver, his expression calm and even. A scream shattered the silence, breaking the tension between them. Fenna's sword was out in an instant, the beautiful blade glittering in the sunlight. Down the beach, one of their men was lying on the ground with an arrow protruding from his chest. Hawkins searched the beach and the tree line looking for the threat when a flurry of arrows shot from the dark interior of the island. "To arms! Enemies in the jungle!" he shouted to the crew, who drew steel and took cover behind the crates. Hawkins glanced at Fenna, who was grinning wolfishly. "Sorry, Chep. I really wanted to have this fight again, but it looks like we have other plans. You're with me. Let's go," she said, sprinting toward the jungle. Hawkins muttered under his breath, then ran after her, drawing his cutlasses with a familiar ease. They covered the distance quickly, arrows whistling overhead as they ran. Fenna activated her ability Deflection, increasing her ability to block projectiles and other weapons by 60% for 30 seconds. She knocked arrows aside, sparks flying as the metal arrowheads crashed against her sword. She spotted a small group of soldiers in black armor, several of them holding bows and firing at her crew. She wove through the trees, shafts twanging as arrows embedded themselves into the wood. Her heart raced, and her legs pumped as she closed with her enemies. 2 men positioned themselves between her and the archers in an effort to protect them as they continued firing on the beach. She leapt onto a fallen log, activating one of her newest abilities, Leaping Strike, and shot through the air, covering the 10 remaining feet in a blur, soaring across the beach. She fell gracefully to the earth, delivering a powerful strike that cut the hand free from one of the men, his block too low to stop the blade. Her attack carried on, her polished blade carving a ragged red line across his chest. He fell away screaming, holding his wrist where his hand used to be. She ducked as the other soldier swung, the heavy sword passing mere inches from her face. She pivoted, extending her hand, driving her blade up and under his ribcage, the fine metal piercing flesh with minimal resistance. The soldier dropped his sword as he gasped for air, desperately clutching at the foot of steel protruding from his body. She twisted the blade,
tearing through his heart. She rolled away as the corpse fell, pulling her blade free in a shower of hot blood. Coming to her knee, she drove the blade into the chest of the other man, still wailing and clutching the stump of his ruined arm. He quivered once and ceased breathing, his life draining away. Two of the archers turned, taking aim at the kneeling woman who had just dispatched their comrades. "Behind you," she said with a wink. The archers hesitated for just a second. Then blades burst forth from their chest as Hawkins delivered devastating sneak attacks. Both men collapsed, blades sliding free as they fell forward. "That was quite stupid," he said flatly. He gestured at the dead archers. "You didn't even have a plan to deal with them." She wiped her blade on the fallen man, then stood, shrugging. "I had a plan, and you ruined it." "I ruined it? By saving your life?" he asked angrily. "I think you are overestimating your role in this. Everything was going according to plan." "They had you dead to rights." He nearly jumped out of his skin when she disappeared without a warning. "Did they?" she asked. He felt the cold steel pressed against his throat. "I told you I had this under control." She whispered that last into his ear, her tone deadly serious. She removed the blade from his neck, turning to see another group of soldiers through the trees. He whirled, turning to face her. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Class ability. I hit level 10 after my fight with the lizard. I am officially a scout. One of the abilities I have is Blink. It allows me to teleport during combat, but just a short distance. The cooldown is prohibitive, though. I can only use it once an hour," she explained with a smirk. Hawkins grimaced. "You really burned that ability just to show off? What if you need it when we engage the next group of enemies?" he asked through gritted teeth. She shrugged again. "Trust me, it was worth it to see the look on your face," she turned, nodding toward the next group of soldiers hiding in the trees. "Shall we?" Fenna turned and sprinted into the jungle. He clenched his fists in frustration, then jogged after her. They arrived to the fight at the same time as the rest of the crew did, outnumbering the soldiers in black 2-1. They tore through the group quickly, with only a few minor injuries. They quickly stripped the corpses of any valuables, including weapons and armor. It was clear the soldiers had come for battle and were not carrying any coins. "Who were these men? Does anyone recognize this armor?" Hawkins asked the crew, who were greedily sorting the loot. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads. "No, sir." "Fenna, anything?" he asked. She knelt beside one of the corpses, carefully inspecting the armor. "The helmet is distinctive. The shape and markings would stand out to anyone. I have never seen the like. Sorry, chap." A shout caused them all to jump, weapons coming to the ready. "Enemies!" Hawkins and Fenna sprinted toward the shouts that were coming from the beach. As they neared, a sailor pointed further inland. "I see one figure approaching." "One?" Fenna asked, squinting in the direction the sailor was indicating. Sure enough, a lone figure was walking toward them, hands raised in surrender. "Looks like they wish to parley." Hawkins nodded his agreement. "They're not human. It looks like a kobold?" "What?" Fenna exclaimed, looking again. The figure continued marching toward them, slowly coming into focus. "No one has seen a kobold in centuries. How do you know what they look like?" He pointed at the creature that was approaching them. "I can assure you, Fenna, that is what they look like. Small, humanoid lizard folk, no taller than a dwarf." She nodded, cracking her fingers. "Well then, let's go make friends, what do you say?" Hawkins exhaled forcefully, considering their options. "Perhaps we should proceed with caution. We were just attacked by an unknown enemy, and now a creature from a history long forgotten comes walking out of the jungle." Fenna winked at him. A gesture she knew always irritated Hawkins. "You know me, Hawkins. I'm always cautious." "Fenna?" Hawkins growled as she sauntered away, moving to follow her. Together they strode toward the cobalt, making the trek in under a minute. As they neared, Hawkins called out to the strange creature. "Halt! Come no further!" The cobalt came to a stop, hands still raised in surrender. "Who are you?" Hawkins asked. The cobalt's head tilted sideways like a confused dog. It hissed and barked in response, its language unintelligible to the pirates. "Slow down, girl," Fenna said. "How do you know it's a girl?" Hawkins asked. She patted him on the back. "Trust me, a woman can always tell when she's talking to a woman." Fenna marched toward the cobalt, who stood very still. Fenna stopped a few steps from the small creature, holding her hands far from her weapons. "Fenna," she said, pointing to herself. At the sound of her name, the cobalt yipped excitedly, speaking rapidly in that language Fenna could not understand, though she did recognize a few words.
"Bakmukamana Skree sekonomo, Fenna nomo bak Skree," the creature said.
She pointed at herself and spoke a single word.
"Priestess."
Fenna bit her lip, trying to understand what the creature was saying by its inflection more than its words, but she was no expert in reptile languages.
"You know Skree?" she asked slowly.
The cobalt nodded.
"I am priestess. I know Skree. Fenna."
She pointed at Fenna.
"Fenna nomo bak Skree. Bakmuk, safe."
"Skree told you to find me? That it would be safe with me?" Fenna asked again.
Priestess focused, trying to remember her too brief lesson with Skree. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
"I am priestess. Skree send me,"
she said haltingly.
"I am protecting babies. The soldiers kill my clan. Skree stayed to fight."
Hawkins approached slowly, looking at the cobalt. "This creature knows Skree?" he asked Fenna.
"Apparently. Looks like they were attacked like us," she said. "Where is Skree?"
A look of pain crossed the cobalt's features.
"Skree say, go with Fenna. Leave Skree. Babies with priestess."
Tears welled in the creature's eyes. Fenna knelt before the cobalt, resting a hand on her shoulder.
"You have babies?"
Priestess thought for a few seconds, trying to understand and formulate a response.
"Priestess, bring Fenna for leave."
Fenna heard Priestess's words, but it took her several seconds to piece the meaning together.
"Where babies?"
she asked Priestess, gesturing her hand back the way Priestess had come from.
"With priestess."
Priestess pointed back toward the tree line. She waved her hand, signaling for the cobalts to reveal themselves. A few seconds later, 24 children and 6 full-grown cobalts crept out of the jungle. Fenna smiled at Priestess, nodding her understanding.
"Fenna save,"
Priestess said, pointing toward the pack of tiny lizard people.
"Fenna save indeed,"
Fenna said, gently wiping a tear from Priestess' bright red scales. Priestess hesitated.
"Not kill?"
she asked Fenna, not quite ready to trust this human.
"I swear it. Cobalt's safe,"
she replied, a gentle smile on her face. She stood, nodding to Hawkins.
"These creatures are under my protection. They will be given shelter and a berth on the ship."
"But Fenna," Hawkins started to protest. She cut him off with a gesture.
"No arguments. These creatures need our help, and Skree has shown great trust if he was willing to send them to me. I will not betray that," she said with finality.
"You hardly know this man. Why do you care so much?" he demanded, his temper flaring.
"Jealous?"
she asked with a smirk. He gritted his teeth. "I am no fool, Fenna. You have kept us waiting on this beach for too long already. Now we have at least 1 man dead and several others injured. We need to leave, but taking these refugees is not something we should even be considering." He gestured at Priestess. How do you know this isn't some kind of trap? Fenna just smiled her most biting smile.
Hawkins, Skree saved my life, and for that, I owe him. If he sent these creatures to us, it means he had no other choice. I will fulfill my debt to him, whether it means taking him or taking them with us off this island.
She watched as Priestess led the kobolds over. She took a quick head count. 29 kobolds, including Priestess.
Follow me,
Fenna said with a bright smile. She waved for them to follow, turning to walk back to her crew. Camilla followed with the younglings in tow, each holding the tail of the kobold in front of them. Once they had made it back to the beach, Hawkins began giving orders rapidly. The transport boats are almost here. I need 6 men and women to patrol the beach, find high ground, and watch for danger. The rest, load the crates and our guests onto the transports and get them on the ship, he said with the tone of man familiar with command. Stringer, Lacey, you prepare the kobolds. Get them ready to board.
Aye, aye, sir,
they responded and jogged away toward Fenna and the kobolds. The beach broke into a frenzy of motion, the men and women of the crew jumping to follow orders. Several ran toward the jungle and scaled the tall trees, using small scopes to watch the area around the beach. Things progressed quickly, with 5 of the transport boats being loaded with crates and the 6th ferrying the kobolds back to the ship, except for Priestess, who refused to leave the beach. Fenna stared openly at the kobold, eyes drinking in the creature's strange appearance. Fiery red scales, large eyes with pupils ringed with bright gold. She was lanky, looking like she recently experienced a growth spurt. The leather pants she wore were far too short. She couldn't wait to hear Skree explain this bizarre turn of events. She had a feeling they were going to get along just fine. After several hours, the ship was fully loaded. All the kobolds were aboard, and Priestess, Hawkins, and Fenna waited patiently, along with the 2 men who were ready to row the last boat back to the ship. The sun was slowly sinking behind the mountain, the tides slowly reclaiming the shore with every passing minute.
Fenna, it is time to go, Hawkins said reluctantly. We have waited as long as we can.
She sighed, turning to Priestess.
I'm sorry. Truly I am.
She nodded, and Hawkins gave the order to embark. The kobold's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded her acceptance, settling into the boat.
Skree say leave. Keep kobolds safe.
Fenna squeezed her shoulder. Bravery. The 2 men pushed the boat into the water, clambering into the small boat as it drifted away from the shore. They took their positions and pulled hard on the oars, each stroke moving them further from the shore. Priestess was unable to watch as the island slowly shrank away, her face buried in her tiny clawed hands.
Sir, do you see that? One of the men asked.
Hawkins and Fenna whirled, looking back to the beach. The pale orange light of sunset was a beautiful sight, providing a stunning backdrop as the sun dipped below the horizon. Fenna and Priestess both grinned to each other as the figure sprinted toward the shore, with a wolf in hot pursuit.
Full stop! Bring us back to shore, Fenna commanded. Looks like he made it after all.
Skree and Zuka splashed through the waves as Priestess tumbled out of the boat and ran to meet them. They collided, falling to their knees in the surf, Zuka licking desperately at her face. He spoke to her in perfect kobold words. The younglings, they're safe on the ship? He asked with concern.
They are all safe, thanks to you, she replied.
She looked at Zuka, seeing the wolf's scarred face and missing eye. She pulled away from Skree, taking the wolf's head in her hands.
No, Zuka. What did they do to you?
The wolf turned away, seeming almost ashamed of his injury. She rubbed her face against his, throwing her arms around the wolf's neck. She squeezed hard, and Zuka pushed into her, his version of a hug. He saved my life. He saved all of us, Skree said to Priestess. I will do whatever it takes to fix him. She gave Skree another hug.
I am glad you are both alive. We have to go.
Fenna walked up, extending her hands to them. She pulled them up from the water and brushed off Skree's shoulders. "You look like shit. I hope the other guys look worse," she said with a playful grin. "They do. Fenna, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for waiting. You saved my life, so I owed you one. At this point, I would have to say you might owe me several, since we currently have 29 additional mouths to feed." He sighed with relief. "Take me to your captain, and I will make sure that the crew are compensated fairly. I owe them." Hawkins approached, sizing up the new arrival. "You're Skree, I take it?" he asked, extending a hand. Skree shook it, grasping firmly. "I am. Are you the captain?" Hawkins looked at him, brows furrowed. "Am I the captain?" He rolled his eyes, staring daggers at Fenna. "You can be a real pain in the ass, you know that?" She laughed lightly, slapping him on the shoulder. "Being a pain in your ass is the only thing that keeps me going, Hawkins." Skree looked between them, wondering what they were talking about. "So, you're not the captain? Are they on the ship?" Hawkins and Fenna exchanged a glance, laughing at a joke they hadn't shared with the rest of the group. Fenna extended her hand in greeting. "Pleasure to meet you, Skree. I am Captain Fenna Lease, and this is my first mate, Hawkins." She grabbed Skree's hand, shaking vigorously. "And that," she said, pointing at the three-masted monster in the cove, "is my ship, the Typhoon." Chapter 37. Skree knew they had lost. The kobolds butchered by evil men in their home. Adults and younglings alike. It was murder. No, it was genocide. Now he sat in a rickety boat with a pirate captain he barely knew, and no real plan at all. She had offered to take him to Thesseldora Cove, a haven for criminals and other unsavory types. That hadn't sounded too bad originally, but now he had dozens, literally dozens of kobolds to look out for, and he was taking them to another island filled with unknown dangers. He watched Fenna with interest, her black hair fluttering in the breeze as they made their way back to her ship, the Typhoon, of which she was the captain, no less. He felt a twinge of humor, knowing how well she had played him for the fool, not revealing who she truly was in the beginning. A grand practical joke, something he hoped they would laugh about one day. He had sent Camilla and 24 children to her, and from Priestess's retelling, she had accepted them without hesitation. She was a good person, probably one of the best people he had ever met, even though he knew absolutely nothing about her. She had waited for him, just like she had promised. And when strangers came begging for aid with nothing but his name as collateral, she had taken them in without reservation or demand. Perhaps the people of Thesseldora were like her, kind and just, but he wouldn't hold his breath. Raiya was a harsh world. That much he knew for certain. From his very first day, he had experienced pain and suffering unlike anything he had before, but it was not without its own rewards. His father had spoken to him about loss and sacrifice. He always said things like, "James, if something isn't hard, it isn't worth doing," or, "A man who isn't willing to take a few licks to protect the things he loves isn't a man at all." He smiled at the memories of his father, who he probably wouldn't see again. He thought of his mother, and how she used to sing to him every year on his birthday, even when he had moved away to college and was trying to forget he had parents, to be his own man. He never told her, but it meant everything to him. She loved so deeply, with such intensity, that he often felt unable to bear it. He just couldn't find a way to share his feelings like she could. He knew that she understood that and didn't care. She was his mother, and he was her son. That was all they needed to know. Memories came to him, of the times his sister would bring him soup when he was sick, how she always looked up to him and wanted to do everything he did, even though in his teenage years he couldn't stand it. Now that he was older, now that he was alone, he only wished he could talk to her. She always knew what to say when he was distraught, when he thought all was lost. She had been his guiding light in the world, and all he ever wanted to do was to make her smile. He closed his eyes, letting the tears fall, the warm drops splashing onto his hand. He swallowed hard, holding back the waves of emotion roiling in his chest. He had made a promise to himself and his family that day on the cliff as he lay on the ledge outside the temple, the cool mist of the waterfall giving him goose flesh. He swore that day to do his best, no matter what, that he would make the best of his new life in Raiya, that he would protect the people he loved and become a force of change in this world. He swore his promise again there, under the pale starry sky, as they drifted toward the ship that would take them away from the island, from all his friends had ever known. Epilogue.
Welcome aboard the Typhoon, fastest ship this side of the endless abyss, Fenna said with a flourish as Skree, Priestess, and Zuka stood on the quarterdeck, taking in the sights and sounds. Sailors flew about the rigging, strange commands issuing all around them. Sails unfurled, anchors raised, and the ship lurched into motion as the wind gripped the canvas. Skree translated her words for Priestess, who bowed graciously. The kobold spoke a few words to Skree, who nodded with a grin. Priestess wants to express her gratitude for saving the last of her people, he explained. Fenna bowed deeply, smiling warmly to the kobold. My pleasure. Skree hastily translated. He turned back to Fenna, nodding to her. I owe you much, Captain Lys. I will do anything I can to repay you. He filled his words with the utmost respect. Captain Lys? She asked, her face contorting like she had just smelled something awful. Chip, I'm going to need you to relax. My crew has to call me Captain, but my friends, they call me Fenna. She gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. Now, there is an unfortunate bit of business we have to take care of. Settle up, you know. Skree's brow furrowed, wondering what she meant. Business? Walk with me, she said, turning and walking toward the bow of the ship. She posted up on the railing, gazing at the moon that hung low in the sky. She pulled a flask from inside her leather vest, liquid sloshing loudly as she unscrewed the cap. She took a long pull from the shiny metal container, then offered it to him. He considered it for a moment before he accepted it, taking a long, well-deserved gulp. He winced, expecting the same hate-fueled flavor of samolin or something just as awful, but was surprised when flavorful liquor washed over his tongue. The cooling sensation of a mint julep refreshed his parched throat. He licked his lips, truly tasting the flavor, and marveling as it blossomed across his tongue. A delicate, fruity taste with just a hint of breezy menthol. May I? He asked, holding up the flask. She gestured for him to help himself. He drank another long swig, nearly tearing up with delight. It tasted like bottled happiness, and he could barely resist draining the entire flask. He handed it back to her, wiping his mouth. So what is this matter we need to discuss? Straight to business, then, she said with a chuckle, the sound tinged with sadness. You asked me to wait for you, with the promise of something worth waiting for. I had no idea what was on offer, but felt it was worth the risk. Unfortunately, I miscalculated. I lost 2 men when those soldiers attacked, and that— she hesitated for several moments— is entirely my fault. Perhaps it was greed. Perhaps it was my trusting nature. Regardless, it is the duty of every captain to pay the families reparations for their loss. Skree nodded gravely. I understand. I told you before that I would bring you something worth the wait.
Unfortunately, we barely escaped with our lives, and I didn't have time to gather the items I was going to share with you." She turned with a sigh, grabbing the railing. "That was what I feared. Oh well, I guess no good deed goes unpunished." She grabbed the flask, gentle, draining the contents. "Fenna, I should clarify. While I did not manage to retrieve the items I intended to bring you, I'm not without resources to start repaying my debt to those men," he said warmly. She looked to him, a small grin on her face. "Cheeky bastard." Skree chuckled softly. "Apologies. What is the normal payment given to the families?" She leaned on the railing, her hair fluttering in the stiff breeze. "We live a dangerous life, but we live free. We know death lurks around every cliff, every whirlpool, every confrontation as we travel the seas. The standard payment was established to provide a good life for at least 2 years for the survivors, and to ensure that captains don't play God with their crew's life. It is a steep price to pay, but well worth paying." She met his gaze with somber intensity. "The restitution might be well beyond your ability to pay, and that is fine. You have been stranded on a deserted island, after all." He matched her posture, leaning his back against the railing. "I figured that might be the case, but I owe these men and women, and you, everything. What is the restitution demanded of a captain?" She looked up at the stars, watching the clouds drift lazily across the night sky. "Standard restitution is 25 gold pieces. A pirate's hoard if there ever was one." Skree nodded, scratching his chin. "I understand. I suppose this will have to do." He reached into his nearly bottomless bag and withdrew his hand. She held out her hand, her face revealing none of the disappointment she was expecting. Skree let the coins slip from his fingers, clinking into her cupped hands. Gold coins piling up, one after another. Her eyes went wide as the coins continued to spill from his fingertips. "You didn't tell me you were filthy rich." 100 gold coins, twice what is owed. "Will you ensure that the families each receive their 50 pieces?" he asked plaintively. "I will not have anyone thinking I do not pay my debts." She was struggling to pocket the coins. "You could have just waited until we had returned to Thesseldora, instead of putting on this magic show, you know." "I do," he said, a reserved smile on his lips. "Now, shall we discuss payment for our travel? After all, you do have 29 additional mouths to feed." "I think we can come to an arrangement," she replied. "Shall we commence the negotiations in my cabin?" Skree nearly dropped his bag. "Your cabin?" he asked nervously. She giggled, then patted him on the cheek playfully. "In your dreams, lover boy. I just need a place to put all that gold you're about to give me. I doubt I can fit any more in my pockets." She turned on her heel and strode to her cabin, sauntering with all the confidence of a pirate queen as she went. After sipping wine and playful banter, they settled on terms. 5 gold pieces per head for the journey, a price Skree considered pretty steep, but he was already on the ship and had the lives of the kobolds to think about, ensuring he was on the defensive. In addition, Skree decided that it was only fair to pay her an additional 100 gold to repay her kindness for waiting for him. After all, he had promised to bring her something worth the wait. The final payday for the crew of the Typhoon for their rescue was tidy 245 gold pieces, not counting the restitution. A nice bounty for Fenna and her crew. After their discussions ended, Skree went below decks and found Priestess and the kobolds. Several of the younglings were piled on top of a sleeping Zuka, their tiny forms breathing slow and steady. She held a finger to her lips, signaling for his silence. She, too, was buried under a cuddly pile of younger kobolds. He smiled at Priestess, then left the cargo hold where they had taken up residence. They would live in the cramped space for the remainder of the journey, which, according to Fenna, would take 3 weeks if the wind was in their favor. He located his small berth on the ship, little more than a closet with a cot taking up most of the floor space. He flopped into his bunk and began to address his numerous prompts. Congratulations! You have completed the critical quest, Protect the Bluestone Clan, Part 2. You have saved the last of the Bluestone Clan, escaping the slaughter enacted by the servants of Abernacht. Much was lost this day, but you have done everything you could to save these people. Reward, 425,000 experience, the heart of the island. Congratulations! You have reached levels 21, 22, and 23 in Great Weapons, increasing all damage dealt with Great Weapons by 20%. You have reached skill rank of Novice. By reaching the rank of Novice, you may no longer gain additional benefits beyond rank 20 until you receive formal instruction in the art of great weapon fighting by a trainer of at least Adept skill level. You will continue to gain skill ranks, but they will remain locked until you complete your training. Congratulations! You have reached level 13 in Archery. All damage from ranged attacks increased by 13%. Congratulations! You have reached levels 4, 5, and 6 in Water Magic. All spells of Water Magic are 6% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached levels 6 and 7 in Earth Magic. All spells of Earth Magic are 7% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached levels 15, 16, and 17 in Light Armor Proficiency. All light armor is 17% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached levels 13, 14, and 15 in Life Magic. All spells of Life Magic are 15% more effective. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Horseback Riding, rank 1. You have started to learn the skills necessary to become a skilled rider. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Mounted Combat, rank 1. You have fought deadly enemies while mounted on horseback, learning it's just as hard as it looks. Congratulations! By facing your foes alone while outnumbered 10 to 1, you have earned the trait Brave, plus 10 damage to all attacks while outnumbered at least 3 to 1. He read the notifications, his heart racing. He had reached the rank of Novice in Great Weapons, which was amazing, but he was going to be stuck at skill level 20 for a while, which bothered him greatly. There was still so much he had to learn about this game, this world, and Skree was concerned that his lack of knowledge would lead him or his friends to their death. He resolved to use his time in Thesseldora to learn as much as possible about the mechanics of this game. Once he understood more, he would use his knowledge of the game to take advantage of the mechanics and find interesting ways to manipulate the underlying systems. Thus far, he had been a lost lamb just trying to survive, but things had changed with the arrival of the servants of Abernacht. He needed to grow his power, find the kobolds a new home, and begin his preparations. He intended to take down Abernacht and all his followers. He would kill them all if he could. He opened the next prompt gleefully, recognizing the fanciful border. Congratulations! You have reached Druid levels 15, 16, and 17. You have earned 15 attribute points, 15 unspent. You have earned 15 skill points, 15 unspent. By reaching Druid level 15, you have unlocked your next Druid-only spell slot. 3 spells available. Strength of the Wild. This spell increases your strength by 15 points for 1 hour. This is a spell of Earth Magic. Cast time 5 seconds, duration 1 hour, cooldown 2 hours. Mana cost 185. Water Breathing. This spell will allow you to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. This is a spell of Water Magic. Cast time 3 seconds, duration 10 minutes, cooldown no cooldown. Mana cost 45. Minor Polymorph. This spell transforms your target into a harmless woodland creature of your choosing. This spell lasts 1 minute or until the target takes damage. Cast time 2 seconds, duration 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. Mana cost 115. Skree read over his options carefully. Strength of the Wild was a very strong contender, increasing his damage and the deadly power of his greatsword. It was the perfect spell for him, but it seemed to lack true utility. He could always increase his strength through leveling or gear, so he moved it to the bottom of the list. Water breathing really spoke to him. He was on a ship, after all, heading to an island full of pirates, and somehow, deep in his bones, he knew that the spell would come in handy. He really didn't want to drown, and this spell would get rid of that problem permanently. Worth considering. Now, Polymorph. That was a spell every damage-dealing class loved. Eliminate an opponent from the fight entirely for up to a minute? It had real potential. The downside was the long cooldown. 1 hour meant he would get one chance to use the spell, and it could be negated by accident, making it a waste. It was highly situational. But in a one-on-one fight, it was possibly the most valuable spell a druid could have at their disposal. He cracked his knuckles and ran his hands through his hair. Leveling up in games was supposed to be fun, not a life-or-death decision that was irreversible and could change his fate in unknowable ways. Every time he had to make a choice like this, it gave him heartburn. The spells ran through his mind over and over as he considered every possible use for each spell. Polymorph was situational and had limited use, but it was so powerful. He decided against it, as so far, Entangle had done an incredible job at being his primary crowd control ability. It affected more targets and couldn't be cancelled by damage. Water breathing had very few uses, but every gamer knows that at some point you will have to make a dangerous swim to reach some long-lost treasure. When it came to water, he was a decent swimmer, but he wasn't Michael Phelps. He would need the spell to be effective in a water-rich environment, like an island or a pirate ship. He hovered over each of the options in turn until he selected water breathing and accepted the changes before he could change his mind. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Water Breathing. This spell will allow you to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. This is a spell of water magic. Cast time 3 seconds, duration 10 minutes, cooldown, no cooldown, mana cost 45. He dismissed the prompt and moved on to his attribute points. He had a huge reserve of points to spend, and he thought for sure it was going to be a no-brainer. He thought about dumping most of his points into strength, but then quickly reconsidered. Sure, he was trying to become a strong, great weapon fighter, but if he put too many points into strength alone, he would become a glass cannon, able to deal huge amounts of damage, but would die instantly if he took one really bad hit. His last fight had been tough, but thankfully his enemies had been at a lower level than the elite shock troopers who had attacked the Warren. Still, both he and Zuka had nearly died, more than once. He added 10 points to his constitution in the hopes that some extra health would get him through the next major fight a little easier. He looked at each stat, wondering how to best use his points. So far, he had done okay with mana, and with his recent success using the greatsword, he figured he would be okay for now. He still got a lot of use from his bow, but unless he had someone to act as his meat shield, he would be able to fire 3 shots before most fights would devolve to close-range brawls. He could use more strength for sure, but he wanted to consider his other options. So far, his wisdom, the stat tied to his mana regeneration, had been left mostly untouched, but not nearly as completely as charisma. So far, charisma seemed like a useless attribute, not tied to anything he had discovered thus far. Though, as a lifetime fan of role-playing games, he assumed that it would probably be tied to discounts when shopping, or making other people more likely to trust him. The thing that had surprised him the most thus far was how, when he increased his attributes in the menu, his body and mind felt different. Every point in strength made him literally stronger, his muscles growing thicker and more defined. Every point in intelligence had made his mind faster, able to process more thoughts in the same amount of time, giving him an interesting advantage in combat. Every point spent had changed him, so he was supremely interested to see what boosting his charisma stat would do for him. He was approaching his first real pocket of civilization, and there would be new people to meet, and hopefully strong and knowledgeable people who could help him in his fight against Abernacht. He would need all the help he could get, and if charisma would help him get it, then it would be worth the investment. He added 5 points to charisma and confirmed his choices. He looked over his attributes, liking how they were shaping up. Skree, level 17 druid. Hit points 630, mana points 300, stamina 520. Attributes: Strength 31, Dexterity 23, Constitution 53, Intelligence 20, Wisdom 15, Charisma 18. He confirmed his choices and pulled up his skill points menu, delighted at the opportunity to spend 15 more points on his ever-expanding list of skills. He had just received 2 brand new skills, horseback riding and mounted combat, both of which were great, though he doubted they would be worth increasing just yet. Who knew how long it would be until he found himself astride a mighty stallion once again? He decided to skip them for now. He had gotten a tremendous amount of use out of stealth and tracking, but in larger battles they would play an ever-decreasing role for him, especially as he developed as a great weapon fighter. Archery was still a viable choice, but again, he was worried that it wasn't the strongest choice at this point in his progression. Light armor was a solid choice, and he had just gotten some sweet upgrades in that department, so he figured it was worth the investment. He added 6 points to light armor proficiency, increasing his skill level to 20, making his armor 20% more effective. His fear suddenly came true when he was presented with his least favorite prompt. You have reached skill rank of Novice. By reaching the rank of Novice, you may no longer gain additional benefits beyond rank 20 until you receive formal instruction in the use of light armor by a trainer of at least Adept skill level. You will continue to gain skill ranks, but they will remain locked until you complete your training. With his remaining 9 points, he wanted to develop more of his magical talents, which had served him well so far. He added 5 points to life magic, as his healing spell had saved multiple lives, and it would more than likely continue being just as useful. That brought the skill level to 20, making all his healing spells 20% more potent. You have reached skill rank of Novice. By reaching the rank of Novice, you may no longer gain additional benefits beyond rank 20 until you receive formal instruction in the art of life magic by a trainer of at least Adept skill level. You will continue to gain skill ranks, but they will remain locked until you complete your training. Damn it, moving on. Earth magic had been his bread and butter combat opener, with Entangle being the most important tool in his arsenal. He added 4 more points to the skill, bringing the total to 11. All of his earth spells would be 11% more effective. He reviewed his skills again, nodding his approval. Skills, rank. Stealth, 13. Tracking, 13. Archery, 13. Light armor, 20. Daggers, 7. Survival, 14. Foraging, 13. Thrown weapons, 2. Short blades, 5. Life magic, 20. Fire magic, 1. Earth magic, 11. Water magic, 6. Air magic, 1. Cooking, 1. Leatherworking, 1. Mountain climbing, 4. Great weapons, 23. Lockpicking, 6. Unarmored defense, 2. Horseback riding, 1. Mounted combat, 1. He confirmed his choices, then moved on to yet another set of prompts. This time it was his companion Zuka's turn to get some much-deserved buffs. Zuka had earned 15 attribute points and 6 companion talent points, bringing the total to 9. He was so close to the Tier 5 talents he could taste it, but there were other options. First, he decided that he would add 15 points to his companion's constitution. The bonus hit points would make his wolf a walking wall of meat. He reviewed Zuka's attributes, confident he had made the right decision. Name, Zuka. Level, 17. Health, 590. Mana, 340. Stamina, 455. Strength, 22. Dexterity, 33. Constitution, 49. Intelligence, 24. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 13. He confirmed his choices, and then moved on to the companion talents window. This one he had already decided on after their last battle. He would buy the talent Lick Your Wounds, giving Zuka the ability to cast minor restoration. It was just too valuable to pass up after he had nearly lost his friend. If Zuka had been able to cast that spell in their last battle, it would have certainly made their situation slightly less dire. He spent the 4 points and unlocked the ability, leaving him with 5 unspent points. He closed the window and read the description for Lick Your Wounds. Congratulations! Zuka has learned Lick Your Wounds. This talent allows your animal companion to use your life magic spell, Minor Restoration, at a reduced power level and increased mana cost. Your companion's intelligence will be used for any calculations relating to healing done. Zuka's Minor Restoration. This is a spell of life magic. Minor Restoration restores 40 health points instantly and an additional 40 over 10 seconds. Cast time 1 second, cooldown 10 minutes, mana cost 155. Skree winced as he read that prompt. Reduced effectiveness and increased cost? What a serious buzzkill. Additionally, the cooldown was 10 minutes instead of just 1 minute like his version of the spell. Still, it would mean the difference between life and death at some point, so he was still satisfied with his choice. He wished the prompts did a better job of clearly describing the negatives of choices before he made them, but that was something he would just have to deal with forever, it seemed. Closing the last of his prompts, he settled in for a good night's sleep safe at sea, far from his enemies. In a few short weeks, he would make landfall and begin the next chapter of his grand adventure.